We are here with the 2018 Brawlhalla World Championship. It's already been a crazy weekend here at DreamHack Atlanta. 2v2s was yesterday, but that $100,000 isn't just going to 2v2s. Today, we've got singles action.
Yes, 1v1 action is kicking off today. We're starting bright and early 10 a.m. because there's so many players here, so many people signed up and ready to just grind it out and try to make it into the money.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was full of upsets.
Oh, yeah.
So I am just waiting for what is going to happen today. Everyone's choices are up in the air. Fantasy brackets are destroyed.
You just do not know what to expect here at the World Championship. Like you said yesterday, there were a lot of upsets. I think there's a higher probability that there's going to be some upsets today, some mix-ups, some change-ups. There's a couple of death pools that I was looking at earlier that were looking really tough. But for the most part, if you look at any of the pools, there's going to be at least one person that you're like, all right, I think you're guaranteed to get out, but it's round robin. You never know.
Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, that is the nice thing about this pool stage. Round robin, everyone is going to play everyone.
Right.
And then whoever has the best 2 records out of that will be moving it out into the bracket stage. One into the winner's side, one into the loser's side.
Right, so at the end of all of that pool stage, we'll have our top 64, and then later today we'll whittle that top 64 all the way down until we have the pool of players that are going to be going into the finals on Sunday.
Man,
I forgot about that.
man, I cannot wait.
I'm very excited. I'm very ready. I don't know what I'm hearing in my head. Sorry.
That's okay. That's all right. So now you mentioned the round robin play in pool stage. Since everyone needs to play everyone.
Yes.
If you do lose one set, it's not over.
No.
You're not. It's not a standard double elimination bracket. If you lose one set, I mean, you can still make it out. You can even potentially still
make it out on the top side.
On the top side.
Yeah. For the most part, yesterday, teams that
pretty clear
that swept the pool made it out top side, and if you lost one set but did the rest, then you made it out lower side. But there's always that possibility of a tiebreaker where everybody gets an even number of wins and losses, or an equivalent number of wins and losses, and then you have to go to a tiebreaker, which is a very intense tiebreaker. It is a pool of all the people who are tied. They have to fight each other until one person makes the run through everyone else.
Jeez.
Best of one. They have to run through every single other person inside of that tiebreaker pool, and whoever makes it out is the one who gets to continue on. Like, that is insane. I can only hope that happens, because it would be just wild to see. But
I cannot imagine what your nerves would be like after that. Completely shot.
Unless you're blue.
Oh, nerves of
blue
steel
could do
on
it.
that one.
Just saying. He made the run over an Autumn Championship, went winners finals, losers finals, grand finals, reset into another grand finals, still won it. I think he could do it.
He's just kind of been dominating the EU region.
Oh, yeah.
He's definitely one of the players to watch today.
Yeah, okay, so let's break it down. Who are some of the names that you think people at home should kind of keep an eye out for?
All right, so we mentioned Blue coming from the EU region.
Okay.
But I think the name on everyone's lips coming from the NA region and at large is Boomy.
Yes, across this year, he's one of the big standout favorites.
Yep.
He's been looking really good until yesterday.
Boomy and Remy, the top 2v2 team in the world, did get knocked out fairly early in the tournament yesterday. That was crazy.
They hadn't lost an offline tournament. Like, they got first place in every offline tournament since last year's World Championship until yesterday. Until yesterday, they got knocked out. That was big. But we're seeing a lot of shakeups. EU looking really strong going off yesterday.
Yeah.
But I think we're talking too much about twos.
Sure.
What other names? Remy.
Okay.
Boomy's favorite teammate is also another
Boomy's
standout.
Teammate Remy, of course.
Yes.
And then, some of the players that actually knocked them out of 2v2s, Noel in particular, he's won several offline tournaments himself.
And here's some other players who are looking to sit down. That's actually another DreamHack champion, Boomy, most recent DreamHack champion of Montreal. Noel won the previous 2 of Summer and Valencia. And then before that, Koselix, winner of DreamHack Austin, is sitting down. And he's going to be going up against Magma Bob, who's one of my friends, dear friend. It was actually funny. We were going to eat last night, and Koselix coincidentally was at the same restaurant. He comes over, and he's like, hey, Magma Bob, I know you're in my pool. How's that food tasting? well, I got you something to get ready for tomorrow. And he hands him a salt shaker because he's like, you're going to be feeling a lot of salt tomorrow, Magma Boy.
You can't even let him eat dinner in peace?
You got to start getting the mind games early. You got to start the toxicity, start the BM. He's getting ready for next year's community awards is what he's doing. He won the pop-off. Now he's got to win best taunt.
Oh, okay. But you know what? Magma Bob, not one to be phased. He's been in this community since the beginning.
Oh, yeah. He's one of the OG boys. He was in one of the biggest clans back when I first joined too. So he's a historied Brawlhalla player.
Incredible player. I mean, even seeing just how he did at the early tournaments, like the original combo breaker.
He's old school, but he is going to be going up against someone who's kind of been doing really well for himself, Kosalix. Like we said, he won DreamHack at Austin. I don't think he really made it out to a lot. He went to Montreal. I don't quite remember how well he did at Montreal, but he's still definitely a strong contender.
Yeah, he's been having a great year. One of the
Are you still working on stuff?
only Lance players at top level.
Okay.
Right, yeah, he's considered one of the best Lance players in the community at this point. He's had some of the cleanest kind of follow-ups. He really looks at the frame data on his Lance options, and you're going to see him locking in that Sir Roland. On the other side, Magma Bob, we talked about how old school he is. He's one of the few people who really stuck with Bodvar going all the way back to like 2015, 2016. Like, Lil Cap's known for his Bodvar, but Lil Cap doesn't have the history with Bodvar that Magma Bob does.
Man, you're going to see a lot of those mix-ups off of his side light into down air.
Yes.
That's where he kind of goes, all right, which way are you going to dodge? I'm going to kind of place a gamble, and then remember what your choices were further into the match.
Yeah, he's got that 50-50 option there where he can go for that down signature or the neutral signature. But on the other side, Magma Bob's basically saying you can't go for your 50-50 if you don't get the initial start. So Kosalix has to mix it up. Going for side light in air, trying to follow up with that down air this time. He's still getting some good damage on top of Magma Bob, but Magma Bob with his hammer has a little bit more kill potential than he did with that sword.
Yeah, and I really... Oh, my gosh, bounce him off the wall. There's the snipe. That's going to be the first stock. So clean.
Magma Bob already trying to start the upset train. Kosalix considered the favorite in this set, but I mean, I got to root for my boy Magma Bob.
Yeah, and you know what? I think it was a very smart decision. I saw both of them pick the speed stance.
Yes.
Kosalix, of course, because he has some of the craziest dash movement in the game. And I think Magma Bob wanted to contest that a little bit.
Yeah, you want to have just a little bit more maneuverability around your opponent, especially with the Lance. You want to be able to position specifically because the Lance has a lot of horizontal control. If you can position vertically around it, then you're going to have a better time. Whoa. Good movement from Magma just underneath the down signature. Saw the option. Didn't punish it with the recovery. I was really expecting a hammer recovery to come out, but he's got a sizable damage lead over Kosalix right now.
Yeah, and that's really telling, especially because Sir Roland, one of the highest defense legends in the game. You can hit him a ton, and he will barely feel it.
Oh, yeah. He'll just shake off all that damage. He also has the Lance, very useful for offstage. Just got it knocked out of his hands. But when it comes to offstage, the Lance is one of the few weapons. Nice!
Oh my
gravity
gosh.
cancel stomp into side air from Magma Bob. Can he finish the stock, though?
Looking for it. There's Cider. That's going to be enough to close it. 2 stocks. Now he's got a full stock lead over Kosalix.
Magma Bob, he wants the upset. He's like, you might have given me a salt shaker last night, but I'm going to give you the salt.
Are you serious? Gets the
recovery! Go, Magma!
What a gift! That was amazing!
It's 10 a.m. It's too early for this, Magma Bob. Come on, man.
And look at him, barely phased. Just not even thinking about it. He's like, yeah, I did that.
He's like, yeah, that happened. Let's go.
That's for the salt shaker last night.
Let's go. I was not ready for this, Magma Bob. I'm still waking up.
I see photo popping off right now for Magma Bob. Jeez.
All right, game 2. What's Kosalix going to do? He wants the run back. He's like, I know what I did wrong. I didn't hit you enough.
All right, well, I mean, he's getting that train started, but same opening as last time, and Magma Bob is on point, just punishing it.
And Magma Bob is beating out the 50-50. Kosalix has gone for jump reads, and Magma stays low. When Kosalix went for the down sig, Magma Bob went high. He's figuring out what Kosalix thinks he's going to do and not getting caught.
But, I mean, wait a minute, because Kosalix has a little bit of a damage lead going for him here. So even though some of these exchanges have been back and forth, I mean, Kosalix is winding up on top every time.
Yeah, Kosalix actually in the advantage spot. Could see him go for the offstage, goes for the down sig. Magma Bob wanted to punish it. Good dodge down, but he's running out of movement. He's so high in the sky. Yeah, that's going to be the kill option from Kosalix.
Yeah, the accuracy on that. I mean, Kosalix, if he's hunting you with the Lance, it is a tough thing to get around.
He is
Wow,
very
challenging
good.
the
Caught it.
kick.
Oh no, Magma Bob still unarmed here on his second stock. Koslik's taking full advantage of it. And Magma not focusing down that weapon might be to his advantage because Koslik isn't punishing him for getting it. But he's just taking a lot of time getting this control back.
All right, Koslik's changing over to the sword. A little bit less range, not as much movement built into the kit. But very versatile, very kind of jack-of-all-trades weapon.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with the sword.
Magma Bob just catching the dodge through again. Okay.
Can he deny Koslik this lance? No, Koslik immediately picks it back up. This is going to be good for Koslik. This is his weapon of choice. Just shoving Magma Bob off stage every second.
Man, you see this a lot now. Koslik is kind of waiting, always moving through Magma Bob, wanting him to spend his movement options first, and then going with the side air.
Hey, Koslik takes advantage of the movement. He uses those dash dancing like you were talking about a little while ago. Forces out options from you, forces you to try to swing on him, and then he'll punish.
All right, Magma changing up his tactics a little bit, dodging a little bit later.
Couple more throws as well, going for that kind of dash jump diagonal down throw. Trying to just open up Koslik.
All right, now Koslik is the one with the stock lead, opposite of last game, but a little bit more damage. You know, Magma was able to kind of spread that gap further. Okay,
big punish.
Never mind.
Big
Koslik
punish.
Just immediately sending Magma into the orange. I respect it,
yeah.
I mean, he was so far behind at that point.
You needed
Koslik with the crazy offstage string, almost taking out Magma Bob. He needed that turnaround.
So it seems like the theme of this set is once you're a stock up, go for a gimp. You just get a gimp.
I mean,
that's what happens.
If you need to send a message back. Magma thinking about looking through his notes.
Yeah. Trying to find the right song. What's the anti-Canadian theme?
We'd have to ask Sparky.
I feel like if you ask Sparky, he'd just start singing The Eyes of Texas or
Oh my gosh. Of course he would.
Sparky over at Data FGC right now. That's the second stream, so if you're looking for some other sets, that's going on. But you want to finish out this one because Koslik and Magma Bob have been back and forth.
And back onto Mammoth Fortress.
That's the map. That's the pick. Koslik's first one to pick up a weapon. This is kind of his advantage in Game 2. He was able to deny Magma Bob a weapon for so incredibly long, and it ended up building up quite a bit of damage before Magma Bob could get back into it. But now he's got the sword, and he's still getting caught by the lance from Koslik. Oh, okay. No. This is big. Offstage opportunity. Koslik catches him on the landing.
Koslik's lance is so explosive. He will just get you in these strings, and your health will just evaporate. Sick. But you know what? Magma Bob, he's got that hammer. It's the heavy-hitting weapon. It's large. It hurts. Every single swing is just pouring on the damage.
Just breaking his legs. It's one more Sair. Can he get another one? Koslik's going real high above it. Magma Bob wants to keep him off of this weapon. Good dash movement from both of them.
Oh, yeah.
Stomp into side air. Not going to be the kill, though. Koslik with the Sir Roland so much defense finally gets it, and he evened it up. He took very little damage to get that.
Yeah, you see him kind of adopting more of this dash movement, a lot of jump fast falls, those quick little bunny hops just to mix up his position.
Been really using that. Again.
Okay.
He's really good about that. I think he really studied Koslik for this pool because Koslik did that a lot at DreamHack Austin, and he was catching people with that slide charge down sig. But Magma Bob has been ready for it.
I don't think he's gotten hit by a single one yet.
Not yet, no. He's gone down every single time on it, too. Oh, but the side air connects.
Magma off stage. Koslik's
oh!
All right.
We jinxed it. I'm sorry.
If you know, it's a numbers game.
Yeah.
You got to play it. Koslik's like, surely.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So eventually it's going to happen.
Oh, with the dodge
caught
punish,
him on the jump.
So much damage.
The panic jump from Magma Bob. This is big damage.
Magma, if he wants to bring this set back, he needs to play perfectly. Oh, Kostelik sniping him out with that lance, send him off stage. That's going to be a 2-1 victory over Magma Bob. But this is pool play. It is round robin.
Still an opportunity for Magma Bob to make it out of the pool, but he will be on the lower side potentially. Arguably two of the favorites of that pool.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, for sure. So Kostelik's man, oh man. All right, those lance strings are not easy.
They're not. Some of them are very much not true as well.
Oh, no. There's dodge windows all over the place.
But I think we have a replay of some of that lance string.
Ooh, yeah, let's take another look at this. Magma Bob.
Oh, this is the offstage.
Immediate. Look at that.
That's the gimp.
That right there is that lance recovery. You've got to charge it up. But if you get hit out of it, it is gone, completely depleted. And Magma Bob knew that, went for the dive kick, closed it out.
That's kind of the one advantage that Magma Bob did have in that game is he had the offstage if he could get it.
Right.
But Lance was really good. Kostelik's with the Lance was really good at shoving him off stage and putting Magma Bob in that position of like, I have to find a way to survive this and then turn it around. The one time that he was trying to go for the turnaround, Kostelik's dodged through the ground pound and unfortunately Magma Bob fell to his death. But when Magma Bob was able to shove Kostelik's off stage, then you saw stuff like that happen.
I would like to say that's probably why Kostelik goes for that slide charge down signature as much as he does, because you don't spend any options getting off stage. He comes out with this gigantic, strong attack, and if he gets hit, he's still got both his jumps, he's still got his recovery, he still has his dodge.
It's much safer than going for like a jump ground pound that we'll see out of a lot of other weapons and a gravity cancel.
Oh, yeah.
Because the gravity cancel will burn that dodge.
Oh, yeah. You won't have it for like 3 seconds, and you can just get chewed up and spit out.
Yeah, it's a risky option. Kostelik's clearly knowing the safer options, and he is going to go, I guess, up inside of his pool. Not really like out of the pool, but
I mean, it's a strong start.
Yeah,
if you're going up against Magma Bob,
he left his
winning that.
Keyboard just
just winning it, even though it was 2-1, and that can matter if there ends up being a tie in the round robin. That sends a strong message. He's got to be feeling pretty good, especially turning it around from how that first match went.
It looked like it was going to be Magma Bob's set.
Oh, yeah.
Beginning.
Oh, yeah. So, you know what? We were talking a little bit about the players to watch today. You know, we mentioned Boomy, we mentioned Remy, Blue, Noel. Who else is on your list?
So we talked a lot about some other regions, right? We've got the 3 kind of representatives of their region. Fiend, Right, and Tiger are representing each of their own regions. Fiend from the Brazil servers, Right from the Australian servers, and then Tiger playing for Southeast Asia. So those are 3 that you won't really get to see at other tournaments, right?
Oh, yeah.
They're 3 that they're just off in their own world, and they come over for the World Championship. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they do, see how the meta's evolved over there.
Yeah, especially, Tiger, because he is so dominant in his region.
He destroys Southeast Asia.
It's like a 98% win rate.
Yeah.
It's absolutely crazy, just winning every single tournament over there. And the question everyone always has is, what does that mean? How does that translate?
How does that equate to North American? Can you convert that into pounds or feet?
What's the exchange rate on this hero here? I'm not entirely sure. But you know what? Fiend we've been seeing a lot of in his tournaments. I mean, he's been dominating just about this entire past year. Brazil, historically a pretty volatile region.
Oh, yeah.
Because they are one of the most passionate communities.
They have a very dedicated community. Of all the regions that aren't like North America and Europe, Brazil has the most like people who are like, we want to start putting up our own tournaments. They have their own offline tournaments going on. They have their own like events that they're just trying to make because they care about the game and they want to make it happen.
And they've got a lot of stellar players, which means a lot that Fiend has been on top for as long as he has.
Yeah, and he's looking very good, very dominating in his region. And then finally we have Right. The Australian region, it's kind of one of those weird ones where it can be contentious at times or it can be completely dominated at times. You just never know what's going to happen. This year, it's a little bit more contentious. The previous Australian favorite, Kyler Alice, kind of fell off. We saw players like Cerny Banders start to look really good at certain points. Right looked good. I believe Carrots from that region as well, and he did well. Like, there's a couple names in Australia that you're like, any of them could have been the one that ends up getting the flight out here, but it was going to be Right.
Yeah, and I mean, he's been an absolute delight to talk to. First time that he introduced himself to me, I was like, oh my gosh, that's right. And I think Sparky was talking about how much he looks like Leffen.
Oh yeah, I see it. Like I have to like stop myself from looking at him being like, yo, when did
it was
what?
A controller thing.
Like DBZ's
not
over there,
Not a lot of
like,
people can rock that hairstyle, but like he makes
tough.
it work.
Way too small. I can't see that.
It's pretty great. And I think we've got the next match setting
like
up here. And this is actually going to be Agzo versus iBlack. Agzo, tell me a little bit about him. He's hailing from the EU region.
So Agzo, like you said, hailing from the EU region, kind of blew up on the scene. If you watched the Community Awards last night, then you know that he is one of the up-and-comers for this year. He kind of didn't really show up until the offline tournaments hit, and Viper was like, hey, I need somebody to play with. What's up? Let's do some stuff because Ariel's not going to be able to make it out. So then you see a Viper and Agzo show up at DreamHack Summer. You see him show them at Valencia, do incredibly well for themselves. They didn't take first, but they did like top 3.
Oh, yeah.
And then suddenly there's this guy Agzo, and he's looking like he's been in the scene for ages, and he's been playing like since the beginning. He did really well for himself with the Jala, but more recently he's been on that Bodvar. He's kind of gone back to it. And
classic roots.
There's really not a lot to say besides you want to keep an eye out for him and his partner Viper as far as EU players go.
Yeah, yeah. And then we've on the other side, we've got iBlack, longtime community member.
Yes.
You'll see him in a bunch of the Twitch chats, posting on Reddit. I think he even put out like a few like YouTube videos and everything.
Yeah, I think he put out some YouTube videos. There's like he's in a couple of Discord channels. Like he hangs out with a lot of the community members. You don't see him participate in a lot of tournaments really,
right?
But he's just kind of been a part of the community. And that's kind of what's great about the World Championship is there's like I was looking at the pools and Published Peace Productions is actually playing as well. And that's another player that exactly, really. Like he's one of those community members that you're like, "Hey, I see you around. I see you on the Reddit. I see you like talking in like these channels, but I don't really get to see you participate in tournaments." It's going to be awesome to see them like just here at the World Championship on the stage.
I mean, everybody's got to take a shot. There's $100,000 on the line this weekend.
Everyone wants a piece.
You got to get your cut.
Yeah, you got to get a piece. Even if it's like $3, then you can be on the money earnings page and then feel good about yourself. I'm higher than Sparky on it, so like
that's all I'm saying. Matters, huh?
Yeah, it's like, you got to flex when you can, all right?
All right. I mean, I know you guys had a set at BCX.
Multiple people were like, are we going to see it? Are y'all going to go bet for the run back? I don't think we had time to schedule out something like that for this one, but I don't know. Maybe next year I'll start some beef with them again.
Future.
Yeah, we'll see.
You got to start the beef up with them.
Yeah, you got to start it early. Gotta have a long-running storyline for the next one.
All right, so we had stage bans coming out. Looks like we are going to Twilight Grove.
No names.
This stage, it is probably the most diverse stage in the map pool.
Yeah, it's one of the asymmetric maps out there, and it's kind of got a little bit of everything. It's got some soft platforms. It's got this right side island. It's got a wall that you can bounce off of. It's got a little bit for everyone, and that's one of the reasons why you'll see it get played is because you're like, it's neutral because it doesn't really give a huge advantage to one person or the other usually.
Like and it looks like Agzo.
Is Agzo on the Sidra?
Really?
I really wouldn't have expected that. I was talking up he was going to be a Bodvar one.
Pick for him.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe this is the kind of what he's been keeping in the back pocket. I know he wasn't like off of I think Autumn Championship. He was saying he wasn't really feeling what he was doing, so he was going to try to make something up. Oh no! Oops! He's still waking up. I don't know if he's gotten rid of the airplane jitters yet. Travel fatigue and whatnot, but he's got some good damage on top of iBlack right now. Could see that stock get taken off. Nice sidelight into down air, but good movement for iBlack. Gets into that island.
Yeah, Bodvar pretty good at guarding that island, especially when he's got the hammer, because it does cover such a large area. And anytime you're on the island, it's so dangerous. It's so close to that right hand.
It's very close to that kill box.
Oh, yeah. You could be yellow and just get knocked out.
Yeah, you'll see characters with that kind of turnaround signatures, like Diana, will sometimes sit on that corner there because if you're in the yellow, if you're in the orange, you can see that kill incredibly early. But we're seeing the hammer, like you're saying, do really well. It doesn't have the height to get it. Another fall for Agzo, and we might be seeing him swap to a different character.
I would imagine so. You know, there's not really a lot of players that have been playing Cannon at the top level. really you just see Pugsy, Starlight, Steven Ader.
Hyper Hero sometimes.
Hyper Hero sometimes.
Hyper Hero sometimes.
Yeah,
but it's not a frequent option.
No, it's a little tougher. It takes a lot more practice to make work, for sure. Bodvar going for the edge guard. Side air off.
Doesn't even need the other one.
2-stock victory going out.
A little bit of an upset here. iBlack taking the advantage over Agzo. I want to say we got the name swapped because iBlack on a Hattori makes a lot more sense to me.
Yes, it does.
So I think that was actually Agza who won game 1, and iBlack is swapping over to the Hattori off the Sidra. Sidra didn't quite work out for him. It was an interesting pick, and sometimes that works out for you, right? Like sometimes you just my opponent doesn't know how to play against Cannon. My opponent doesn't know how to play against Gauntlets or something like that, and so
sometimes
it works out.
You do have to test their matchup knowledge.
Exactly.
Because we've got over 40 legends in this game. Ton of different weapons. You got to find what works.
You can't know all the frame data unless you're Dobrain.
Oh, I mean, that guy's a machine.
Yeah.
Come on.
He's got Excel spreadsheets in his brain. Agzo able to get back up to the wall, but not really able to pick up a weapon just yet. Has the hammer in hand. Stomp into the down air, into the scoops. Didn't quite find that nair follow-up, but he's looking for more. He wants that verticality this time on Mammoth.
Hunting with the hammer. I mean, just look at how much damage has come out. It's just been side air after side air and deep in the red. Signature spike
just
off
over
the
weapon
toss. Just gets over. Uppercut for some extra damage, though.
Surviving by inches. Whoa! Stops the signature with the kicks, the neutral light.
I like that. Sometimes, you just stare death in the face and say, not today.
Just kick death in the face. Side air connects, and that is going to be the stock, but he's taken quite a bit of damage from this Hattori. That means could see the stock get taken down if he can get that recovery.
All right, Hattori really looking to get a weapon, but I mean, both are just so good at starving these out. Finally arms up with the sword, but takes some damage for her trouble.
Again, these weapon tosses just not connecting the nair to cover himself. Really good stuff coming out from the Bodvar player. Oh, just past the side sig. Yep, all right. Will kill.
That'll tie up the stocks. That signature, it does come out very fast. It knocks almost entirely horizontal, so it can be really great when you're near the edge of a stage. If you've got a lot of that screen to cover, it might just not be enough.
There's just so much distance, but good damage was built onto the Bodvar for it to kill. Ooh. And there you see, again, the distance coming out right to left, not able to finish off this Hattori. Oh, the recovery will do it, though, and I love the turnaround. The turnaround so that it comes out a little bit faster. It comes out a little bit earlier on the back end, so he turned it around so he can get that kill.
You'll see that on the down air as well. A lot of people will turn that one around.
Off the stomp. Same with, like, Blaster's nair.
Yep. A lot of these attacks that kind of sweep from one side to the other.
And that should finish the stock, the Gim. Clean.
Very clean, 2-stock victory. Bodvar winning it out.
Yo, I respect the claps. It's 10 a.m. You can't always have the energy, but you got it. Shout outs to the people who come, sit in the audience, support your boys.
I mean, you absolutely have to.
Yeah.
I know everyone's voice is probably pretty shot from yesterday. Toast was saying his is just gone.
Yeah,
that's World Championship, man.
I was commenting yesterday. I was like, I'm surprised Foda's not on stage right now, hyping it up the way that he has in the past. And then, like, in my looking back on it today, I'm like, you know what? He's playing the long game. He's saving it for the big stuff.
I understand. All right, let's see. We've got coming up also in this round robin pools action. Oh, it's the Australian boy, right?
Yeah, it's right.
Yeah.
And he's going to be going up against another European player. Queen Nai Hermison is going to be his opponent for today.
All right. Now, right, you said the Australian region has been a little bit contentious.
Yes.
But I think the majority of this year we've seen Wright kind of taking all the big victories.
Yeah, he he had the kind of more standout victories, which is part of the reason why he got his official flight and hotel
winning
versus
the
some of
official
the other people.
tournaments, getting the power rankings. Right.
Some people won some other tournaments here and there, but it was Wright who won like the big bucks ones.
Oh yeah.
So that's why he was able to make it out. On the other side, Hermison has been doing fairly well for himself. I believe he teamed up with Ariel in Autumn Championship, the most recent online tournament. I forgot who he teamed up with yesterday, but it was someone who I was like, what? Oh, he teamed up with Goosey.
Oh, yeah.
Teamed up with Goosey yesterday, and that was interesting to watch as well. They did well for themselves. Made it out of their pool top side, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah, they were looking really strong. And now Hermison, he's been amazing in the 1v1 scene over in EU.
Yeah,
like a lot of signatures coming out from him.
He's like... It's signatures, but it's not like Isidru signatures.
No,
right? Like,
no.
He's kind of got this game plan with his signatures because he generally plays this Queen Nai. He uses the spear signatures, and it's all about the space control. He'll throw out the down sig and then try to cover the punish option. Throw out the side signature, cover the punish option. Throw out the neutral signature, and it's usually a finishing move. Like
I mean, she's basically a tank. She's got that low speed, low dexterity, but tons of strength, tons of defense. And just using the range of her signatures.
She is the slowest character in the game.
Yeah.
And we talked a little bit about Australia. Cerny Banders plays 2-speed Queen Nai in Australia. Just saying. And so, Wright... Exactly.
My God.
Exactly. Wright is going to be going up against the Queen Nai in Australia. So he's like, he's got some history with it. He's like, all right, you can't go matchup on me. Like, I know the matchup. But it's Hermison. Right. He plays it a very different game. He's got that space control. His guitars are actually really solid. Like, generally with Queen Nais, you don't know if their guitars are going to be good. You don't know if they've got the offstage. Yeah. Because she's slow, it's a lot harder to do the offstage with Queen Nai. Hermison's got that in the tank.
Yeah. Because, I mean, guitars, they are that close range weapon. They're very string-based. You want to get a ton of quick hits in. It's death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah. On the other side, I don't actually remember who Wright plays, unfortunately. I want to say it was a Surrey.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like everyone's got a pocket of Surrey at this point.
They got a pocket Bone Bar, a pocket Hattori, and they got a pocket of Surrey.
Yeah, those would typically be the picks. This has to just be button checks. I see them both hovering over Queen Nai.
Yo, Queen Nai ditto.
Send a message.
Yeah, exactly. Come to North America to send a message to Europe.
Listen, all right, it's just the way station. The grand hub that is the World Championship.
Exactly. What's the major New York subway transit point? Is Grand Central Station? Is that the famous one? Is that a thing? Am I completely wrong about what that is?
That's correct.
Okay.
You got it.
It was in Spider-Man. What do I know?
That's a pretty good metric. How New York is it? Is it in Spider-Man?
Spider-Man.
There you go. All right, getting these button checks going out. Now, I've got to say, just from the outset here, as much as Foda loves the Australia region, I think he's rooting for Hermison.
I think he's actually a Hermison fanboy. Because Hermison's got the Queen Nai, like...
It's Queen Nai main, and then it's also the same skin right now that Foda uses.
Yeah, that he used to use back when he was a competitive player.
Yeah,
as well.
So he loves that Tomb Tamer Nai. You get that like Indiana Jones feel.
But there's a lot of good ones. There's Day Night Queen Nai that we see on Wright.
Oh, yeah.
There's Snake Charmer.
Now, is Wright going to be playing Queen Nai here, or do you think he's got something else and he just didn't want to show it?
I think it'd be really funny if he did. Like, I don't.
Right?
I don't know. Right? We do that all the time.
He's a smart one.
It happens every single time I cast anything with Wright in it. I'm just right. Yeah. On the right side, Wright's everything. But I think it'd just be like an entertaining thing to see. I don't know what he'll actually do, but it'd be very, very entertaining. A little bit of technical difficulties right now, so sorry about that.
Sure.
But as far as buttons go, they're in. It's going to be Wright and Hermison. We talked a little bit about some other names. There's actually quite a few Europeans. Like, the more that I keep like thinking of names, I'm like, yo, there's actually quite a bit of European representation here. Unfortunately, for the for Australia, Southeast Asia, and South America, That's kind of it. Mr. Podronsky's also from South America, but he tends to play on other regions as far as online goes. But like in terms of like physical location, he's another South American boy. But I don't actually know of too many others of the other regions.
Isn't one of the Brawl League admins?
He's Korean, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
So he came over from the Southeast Asia region as well.
Right, okay, yeah. I forgot about that. I don't know if he's playing. But he is here in terms of representation. He's been hanging out a lot at the Brawl League.
He's been helping out a ton. So huge shout out to all the Brawl League guys helping out run these tournaments. I mean, they've been running the online tournaments forever at this point, and we really can't thank you guys enough.
Much appreciation. Funny story about one actually is so I was here Thursday. You were here as well.
Yep.
But when I got here, some of the Brawl League people were coming in, including one, and they were telling the story about how they got hung up at the place that
was Chick-fil-A, right?
No, sorry. When you fly into a country, my brain's not working. When you fly into a country, and security is like, hey, like
customs.
Wait. Yeah, that's the word. Thank you. They got hung up at customs for a little bit. They were trying to get his luggage and stuff, and he had like an extra luggage, and they're like all the Brawl League people are like, what's the luggage? He unzips that bag, opens it up, snacks. Just a luggage of snacks, and they're like, all right, you're fine.
All the prepackaged different snacks that you can't get here.
Green tea Kit Kats and whatnot, like.
The story that I thought you were talking about was when they went to Chick-fil-A, and the server that was coming over the intercom was just like, oh, one of you is Korean, and she just starts speaking Korean to him because apparently she's like planning a trip or something. It was like, oh, awesome, I get to actually converse with someone who is foreign, obviously. So it was just like, annyeong.
Okay. That's cool.
So that's really interesting.
That's pretty neat. Probably the extent of my Korean is like Korean barbecue food.
Oh, well, I mean, that's the classic, right?
Yeah.
Every Brawlhalla major,
bulgogi,
everyone gets together, goes out for Korean barbecue.
Exactly.
That's the thing. That's the move.
That's what you got to do. That's just tradition. I think they're good. You can hear the audio in the background. And that's the countdown. Double checking that everything's working. Just more button checks, just in case anything changes.
You got to do the secondary check, of course.
Who knows in the last 30 seconds if something happened.
It is locking.
Let's go. Same stances, Queen Nai versus Queen Nai, Wright versus Hermison. This is going to be interesting.
Got to give that little bit of extra speed. Like you said, she is the slowest character in the game. But this gives her a little bit of extra jump.
Yeah, it gets her a little bit closer to that middle ground. I think the general consensus that I've heard is that 5 is the minimum stance that players are comfortable with. Like 5 is like the sweet spot where you're like, okay, I can make this work. Anything lower than that, and then it's going to be a little bit of a tougher time. It makes it a little bit harder for like if you're doing a side air, you won't have as much forward movement with the side air, so you have a little bit less range. It's a little bit harder to like outrun signatures and whatnot.
So that's kind of where you'll typically see players favor a speed stance over something like extra defense.
Exactly. Is if they can get to that 5. And then on the other side, if they're above that, then you'll see them be like, all right, I can take out of the speed, and I can put it into other stuff. Like Hattori's will generally take out of the speed, and they'll be like, I need defense a little bit more in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. All right, so Hermison, the first one to grab a weapon, second one to grab a weapon, leaving Wright just completely unharmed.
Third one to grab a weapon.
Third time's the charm, man. Just keep the streak running.
But damage advantage was in Wright's favor before the double down
do it again. Yes,
into the side air. Yeah. Wright just unable to pick up a weapon. There's the weapon spawn. Wright not able to get it. All right, he's got a weapon. Can he turn this around?
I mean, he's got a ton to cut through because Queen Nai, she's got a ton of defense, but Wright is already in the orange. Hermison had such dominance for the first half of the stock.
Slowly chipping away. Nice interrupt. Recognizes that Hermison likes to go for that down air into the down signature. But there's the down sig from Hermison. And look at this. He's just backing up, throwing out the signature. And that down signature has backward and upward movement inside of it. So it just helps extend the distance between himself and his opponent.
Yeah, and I do like Wright's approach to it. Oh, no. Getting sent off the top. Hermison, that classic uppercut. You'll see him do that a ton. just throwing up these weapons to command aerial space, and then he's dropping down into the uppercut. All right, Wright looking to get something started. He's got the range advantage with the spear, got the pogo on him, he's got him off the edge.
Soft platform interrupts the down toss. He was trying to keep that edge pressure, but he threw it onto the soft platform instead of over the corner.
All right, so Wright with the advantage at the moment. That signature, it's slow. It can get you punished pretty easily because it's got a ton of recovery. But man, oh man, if you get hit, that is like a truck.
It's a very slow-moving, very hard-hitting truck. Spear ditto this time between the two, but Wright has yet to throw out a sig.
Wright kind of hopping over that snake head. You know, you get over the fangs through the rest of it.
But unfortunately can't cut off the head of that snake. Good movement from Wright. Just shoves Hermison over, and Hermison doesn't have the jumps to get back up.
All right, so Wright tying it up, 2 stocks apiece, but so far behind on the damage. He needs to get some of these guitar strings, but Hermison just denying with that spear anti-air. Oh, going again for that uppercut.
Oh, but it's the side sig. Hermison full stock lead over Wright now.
Man, if you jump over one snake, he's got 3 waiting for you.
The veritable Hydra. Right, now with the Katars against Hermison's Katars. At this point, he needs to get some big offstage play onto Hermison.
I mean, absolutely. He's so far behind at this point. He needs one of those quick gimp KOs, right?
He needs it.
It's got to be like Magma Bob Game 1 against Cosmix.
But now he's disarmed himself. Hermison
goes
in with a down like gravity cancel neutral signature.
All right, Wright's movement really showing up here.
Starting to remember that he's got the exact same signatures, throwing them out in response to Hermison.
Ooh, just gets over those snakes. Saved his life.
Nice.
All right. Dodge punish. That side light knocking right into that heavy smack in the air.
He was trying to deny the weapon there, threw the guitars up, but he couldn't get the pickup. And now Hermison with the weapon control. This is tough for Wright, but this is also good information that he can take into his next game. Yeah, walked into the snake things.
That's all right. It knocks downward. He bounced off the stage. It cut a lot of the force from it. Oh, just missed the side. Hermison just knocking him a little too far.
The weapon toss also really working out for him, kind of forced some of the utility out of Wright's movement, and I think he's swapping characters. Yep. Wright's going to go to the Asuri. A little bit of a faster character, less damage, but we'll be able to kind of keep that pressure going on top of the Queen Nai.
Yeah. See Hermison just thinking about it. Yeah, that one went pretty well for me, I'd say.
Like, yeah, keeping him off weapons, using the range of the spear. 1 sec. Let me make sure I remember everything that you did in that last game so I can completely punish you harder for this. Oh, is he swapping?
Really?
Okay. He'll have a carryover with the Katars, but that's going to be a Ragnar lock-in from Hermison. So swaps on both sides, neither of them feeling the Queen Nais. And unfortunately, on one side, it's like Wright doesn't get to take any of that Queen Nai information into this next game, but neither does Hermison. It's just a complete wipe of any information that they had beyond maybe dodge habits.
The only constant is Katars.
Exactly. Hermison really liked to go for that dare into the down signature. He'll still kind of have that option with the Katars on Ragnar, but it's kind of different. It doesn't have the double coverage that it does with Queen Nai.
Right. You know what? I guess in some sort of way, Queen Nai being as slow as she is, her spear kind of functions like an axe.
Yeah, sure.
Just tons of damage, hard hitting, and Hermison just pouring it on before switching over to these Katars. And Ragnar, an amazing Katar signature kit.
Oh yeah, definitely has a lot of stuff that he can use. The side sig you see chases incredibly far. Neutral sig.
Oh yeah.
Catches above and spikes down. Weapon toss. That's not unique to the Katars, but it still works out. And then he's got that the down signature, which is that Spitfire. He can throw it over corners, and you can also throw it on the ground for a little bit more horizontal range on it.
Oh, no. All right,
he
perfectly went wide. Yep. You know, that gravity cancel into the slide kick. It's a very popular option. It's very devastating, especially if you can catch the opponent before they touch the wall and refresh their jumps.
It can also lead into that ground pound. You'll see players like Noel do it a lot. They'll go off stage, use that on-arm downlight into ground pound.
All right, hunting with these big fire-breathing signatures from the Dragon. I absolutely love that one. Just that arc of flame overhead. So good.
Just burn the sky. And he's keeping this weapon juggling going. He's actually got hit by that one, and it's that one as well. And that is 3 stocks up for Hermison over right.
I mean, once you've gained control of the ground and forced your opponent into the air, it's very smart. I mean, Hermison just commanding so much space with those upwards weapon tosses.
I think it was, what's interesting though is, I think it was Boomy who said, just don't go aerial against Katars because the downlight comes out so incredibly fast.
Oh, yeah.
And Hermison not even really using that. Instead, he's going for this up toss or the horizontal movement. He'll back up and throw out that spitball, that fire, and it's been working out against right. Looking for that gravity cancel downlight. Didn't quite get the connection, but now Hermison's just really feeling himself, just trying to go in onto right.
My gosh, perfect dodge, but the back end of the breakdance, sending him off,
so many active
denying the 3 stock. A little bit of a moral victory at least.
That's the I'm not going out without a fight. Oh, the weapon toss actually interrupting that one. And there
not
you
this
see
time.
It. Yeah.
He got the order right.
Different directions.
You know, you just got to swap it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Commutative property, right?
Exactly. A plus B is not the same as B plus A in this one, fortunately. But
you got to watch the logic on it.
Right. Yeah, you got to make sure you got the parentheses, PEMDAS.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But Wright is not out of it. He's just going to be moving around in the pool. Still opportunity for him to make it out top side of that pool if Hermison falls to somebody else inside of that.
Man, oh man. Absolutely crazy. So kind of that Qatar favorite pick between the two.
Yeah, they liked their Qatars.
Really interesting to see because I feel like Hermison's Queen Nai gets more mileage off of his spear than anything else.
That would be what I think most people think about when they think about Hermison and his Queen Nai is they think about the spear, they think about the SIG usage.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean that is the hallmark of Hermison. So I'm expecting to see more of that as the day progresses. What do you think his chances are for making it not just top 64 but further? Let's say top 16.
So he's guaranteed. Okay, not guaranteed. If he makes it out, if he makes it out top side of his pool. That's top 64. I think that's guaranteed top. It's whatever's between 32 and 64.
Yeah, that sets him around like the 48 or something.
Yeah, something like that. Where if he loses, he's already above top 64, but he hasn't quite earned the top 32 spot.
Right.
But as far as that goes, there's so many sharks in this one.
Oh,
there's so many killers that.
It would really depend on how the matchups shake out.
Exactly.
Because, I mean, you're not really just looking at your pool if you want to go and take the championship. You're looking, all right, who am I going to end up facing based on how they did in their pool?
Yeah.
It's like, who's going topside, who's going loser's bracket.
I mean, and it's so hard to predict now because, like, if you were coming into this, you're looking at all the pools and you're going, okay, I know who's in my pool. I'm confident I can make it out top side or whatever. And then who's in the other pool, I'm confident that person's going to make it out top side. But now that we're going into the actual days, you're like, I don't actually know you're going to make it out top side. And that could be really bad. Because if you're like, okay, I don't think I'm going to make it out top side of my pool, but I think I can get pretty far in the lower bracket. But then you're going back to yesterday and you're like, oh, Boomy and Remy are here now. Okay, I guess we got to do.
Why not
do that now? Yeah, like.
Absolutely crazy. And we actually have one of the members of the team who made it out into top 6 yesterday. Starlight and Tiffany.
Yep.
And now we have Starlight sitting down for his first match of the day, I believe, against Weaver.
Yeah, Starlight teaming alongside Tiffany, like you said. They actually beat Noel and Ithro to earn that top 6 spot, which is the team that knocked Boomy and Remy out of the tournament. On the other side, Weaver, very another community member. Yeah, Cassidy man.
You see him over in all the Discords, Just blasters, hammers. He loves Cassie. Just wants to play that cowgirl. Just lasso for days.
I think he usually teams up with Smasher.
Yep.
In tournaments, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's also one of the lads, right? With Jellyfish?
I believe so. You'll see him practicing a ton of different combos.
Yeah, if you ever see big 2v1 combos on the Reddit, that's usually the lads who have been putting those together.
2v1 combos. I think they sometimes put out like the 8v1 combos and stuff.
Those are awesome too. They'll do like same character themed combos and stuff. Like they just like those big like flashy combos, and so they tend to play for that flash. They tend to try to have some stylish stuff happen more so than playing for the win. As long as they can get some fan advantage, some cheering on their side, then
you got to play for the highlight reel, man.
Yeah, exactly.
When the day is done, that's what everyone's going to remember.
That's the most important
If you don't manage to get a trophy, that is.
Yeah, well, that's what we need next year is a lads trophy.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Flashiest, like a combo tourney.
That would be pretty great. So Starlight locking in Sidra, one of the few Canon players at top level.
One of probably the ones that you'll have the highest expectancy of Canon. But sometimes he'll swap off of it. He's still got some old mainstays.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he goes to the Bode Bar really much anymore, but he'll swap to the Asuri and sometimes the Hattori.
Yeah. You'll see him play Hattori mostly in like 2v2, but he really loves Cannon because look at that, just right off the bat, almost taking out Weaver. These strings are explosive.
All he needs is a good dodge read, and you can see Weaver just get completely deleted from this. Is the dodge from Weaver?
Man, I would say that, like, you know, Enigma as a stage with all these platforms, it doesn't afford as much of the open area that Cannon wants to really get its strings going. But with Sidra's neutral signature, that cannonball fire,
it'll cover the platforms.
Yeah.
Starlight also doesn't really like to use the anchor, which I think is unfortunate because the anchor is one of my favorite signatures to watch. Here comes the punish. Downlight into the recovery. Sky kill box a little bit higher than, say, the side kill boxes, so a little bit more difficult for Starlight to finish that one off.
I mean, he is just batting Weaver back and forth right now, but damage just
about
equal
damage
between the two. Yeah.
Could see a signature come out and connect. Weaver really showing off the Cassidy signatures. Cassidy very known for her high dexterity, which means that these signatures are a little bit safer for Weaver, so we can start throwing him out. He's really throwing out the neutral, though, and Starlight is not jumping into it.
Just giving that stomp, showing him the hit, but Starlight not biting, finding a hit of his own.
But he recognizes that he's quite damaged. He has this cannon. That is not going to be it. Weaver not able to finish it off. Lots of neutral sticks come out, but it's the side that does it for Weaver.
Just got to keep blasting away, rootin' tootin', pow pow.
The old Yosemites. Down air connects from Weaver, looking for something there. That was interesting. Usually off of a down air, you'll see like a gravity cancel down light come out, but instead Weaver went for a chase dodge down. Not sure what you can get from that.
It's usually like, depending on the height, your dodge escape option there is to dodge down.
Okay.
And I think Viper's kind of layering that mix up before conditioning Starlight.
Okay.
He's expecting Starlight to already be going for the expected option. Now these blasters, you know, they can deal a ton of damage, but Starlight's just not letting him get the range he needs.
He is actually getting good damage on the Starlight, though. Just these down airs chipping away at Starlight's health. The gravity cancel down sig sends him off. Not going to be the kill. Side air does it.
Yeah, now blasters, you know, they usually do have a bit harder of a time KOing because their side air isn't that strong. You need to build up a ton of damage, which Weaver is amazing at doing. But you'll typically see the recovery off the top, maybe ground pounds off stage. But with a signature kit like Cassidy's, I mean, you really don't need to rely on those.
You can just throw out those sigs, or just swap over to the Hammer. Hammer has a little bit more kill potential inside of its hits. Now we're seeing the cannon come back from Starlight. Starlight is not finding the follow-ups that he's looking for.
Oh, there's one.
Not gonna be the kill, though. Over to the blasters again for Weaver. He had it primed. He's doing such a good job of making sure that he's not on Hammer for too long, because the blasters are just what's working for him against Starlight. That should be the kill. Yep.
All right, but not before Weaver piled a ton of damage on. Every hit that Starlight took trying to get his way in, attempting to get that KO, it set him so far back.
There's the neutral stick connecting for Weaver.
Oh my god!
Gravity cancel signature and Weaver. JV2 over Starlight. Only thing wrong with it is he's not on the glow box skin.
Okay, I understand.
You got penalized for that one, unfortunately.
I think I saw like Epi playing the glow box skin yesterday.
Yeah, in twos. He played it, but that's it, man. I want more.
I know, everybody does.
Just do it for the crowd. Do it for Twitch chat. But we're gonna get right on into the next game. Weaver and Starlight. Starlight not really feeling the map, so he's gonna go over to Mammoth here. And Weaver likely will be trying to stick with his guns, stick with the blasters. And it's on Starlight to get in on top of those blasters. Blasters has a dead zone between the shots, so if Starlight can get in on it, then Weaver will have a tough time.
Yeah, it really is just finding that range. But Starlight, I mean, he's barely been touched. Now Weaver's really just got to get a beat on his movement, but Starlight's doing a great job changing it up. Ground movement, aerial movement.
Oh, and there's the neutral light. It is going to get punished. Neutral light's kind of the last resort of blasters. You'll see them throw out like a down light, and then they can protect themselves with the neutral light. But if you throw out the neutral light, that's the slightly more punishable one, and that's why Starlight went in off the whiff neutral light from Weaver.
Got inside that down light. I mean, all these down lights into recoveries coming from Starlight, longtime sword player. You know, he knows all the combos. He knows which one is going to pour on the most damage in each situation.
Back when players really pushed ledge cancels, he was kind of one of the few who was really good at getting the multi-ledge cancels on Great Hall, where we would ladder his opponents up. But very safe damage build from Starlight, and now that he's got that health advantage, he's going in with the cannon.
That could almost be it. Immediately deep yellow, almost orange.
That's so much damage.
That's the real danger of cannon. I mean, if you burn an aerial dodge against it and they catch on.
Oh, Weaver!
All right, never mind. Mix up the mix-up. Weaver with the Russian Mafia off the top.
That's the flash. That's the flare that we expect from players like Weaver. He's playing for the highlight reel. Now he's got the blasters. Ultimate highlight reel would be beating Starlight right now, though.
I mean, he's got the spacing. He kept Starlight off that weapon for so long.
Oh, but just off the mark with that side light. Starlight doing a really good job of spacing around these blasters. This is trouble for Weaver. Running out of movement. Doesn't have the jumps.
And that's
can't get to the wall.
If you go out and you force out their dodge early, you know, they're not going to have as much of that movement to get back to stage. So that can be crucial in securing your KOs.
Full stock advantage to Starlight now, and he's on the cannon.
Oh,
there's
no, another dodge read.
Oh, just barely dodges over that side air. Oh, just turn in the wrong direction. A little bit of panic coming out from Weaver.
Ooh, beautiful
recovery.
Off the top, almost enough.
A little bit more damage on Starlight, and that could have been a kill.
Just blasting with the cannon. Oh, perfect dodge. That would have been the end for Weaver.
Downlight into the recovery. Oh, just short. There's come out. This is good damage for Starlight because he's still got an extra stock behind this one. That will be the kill. If Weaver can perfect this, then he can win the set. If not, we're going to a game 3, and that's just more time for a seasoned tournament player like Starlight to adapt.
I like this change. He swapped over to the hammer. He saw that Starlight, you know, getting a little bit of a beat on his gauntlets.
Oh!
Are you kidding me?
Oh, that's
not enough. Not enough. He's okay.
It's close. Let's go, Weaver.
Everyone just calm down.
Flare.
Interrupting these cannon approaches, you know, it does have a lot more startup than most weapons. So you can usually beat it out, but Starlight beating out Weaver, tying up the set 1-1.
But this is a lot closer than I think a lot of people would have expected.
Oh, yeah.
Between the two of them. Starlight, a seasoned tournament player. He is the one of the 2016 2v2 world champions.
Yeah.
Looking to get it for 2018, still sitting in the 2v2s for Sunday. He's been playing very well for himself.
Yeah. But I mean, look at Weaver. He's just smiling, having a great time.
It's like, he feels confident. What's the flashy combo I want to do this time? That's what he's thinking. Like, Russian Mafia. What else can I do?
It's like, oh, that wasn't
what's the next one? Yeah.
I need to find the right one. 3, 2. And we're actually going over to Blackguard Keep. Now, a little bit more open area than, say, like Great Hall or something, but it does have that platform on the left-hand side. Gives you an extra spot for recovery sometimes, but it is that much closer to the edge of the screen where you can get knocked out.
Oh, nice. Downlight into the chase dodge recovery. 2/3 of the Russian Mafia. Weaver just dancing on the main stage. And like you said, that left side is kind of a risky spot, but you'll see players just sit on it because for the most part, it's generally safer to just sit on the main stage and not even challenge the off stage, not even challenge that soft platform.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you've got somebody like Weaver with blasters, so much range commanding, how are you going to find your way through?
Weaver stomp into neutral signature, sends Starlight up, looking for the Nair finisher. Good damage coming out from Weaver. The swap over to the hammer focus play is really working out for him, but he still knows that he's got his blasters. Sayers needs more.
He's going to be looking for one of the stronger hits on the kit. You know, side air, it can do the job fairly late in a stock.
Yeah, you kind of have to like shove the side airs into them, and it's generally more about burning their utility than it is about just shoving them off the screen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, almost catching out Starlight's recovery, but he faded away at the last second.
But Starlight's coming back into this. There's the recovery. Weaver, slight advantage. Starlight's going to need to build some damage onto this stock of Weaver if he wants to get the kill soon.
That's those clean mechanics, hitting those gravity cancel down lights. Because you actually need to spot dodge in the air and then input a down light during the first few frames of that spot dodge.
There's a 10-frame window for that input?
It's actually like a 16.
I always get that mixed up. It's yeah, 16.
Yeah, but you want to make sure to get it there in time to actually hit your opponent before they fade away. Ooh, Starlight sending him off the side. That's going to tie up the stocks.
Confident play from Starlight. He did even up the damage a little bit, but Weaver back to the hammer here. See how well the hammer can do for Weaver. The side light's going to be a really strong option for stuffing Starlight's approaches. The neutral sig connects. Starlight high in the sky.
Oh my gosh!
From Weaver, full stock advantage.
Just sniping out that side air. Starlight was trying to cross over to the right-hand side, but Weaver just denying all that airspace. And Starlight really on the back foot here. I mean, full stock lead to Weaver and growing. Yeah, Starlight knows. You see him, he'll hang out on these pretty much either the far right or far left of the stage because he wants those big cannon strings. He needs that real estate.
Space. Surprised he didn't pick Shipwreck for a map.
Whoa.
Oh, ground pound off the mark. Starlight with the dares. Weaver going real low. Gets back up and he got the wall touch. Starlight looking to finish this off.
Just
drops the recovery.
Away again and again. I mean, Weaver's deep in the red, but Starlight is soon to follow.
Downlight into Nair. Yeah, Starlight did take a little bit of damage here.
Switching over the sword, looking for the recovery off the top.
Just around it. Starlight not able to finish that kill.
And you know Weaver's just hunting for that recovery. He wants to close this out real fast.
There's the recovery. Starlight just above it. Weaver got the wall touch though. Weapon toss. Weaver backing off, playing it safe. Down sig! And Weaver with the upset.
2-1 over Starlight in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, let's go Weaver. Chanted from the back. That is going to be an upset. That means there's a very real possibility Weaver makes it out topside and Starlight gets knocked down into the lower side.
I mean, this is what we were talking about. Just all it takes is one upset to change the outlook of your entire day.
It'll break people's brackets.
Yeah. They'll just be like, oh, I was totally prepared and expecting this matchup. Now I've got to like try and research this guy? Oh, no.
Exactly. Like I don't want to overstate it. It's just players have been going into, they've been preparing for this for a very long time now.
Oh, yeah.
For at least a month. And they've been looking at fantasy brackets, just kind of imagining who's the top people, who is in line for me to fight, and going back and looking at their replays, looking at their gameplay, going, okay, here's his habits, here's his character pool, here's what I expect, here's what I need to know. And suddenly you're like, wait a second, I didn't study a Cassidy. I didn't study Weaver.
Who would?
The only gameplay I can find is Lad's combos of Weaver. Like, what? My upper bracket is just going to have to be off instinct. It's going to have to be on, like, just raw game knowledge. And that's wild.
That is awesome.
That's
I am
great.
So excited. Because, I mean, Cassidy, you don't see that pick too often these days.
She is a underpicked character. And it's kind of interesting. She's very high dexterity focused.
Yep.
And I think to a degree players are like, I'd rather have some other stats. I'd rather have a little bit more survivability. I'd rather have, because she's got 4 movement speed with it. So you're like, okay, maybe I have to put into that movement speed stance in order to get my 5 that I'm looking for. So it's kind of a weird pick. But Weaver, like, I know what I'm doing with it. I got great blasters. I got great hammer. I can kill you from anywhere. I can do flashy stuff. Like
crazy. And the reactions on him. Absolutely stellar.
That was amazing to watch.
Oh, yeah. And we've got more coming up.
Of course.
As I see Hyper Hero and Parallel sitting down for their match.
Yeah, these guys, I see them around each other a lot. Like, I see them just, like, hanging out, playing together. They're just, like, I don't want to say they're friends because I have no idea what their relationship is. But, like, from an outward perspective, they look like
You would
friends.
say that they are friends?
I would imagine they're friends, just saying. I'm not going to say what they're, like.
All right. I mean, not too friendly. Hyper Hero was teaming with Jester yesterday. Parallel, who has he usually been teaming with? I'm not entirely sure. But
I watched it, but I forgot.
Hyper Hero Parallel, I don't think I've seen them play against each other that often.
No.
They usually end up on opposite sides of the bracket.
They're usually in their own separate zones as far as, like, play goes. So it'll be interesting to see how well they can go against. Oh, Parallel was with Arbrins.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and they did fairly well for themselves.
Nice.
I think Arbrins clutched a set, or clutched a game. But yeah, Hyper Hero is one of the other kind of potential Sidras out there, potential canon players. And then Parallel tends to play a little bit more North American style, like Bodvar Hattori, Lasuri.
Yeah, those picks that you usually end up seeing.
Yeah.
You mentioned what the typical NA picks are.
Yeah.
What would you call the stereotypical EU picks?
See, EU's not like, they have like a flavor of the month kind of thing, right? Like there was a period in time where EU was like, hey, we're all Scythes. Hey, we're all Lance, right? Like there's just like times where like there's a lot of EU players that are playing a certain weapon. Right now, it's kind of up in the air. You got a little bit of like Ragnir flavor, you got a little bit of Lucian flavor, a little bit of Val, a little bit of Bodvar. Like it's kind of just a little bit of everything.
A little more scattered.
Yeah.
Less like the Illuminati coming together and saying, we will all play this weapon now.
Exactly. There's no, like, this weapon dominates the EU meta, so everyone in EU is going to play it. Whereas in North America, it's you'll find people tweeting when's Sword going to get nerfed, right? Like, they're going to be like, it's North America. I've played against 10 Sword characters in a row and then a Zol. Like,
right.
That's,
and I mean,
this is what happens.
There's the Zol.
Yeah, exactly, a Zol. Actually, yeah, Hyper Hero does have a Bryn. We talk about his Sidra, but I do want to say that he does have a Bryn. So this might be a legitimate pick from Hyper Hero. Not too sure that the Zol's is a legitimate pick from Parallel. Yeah,
from the button checks,
of course,
right? Because some people, they might want to keep a little bit hidden until the last moment, just that way they can't start thinking and formulating their game.
No, well, there's some players like I think Viper is one of those players. Well, he'll just lock in because he's like, I don't want to have to change anything after this. But all right, it looks like we're gonna have an Axe Mirror match. Parallel gonna be on the Ragnir Hyper Hero on the Bryn. He's just going in with the old the doo-doo Ragnir. He's not going in with any skins or anything.
Oh man, just that brown Drake.
Yep. That's the, like, somebody found some Ragnir bones and tried to imagine what color it would be, right? Like artist rendition of Ragnir.
I was gonna say, like, what aspect would it be, and that's typically like Earth Warden status.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. Maybe you took a mud bath.
Ooh, mud
kept
bath
the teeth
dragon.
Clean. Yeah.
I mean, you get it nice and toasty in there. Just self-supply the heat.
A little clay. I think elephants put mud on themselves, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know a lot about
elephant
zoology.
Skin for Ragnar.
Elephant skin Ragnar? I do want an effect swap with Ragnar blowing bubbles instead and spitting like a water ball. Like,
that would be
amazing. That, but, I also really like the anglerfish Ragnar, just saying. But
well, you got to watch out for the depths with those anglerfishes, but you also got to watch out for the depths here on Shipwreck Falls because there's barely any wall space to recover to.
Oh yeah, it's such dangerous positioning on the corners, and that's going to work out in Parallel's favor as he has arguably the stronger wall coverage weapons. Meanwhile, Hyper Hero with this axe, he can hit a bunch of dares, but other than that, he doesn't quite have the pressure potential off stage.
Man, we see Parallel just hot swapping these weapons constantly, keeping Hyper Hero on his feet, but Hyper Hero's very steady.
He is keeping himself composed against this weapon swapping, but now there's no weapons for Parallel to swap to, because he's got to play just the raw axe game. Hyper Hero getting the better of Parallel here. There's the weapon all the way to the right side. Parallel going to try to get to it.
Oh! Big anti-air coming out. Hyper Hero claiming the first stock just about a minute in.
He read that from Parallel. Parallel was looking for the fake out, was looking like he was going to go for the weapon, and then he decided to cut back, try to go for a gravity cancel downlight. The Hyper Hero was just ready for it with that neutral sig.
Just cracked open the book. Give it a read.
Nice downlight ground pound, though, from Parallel. Will even up the stocks. What's the weapon pick? Katars? Axe is still on the field? No, it's going to be the Katars, though.
Yep.
Has the advantage over unarmed in just that brief moment. Oh, nice ground pound from Parallel.
I mean, he's been finding the hits, getting the damage that he needs, turning every single hit into 3 at least.
Extending those strings. But Hyper Hero with the axe mix-ups, he's been doing a really good job going for the sidelight nair and then changing up what he does. Sometimes he'll do the ground pound, sometimes he'll do the Sair. That time he went for the gravity cancel neutral sig. Okay,
Parallel staying above the anti-air this time. Wanting to hold on to his stock. What's the mix-up here? Going to the spear.
Burning a lot of jumps, though. Got down. There's the weapon spawn. Hyper Hero's going to try to cover it, but Parallel with the dash-in spot dodge gets through, but he eats the side air for the kill.
All right, Hyper Hero really building himself a little bit of a lead here. Finding just all these axe hits. So much damage coming out every time.
Just chunking away at Parallel's final stock here in game 1. Parallel with the axe in hand. Throws over to the Katars. I like the idea. I really like the idea, but Hyper Hero was ready for it, able to dodge away.
I mean, Bryn, she is one of the fastest characters in the game. A lot of people forget that.
She zooms.
Zooms right off the top, 1 stock apiece.
Off-stage opportunity. Parallel not able to get the neutral sig. Couldn't keep Hyper Hero off-stage. But that's looking like what he'll need at this point is to just shove Hyper Hero off-stage and get that Katar pressure.
I mean, at this point, he just needs any solid hit. And Bryn's got a ton of amazing signatures to choose from.
Neutral light from Hyper Hero. There's the down air.
Go.
Needs one more hit. Parallel does get to the wall.
Just opting for the weapon advantage. Oh, side air, clip him. That's going to do it.
When we were talking about those short walls, that was what worked out for Hyper Hero because that down air covered basically the whole wall.
Oh, yeah.
It's got enough downward range to shove him off the wall.
And the thing is, that forces all his options high, where the axe side air is an incredible threat.
Not only that, but the axe neutral signature for Bryn, which is something that Hyper Hero was really good at using. We're going right back to the same map.
Oh my gosh. That's a bold pick.
Parallel just wanting that run back.
I mean, it makes sense when you look at the legend he's using because Katar's absolutely amazing off stage. They can end in stock in an instant. Axe, amazing off stage. But that last match did not shake his way.
And he's playing a real big weapon toss game. And I don't know how well that's working out for him.
Oh my gosh, the double side air?
Double Sairs off the downlight.
Man, as if the 3-piece combo didn't do enough damage already, just tacking on the extra.
Just chopping away. Oh, the clash.
The clash into the down air. That's going to do it. First stock even faster this time. Hyper Hero just speeding up the pace.
Momentum carrying across the games.
Oh my gosh, challenging the signature, just trotting over to the side. Ooh, okay, there we go. That side sig.
Just the kill.
You're flying out
side
at
air.
you.
No jumps.
Clean.
And that's another property of Shipwreck. Like you said, they have to recover high because of those low walls. Ends up burning a lot of utility getting to that height. And so Hyper Hero didn't really have a lot. That side air gave him one jump back, and he had to dodge.
Parallel kind of identified that early, didn't even go off stage, because if your opponent manages to tag you, they can get access to a chase dodge to give them a little bit of extra recovery and usually survive.
A little bit of a boosty.
You got to spot it like a tennis player, right? Is that going to go out? I don't know.
You just need a ref to scream out at you. Oh, goes for the double recovery. But he's getting good damage onto Hyper Hero with the Katars. I like that Parallel's decided to stick with a weapon this time, and he's not trying to do this juggle gameplay. Having a little bit more consistency.
It's definitely been working out more. I mean, he's pushed the damage lead in his favor despite losing his first stock pretty early.
Oh, just off the mark on the punish. I was expecting a jump Sair on that one.
Oh, yeah.
Nice recovery underneath. Stock could go either direction. This is fairly close, the recovery off the wall. Goes low when Hyper Hero was high. Downlight into the recovery, and Parallel takes that slight lead over Hyper Hero, but he is one tap from death.
All right, just guarding that weapon, starving it from Hyper Hero. He wants to extend the stock, push his lead as far as it will carry him.
He's not getting any hits. There's the first hit onto Hyper Hero, just a downlight. All right, that's going to be a punish. Can't get much more, though. Hyper Hero doing a really good job of dodging out after Parallel's first hit, and that side air evens it up. Only 2 taps of damage, a downlight and a side light were what Parallel was able to get onto Hyper Hero's final stock.
Coming from Katars, that's not a lot of damage. You need multiple hits.
Throwing it away. He wants the Katars. Good unarmed pressure, though, on top of Hyper Hero. Might just want to go in unarmed onto Hyper Hero at this point, but no. Swaps to the Katars. Hyper Hero, again, recovers high.
Now he identifies he's got that damage built. He can start knocking him off stage with those signatures and then go for just the Katar denial. Oh, got the dodge read.
Oh, the ground pound connects.
So dangerous.
Oh, the back end.
Hyper Hero taking it out.
The big 360 hitbox of that recovery working out in Hyper Hero's favor.
Yeah, you can actually aim that back end if you just time it right around that corner. And that's why Axe is so dangerous on Shipwreck. The down air, the ground pound. I mean, even just bouncing someone with side air, it's so strong.
And yeah, like you said, the side air is another really good option because of the angles at the bottom of Shipwreck. If you bounce him off of it, it'll angle him down.
It's crazy.
So, Hyper Hero really playing into the maps, using the map to his advantage, really just playing the map the way that you should. Ended up working out in his favor. I think he's going to end up top side of that pool because generally speaking, when it's 2 players like that, the winner of them is going to be
main contenders in their segment.
It's the deciding factor there.
All right, so it looks like what we are going to have coming up next is Atrophius versus Webster. Now, let's talk about Atrophius a little bit, because that is definitely one of the names that's often on people's lips, right?
Is it because he's so old?
I didn't want to bring it there, but yeah, he's been around the community a minute.
He's been
elsewhere a minute, too. All right, what are you trying to say?
He's been around the world a little for a couple of minutes as well. He's one of the older men in the Brawlhalla community, but that doesn't mean that he is geriatric and unable to play. He's definitely been able to hold his own, and he's also one of the few Scythe mains in the community as well.
Yeah, definitely one of the early innovators of the weapon. And people would often say, far and away the best Scythe player until this year, where others have kind of started sprouting up around him.
But he's like the father of these new Scythe mains, right? Yeah. Ethan and Sandstorm, even if they don't directly recognize it, a lot of what they're doing was started by players like Atrophius.
Yeah, so we're probably going to see him rocking that Mordex, right?
Of course.
I mean, that's what he's been favoring. He's got the scythe. He's got the gauntlets. 2 high-string weapons. It's going to go into dodge reads.
Is that actually? Yeah, he's got it on the T-shirt. Like, there's a Mordex on the T-shirt.
Yeah, if you get some custom art of yourself with your character,
of yourself and Mordex,
shirt, I respect it.
You got to play it.
Absolutely. Look at him, just thinking. You know, one of the last times I saw him, he had the long hair, rocking like the shoulder length. But I like this clean cut.
I do like the new haircut. I remember he like tweeted a picture of himself once he got the haircut. Like once he did this, because like back at I want to say it was CEO Dreamland, he was still rocking the long hair.
Yeah.
And then like a couple of months after, he got the haircut and he tweeted out a picture of it. I remember Sparky and I were like, "Yo, he looks like a different person."
Oh
he
yeah,
completely. He just completely changed, and it looks good. I'm gonna say, shoutouts to him. Shoutouts to his wife. On the other side. This is Webster playing with a GameCube controller. Brawlhalla sports all sorts of controllers. I think Cosmix was playing with, what is it, the Pro controller? Nintendo Pro controller?
Oh, yeah. That controller's amazing, honestly. Like, one of the best that I've held in a long time.
It's a very solid one. Yeah, you can't really go wrong with it. But Webster teamed up with Mr. Podronsky in 2s. I don't actually know too much more beyond that about Webster.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see him around the community spaces, right? The Discords, the Reddit, but usually not one to crack like those tournament top 16s.
All right, well, respect coming out, making it out here, waking up early for the 10 a.m. pools. Not everyone can do it, man.
Yeah, but I don't know. Are we going to see another upset like Weaver over Starlight?
It's possible. Anything's possible here.
Any given Sunday on this Saturday. You know what I say?
It's cool. I have my my calendar set in advance, all right? And it's like I don't know if you knew people who do this, but they would set their clocks like an hour early, so they wake up, look at it, and think that they're late, so they rush through everything so that they can actually be on time.
Oh,
it's like that.
Yeah,
but with
I've heard
days,
of that.
Like a full day. So I feel like I need to catch up to tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean you just keep set. Daylight savings, and then it just becomes day savings.
Yeah, exactly.
You just bank it.
You just put that in the bank, let interest accrue. Atrophius straight up got up and was like, "Hey, let me help you out here, Webster."
Oh, man. You know what? That's just kind of the guy that he is.
That's respect.
Always willing to lend a helping hand.
Real stand-up community member.
That's why you'll see him coming out to a ton of these events. He's always helped us set things up, break things down.
He's always hanging out. He's always good for a good chat. If any of y'all are still out there, maybe you're still on the fence. There's still one more day beyond today. You could probably still get in today. Real talk. There's still a lot of today to go. But there's also tomorrow, and that's the day you're not going to want to miss. And you're going to want to come out, hang out, and talk with literally all of us and guys like Atrophius. There's a lot of us out here.
Oh, yeah.
And just hang out, chat.
Just that community, because we are here, DreamHack Atlanta at the Georgia World Congress Center. This is the Brawlhalla World Championship for 2018.
2018. It's been an amazing year.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a great year.
Crazy volatile year.
Oh, yeah.
As far as the esports scene goes. So 2v2s were yesterday, 1v1s today. We've got pool play going on. And I just want to remind everyone, these are round-robin matches. So everyone in the pool is going to play everyone else. And the top 2 from each of those groups is going to make it into the standard bracket.
Into the double limb bracket, top 64, and we'll whittle that down later today. But this isn't the only stream to watch all of that. Data FGC is another stream running more matches.
Oh, yeah.
So you can watch it side by side, put it in 2 tabs, get everything.
That's what I like to see. You got to run the multi-stream, you know?
Exactly. Got to have the multi-stream, and then you have both Twitch chats.
Crossfade.
Is there a way to do that?
I mean, I just kind of do that manually.
Okay, yeah. I didn't know if there was like a thing that would like actually let you do it, because there's some software out there that will sometimes do it. But I usually just like whichever one I'm like more focused on, that's the one that I'm listening to, and then I'll swap over between the two. But
yeah. Or while one's doing downtime and the other's got a hot match on, swap over to that guy. Yeah, that'll be cool. So just reminding everyone what we've seen on this stream today. There was Koslix taking it over Magma Bob. Even though Magma Bob started off amazingly in that set, if you missed it,
was a great
definitely
start.
Go catch it. It's going to be on the highlight reels for sure. And then we had Agzo and iBlack playing each other, as well as Hermison taking it over Right.
Right started with the Queen 9.
Yeah.
Did not finish
Went
it.
for the mirror match, but not quite enough. And then Starlight falling to Weaver.
That was the big upset
Weaver's
so far.
Cassidy. Yes. And then that last match that you just saw, Hyper Hero taking over Britain, brings us to the current match of Atrophius versus Webster.
Button checks getting started. Webster repping the double headphone. He's got the music playing in the buds, and then he's got the gameplay playing with the over ears.
All right, looks like they gave the thumbs up. Everything feeling good. All your buttons checked. All right, so now Atrophius, we were talking about his Mordex. There it is.
Yeah, I was going to say
he does have the
Giro. He does have the Giro, but likely will be starting off with the Mordex. That's the skinny reps with it. That's the one that's on his T-shirt.
Oh, yeah.
If he takes the jacket off a little bit, shows that. But on the other side, Webster, on this Bode bar, that's the Nutcracker in the Gold Forged.
You know, it's coming back in season, I hear.
Yeah. It's holiday. I mean, if you go to Target right now, I'm pretty sure there's a couple of those walking around.
Oh, yeah,
But
starting
walking,
November 1st.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I need to get some post-Halloween candy and a Christmas wreath.
Oh, my gosh. All right, so we are here at Mammoth Fortress, very stable stage, fairly wide walls to recover to. There's only the one soft platform, and it moves around, so a lot of the time it's level with the stage. And Atrophius just starting off with some big sight strings. That's going to be enough. Close it out. 20 seconds. Done. Book it.
We were talking about Mammoth Fortress, and Atrophius was talking about going on to the rest of the pool.
He was like, Mammoth Fortress? You mean my house? Get out of my house.
Get off. All right. A little bit of damage put out onto Atrophius. Not going to perfect this game. Not a skunk, but looking pretty close to one.
Yeah, I mean, Webster's going to have to find a way to deny any kind of sight strings from starting. That's what we're looking for, getting those three-piece sword strings going.
He's starting to chip away at Atrophius, starting to recognize how Atrophius is making these approaches, so we can start getting those hits in. Nice side light. Can he get the skill option? Actually didn't take too much damage to get Atrophius to this point. Just a little bit late to the party, though, because he's already down onto his second stock. Stomps there.
Ooh.
Yup. Weapon toss. Atrophius goes above it. One more hit. It's going to be the recovery, but that rockets him up. It's not going to be the kill. Oh, he didn't touch the wall.
He was just thinking about, how did I survive that uppercut?
He's like, well, I
wasn't paying attention to the wall.
Just skimmed that wall there, just trying to take the froth off of it. Unfortunately, falls to his death, and that is going to even it up in terms of stocks. Oh, went high for the gravity cancel sideline.
As the thing, Atrophius is not just a scythe user, amazing at gauntlets as well. Another high string weapon.
All about those dodge reads. Each of these weapons setting up for dodge reads for big damage, and now he's going to be sticking to the scythe.
Let's see.
Oh, he tried to deny.
Webster sneaking in, snagging that weapon.
Just around the corner. He's got those extendo arms. Go Gadget, give me that weapon. Down sig connects from Atrophius. Just some extra damage on top of Webster. Oh, good spot dodge around the ground pound.
Here we go, just kind of dancing around that extra weapon. Wow, Atrophius getting just over that weapon throw into the denial, send him up towards the top.
Charging it up, almost got the hit.
You gotta
the side
let
air
the
challenge.
howl out.
Yeah.
Oh, just grab him, throw him down on the stage.
Trying to get the clap. There's the recovery. Just wanting to finish this game off, but Webster getting some kicks in, trying to build this damage, trying to see what he can take into the next game. Atrophius not giving him any time to study.
Just uppercut right off the top. Listen to that howl.
Oh, woo. Am I right?
Atrophius just so focused during his sets.
He's got the hyper-focus face right now. Meanwhile, Webster playing the most interesting air instrument I've ever seen.
He's got to shake it loose. You know, like after that,
Shake it off.
He identifies that his movement needs to be on point, and you see him loosening up already.
Got to make sure you get your finger stretches in. Webster off stage, gets the wall touch, recovers high.
Man, Trophus just knows where you're going.
He's just ready for it.
Foresight is unreal.
Oh, and the chase touch with the follow-up icicles.
Jeez.
So close.
Okay, let's go. Hammer time.
Oh, into the neutral sig, though, from Atrophius. Looking for the down sig. Likely would have thrown up in that spot.
All right, punches him off stage. Show him the claws.
Sidelight into recovery. Atrophius taking the lead, but not nearly as commanding as it was in game 1, where he 100-0'd him.
Yeah, this is definitely a lot closer. I wonder what Webster's been thinking about. His hammer strings have been on point.
He's just literally just running around Atrophius, right? And he was just trying to find the position for it. Weapon toss comes out, still has the opportunity, tries to wait out the return, but couldn't quite get the hit. The recovery connects. Air was close.
So close to knocking him off stage. Here we go, hunting. Atrophius just needs a good tap, but he's not going to give it. Gauntlet damage coming out. Massive lead for Atrophius.
Stomp into side air from Webster. That is just hammer in and of itself. Really good stuff from Webster, though, to do it at that height. I thought he was going to be a little bit too high, but clearly he knows the hitboxing on that.
Oh, but quickly running away from him. Atrophius just set and poised to take this next stock.
Atrophius is looking for the kill option, wanted the down sig. Can't get the sidelight
great
recovery.
Dodge by Webster.
Starting to recognize that Atrophius is really going for that sidelight straight into the recovery.
Yeah, that is one of the hallmark moves for finding a KO with gauntlets. It's going to be sidelight into recovery, and I mean, if they've spent their dodge, they're just going to get hit by it. That's why it's so important to save it and use it. Yep, right there.
Toss comes out from Webster. Webster actually doing a really good job trying to find his way back into this. Sidelight sends him flying, but he should have enough jumps. Atrophius doesn't make it over the corner there, so Webster gets to hold on to this stock.
Man, dive kicks just bouncing Webster up into the sky. So much damage on him in that barbecue sauce color.
That'll do it. There you go. Atrophius finally going to eat his barbecue, finish off the stock of Webster.
But I mean, Webster did an amazing job extending his stock.
He really climbed back into this.
Yeah, just close that gap entirely.
If Webster finds the right option, could get the kill. I want to see him go for a vertical option because of the way that gauntlets work. He could go for a lot of those side airs to get back up safely, but since he's disarmed himself, this could be an opportunity, but he didn't keep him off the wall.
All right, just keep shoving Atrophius off stage. Just needs one of those solid hits. Side air, neutral air, any recovery attack. Oh my gosh.
Could be death. Doesn't have enough jumps. Yes, he does.
He had the dodge. He saved
the
it.
Fake out.
But Atrophius sending him off stage, forcing the recovery high. He gets back to safety. Atrophius just denying with that weapon throw. Neutral light, that's going to be enough to close it off. Stock's even. 4 minutes left on the clock, but such a damage gap that Webster needs to make back up.
He'd have to redo what he did on the second stock. And that's just such a tall task to do, but can he do it? He's playing it very safe, not overcommitting. Oh, but he eats a neutral light from the whiff down sig from Atrophius.
Oh, dodging up, but Atrophius seen that too many times.
Expected it, and Atrophius is going to close it out. That is what Atrophius has to do. With his weapons, he has to start recognizing the dodge habits and punishing. And that time, he's like, you're going to dodge up. The recovery is going to cover it. I'm going to kill you.
And Atrophius always a respectful opponent, going in for the handshake.
Goes for the handshake. Doesn't go for the full hug or anything.
Great matches, great sets. Just a stellar competitor all around.
He's a real stand-up fella. Shout-outs to Atrophius.
Oh, yeah.
His wife's a lucky lady, just saying. Got to meet her.
They're very fine people.
Yeah, they're great people. Good for both of them.
Man, and good for, we've got Snowball and Midget sitting down for this next match.
This is going to be an interesting one. I don't know a lot about Snowball, but I will say Midget thinks highly of himself. He's a very confident player, or a very confident player, and he can be a little bit emotional though. There's times where he's like, he's really confident, and he's like, I'm going to be the one who's going to take this one. And there's times where he's like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
everything's awful.
I'm not too familiar with like his more personal end of the game. Mm-hmm. I just know his record and that it speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Because longtime competitor, no stranger to even top 8s.
No, he's definitely made a name for himself as a competitor. He gets slept on sometimes, and people kind of don't really think of him, and then you look back at his history and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, he's definitely made top 8 and more than a couple of tournaments, beating out quite a few players. I believe.
A lot of great 2v2 results, 1v1 results.
I might be misspeaking, but he's the Boomy killer, right?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't remember.
There was a tournament. There was a tournament a while back where I'm pretty sure Midget knocked Boomy out, and people were like, "Oh, that he's the up and comer. He's the Boomy killer." That was one of his nicknames. There you see Midget
selecting the music.
Yeah. I like the shirt or the hoodie. I don't know what it is, but cool art. Reminds me of Cuphead.
Oh yeah. That's one of my favorite games, actually.
Yeah, it's a very good game.
It's all right. Here you just get to play blasters.
Yeah. Almost
use that. Well, I mean, spacing is a very important, fundamental. So it carries across games.
Yeah, and this game has parry. It's a very different type of parry, but it's got parry. It's got jumps. It's basically the same game.
All right, I understood. Oh, you hear the hyper Bodvar.
The Bodvar. Got to make sure it works. I believe this is Snowball on the other side. Right now, they're both hovering Bodvars, but again, button checks. Just pick a character.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Where's the top of his head? Get it because it's camo. Get it?
You know,
can't see it.
This is why. Are we sure we have to be here for this? Thanks, Duke.
Yeah, you're welcome. Merry Christmas.
That's all right. I'm just curious to see what Sparky's going to be wearing on his head today.
He's got a cowboy hat.
I know. I saw. He's wearing pretty much his previous DreamHack wardrobe each day.
That was his. I think he tweeted out that was his theme, is that his outfits for this year, this World Championship, are going to represent his outfits across the year.
So yeah, he had the DreamHack Montreal with the hockey jersey yesterday. Today he's got his DreamHack Austin stuff going on with the cowboy hat.
What's going to be the third one? What's his DreamHack Atlanta one?
Ooh. All right, button checks, feeling good.
Bodvar for Midget, Bodvar for Midget.
Yep.
Koji for Snowball.
Ooh.
Another
nice
high
white
dexterity
and gold
character.
color.
Yeah,
I
like it. I actually don't see the skin a lot.
Yeah, definitely not one of the ones. A lot of people go for like that Ronin with the the straw hat.
Ronin or the old man one.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Those are the two that I generally see for Koji.
Yep, looks like we're going to Mammoth Fortress. No big surprise there. It is one of the most stable stages in the game. A lot of players, even if they want to mix it up later in the set, they'll use this as kind of their information gathering round.
Yeah, it's one that you can get good information just on player habits no matter what. We do see Snowball able to pick up his bow. Some good stuff from him. Not going for the straight kind of obvious options off the sideline. He waited out and went with the dash in neutral line. No jumps.
Ooh, Midget dodging back around. You know, he went down to almost secure that KO, identified that he didn't need it, and used his dodge so that way Snowball couldn't get a hit, couldn't get a chase dodge back to safety.
Really good stuff from Midget, showing why he is a strong contender. Down toss, doesn't want the weapon pickup. Doesn't even care about it. Gets
punching, give him the haymaker.
Already getting the damage advantage on Snowball's second stock. Sends him off stage. Snowball in trouble, but he gets up. Hammer in hand now for Midget, just trying to deny weapon stomp, side air, weapon toss.
Forcing out the dodge. That was absolutely perfect. That first weapon toss right on target, forces out the dodge. Snowball had no recourse, and Midget was just there to clean up. Ooh, great read.
The upshot.
I mean, that's the thing. Koji's bow, it's got amazing range on its side signature, its neutral signature, just those straight shots right on the cardinal directions.
The very precise signatures. They work well if Snowball can hit those shots. There's the sidelight trying to burn something from Midget. Goes for the tatami mat, but Midget just around it.
And Snowball has a mountain to cut through right now.
More
Midget
upshots.
3 stocks still.
Are we going to see our first 3 stock of the day?
Now if Snowball's got anything to say about it, sniped off the right-hand side.
The charge from Snowball. Midget thought that he was going to burn the shot and then immediately get punished by the side sig, but instead it was Snowball who charged it up and got him with the shot.
Okay, and showing some signs of life. These bowstrings coming out, really building the damage onto Midget. Oh my gosh. Just immediately red. That took him about 8 seconds to do.
He's not done yet. He is getting a lot of damage onto Midget. Side air. Can he finish it off? Recovery at the top.
This isn't even my final form. Dead even on stocks. Snowball, if he continues as he is, he's just going to take this game.
Turning into an avalanche, rolling down a mountain. Snowball is building so much damage onto Midget right now. Can he do this? Can he get the reverse 3 stock?
I mean, it's looking close. Midget just getting stray hits here and there. He does have Snowball in the red. Any strong hit could send him out. But I gotta tell you, Snowball's really turned it up.
I mean, like, if you're in Midget's spot, this will kind of shake you a little bit. You'd be real confident in the first 2 stocks, but Midget, unshaken, does hit that ground pound on top of Snowball.
You see him just thinking about that. All right, the stocks that went my way very clearly, it was forcing him off stage, the hail of weapon throws, forcing out his dodge pretty early. But man, you do not want to fight that bow on stage. Snowball will just pile it on.
And so we see Snowball sticking with the theme. He's going to be keeping the bow, but this time doesn't really want the sword. I respect it. He didn't really do a lot with his sword. It was mostly his bow that really brought him back into that last game. So he's going to be swapping over to the Diana, keeping the bow, and getting the blasters. Interesting stat line for both of them going into the movement speed.
3, 2, 1.
I mean, we are back on Mammoth Fortress, so that kind of makes sense. It's a lot of open ground to cover.
Lets you rotate under the map a little bit easier if you need to. Lets you reposition around your opponent's attacks as well. Snowball not finding those bow shots. There's a sidelight.
Yep, there's that three-piece. Oh, Midget opting for the hammer here. Get a little bit of that range advantage.
Oh, stomp it. Snowball was low. This time he hits the side and the weapon toss again. This is what's been working for Midget, shoving Snowball off the stage and hating those weapon tosses. Meanwhile, Snowball on stage with a bow has been doing fairly well for himself if he can get that position.
All right, but we haven't seen his blasters yet. What does he have in the tank as far as blasters go?
Still warming up those blasters. His shots are just slightly off the mark, and Midget taking full advantage of it. Now we're starting to see the damage come out from Snowball. Downlight into the side air.
Ooh, finds the down air. Midget just avoiding that side air.
Oh, clash out. Snowball not able to follow up off the downlight.
Oh! Slides off into the grounded uppercut. That thing hits so hard.
Back to the bow. Snowball. Can he get this stock? Try to get the stocks even, but Midget, where's the weapon toss? Yeah, there's the toss. Doesn't even need it that time. Snowball down to his final stock. But he's a real last stock warrior, just saying.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is almost a 3-stock, but I don't want to call anything yet because Snowball showed us last game. It doesn't even matter.
Stocks don't matter as long as you get that W. Snowball getting caught, though. His blasters They're just still warming up. They're taking him out of the freezer right now. Gotta let him defrost. Throws out the side sig. Midget right underneath it. Side air connects, but not enough force. Yes, it is actually. Didn't have the jumps for that one.
All right, swapping over to the bow. I agree with this decision.
Sideline. There's the dodge out from Midget. Down light, but Snowball not going for a follow-up.
Ooh, went for the dodge read. Midget just dashing right through. Uh-oh, weapon throws off stage. That's where Midget really shines.
There's one. Midget, all he needs is a ground pound, but Snowball with the recovery gets up to the corner.
The three-piece.
Side sig connects, Midget's off.
Oh my gosh. That one does a ton of damage and hits so hard. Sniped him out with the down air. First time we've seen that out of Snowball today. Looking so good.
But Snowball again, he's just one hit from death. He's off stage. There's the weapon toss. Midget with a fake out.
Uppercut not done yet. Stabilizing back on stage.
Down light clashed out with Midget. It's working out in Midget's favor.
Ooh, perfect dodge through by Snowball. You know he wants to regain his footing, get back on stage, hit those. Oh, no bow combos for him. Midget just has the haymaker, knocking him out, taking the set.
But props to Snowball, man. He stayed composed. He was almost, there was twice where he almost had that run back on the final stock.
Man, real clutch factor on Snowball.
But Midget will be the one to win out in the pool. I don't know how well he did in his pool overall, but Midget did fairly well for himself in that set.
I would imagine in whatever pool he got put in, he's
probably one of the
top
favorites.
2 contenders at least.
Definitely one of the favorites. Up next, though, we do have one of the tournament overall favorites as well as pool favorites. Boomy is going to be coming up next. He's going to be going up against Jester, who teamed up with someone yesterday.
Yeah, we saw him with Hyper Hero.
Yeah, Hyper Hero. That's right. So that would make them arguably kind of the 2 favorites of that pool as well, Boomy and Jester.
I would say so, yeah.
But Boomy far and away kind of the favorite of the tournament. But again, yesterday, shaken.
All right. Listen. Boomy is the #1 power ranked player in the world.
Very deservingly as well.
Okay, I mean, it has been an absolute just year of dominance for this guy. So I'm just expecting that to continue today.
Yeah, I'm just expecting the Boomy of lore to come out today. He's ready to get through all of this and continue on. He'll probably be hanging around after his pool as well. He likes to keep an eye on everything as well as stay warm. He's usually like the first one in.
Oh, absolutely.
Every single day, every single tournament.
So he shows up 2 hours before pool start, so that way he can just practice.
That is exactly right. Even I remember he would do this all the way back to last year, the year before, when we had offline tournaments. It was really interesting to me because we went to a tournament. It was Sunday, and we got there early because we want to make sure that nobody's messing with everything. And literally, it was Boomy there practicing by himself because no one else was there.
CEO Dreamland, when he took that tournament, he was there so many hours early, way before the finals, just practicing.
That is the mentality that Boomy has. That is the kind of player that he is. He's taken this whole weekend very seriously. I know. I think it was Thursday night. Some of the players were like, "Hey, let's come hang out." We'll just hang out in a hotel, just play some games, whatever. And Boomy's like, "No, I want to get my sleep. I want to make sure that I have no Johns that I can control, and I want to make sure that I can play to the best of my ability." And
true competitor at the top of the game.
He's got that competitor spirit, and it shows, man. Top power ranked player, one of the favorites to win this tournament. But you just never know. We've already seen some upsets. We saw
so it's going to
Starlight fall.
Very interesting to see what Jester has. There's a ton of footage to look through of Boomy, right? He's at the top of every single tournament. Tons of matches all through those top 8s. Jester could have been doing his research.
That's true. On the other side, there's not a lot of footage of Jester. I don't know how much research Boomy can do onto Jester. But at the same time, if you ever watch Boomy talk about players while he's watching a match. He is so good at just recognizing players.
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah.
Give him 30 seconds, give him a minute of footage, and he'll be like, all right, this guy's habits are X, Y, and Z. Here's what you can do about it. It is so interesting to watch him and listen to him. But we're going to get on into this. It looks like Jester's going to be on the Asuri, and Boomy, no funny business, going to be going in with this Diana. This is one of those picks, like he'll mess around with some other characters, kind of experiment around. But this Diana has kind of been the one that he likes to put as his calling card. That's the one that he puts on like all the fancy graphics that represent who he is.
Yeah, I mean, he's used her in so many tournament grand finals. Yep. And it really shows. His blasters are absolutely ridiculous.
He has arguably the best blasters in the game.
Oh yeah.
He has some, like, he's just nuts with blasters. He's what blasters players aspire to be really right now. He's also apparently got nuts armed. Almost gimping Jester on the right side.
I mean, that's what you got to watch out for. Your stock can evaporate anytime around Boomy.
Goes for this side sig. Almost got him on the back end, but Jester had enough iframes.
Showing a lot of respect there, just going back on stage, going for the stability, rather than hunting Boomy for the edge guard.
I think you have to respect a player like Boomy, though. Like,
at least he's earned early in game one.
Oh
my gosh! Neutral signature off the top. Send him away.
The magic flask, man, floating in air. Jester thought it was gonna be exploded, but Boomy waited it, charging that signature.
And that's the thing. I mean, that charge, it's not just for timing. It grows in damage and strength.
The downline in the neutral sig into a down air.
The snipe.
One more hit. Jester with a turnaround.
Turning it around. All right. That's what I want to see. Qatar's so dangerous off stage.
And he didn't even care about that spawn weapon. Didn't want to try to deny. Didn't want to try to prime. He's like, I just want to make sure I have these Qatars. These are the weapons that I want.
All right, look at that. Jester taking the information from before, staying underneath that magic flask. Getting just around that recovery.
Charging punish?
Not this time. Not this time.
Ready.
Jester knows.
Watching it. Neutral air connects for Boomy. Can he keep the juggle? No. Jester swaps over to the sword for the down air.
Yeah, Jester's done an amazing job just changing up his movement.
Really holding his own here. Very patient on the return. Boomy trying to cover that corner, but Jester gets to the other side. Boomy not in position to get that recovery kill, so instead he's just like, I'll get some extra damage, and when the opportunity is there, I'll get the kill.
Ooh, smart, running that signature right off the edge. So that way you get a little bit of safety from the corner, but no safety up in the open air. Boomy just knocking him off the top.
Back to the blasters, juggling the weapons to delay the weapon spawn. And there's the spawn. Oh!
Right off the top? Just close it out.
Okay. That stock just disappeared. That's a magic trick from Boomy.
He was like, all right, Jester, you're too good at learning. No more learning aloud.
Like,
cut the tape.
That's 2 neutral airs and a recovery, and Boomy made that stock. So, goodbye.
2-1.
All right, game 2. Here we go. Second verse, same as the first. Small Brawlhalla.
Downlight into neutral sig again from Boomy. Not in position to get the down air this time. Still doing it. Downlight into the neutral signature. Down X into up Y from Boomy.
Ooh, Jester doing a pretty good job keeping Boomy on his heels, though.
Oh, good dodge.
Just misses the follow-up. Boomy, the one to claim the weapon as they both toss theirs at each other. Blasters Bonanza, there's the recovery.
Wants
Bit
him high.
Too low.
Charged up, but Jester, again, very intelligently recognizing that Boomy's charging it, so he just waits it out, punishes from behind.
Oh, off the wall. That's a signature
Nice.
Boomy play. He loves using that blaster side air to just bounce players off walls, usually into either another side air the other direction or a recovery for the KO off top.
Downlight into recovery from Boomy, though. No walls there to bounce off this time. Instead, he's just going for the raw damage. Good movement around the side signature, hits that down air, gets another sidelight, just putting the bullets into Jester.
Oh, great weapon toss, but
Nice.
Boomy, oh, sniped out of his recovery. Jester's awareness, unimpeachable.
Great offstage from Jester as well. Ground pound connects for Boomy. Jester looking for more offstage, but it is Boomy with blasters. Then they're so good at protecting from vertical punishes.
But Boomy does have quite a bit of a damage lead here. Those blaster side airs, although they don't hit too hard, you saw it knocking him off stage. So Jester really deep in the red. Just denying the weapon. Oh, but Boomy with the execution, that little slide kick into the hard uppercut.
The gravity cancel neutral heavy, a little bit extra force on the neutral heavy as opposed to the recovery. That's why he does it.
All right, Jester's guitars showing their claws.
Punish the kitty. Boomy over to the blasters. Down air sends Jester off. Jester trying to finish the stock off, but reads the wrong direction, goes for the neutral signature.
Oh man, Boomy really just turning it up. He is everywhere you want to be.
Almost got him into the sky kill box again. Jester just shy of the dare, but the Sair does it. Jester holding on. One stock each.
Turnaround. Man, it's not uncommon to see players kind of get. Oh wow! All right, Boomy in classic fashion, just cleaning up the last stock in just a couple seconds.
Get off my stage, kid.
Oh man, but incredible performance by Jester. Really hung in there. You know, you see a lot of players against someone of the caliber of Boomy really get flustered and things can kind of run away from them, but he kept it even throughout.
He stayed composed, and we talked about it a little bit. He definitely respected Boomy.
Oh yeah.
But he didn't give him so much respect that he was like, all right, you get to do whatever you want. I'm gonna hope that I don't die too fast. Like he gave him enough respect. But he also was like, we're still competitors. I still got to do my best. I'm gonna still challenge you off stage because I'm confident in my off stage, but I'm not gonna just go ham and you know, like.
I mean, against Boomy, you can't. Yeah, obviously,
you can't. Unless you're Noel, and then y'all are gonna fight each other for like 30 minutes in this bottom right corner using the monocles, like hoping that y'all somehow get there. Like, that's different.
Well, I mean, we are going to see Noel up next against Mr. Podronsky, so. Set the stage for us. Tell us, what are we going to expect from Noel here today?
So Noel, very long-standing competitor. The way I like to put it is coming into the World Championship, there was a Reddit post that basically asked everyone, like, who you are, what's your age, where you're from, how many tournaments have you been to?
Yep.
And Noel was basically like, I'm Noel, my gamer tag's Noel, I've been to all the tournaments. And he has. He's been to basically every offline tournament, including offline tournaments that aren't like advertised. Like he was at a MomoCon college tournament. Like he just comes to tournaments because he has that competitor mindset, much like Boomy.
He came to like a small Gamers on the Edge charity tournament down in Florida.
He wants to compete in offline tournaments. He puts in the work. He puts in the time. He has been hard training with Daiku and Dobrain across this past few weeks. Like he works incredibly hard, and I just shout outs to the guy.
I mean, it shows. Like how many dream hacks has he taken this year?
The most? 2.
Yeah, he wants to add
of
the third.
4, but yeah, he's amazing. But we're not going to get into that just yet. We are going to be going to a little bit of a break. And then when we come back, we'll be getting into the B pools.
All right, so tons of action still to come today. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2018 Brawlhalla World Championships here at DreamHack Atlanta. My name is Taz. I'm joined here with Frone today, and we'll be taking you through the next few rounds of pools for the 1v1 side of this tournament.
It's going to be a very different thing from what we saw yesterday, of course. 2v2s is a whole different kind of ball game.
Team dynamic versus that solo effort to be able to prove your skill as an individual. It's a completely different viewing experience, but doesn't make it any less fun.
Oh, of course not. No. I mean, the 1v1 aspect is one of the most fun parts of the game to watch. I mean, you have your own skill, the solo aspect, like you were saying, everything comes from you. There's no teammate to assist you.
Unless you're like on Twilight Grove and you've got the island. That kind of counts a little.
I mean, it's like a neutral teammate, though. I mean, it works both ways.
Yeah,
it can screw you over and it can help you.
Yes, this is true. I guess the way that it helps you the most is based off your solo skill. So back to that point originally, but we already have some players here from Pool. Now, In case anybody's just tuning in, you could type !bracket in the chat to be able to get the brackets here for DreamHack Atlanta 2018, or BCX as we're calling it. But you'll have a huge list of pools. This pool is coming up from BHB1, and it's going to be Noel versus Mr. Pedronsky. I think they're one of the top 2 seeds in the individual pool. The way that the pools work is like there's about like 7 or 8 players, I think, in every pool, depending on who got DQ'd and who didn't. And top 2 are going to be making it out of the pools either into. It's either going to be in the top. I think it's in the top 32. Because I think top 32 here is actually all best of 5.
It is. Top 32 is going to be a long, arduous grind. A lot of games, a lot of matches, a lot of sets, but it is going to determine. I mean, it's definitely
going to prove who's actually like playing the best.
That's kind of the point of it all, right? Is that this is the penultimate event of the year. All the best players coming in, and having that amount of games, all these best of 5s, is going to determine how the best player can adapt over that amount of time. A best of 3 is much different than a best of 5 because 2 games to win versus 3 games to win, and having to play 5 games rather than just 3 total. I mean, that amount of time can completely swing the game around. We've seen it in timeless grand finals, and we'll see it again today.
And I think before we talk even more about that, I think we're going straight into this match because I think the button check happened before, and they're just going right into it. So Noel versus Mr. Pedronsky, and already we see Noel opening up with an excellent guitar string of that neutral sig from Missouri. Such a unique signature, although all signatures are unique. The way that one works is that it picks them up from the sky, dumps them off the side of the stage, and Noel already going in here on Mr. Pedronsky's Emperor.
Good movement on Noel's part, especially to get around the diagonal attack range for the bow, and that is going to be what Mr. Pedronsky is going to be trying to use. He's using a lot of those neutral lights, a lot of the down airs, trying to combo out from the down lights as well, and that is kind of the game plan, the plan of attack that Mr. Pedronsky is looking to use.
So now both players have actually been able to exchange relatively the same damage. In fact, Pedronsky, once he stopped getting attacked by the guitars and found the bow, he was able to put a lot of damage on Noel. Noel getting a nice falling snare, though I think caught Mr. Pedronsky out of his jumps, tosses that weapon aside. Noel goes low just to be sure he doesn't have any more jumps, but there's no way he was going to make it back unless Noel got in front of his face so that he could be hit to activate the chase dodge. First stock very well goes over to Noel. Was able to get him out of his jumps, and a double recovery coming out from Noel. Unlike other games, you can expend a jump to use another recovery. It's a little bit weaker, doesn't travel as far, but it's great for combo material if you're trying to read your opponent not jumping or dodging out of your attacks. And Noel trying to go for that gravity cancel side sig there to be able to extend that combo even further. He's in the red, but he's already put Pedronsky near death on his second stock.
And I think what we saw and why it was so close in the first stock was Noel was trying to feel out his opponent. He was trying to figure out what Mr. Pedronsky was trying to do, and now that he figured out more or less what he was doing, and that was unexpected. People don't usually use that signature move in the first place all too often unless they're doing it off stage, trying to catch someone up on a wall, but doing it on stage static, and that is I don't think Noel was expecting that.
Well, he definitely wasn't because he died. But that was something that was pretty cool to see. Pedronsky showing this is a little bit more competitive maybe we were expecting. Definitely one of the better players in this pool. Noel hits him with that side air once again. I think what I'm noticing for Pedronsky that is suffering from, what he's lacking that Noel doesn't is that when he's off stage, he's using these panic jump buttons a little bit too quickly and falling into the trap of Noel's Sair edge guards. He's not going low when he has the time to do so. He's losing those jumps really early, and no matter what you have, a guitar or a sword, the Sair kind of has the same effect. It pushes you further away from the stage.
And already Mr. Pedronsky trying to equalize some of the damage right now. He still has a stock to bring it back, but Noel is doing his best to just extend that lead as well. Now holding on to the edge with the guitars, he's going to get a little bit more damage off, but it's going to be a little bit slow. He's not going to go all in on Mr. Pedronsky. He knows that going against a sword, stepping out of bounds or out of line one time can cause you to take a lot of damage, and I think we're just going to see more or less the same kind of play that we usually see from Noel, kind of cold calculating.
Noel has no reason to be able to take any huge risks here. He's going to try to get another one of those Sairs on the jumps. There's a down air. If he can put Pedronsky off the side of the stage, I expect him almost to go out, wait for that jump up, and then fall with the Sair to be able to get the finisher. Instead, goes for a ground pound, a different finisher that was actually punished by Pedronsky on his way back up. He dashes back a little bit to be able to get in position for a down air, maybe find this down sig. I'm waiting to see what Pedronsky's going to do. Noel, surprisingly, I don't know why he's taking to the edge. He doesn't really have that pressure on him, but maybe he was trying to bait his opponent to go off for an edge guard so that he could finish him. But it looks like Noel is looking specifically for one way to kill. Okay, the recovery will do it. Finally finds that downlight recovery. Maybe there was something. I'm not sure. Usually you don't expect to see the player with a stock lead and no damage deficit on the side of the stage like that, so I'm trying to figure out what was going on.
Every once in a while you'll see someone who wants to try to bait someone into a bad position.
Yeah, and it just didn't work.
Sometimes it works, but better players like Noel, and I don't mean that in any sort of means towards Mr. Pedronsky, just in general. Better players like Noel don't usually
I guess a better way to put it is like winninger players, because he definitely places more often than most people.
Exactly. I mean, technically speaking, he is the winningest LAN player in the world. I mean, he's been to pretty much every single LAN and won most of them, no matter how big or small. But now, that being said, game number 2.
Yep, going to game number 2, Blackguard Keep, small Blackguard Keep. So those of you that were watching the 2v2 tournament yesterday would have noticed that there's 2 platforms on both sides, but in 1v1s, a lot of these stages are modified for the fact that because there's only 2 players, you don't need as much room to be able to play out the game. A lot of times games would stall very long because of how big the maps are. So this one's been condensed, blast zones are smaller, only 1 platform, which kind of makes it interesting. This is one of the more exotic stages that we've got in terms of how stage control works, because you can retreat to that platform and it's so consistent, unlike like Mammoth Fortress where you're jumping around. But Noel, waiting up that dodge, amazing there. Knowing that the down air string doesn't necessarily connect with other things and that players will often spam the dodge to avoid getting hit by the string in continuation, Noel waits for it, gets an amazing combo, and that gravity cancel downlight to catch the dodge upward from Pedronsky. Gets him with that finisher on the ground pound to get that first stock. Noel looking very good in this game too.
And a very nice, clean finish to that stock. Of course, nothing expected more from Noel, of course. And now just doing the same old as he builds more damage with guitars.
Oh, nice jump there.
Now getting punished right now off stage, and he can't get back.
Well, I think
the ground pound off stage, he was trying to get back and I guess was a little careless.
It almost looked like the dodge came off cooldown a split second too late, because I think he put the input in to go straight up, missed it, put it in again, buffered it towards the stage, and ended up falling to his death, because he definitely bonked his head down there. I like the idea, because when he gets up, hits by a ground pound, if he tries to go right back up, you're definitely just going to get ground pounded again. So you might as well try to recover to the other side, but he doesn't make it. And Pedronsky gets a nice even stock, but now Noel with the sword gets him on the way back to that platform. Gravity cancel down, so catches him out of all his jumps. Because he gravity canceled it, he caught Pedronsky before he touched the platform. No jumps were recovered, and he just fell to his death from the raw knockback.
Good map control from Noel, keeping Mr. Pedronsky away for a little while from the weapon spawn, and that's going to buy him a little time. The neutral airs are going to build up a tiny bit of damage over time, but that chip damage can build up into something big, and that pressure, especially if Mr. Pedronsky has nothing to respond with, could potentially cost him the game.
Noel going for these weapon tosses to maybe start off some unarmed combo. 2 nairs in a row. Pedronsky just falling directly into it. Another gravity cancel downlight to catch him out of his jump. Pedronsky being put into the orange, and Noel's barely taking any damage on the second stock. An excellent gimp earlier from Pedronsky, but since then, here's a chance to be able to get that once again. Noel off the side of the stage. Pedronsky has shown decent offstage game. Maybe going for a down air or a ground pound. Noel goes for a side stick, carrying him off the stage. That sorry side stick kind of acting as a charge. Doesn't quite work, and he uses the gravity cancel down stick to travel distance, teleport forward. It expends the dodge, but it definitely wasn't an option Noel was expecting when he went for that edge guard, and allows Pedronsky to get back to the stage. But now he's disarmed. Noel just waiting for him to go over his head. There's the D-light, doesn't get the recovery afterwards.
Nice delay on that as well to try to find that dodge window. Noel now with the sword, he's going to find the recovery and is not going to find the KO, but
Pedronsky's looking like he's out death's door, but I'm loving what I'm seeing from him, and I'm expecting him to do very well in this pool afterwards, because he's choosing some option selects to be able to recover that. Well, okay, that was definitely not one of the better choices that he made.
Well, no, if it lands into a KO, then
just stared him down. I'm not talking about Noel's choice. I'm talking about Pedronsky, because Pedronsky tried to recover and he just nairs him on the way back.
If it leads into a KO, it's usually probably not the optimal one.
It's probably not the optimal to recover. But
at the very least,
I like the choice because, and we talk about this very often, you can't be on the wall forever. You have to touch the ground or get hit to get your jumps back. And Noel, very well aware of that, is just kind of like, well, he's not going to try. If he tries to jump over me, he's dead. And if he tries to jump on me, he's dead. So I'm just going to wait until he does one or the other. I guess the only option he had was to maybe go underneath the stage, kind of like how Noel did that earlier.
I mean, you can go under the stage to try to get back, but whoever's on the stage,
it's rough. That's
they
the reason why they call it
sprint
edge
across
guarding.
the stage back and forth, and you can always out-time your opponent to get to the other side.
Yes.
Always. Unless you're playing 2v2, I suppose, but I don't know.
In 2s, it's a little bit more complex, but it's the same idea. It's just you have to watch out for a lot more.
You can go around the high point But then again, they can jump to stuff that out, so you have to play. It's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors game. You go high, they can't get you on stage. If you go underneath, then they can't get you higher on the other side. But it's a risky option. If you try to do a dodge through directly off the corner, we see it sometimes at high level play.
Yep.
It can work, but
that's
if
why
you miss it, you get
of
punished incredibly hard because you don't have that dodge anymore.
So that's going to be it for Noel and Mr. Petronsky. It's a 2-0 in favor of the Asuri from North America. Noel will most likely... Now, these pools, we're not watching like bracket pools. So that means that like sometimes players will be fighting their toughest opponent first and the weakest opponent relatively last. They're going to be fighting everybody in their pool to see who makes it out. Top 2 gets out of every pool. I think the pools are the size of 7 or 8. So round robins is how we did our pools yesterday for 2s. And that's how we're going to be doing them today from 1s to getting into top 32. But the next match that we see coming up on stream, and I already see the players sitting down, is going to be Viper, who we now see on camera, versus Batonic.
And a little bit about both these players, of course. We saw Viper play quite a bit yesterday with his partner Agzo in the 2v2 side of things, and they did a fantastic, and I believe they actually made it into the top 6 for the Sunday play.
Yeah, so for anybody who's just tuning in now, or didn't tune in entirely for yesterday, we have something that's completely unprecedented. One, Boomy and Remy have been knocked out of 2v2s, who have been winning every LAN this entire year, so it's kind of hard to guess who's going to be at it. And 2, we have 3 full EU teams, and the classic EU teams too, right? Viper and Agzo, we've got Addy, Mystic, and Cake, and we've got Daiku and Dobrain all in top 6 for 2v2s. And Viper being one of these players that we see on camera are going to be fighting against Batonic. Batonic, not necessarily as successful in 2s here at BCX, but still a well-known 1v1 player.
Oh, well-known in the community. He's one of the Brawl League admins that usually runs a lot of the side tournaments and third-party tournaments, usually in the background of the scenes for a lot of the regional championships for the online adminning as well. So he's usually well-known, not necessarily for his play or anything. He used to play in a lot of tournaments back in the day. I remember
and then transitioned into
a big guitars player, I believe.
Yes, and I'm interested to see what he's going to be able to pull out here against Viper. Now, that being said, typically when you go from competitive play to administrative work, your competitive skills don't continue to grow. So I'm expecting Viper to win this whole handily, but I am so excited to see what Batonic can pull it out, because even though I was like, yeah, Noel's going to win this against Petronsky, I like seeing moments where Petronsky gets like that amazing ground pound edge guard that forced Noel to lose that stock early in orange. Is kind of like, that's pretty cool. We were able to pull that out against a player who's obviously playing much more than you and showing your potential as a player for future tournaments.
And that's, one of the best things about these tournaments as well, is that even like any one of these players can come in and always make that one incredible play that you never expect them to make, even if they lose in the end,
or
even if they're
the incredible run.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I know we weren't expecting Cody Travis and Isidru to knock out Boomy and Remy in winner's side, especially in their pools. And then like
that was an incredible game.
Blue is also one of those players. I think he was nominated for Most Improved Player of 2018. He's one of those players that, because he participated in these tournaments so much, eventually showed that, like, wait, he made one really good run and then continued to make good runs. But this is looking like a button check. 2 Bodvars have been selected.
It looks that way, but they haven't really pressed any buttons yet. There's a neutralite, but
yeah, that's a good. I guess it's not really a button check.
I guess it's a monitor check.
Yeah. Which is something. There was a slight issue with monitors blacking out in the past day. Luckily, that issue hasn't been happening too much more. And we got them checking out to make sure that all their controllers work. Everybody's got different devices that they play with, because Brawlhalla is a PC game primarily, although now it's kind of like an everything game. But
I mean, it's on
with the
PS4,
Switch,
Xbox One, all that good stuff. So, I mean, it's accessible now. It's more accessible. It was already accessible before. I mean, free to play. I don't know.
You literally, whatever you play video games on, you can play Brawlhalla, and it's free on everything. So there's tons of different ways to play. And not to mention that if you go back to PC, whatever controller you're using for any of these consoles will also
it's pretty much supported.
It will work, yes.
I remember asking one of the developers a while back when they started their big wave of making as many controllers playable as possible. Yeah. If I asked if I brought a potato in and I put buttons in it and then I wired it up to a computer,
as long as it's got a USB drive. Yeah,
they said as long as they could do that, they could make it work in the game.
I guess you could. So, looks like we're going to go to actual Legislate now. Diana's being selected. There's a Lord Rax being hovered, but
I would not be surprised if Viper does go with the Diana pick.
Yeah, Viper tends to play guns.
Oh, he didn't play guitars. He played Lance. That's right.
Okay, and that's exciting because
it's been way too long since I've actually seen him play.
We don't have too much Lance representation. And And for several different reasons. I know we have Kostelix here for sure, and he was the winner of DreamHack Austin. And we've got Double Dime, also plays Lance. Orion in particular.
Kostelix in Double Dime, but there was one other. Isidru plays Ulgrim. He plays Ulgrim occasionally in 2v2s, which we did see yesterday, actually.
Did we see it?
We saw it on the other stream.
It was on the other stream, okay.
He was playing against, I think it was Phazon and
Lil Caps?
Lil Caps.
Okay,
I think so.
I did not.
I can't exactly remember which game it was, but he did bring it out in game number. No, it was against Tiffany and Starlight.
Okay.
They brought it out game 3 after they were down 2-0, and they ended up winning 2 games in a row after the swap.
Wow. That is interesting. I was not aware that he had as a counter pick. So there's a little bit more Lance representation. Orion, one of the earlier legends to ever be released in Brawlhalla in general. Spear and Lance is the 2 weapons that he's got. He's going against Diana, who has guns and bow. I don't think we saw very much gun or bow representation in 2v2s as it was. It's typically not the favorite weapon.
Very tiny amount.
It was usually like as a secondary, like if there's a Koji or something.
Yeah, bow was all Koji. Yeah. A few players playing that, and guns. I know there are some characters, but it's not really relevant right now. As this first game gets started, Viper versus Botanic. Botanic looking for a weapon, and he's not, well, going to have an easy time finding one. Viper now getting a lot of damage, and if you're going to go up and against any opponent, NA or EU, or any other third party going against Viper is going to be one of the most dangerous people you can go up against.
Yeah, and Viper already proving that right now. Since Botanic picked up the... Wait, Botanic definitely just like flew off the side of the stage and died.
That's it?
Yeah. I was wondering what that was. He like down there, and I was like, Botanic, you haven't got your jumps back. And then he fell, and I think he realized he had got his jumps back, and a quick down air was able to secure it. Viper with a really solid early stock there. Botanic, nice side sig, has to recover a little bit. Once he picked up the Lance, Viper was circling around him with those guns so much that he didn't have an opportunity to get anything in, and now he's finally finding some neutralites. But a very solid first stock from Viper. Viper picking up the bow, goes for that neutral, hits it the wrong way, and an excellent down stick covering both a dodge in place or past him. And now Botanic, that side stick just barely misses out on Viper there, but I like how he's playing with the spear here on his second stock.
Looks like he's been in the lab for a little while. Botanic actually doing a pretty decent job at utilizing the spear on stage. Viper's going to find the side stick though, and it is not going to lead into a kill. Ooh. The down air almost catches him as well, and now on stage, the recovery is still not going to find the KO. He's so damaged yet
Botanic
surviving at the same time.
Did a very good job of being able to recover there because Viper was covering many options with that downer. Didn't go for a ground pound necessarily. Dive kicks past the weapon toss to be able to make it back, but Botanic is still managing to hold on to the second stock, and he fully charges, fully slide charges. And that's the second down heavy that we've seen unarmed to get a KO today against players who we're typically favoring in the match. That is amazing, and he went for the platform. I just don't think Viper expected the hitbox to extend that far, but Botanic secures that stock, and he's continuing to get damage. That signature's not going to KO. It ends up throwing them both into the bottom of the stage and the island, significantly reducing the knockback from what otherwise would have killed if he got him off stage.
I mean, we might be seeing a 10 resilience.
That ground pound.
Botanic, he's getting so much damage. Okay. There it is, finally. The down sig, whipping the work. Botanic getting thrown out of the map, and that is last stock for him now after actually very nice showing on that second stock, surprisingly so.
Sidelight comes out and now he picks up the Lance, and this is where I get scared because this is the weapon that once he picked it up, he definitely could not hit Viper at all. Sidelight comes in, no follow-up, and he spot dodges out of the way of that Nair. Viper's doing some really excellent spot dodges towards the end of a move that has a lot of lag at the end of the casting it, like Spear Sidelight or Lance Snare. If he waits to the very end, it makes it so much easier to punish it. He's got to be careful there. Nice Snare coming up from Viper, but Botanic only in the yellow. He managed to bring Viper over to the orange, and if he could pick up that Spear, which is what he did the most work on, like that, side stick connects, puts on another side stick, maybe to go for like a ground pound read, because sometimes players will use ground pounds just to be able to get back to the ground, and that side stick would have covered that option, but unfortunately Viper's going to go for it, and now the bow ground pound comes out. He drops his Spear. Did he make it back? He did touch the stage. Dive kicks, goes for the ground pound maybe? No, he goes for another slide charge down heavy. Does not quite connect, and Viper gets the Nair. Botanic is being put close to the kill percent, but the Haymaker doesn't work.
Into the weapon throw! And that's a confirmed kill!
He got him on the recovery. Okay, excellent job from Botanic.
He's actually playing way up right now.
Yes, making this very close.
His movement has also been fantastic.
In fact, I'm curious to see how close this match would be if he didn't just fall to his death with that Lance, because he definitely didn't touch Viper on that first stock. But now Botanic being put into the red. Viper, a slide charge very similarly to Botanic's earlier, only with the neutral sig. Diana's neutral sig being very interesting because you charge it and it always puts out in the same area, but like if you slide charge it, it kind of extends where that hitbox explodes.
Yep.
And he was able to catch him at the very end of that little puff of smoke, gets sent flying. I think Diana like throws a grenade and shoots it. Pretty sure that's what happens.
I wonder. He's thinking right now. I wonder. He's not switching characters, is he? No, okay. I had to look over the other monitor just to check.
It looked good. He looked good on that Orion. He's taken out a little bit of his defense to be able to put it into force, taking it to Mammoth Fortress. Hopefully he finds the spear first and not the lance, and if he does find the lance, throws it aside. I like this little unarmed exchange, but when Viper has the guns, he does such a great job of keeping Botanic at a distance. There's the spear, but the downlight Sarah comes out from Viper into a side light, tries to go for that pivot down air, and Botanic side six into the stage, trying to catch him a little bit into the side of the stage there, but Viper's doing okay, being able to avoid those side six and that down air on the side of the stage. Ooh, dive kick, down air, ground pound, two dive kicks in a row, and
he got picked out of the recovery. He couldn't get back.
The sound effect occurred, but you didn't see the move, and that was because Viper just snuffed it right away with that little down air.
And as soon as it's gone, well, you're on your own, and you have to, what, one dodge left to get back? It's a bad time, but Botanic now in his second stock gonna, I guess, make that second stock run like he did last time, unless Viper... Oh no, he catches him off stage, and as everybody has seen in the past, the weakest point Lance can be, the weakest point Lance can be is off stage.
Well, it's very unique in how it recovers, because you charge the recovery, it definitely lasts the longest and goes the farthest, but you have to make sure that you don't get hit out of it, because there's a lot of time for players to actually punish it. And
it's one of the only weapons where getting in the way of the recovery is one way to stop it.
But a nice down sig gets onto the platform as it's rising to make the down sig last even longer. The weapon toss comes down, and Viper's not able to make it back. A good edge guard from Botanic, but Botanic had lost those first two stocks in under 50 seconds. He has to play perfectly if he wants to be able to get a similar situation in the last game, and he was still behind a solid stock. I'm liking the sidelight openings from Botanic. Downlight try to catching Viper to jump up or maybe dodge up. Viper's fighting him off stage now, no guns in hand, and Botanic has a little bit of a weapon advantage. He can deny Viper from weapons too.
Oh, jumped a little too high.
Nice side light, tries to go for that ground pound read. Weapon toss goes up, and Viper just does not care. He's off stage, trying to go for some ground pounds. Down lights on stage, doesn't quite find him. He's really trying to go for this ground pound finisher.
He's tried for that off stage side light into down air so many times off stage, and I don't think it's going to work for him. And he keeps going for that option.
I like that grounded ground pound. He definitely was very close to the ground. But
I actually I thought that was going to be the down stick for a second and whip him into the wall.
Good combo from Viper. Puts him on the side of the stage. Tries to get him with that neutral sig. Does not quite hit. Gravity cancel neutral light coming out from Botanic, but this is looking okay. It looks like Viper's really trying to go for a specific kill move, and Botanic's very aware of it. He's been playing around it, but that down air, recovery will do it. Viper gets the KO. A very dominant game. The damage numbers were so low on either side, and you could see like Botanic almost did as much damage to Viper, even though it was a 2-stock.
Yep.
Because there was just so little actually happening between the damage that was hitting. Players were just losing their stocks super early. So a very solid showing from Viper.
And that's kind of what you have to expect sometimes when you have that pressure against a top-tier player like Viper. Yep. Sometimes it just gets in your head, and Botanic was making a lot of aggressive movements off stage.
Off the stage very hard.
And with Lance, it's even harder to get back, especially with someone like Viper who knows that getting in the way of Lance recovery can completely stop that attempt from getting back to the wall.
It's interesting that like Lance recovery is a little unique in the sense that you can get hit by it to stop it. And sometimes you don't want to do that if you're in the red, because Lance recovery is also very good at killing.
Unless you have an extra stock, and then you can take the trade.
If you have an extra stock, or if you're in the white and the yellow and orange, you can get hit by that Lance recovery. It will stop it right in the trajectory, and he'll just kind of fall, and he doesn't get it back. So you got to be careful about it. I think it does activate a chase dodge.
If it's the first, if you don't use any jumps and you start with the recovery,
that's true.
You can't recover again. But it has
usually you're
the
using a lot of
recovery
jumps.
has no distance on it.
Yeah, usually you're using a lot of jumps to get there in the first place.
Yeah.
But congratulations to Viper to be able to take that 2-0. He still has to play the rest of his round robin pools.
Of course.
And it's looking likely with the performance that Botanic pulled out there that Botanic could even get out on loser's side in top 32, because this is top 2 gets out of each pool. And that was pool BHB2. And we're moving on to the next pool where we're seeing another EU Titan, Addy Mestic, is going to be fighting against Sunshine, which I believe is the next highest seed. Although I think we're just getting notified that the next match is changing. So maybe we won't be seeing Addy Mestic.
Okay, well, we'll see maybe Addy Mestic later on in that case. He is one of the top players, one of the favored people in the 1v1 side of things. So it's not too far off to say that we'll at least see him in the top 32.
It's unfortunate because in his pool, Cyclist, which is a very popular North American player, was supposed to be fighting against him. Unfortunately, in New York, because of the snow, Cyclist and Egg Soup, which were on the same flight, both got their flight canceled, weren't able to make it out this weekend.
A huge winter storm.
Mestic will most likely be making it out of the pool very... Oh, no, it looks like that is Addy. Okay, so we're going to be seeing Addy Mestic versus Sunshine. So Sunshine is going to be his opponent. Now, out of all the matches that we've seen so far, I'm sorry, Sunshine. but you are probably going to get destroyed.
I don't want to call it too early. You know,
I'm definitely going to call it too early because Addy Mystic is looking so good this week. Like Addy Mystic has had some downs. He's had some downs recently, but like how he was playing in 2s, if he could just take like an ounce of that and put it into 1s, that Val is going to go insane.
It's true. And anyone who's played against Addy Mystic in a LAN tournament, like myself, knows he pulls no punches. The last time I played against them in a LAN was in Combo Breaker last year, and I remember he annihilated me in both games that I played against them.
Yeah.
In the only game I was able to take 1 stock off was when I started fooling around with Queen Nai, just spamming signature moves, and I ended up catching him with a neutral sig.
So what you're saying is that if Sunshine spams neutral sig
with Queen Nai,
he will win.
There you go.
All right, well, I'm ready for it. Now, what's interesting is that he's playing a legend that's unrepresented by a lot of the cast. It was a little popular for a while, but I saw him hovering Yumiko. And I want to highlight that because she's one of them.
She's interesting.
Relatively newer legends. She's not like super new, but what's cool about her signatures is that the way that it works is that you throw out these little firefoxes, these little like will-o-wisps.
Yeah, the wisps.
And they hang in place to where if you fall into it, it's almost like laying a trap. It activates the rest of the signature. She has this both with her hammer and her bow. Not on all signatures, but on a few of them. We might be able to see a few of these things in this game, and I would like to see if you could trap Addy Mystic in these attacks as we go into our first game on Small Great Hall.
I mean, the best case scenario for those wisps is if Sunshine can force Addy Mystic off stage and force those bad positions where he has to recover through the wisps.
Before we go into that, Addy Mystic has already taken Sunshine all the way out the side of the stage. Ground pound comes out here, hits his head. Down air as well. No. Several down airs. Sunshine definitely just doesn't make it back. Okay, 15 seconds for the first stock. If he keeps this up, maybe we could get it under a minute game, but Sunshine has got to be careful. He's got to be careful with those jumps. He's got him off stage again, but he finally picked up a weapon. He didn't have a weapon last time, so recovering was a lot harder.
It doesn't seem like it matters too much. Addy Mystic is just pelting Sunshine with attacks, neutral lights, down airs. It doesn't matter. Addy Mystic hasn't really he's taken 1 hit.
Oh, the weapon toss to cover something.
There it is.
But there's the recovery.
He goes for it too.
Okay, the ground pound was very close, but the weapon toss
stops
that,
but does he have the recovery?
He does. I thought that the recovery was gone. And there's the neutral sig that we were talking about. Throws out the little firefoxes. Those will-wisps, if he falls into that, it will activate the rest of the signature. He can kind of use it as a zoning tool in a sense to be like, hey, back off of my space.
And the downside, Addy Mystic might be playing a little bit careful, so he might not be attempting to get through it, but Sunshine's will-o-wisp on the hammer doesn't have any ground coverage, so if you dodge through it or dash through it, you can get right on top of your opponent before the recovery frames stop. And we might see Addy Mystic try to do that with a side light, a down light to get on top of him. We don't know.
Oh, but the weapon
throw to finish him off, though. That's going to be 2 stocks.
But I'm watching Sunshine in real time adapt to the level of his opponent, right? Stock 1 was almost immediate. There's the down signature there on that bow. To be able to put those things to cover the ground. It does the opposite of what the hammer does, but Addy with his gauntlets are already going in. Sunshine, good down light into neutral light, knowing what his conversions are off of his openings on the bow. Recovery catches Addy Mystic as he fails to position that ground pound correctly, but the recovery comes in, hits with the recovery from the bow. That could be a stock for Sunshine. I'd love to see him be able to take a stock here because he's adapting actually so quickly. Nice chase dodge. The ground pound hits, and that might be it.
Not going to connect. Tries to get the downlight as well. Slide click into the ground pound. Usual option there. Not going to connect it though. In the side air, is that all she wrote?
He had it down.
Not yet.
I think Addy Mystic didn't realize how careful Sunshine was being with the jumps with the downlight. Downlight into jump, short hop, gravity cancel, neutral signature. Gives the 3 stock for Addy Mystic. And I know I definitely was preparing Sunshine's grave at the beginning of the set, but all jokes aside, I really like being able to see players go from getting bopped to okay, I'm catching up to this pace, because usually, depending on what level you are, both on the ranked ladder or where you go into tournaments, you don't get to fight somebody at the level of Addy Mystic very often. So he is learning a lot in this first match. And I want to see if those adjustments come out in game number 2, because once he was able to slow down,
already off the bat, getting that. Getting caught out.
Okay.
Does manage to get the wall touch and get those recoveries. Is not going to get caught out by that neutral air.
Sunshine, who kind of failed a little bit earlier unarmed, is actually doing a great job in neutral against Addy Mystic's gauntlets, which is typically what you don't want to see.
Position, though.
2 ground pounds will definitely do it.
He's taking a lot of risks off stage, and he was doing a fairly good job. But the thing is, going against someone who knows how to play gauntlets off stage almost always ends up in a gimp if you aren't prepared. And Sunshine was able to get a couple things here and there, but was getting punished 3 times to 1 against Addy Mystic off stage.
Ground pounds are coming out from Addy now. More of the same, but he goes for that downlight into Nair, and that's nice conversion. We're seeing Sunshine land more of these unarmed downlines, but we haven't actually seen him pick up a weapon for longer than 3 seconds. But there's the hammer. Side air goes out.
There's the ground pound!
Excellent play, and that's what I want to see from those Will-O-Wisps, right? He put the neutral stick to cover. It's a very unique position where that Twilight Grove slant on the island is, but he used it to cover it so that Addy Mestic could not recover high. He would get hit by the signature, and then Sunshine was able to get the ground pound to finish it off. Now Addy Mestic with an excellent edge guard, kind of did that as I was talking about it, but the down airs came out. He's able to get that KO. Definitely where Sunshine is the weakest is off stage against Addy Mestic's gauntlets and unarmed, but this is already much better than what we saw in game number 1. And he's using that ground pound to reposition, but I'm scared because the down air hit. The nair hits. Oh no, that's it.
That is why you cannot.
That was 3 quick stocks.
I know.
Look
he
at the damage.
Up the hammer.
It was 246 to 146. Like barely anything happened, and all of the stocks that were lost was basically offstage exchanges.
And you know what he wanted to do with that hammer. He was positioning low on purpose to try to go for the recovery down throw into ground pound or something along those lines.
He was playing to his win conditions because it was so behind that he had to start being able to play with those where he puts Addy Mestic in a place where he can get another ground pound kill. A very excellent strategy from somebody playing from behind. Of course, sometimes it could be a little bit easy to read too if you're as experienced as Addy Mestic.
And that's what we saw there, is Addy Mestic finding that option, coming in from the outside of the island, which is a great strategy, especially with the gauntlets. If you're going over the ground pound, you can angle it and come and use that like movement option that you have while you're using the gauntlet ground pound to come in through that angle, because the hammer recovery only hits straight up.
That's true, and it's interesting to comment on what you just talked about there, because not a lot of ground pounds in the game. So like you have an up heavy and a down heavy in the air, which is recovery and ground pound respectively.
Of course.
With most recoveries you can kind of move, but Gauntlet has the opposite effect, where Gauntlet's recoveries are stationary. It always goes straight up. You can't move it until after the move is finished, but the ground pound, as you're holding it, you can move left or right depending on what you want to do. And that's exactly what you were talking about, being able to maneuver around the hammer recovery, which is what we saw happen. Addy Mestic, very well aware of what hammer recovery does, respects it and appropriately punishes his opponent.
And that's sometimes all you need to do, it's simple stuff.
Well, and that's what we saw. It was a very quick game number 2. But I'm excited for Sunshine because I saw the potential in the player, and I know that losses like that, especially on stream where you can then go back and review your games, are the ones that you learn the most from. And then the next time we see him, we might be seeing him make upsets around players that are a little bit more towards the middle of the pack rather than towards the top.
And
so very fun. And also
Yumiko coming to a big tournament
Yumiko representation is really great. A lot of players kind of stick to their guns because they've been here since 2016. Use a lot of the legends that were released earlier on in the game, but seeing some of those new legends be used and the mechanics that they've got used appropriately is very exciting for me as a spectator.
The real question though is, talking about legend representation, are we going to get any representation from anyone playing Lord Vrax, Isaiah?
We had an Isaiah in 2s.
Did we really?
Yes, we did.
I did not see that.
I forgot what the tag was of the player.
I was going to say Lin Fei, but I know Pugsy plays Lin Fei, so that doesn't really count because we know that's going to have representation.
If there was a Lord Vrax, maybe Doppy. If he was feeling it. Because Doppy is definitely
he plays a lot of
he plays a lot of characters, but I think
he plays a lot of characters too. But
no, you know who it was? I'm not Doppy. I was thinking about Pickled Potatoes, but nobody's gonna know who that.
Well, he's an old player. We talked about him on the other stream a lot. Actually, I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
Yeah.
Like earlier yesterday.
Yesterday.
Wow.
I mean, he's not. I haven't talked. I don't think he is here.
No, he's definitely not here.
I wish he was here because back in the day, he was one of the best guns players.
He got like
JV.
He got JV3'd by parents many years ago, basically, because he was one of the younger players that was the Lord Vrax.
Yeah.
He was the Lord Vrax. But ever since he was gone, not really seeing it. That aside, we're going to talk about the players that we see on screen. Right here, Remy, who is infamous for his 2s performances with Boomy. Unfortunately, they did get knocked out in the top 16 today. Remy has such inconsistent 1v1 results, but depending on how he's feeling and the level that he's playing towards his instincts, can be the best player in the world or also just somebody who gets knocked out at 25th.
Yep. And
one of the
sometimes
two.
It's that variation, whether or not they want to take a tournament seriously. Sometimes they just want to go in and have fun,
It might also just be
because
how
they have that
too.
ability. I mean, that too.
Yeah.
But you're talking about Yumiko representation, and I think that's really interesting because both of these players seem to have picked it out for this match.
Maybe they were listening to the stream before they got
It's possible.
It's very possible.
Although, I know Remy has been playing a lot of Yumiko in the past few tournaments.
This is true.
And he's one of the few players, I think, the first person to really use Yumiko successfully in a tournament that I remember seeing was Taibo after he came back from his internship at BMG. He brought it back in the first tournament. He was the only one really able to use those wisps
that's what she was much more recent, too, as a release character.
And I think now with Remy picking up Yumiko in the past few tournaments, I think we're seeing a similar thing come back in that case.
I'm just making sure that this isn't a button check, because if they're going to go right into it, which it looks like they're definitely doing. Okay, this is Remy versus Scythe. Scythe definitely being the second player that's probably going to make it out of this pool is we're going to be going into this Yumiko Ditto. So this is very exciting to see. We're going to be a little bit more of that signature representation being used appropriately more often. The matches are hopefully not going to be 1 minute and 30 seconds long, as Remy's already going in with those bowstrings here. Scythe trying to return his own bow attacks. No down airs connecting, and Remy getting a nice neutral air on way to the back to the ground. An excellent landing there from Scythe. He's able to put a little bit more damage to Remy.
Very nice interruption as well into the side sig. Remy coming back with the retaliation in the side air, trying to get a little bit more force off, but Scythe doing a great job at spacing Remy out and utilizing the spacing that the bow provides. Remy does have a bow himself, but he's been trying to get too close, and now it's going to just rectify that with a down light into the recovery kill, and that is very nice work from Remy to close that stock off before taking too much damage. He is in the red. That's going to put him in a difficult position, especially against the hammer from Scythe. And what we saw yesterday from the 2v2 side of things, Scythe was actually a surprisingly good player from what we have not seen before.
Remy no. I hope that was just a mistake. I'm looking at the screen right now. They definitely don't seem like they're trying to... No, Remy definitely just SD'd. And for anybody who wants to know what SD'd means, self-destructed. And that's, he definitely...
We want to go with the old term, Z.
Oh, Z. Gosh, we haven't said Z. Back to Zombie. Yeah, first pickled potatoes, now Zombie Z. Gosh, what is this, 2015? No, back to the game, though. Yeah, Remy definitely falling in an odd fashion. Maybe he was trying to do something with his dodge, but either way, Scythe evens things up and now actually takes the lead against Remy, as Remy is now in the orange, trying to return some damage with that nice neutral air. Scythe has been using the Yumiko side signature very well, both as like a terms for traveling, like to travel stage distance, and also just to be able to put on raw damage, maybe get a read on a dodge.
Well, that distance is so very good for gap closing, and sometimes that's what you need to get back to the wall. Maybe that's what you need to get across the stage.
We saw
it travels fast.
Yeah, we saw that neutral sig that you were talking about, but Scythe was actually able to dodge underneath the wisps to be able to punish him and get them towards the top of the stage. Remy now trying to go for an offstage edge guard.
No, he was exhausted too with that. If he went too far, that would have cost him his stock. He's got to be very careful now. And Scythe, getting the stop, but couldn't find the follow-up, and the recovery didn't find it, but the down air did into the weapon throw, and that is going to lead into that second KO. I love the use of those wisps, too, because it bobbed Scythe up into a position to be able to get that pivot down air for that finisher. Excellent use of play of Remy, but there's the side stick that we're talking about that Scythe has been using so well on the bow to be able to get that finisher and even things up almost immediately. And I have to say, though, I love that knowledge from Remy to get the down sig into the recovery. It didn't connect, but it put him in the perfect position for him to follow it up with. And it might actually be, Remy would be able to know this better, but it might actually be a true combo as long as he fires it off immediately. But Remy taking a lot of punishment from Scythe.
Scythe definitely went in for the hard reads. He went for the side light, and then he chain dodged twice behind Remy, pivoted into another side light, so almost comboing off himself as if he was his own twos partner there. Remy definitely getting red very hard, but now the damage has been evened up, and either player could take it off stage. If a stomp connects, that's a Sair. He's trying to wait for Scythe to get back to the stage.
There
that stomp does actually hit Remy, almost like telling the future with those moves. He's going to be like, I'm going to keep stomping the ground here. You are going to land into it, and game one is going to be mine. And it's a similar situation that we saw in that earlier match with the edge guard from adding Mystic against Sunshine, where he just stayed on the side of the stage and then neutralized, and it just went to his death. Because when players on the side of the stage, it's very hard to recover when you're that low, because any mover is really going to be able to hit you. And Hammer, in particular, has an amazing combo setup, which is called Downlight, where that little stomp on the ground, which pops them up.
Pitch.
It pops them up for like a side light, a side air. Heck, you could even try to be really fancy and go for like a down air or something.
You get the reverse scoop, because I think it's a better hit registration if you go for the reverse on the scoop off the downlight, unless you manage to hit them from the backside of the hitbox behind you. But that's a very rare occurrence. Either way, we're going to see the second game get kicked off right now. Scythe did a pretty good job in the last game, getting Remy pretty close to the red in his last stock. So we'll be able to see if Scythe can bring it back this time around, get a little bit more progression, or if Remy's going to get his adaptation game in tow and get a little bit more damage, a little bit more confidence in his play against Scythe. And already getting so much damage. This hammer just so devastating. You take too many hits from this, and that costs you potentially your entire stock.
And something that I noticed earlier is that Scythe seems to favor the bow very heavily in this matchup, whereas Remy seems to be able to play with both weapons equally, and he's kind of noticing that with the hammer, he's has a lot easier time getting in, but as I say that side stick disarms Remy and sends him flying. Oh no, Remy's very low on jumps. He has to wait for his dodge. Does hold on to the recovery. That I did not notice, and now he got hit back off stage, but even though he had such an explosive hammer opening,
very nice.
Scythe has the lead. Side stick not used quite as well by Remy. Was able to get punished by that side air, and he has to watch out. Scythe connects. D-Light goes for that side signature to reposition. Disarms Scythe himself. Downer does not hit. And the recovery from Scythe on the way back up. Both gets him back on the stage and gets some damage. Remy trying to go for that neutral sig, down sig, something to get some sort of setup in there. That's not going to KO yet.
Fantastic
a very close first
from
stock from both players.
He's been playing around the hammer play from Scythe, and there's a huge read from Remy, getting that neutral sig off to find Scythe on the jump option, thinking that he was going to go for that side sig again as they were been doing the whole match. Great mix-up opportunity from Remy to take that stock, and huge damage following up immediately.
Okay, neutral sig in the ground pound. He's putting out those neutral sigs to cover some air. That exception for the neutral sig that you said, how about you could dash underneath it if you're not jumping, kind of goes away if you gravity cancel it off the side of the stage, because then you actually cover that dash window.
And any sort of aggressive approaches from anyone trying to go off stage as well. Scythe getting Remy in a position to potentially find a KO. He does have Remy in the deep red
but
right now.
His first stock.
Oh no.
That ground pound seemed to be a little bit of a mistake. It didn't matter. Didn't get punished. Waves him goodbye as that scoop sends him flying, and now it is a 2-stock lead for Remy. Remy not losing his stock to himself this time, and it's looking like Scythe. Oh, getting caught by the will-o-wisp. Remy is really going in here. That stop, that neutral sig dodged out of the way, but
oh
no,
the
weapon toss Scythe is getting destroyed. Is this going to be a 3-stock? That down heavy does not connect. Goes for that down like ground pound. Remy is going off pure instinct right now and got taken out, but that was the first stock. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to Remy's inconsistency, right? Game 1 looked incredibly close, but when that went on, it looked like Scythe was running for his life. He didn't want anything to deal with that vicious Yumiko play that Remy was being able to pull out there, and now he's boxing him off, but Remy's just kind of like, what are you going to do?
There
I have 2 stocks,
One
and
scoop.
I can hit you with anything.
Is he going to go for a second one? He goes for the weapon toss, and there it is. 2 scoops, and that's going to be the Raisin Bran finish right there. No sponsorship, of course, but there it is. The 2 scoops of raisins
damage
into the ceiling and all over the floor now. But
600 damage from Remy there against the sub 300 damage on Scythe. Game 1 looked really great, but that's the Yumiko representation that I want to see, and I hope that Remy can maintain that speed of play, because Remy's not the most cerebral player, but man, can he react to almost anything. Like,
this saw the hammer plays, taking him coast to coast, all the way across, dealing damage the whole way, stop side air and stop side light side air, and it was just so clean and consistent. He was able to get so much damage off with that hammer play.
And I want to emphasize that a lot of that is strings. They're not confirmed combos, and a lot of the times,
well, the way he did, it looked like a combo.
To make it work, you have to react to whether or not the opponent is either going to dodge or jump out of a combo, right? And if you expend that dodge, it opens up that much more opportunity to do that, like so much more attacks. That's why a lot of players sometimes you'll see go for confirmed D-Light Sares, and that's it. Or you'll see somebody like Remy who will hit their opponents like 8 times because they're just that on top of them. And it's very exciting to see that kind of gameplay coming out. And it's easier to see that gameplay come out in ones where you're not being interrupted either by your opponent's teammate or your own teammate, because you have to be aware of their surroundings as well. So excellent showing there from Remy, showing why he's had so much success in the competitive scene and why he's so high in the power rankings.
And we're going to see that a lot more, especially from some of the people coming up next. I think we're going to have a much more close game coming up in the next. I think so.
We got
Silly Gobi has done a fantastic job since DreamHack Austin to improve his play.
It's actually not Silly Gobi yet. Sandstorm and Silly Gobi, that will be close. But we have to watch Phazon versus I'm trying to see. I think it's Kui. Is it Ku or Kui?
Kui. Yeah. Like, I don't know how to compare that to anything.
You don't have to compare it to anything. I'll just trust you. It's definitely Kui. Kui sounds better.
I know that for a fact. We've seen him play in some of the pools matches in the past, I believe. Not in necessarily LANs, but online tournaments. Okay. I don't quite remember what he plays.
We'll find out very shortly.
I mean, we know what Phazon plays.
Yes, we do. We know what Phazon plays. Hattori and twos. Lucian was really what he made his name on.
Last year.
And then he started switching between different characters. Hattori primarily has been like his main now.
Yeah.
Like originally it was like a pocket pick secondary, and now he's just kind of like, I'm going to play Hattori everywhere because I get more success on it. And then he'll pick out some gun legends sometimes when it's...
That's been a lot of people recently too. Maybe not in ones, but definitely in twos. The Hattori was, I don't want to say overrepresented, but it was definitely one of the main picks that we saw throughout the entire day.
Phazon, I definitely expect to get out of this round robin pool. Maybe even... So Phazon a little capped, excellent twos, even though they did, I think, they did get knocked out in top 8 in 2v2s. On the way to top 6.
They didn't make it into top 6.
They're interesting because I can almost always trust them to get into top 8 in a 1v1, but never win a tournament. And I don't think necessarily that they have ascended in skills so much so that I would expect them to win this tournament, but I would love to be able to see them make top 8 at a BCX because of how much more stacked it is.
Yes.
Because top 32 is almost confirmed for players like Phazon. But After that, who you knock out and who you run into is going to be like this. Every match is a potential top 3 match in like other tournaments that are regional.
Yep, and I mean that's the fun of top 32s
World
at BCX.
Championship. Yeah,
I mean
it's fun for us. It's
match,
stressful for the players. For
well, I mean,
sure.
we get to watch, they get to play, and that's the whole disparity there. But you know, Faison going up against someone like Blood Diamond again, like we saw last year, where it was an incredibly crazy set between the two, where it started out with Blood Diamond, of course, getting the. I don't want to say a JV3 or JV4, but it was a 3 stock in the first game.
It was a JV4. I don't think there's
3.
ever been a JV4 on stream matches.
I want to say there was one.
There's definitely
sometime.
It would be fun. If anybody has like a link to that to be able to prove us wrong, that'd be cool. Is this another Diana pick?
It is looking like it.
Interesting. Now, of course, they could just be doing it for the button check. And we got Kui. Correct?
Kui.
Okay. We've got
Kui
on
both
on. Although it looks like he's going to be switching over to something. So Diana.
Okay, so
we've been seeing more bow representation today in these round of pools than I think all weekend, which is very exciting.
You know, that comes back to the case that we've been making, that 2s and 1s are
very
completely
different monsters.
You know?
Yeah.
We did see a little bit of bow yesterday with a lot of Kojis. Well, I won't say a lot, but a selection of Kojis. How about that? And now, even more bows. I think this is 3-4 games in a row where we did see a bow.
This is true.
2, 3, 5 games in a row, 6 games in a row. So a lot of, because Boomy played Diana, Mr. Bajonski played Koji, Viper played Diana.
No, it's been every game.
Sunshine played Yumiko. So
and we got a Yumiko Ditto immediately afterwards.
Every single game that we've seen in this set of games.
We're getting some very fast movement speed characters. So Diana versus Lucian is going to be our first game in this set. This is in pool BHB 6, Faison versus Kui in game number 1, going to Twilight Grove and already opening it up. Faison finding the first weapons. The guns are going to be the weapons that both players have. The only difference being Lucian on guitars and Diana with the bow.
And Faison, I mean, we're talking about who can use blasters. Faison is one of the few people that we've seen really make major strides in his blasters play throughout the year, especially from last year. He did play Lucian a lot, and we saw a lot of success out of the guitars and some success out of the blasters, which did get him to top 8. But we've seen just so much development from him in the blasters departments that he is easily one of the best NA players that uses blasters.
This is true.
Period.
Yep. And Kui's trying to get in with something, but he gets caught up by the downlight. Faison dips underneath, uses the recovery to catch him. The recovery is a multi-hit move, so you have to be able to follow where your opponent is being hit as you raise upwards, otherwise it can drop, but Faison does that perfectly. He's able to kill him off the top, and it finds himself only in the yellow here. A few unarmed hits is exchanged by Kui onto Faison before he manages to find those guns, but Faison in the gun ditto is kind of showing how much more developed he is with these weapons. Side air, sidelight does not quite connect. Kui's able to find that nair on the way back up. Down airs are being exchanged between both players, but Kui's doing a little bit job of being able to equalize this. Nice sidelight, catches Faison trying to reach for that Sair. Sidelight punishes the neutral light coming out from Kui, and both players are exchanging blows right outside the range of where the guns can actually hit.
And we see Faison going for a lot of these read plays with guns, trying to really make something happen here, trying to read out what direction Kui is going to go in. And where some higher tier players might make those decisions, Kui hasn't been doing that. So Faison might be holding a much higher expectation in the match in terms of where his reads are going. Not to say that Kui is not a higher tier player, but Faison is more used to playing against people like Noel, Blood Diamond, Stevenator, all those kind of people.
It's the idea of kind of like, well, this playstyle is not very familiar to me.
They just have different tendencies.
But Kui definitely was able to bring it back on that second stock there. The first stock looked very solidly in Faison's favor. And it looks like he's going to be closing out this first stock too. Dive kick definitely gets him out of the recovery. Recovery already gone. Solid stock ahead for Faison. Kui, though, previously when he returned on the new fresh stock, was able to find a lot of unarmed damage just like that. Side air into neutral light into Sair. All unarmed. Lots of damage being put on. He's trying to catch him with these neutral airs as well. Neutral air, unarmed, and neutral light are interesting because they kind of act as like grabs in a sense that when they hit, it forces you into the multi-hit move before getting knocked back. So it gives you some time to be able to react to where your opponent's going to go. And Kui's actually done a great job of not getting hit.
He's done a fantastic job. He's only taken 2 hits so far in this stock. And this is something that I don't think either one of us were expecting to see out of Kui, is such successful strings and reads out of him to get a lot of damage out of Faison.
As we're like casters cursing him, Faison started to find like a ton of neutral lights. But the side stick goes, not going to finish just yet. Lucian trying to go for that recovery. Kui is trying to find something. There's a neutral stick from the Katars, a little spinning attack, but he does not fall into it. Doesn't catch him. FaZe on the side of the stage has an edge opportunity, but he doesn't look like he wants to contest FaZe on off stage, even though he has the Katars against the guns. And the neutral stick catches him trying to dodge over his head. Kui playing very well against FaZe on, and it looks like he's starting to get a read on his opponent to the point where Kui actually kind of has a momentum advantage at this point.
And now holding onto that weapon, he can get a little bit more damage off right now. FaZe now finding that bow. It does get a little bit of range to try and contest against Kui's blasters, but this is going to be still Kui's game right now, as he is actually in a pretty decent position to face off against FaZe. He still hasn't reached that kill potential, and that is so much damage. Kui doing so well and putting himself in the position to try and take FaZe stock, and FaZe hasn't been able to find the kill potential right now.
A bow and arrow will not kill that early on, and now FaZe is trying to find his falling sidelights. Downer hits once again. Will he get the Sarah on the way back? FaZe having difficulty recovering. Tries to go for that pivot side signature to hit him into the island. Jumps just barely out of the way of the Diana side sig. FaZe dodging, trying to find some movement. Gets him with the recovery very low. Excellent option from FaZe similar to what we saw on stock number 1, where he dips beneath the opponent to catch him with that first hit of the Guns recovery, carrying him up high and being able to kill him off the top. Guns recovery is a very common finisher for gun players in general, besides the signatures for being able to kill people off the top. Kui should be feeling pretty okay about that match because that was looking bad, and then it got pretty close, where it looked like FaZe was sweating a little bit towards the end.
Talking about it getting really close, there was a certain position there where Kui actually looked like he could have just won it right on game 1. And if that happened, you know FaZe would literally be sweating bullets as he goes into game 2. But right now,
that being
he's
said,
in a bit more of a comfortable position.
There's 2 different ways that players can adapt to an opponent. It's either mid-match or in between games. And FaZe might be one of those players that was like, okay, now that I've experienced what Kui has to offer, I'm going to change things up so that game 2 doesn't look nearly as close as game number 1. So let's see what we've got in store. Kui definitely sticking to this Lucian and already finding a little bit of damage there without falling there on the gun. Cider doesn't lead into anything else, and FaZe trying to find these strings on the bow. Downlight does not connect into very much more, and these neutral lights that are coming out as well aren't actually hitting. Both players being very good at respecting each other's range on these weapons.
And Kui is playing very carefully right now. He knows if he goes in too aggressively that he'll just get punished. And that's why we see him kind of backing off, trying to read out the spacing, see what FaZe's movements are going to be. And I think that's a very telling thing to see out of Kui, which is...
Gravity cancel downline to Ser. Catches him trying to go through, charges up that signature there. He could have punished. The side stick on Diana bow lasts so long that he could have just ran after him, but unfortunately he just wasn't in a position to hit him with the side stick on Lucian. Now that Ser coming out from FaZe disarms Kui. Falls with the nair. He could go for a neutral stick here, maybe a side stick. The side stick is definitely what he likes to be able to finish opponents in the red. I think he's kind of looking for a position where he can catch FaZe out of a jump or a dodge, but FaZe's not giving him that opportunity. Kui has not thrown out a single move because I really think he's trying to go for the finisher. He's making it a little obvious too. Okay, Kui. Maybe he'll pick up a new weapon. He definitely wants the guitar strings. Looking for these downlights. FaZe's not being able to find anything. The footsies, there's the side stick.
There it is.
I was like seeing it. He's almost went into this mode where Kui was like, okay, kill percent, I'm not going to do anything until I see where he's going to fall directly into my favorite kill move. And Kui takes a lead here in game number 2. And FaZe needs to get a sense for that, just like how we got a sense for that, where it was like Kui's clearly poised for the signature finisher, and he should play around that. FaZe going in for that down heavy against Qatar is very risky. He picks up the guns. The Ser still doesn't
Finally
KO.
Finds a side air. He couldn't find anything in that last stock of his, trying to find a finisher on a Kui, and now Kui's just continuing this damage build up onto FaZe's second stock, and this is going to be very, very troublesome if FaZe can't find a kill here.
Falling Ser
still
once
not
again,
finding a KO.
Lucian is an odd character when it comes to stat distribution, and the Ser finally does it, but he's got high movement speed, high defense, and not really high anything else, but that really works in favor of the player depending on the playstyle that they've got going on. Jumping there, tries to go in for that weapon spot, but FaZe's definitely guarding it. Downlight trying to pop the ground around the weapon, but Kui still manages to find it. Down airs from FaZe. The similar combo that we saw in Twilight Grove. FaZe really going in favor here. Chase dodges diagonally to follow Kui into the air, and Kui using all of his jumps and his dodge, just trying to get away from all of those popcorn blasters coming out towards the top. Those nairs keeping Kui in the sky, and he finally lands, but I swear Kui has been floating for like the past 20 seconds, trying to find his way back onto the ground and get some damage onto FaZe finally.
Oh, finding another down air into the side air. Now this is FaZe turning things up, I think. And we're seeing him a lot more successful this time around against Kui and giving him much less in the way of movement space and dodge reads and everything. I mean, Kui has...
There's the recovery KO that we saw from the previous games, too.
Pretty much 180 from what we saw in the last game from his second stock.
Yes. And Kui, unfortunately, might be playing a little bit too telegraphed. But let's see if he can maybe change things up. When Faison got the guns there and was able to get in, Kui definitely didn't get a break. In fact, I think it was when Kui was put in the air. I'm expecting Kui to get a ton of damage here because he's having so much difficulty landing on Mammoth Fortress. Sides to connects, Faison gets the down air, weapon toss, has to dodge through it. Can Faison get the ground pound? He stares him into the stage instead, tries to find another stair. Kui makes a good recovery, all things considered, seeing as that he got hit by that bow down air, but he's been put into deep red. Faison not even close to losing the stock, and the side stick finishes it. Very impressive. I'm going to say a very impressive. I'm trying to think of the word. It's escaping me. But like Faison didn't look super strong in the first stock, and then he was just able to come back. Because I don't want to call it a impressive comeback considering that it's Faison, but like Kui was in control for the first stock very clearly, and then it almost just looked like Faison went, "What the heck am I doing?" And then just ascended. That was basically lost a stock, then 3 stock then.
I mean, the first game, like we talked about it a little bit, it was Faison giving into some of his tendencies, trying to make certain reads that just were missing because Kui doesn't play that way. And that cost him most of his stocks, but he did end up taking that win in the end in the first game. Second game, I think he still wasn't quite ready for what he needed to do against Kui. He hadn't found that movement, the adaptation that he needed to find the win.
Right.
And he led that into the second game. Didn't really find his stride until halfway through his second stock, but then when he did, he took it and ran with it.
Yep. Faison definitely looked excellent, and he's going to be moving on in that pool and most likely getting out of the pool.
Yeah.
Kui, however, looking quite good with how he was able to keep up with Faison. I'm really liking how a lot of these players are performing against players that we're used to seeing on stream as opposed to the players that we're not used to seeing too much on stream.
That's
the next match, however...
This is 2 players we're used to seeing on stream now. And one of the players that was nominated for most improved player throughout the year, Sandstorm versus Silly Gobi. So this is going to be the first one where we see 2, I would say, major players. Because back in Austin, I wouldn't have called Silly Gobi a major player. But with what he's done in the 2v2s,
he's always kind of been a gatekeeper to top 16.
Sort of.
As I like to see it, because I never expect Silly Gobi to make it into winners or losers side of top 16 or top 8. And he's always stopped other players that were up and coming from getting into there. And he's finally starting to ascend into that area of like, okay, we recognize this player. He's also innovating on characters that we're not used to seeing very often. Originally, he was a Lance main. Now he's a Thatch main. And Thatch is like not played by anybody.
Except for him now.
Except for him now, which
is
exciting.
We saw it back in the day, but not anymore.
And there's a reason for that, because Thatch is squishy.
Low defense, but then again, also, Boomy played a lot of Ada for quite a while, and that's another low defensive character.
True.
We
but
see
Spear's quite
Jala
popular
quite often as well. Yeah. All those things come together, and now we have so many good things coming out of Silly Gobi. He made the promise back at DreamHack Austin to go into the lab, get better, improve himself. And we've seen that in the past few tournaments, especially in the 2v2 scene. He said that's where he wants to play the most, is in 2v2s. So I guess taking a page out of sort of Egg Soup's book, who really only plays 2v2 with LDZ and no one else, Silly Gobi has made incredible strides. I hope to see him do well in this, but we will see how his 1v1 compares to his 2v2.
Yep. I'm taking a look at the pools right now. And yeah, Silly Gobi and Sandstorm are both undefeated in their pools, respectively. And whoever wins this is essentially going to get the first seed out. And then I think Silly Gobi is almost confirmed for getting the second seed out. Yep. Okay. So these are the players. They're basically fighting to see whether or not they get out of pools on winners or losers side. Silly Gobi versus Sandstorm. And Sandstorm, now,
he's a Scythe player.
He looks good in 2s. Scythe player indeed. Mordex almost purely.
Almost purely, but Scythe 100%.
Yeah.
His teammate Ethan as well is a Scythe main. I don't know if Ethan's been playing Scythe in 1v1s, but in 2v2s.
In 2s, he's been doing Hattori and Mirage. That's what he's been doing. So sometimes he doesn't even do the Scythe. I think he brings out the Scythe when the going really gets tough. I'm hoping that these are button checks, but if they're not, game 1 might be on the Great Hall. But I'm expecting this to be, okay, they're definitely just jumping
button
around.
Checks.
But we're going to be seeing the Thatch. Silly Goblin. Now, a little bit of an interesting fun fact. Silly Goblin comes from Silly Goblin.
Really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
And it's even funnier because it's basically Goblin Thatch that he uses as a skin to kind of make that as a call out to his past. Of course, now you don't say Silly Goblin anymore. You
see, personally, I like the biker one in honor of Rockefeller from back in the day, but
okay,
because that's the one he used.
I see. Well, they definitely switched over once that skin was released because I mean Thatch already underrepresented so much, and let's be real. How many people will actually use that Thatch skin? I mean,
very few.
Very few.
Well,
yeah.
I mean,
how
many people will use Thatch in general?
That's
very few.
True. Mordex, however, is a little bit more edgy with the skin.
He is used quite a few times in both EU and NA. We've seen Dobrain pick him out whenever he chooses to go with Scythe because the gauntlets give him that which he misses with Scythe. So it's kind of close range, off stage with gauntlets. You have the longer range, off stage with Scythe. And we saw yesterday, Sandstorm was nominated for a great many different awards in the community awards, and one of those as well was best 1v1 highlight, where he took someone off stage within 45 seconds or so. I think getting 2 offstage kills. It was incredibly crazy, and what he could do with Scythe and gauntlets is nothing to be scoffed at, and we will see exactly what he pulls in against Silly Gobi right now.
Coming up, and this is the one game that we've seen so far today where I'm honestly not really sure who's able to take this. So I'm excited to see it. Sandstorm opening up those gauntlet strings already. Silly Gobi able to find that nice neutral light. An excellent chain dodge diagonally up and down to be able to continue the string. Tries to catch Sandstorm down towards the bottom of the stage, but a lot of damage already being racked up here on Mordex. Mordex opted for the defense stance. Silly Gobi opted for getting rid of the movement speed to put him into his own defense, but that still has really high base force. Down sig hits him into the ground off the side of the stage, but Gobi still at a damage advantage here until that sidelight recovery connects. You have to be careful because Thatch is a little bit of a glass cannon. Mordex trying to find these little signatures here, but Silly Gobi got most of that damage with the guns, and that's what I'm talking about, right?
Neutral sig.
A damage lead for Silly Gobi didn't really matter. It took 2 strings to finish him off and send him towards the top of the stage towards his death, and already
that's
we're
the
starting
risk reward,
off.
though, is because of that where he lacks in the defense, he has everything else. He's got the speed, he's got the dexterity, he's got the strength, especially the strength, and that is a ton of damage that comes out when Silly Gobi does get a combo
That
off.
means that you have to get the KOs, though.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter how much damage you're doing. If Sandstorm just walking around a kill percent, that's it. That's why I'm expecting to see that nice little side stick coming up, puts Sandstorm towards the left side of the stage, but he manages to survive because of where he was hit by it.
Very nice spot dodge from Silly Gobi to lead into the KO. Fantastic play, and that's going to even up the stocks, but Silly Gobi still a little bit behind, approaching that orange health as well.
In fact,
Sandstorm
very behind,
is going to find the Scythe, though. I mean, he's not, maybe because he is a low,
he's dead.
He is a low defense character, that is true.
That's
and especially against a Mordex, he has a very high force signatures, and that can lead to those early kills, so that is a very good point. Sandstorm, though, playing around the Scythe angles, he's got the diagonals. That gets through the sword angles because those are more north, south, east, west. He can get through that just a little bit, but it looks like Silly Gobi now able to get the guns.
I want to see Silly Gobi use the guns a little bit more. It seems though when he's playing against Sword, Sandstorm's a little bit more familiar with that matchup. He hasn't been fighting it as much.
Well,
he did use the Stair to be able to get the finisher, but go ahead.
I'm sure he scrims against Ethan a lot, and if he does play the Hattori, playing the sword, getting used to that and knowing how people use it, fantastic option in the down sig.
And Mordex's down signature on Gauntlet. So normally Scythe is the only weapon that has active input, which means that once you connect to it, you can choose a different direction to summon a different way. But Mordex, particularly on his gauntlets, has that as well. On his down stick, he can either throw them into the ground or up in the air. If he threw them on the ground, it would not have KO'd, so he had to go up in the air to be able to get that finisher.
I think the down input for the gauntlet down sig is only if you're in the air. I don't know if you could do it on stage.
No, he did definitely do it on stage. It just bounces you off.
Okay. Yeah. I've never seen anyone use it on stage.
He used it earlier in the match, actually.
Did he really?
Yeah. We'll see if he does it again. But I think whenever he has people at lower percent to be able to get it off, but I could be wrong. Maybe he gravity canceled it, but regardless, let's just focus on what's happening right now because Silly Gobi is trying to get this finisher here, but he's taken so much damage on this last stock that he might as well be in kill percent.
And being in the air against Scythe is very dangerous, so he had to really work his approach in carefully.
Sarah comes out, Sandstorm trying to be able to get back onto the top of the stage. He has a little bit more to work with. He might be, wall slip activates, and he put out a really risky signature there that put him into a lot of lag. But
very nice movement from Silly Gobi, though, to find the KO, the down air, dodge through read onto Sandstorm. He read that opportunity right before it happens because that's one of the most dangerous things that you can interact with is a dodge ground pound immediately off stage.
There's the down stick again.
There's the down stick on stage, but
it's kind of
that movement from Sandstorm is usually what he does when he tries to get people on that push-off column, where you do that dash forward, that dash jump ground pound. It's almost unreactable, but the timing on Silly Gobi's read, where he was able to dodge right through it, was pretty much the only timing that you could get for that without getting hit by the ground pound. So that I got to give him props for that. Fantastic option select there from him.
It's kind of terrifying how Mordex uses the down zig, it just looks like he's throwing out the trash. He's like, get out of my face. Toss him up to the top of the stage. Morax is pretty brutal with how he KOs his opponents. Thatch, on the other hand, has his own little unique properties. The down zig with the cannonballs. I think we saw it once. Definitely didn't work, but we're going back to Mammoth Fortress. And as we can see here, we're talking about the defensive stats. And the difference in their stat distribution. It's actually pretty similar in the amount of how many stats are allocated. It's just like instead of defense, it's dexterity.
Yeah.
They just have those swapped. But Sandstorm already opening up with these gauntlet strings. Silly Gobi, I'd like to see him focus more on the guns here because that's where he got the most mileage. He's been trying to do some stuff with the sword here, but Sandstorm has definitely just been dominating him. Down air comes out, weapon toss, but the neutral light allows Sandstorm to be able to find his own down air. Falls into the neutral light. Silly Gobi goes for a very hard pivot side sig read, but does not quite connect, and these down sigs from Sandstorm are just being thrown out left and right.
Silly Gobi with a nice down sig to get the punish on the dodge in. Now Sandstorm with the scythe. He's got a little bit of range, especially to deal with the unarmed attempt from Silly Gobi right now, but he is going to find the blast. He's going to give him a little bit more range, and Sandstorm trying to find that weapon throw approach, but the dodge there was going to cause him to lose that weapon. Both players finding those, not able to find either one of those weapon throw approaches because they're both used to doing the same exact thing, that down-angled weapon throw, dodge into the opponent. And now Silly Gobi, he's got Sandstorm off the edge, down light, not going to hit, and that's going to cause Sandstorm to find the punish into the recovery, into the kill, and that is a very quick turnaround from what we saw Silly Gobi trying to get off on the left side.
I like the patience that he had in the recovery there because he waited for Silly Gobi to jump or dodge up to get out of the way of the string and then finished him off with the recovery combo. Because if he did the recovery any sooner, it would have gone straight through. And Silly Gobi may have been able to get that KO off the top as a turnaround punish. He goes for the D-Light recovery, but unfortunately the defense from Sandstorm and the amount of damage he's taken not allowing that to KO just yet. Silly Gobi trying to find another D-Light because if he does get a second D-Light recovery, that will definitely KO. Side sig's not going to do it, though.
Could have gone very wrong. He almost missed the pickup on the scythe, and that would have caused him to lose it. But there is the punish from Silly Gobi. Recovery into the ceiling, and that's going to be the second KO in the match. First one for Silly Gobi. And he is actually not very behind right now. He's not got too much damage built up, but we know how quickly that can swing back in Sandstorm's favor. And that's the down angle from Sandstorm as well to throw Silly Gobi off that down sig. And very nice option to go into that side light GC option, but he still needs a little bit more than that. That's not a lot of damage to come
I always get scared for Silly Gobi in these situations, even though stocks are even. Like deep orange is essentially like it's time to die. Thatch one nair, put him in the red, for example. Second neutral light puts him into kill percent, and Sandstorm has plenty of signatures in his arsenal that are going to be able to finish this off. So Silly Gobi's got to be very careful. That recovery, thankfully hitting him into the ground, but the ground pound, yes! Those are the kind of turnarounds that we would love to see. That short, like immediately jumping into canceling into a ground pound on the guns, was able to take Sandstorm out as he was trying to get an edge guard, and Silly Gobi takes the lead for the first time in this best of 3.
And weapon throw is going to lead into, he missed the follow-up off that weapon throw and had to spend time picking up the weapon, and that let Sandstorm find the punish into the side sig and the subsequent KO. So unfortunately for Silly Gobi, he's going to be put into his last stock, but the stocks are dead even right now. Sandstorm looking for a little bit of damage right now. The aerial possibility right there, and there it is, pushing him off stage. Sandstorm with the scythe advantage. Silly Gobi trying to get some weapon throws in to disrupt the movement from Sandstorm.
Yeah, I like the idea because he used his recovery super early, and he would not have landed if he didn't weapon throw because Sandstorm was ready for like a second string, and Silly Gobi could not afford that to happen. Nice turnaround neutral light, goes in for the down, does not quite hit, avoids away from Sandstorm's signature, and a jumping snare puts him off stage. The ground pound does not quite hit, but the nair gets back onto the stage. Silly Gobi trying to find these gravity cancel down lights. He has a great chance to be able to win this game, but he cannot get hit by any more strings. A signature will do it in the recovery. Almost finishes it off.
Silly Gobi recovery.
Okay, he's got his jumps. He barely touches
his dodge, so he was able to get back. But there's the down air into the weapon throw. The ground pound coming out. No, it's going to hold off on it because that could have been too risky, maybe.
Silly Gobi gets hit for the recovery on the stage. And it was so close. Silly Gobi.
The opportunity.
You can see that.
Knows it.
Okay, there was that moment where he touched the wall and he was like, wait, I got my jumps back, and he like panics, hits the bottom of the stage. He's like trying desperately to get back, and he just flubbed a few things, but that was Silly Gobi's game. Very close, and that's what we were talking about. When it comes to both of these players, they're up and coming enough to where they're around the same level of potential for once. It was solidly in Sandstorm's favor most of the game, but that clutch potential that Gobi was able to show with the ground pounds really showcase that Gobi has the ability to show off Thatch at what he's capable of doing in ones.
That's kind of how you have to play Thatch, you know?
Yes.
He's got, with the stats that he has, you can't really play too carefully, because if you wait, you could try to go for those opportunistic pickoffs, then you're just going to get punished constantly. You're going to take chip damage, and before you know it, you're going to be in that kill range. And you can't take that. You have to be able to assert your pressure, assert your dominance on the opponent, take that map control, and play aggressively, especially with a character like Thatch, who has the ability to do so with sword and blasters. He can get right on top of the opponent, especially with some of the sword signatures as well. It's having huge force. You can really assert your dominance if you just pressure constantly.
It's one of the unfortunate parts of certain legends in Brawlhalla is that sometimes you'll really like how a character plays or how their signatures work, but because of that, you have to play around what their stat distribution is. You can modify it slightly with your stances, but like if you're a Lucian player, you just have to accept that you have to hit your opponent that much more if you want to be able to get those signature finishes because your force is so low. If you're a Thatch player, you have to accept that you have to get hit that much less in order to be able to succeed as you're going through it. These stat changes do matter, but we saw Gobi successfully doing things with Thatch that we're not normally used to seeing, and I would love to be able to see him play again because most likely he's going to be making it out of that pool on the loser side of the bracket.
The only thing I wish we did see was at least one cannonball usage.
We did see it. I think you
was
were looking.
One?
I think you were looking at me when it happened.
It's probably.
But he definitely didn't hit with it. He just kind of like put it out while Mordex was like not even close. But we did see the down sig.
Usually with Thatch, the only time that you really use that, there's a way to do it where you do a reverse slide charge off stage where you do the cannonballs
and
then they try to
super far.
Yeah, they try to chase you down. They get hit by the double
soup
cannonball.
Is the only move that you
and
use.
Honestly, as someone who plays Thatch on and off every once in a while, I will say if you connect cannonballs, in my eyes, you already won, and it doesn't matter the end of the match.
It's a pretty fun move.
It's cannonballs.
What do you think about Sydra's cannonball? Is that more realistic to hit than Thatch's?
I think so, because we've seen Dobrain and Starlight play a lot of Sidra, although I think Dobrain is really the only person to really... He has a very different play style.
Neutral sig? I think you're correct. Other players just kind of like press the button. I mean, while Dobrain actually does setups with the neutral sig, if that's what you're talking about.
But all the NA characters, all the NA players that we've seen play Sidra and Cannon usually stick to the grounded, trying to get map control, spam a lot of the side airs or side lights, down lights, neutral lights to try to create as much coverage on the stage as possible. But with Dobrain, what we see usually is side airs and neutral sigs to create as much anti-air space as possible.
Now, to the match at hand, we're seeing on camera right now, this is Isidru. Isidru versus Silly Trinket. Silly Trinket is a player who is on the ranked ladder. And we had
he's a local player, actually.
And
he's been to a few local events.
And we even saw him earlier on stream yesterday on this stream in particular for the 2v2 tournament, which he did pretty well on. And I'm expecting this to be a button check as we see a Sentinel and a Roadvar.
He's a Sentinel player, and he plays very... methodically. I don't want to say he plays back too much because he doesn't. He'll go in quite often, but he'll go in to the point where you won't expect him. You'll expect him to throw an attack, but he'll dodge to your face, force you to make a reaction, and then hit you back. But
so this is definitely
Isidru is the player to do. I don't know. He would throw out signature moves when people would normally dodge or try to jump away,
that's true.
He'll just throw out the heavy move and just try to hit you with the biggest possible damage, and that's kind of Isidru's whole shtick. We've seen it with Bryn, we've seen it with Olgrim, and a bunch of other characters throughout the years.
Yeah, he'll definitely use like down signature on Bryn, where nobody else would even think about doing it, but he likes just being able to sweep people up. It's a slow move, but it hits really hard.
It's got a lot of frame advantage too.
Yeah, but
active frames, not frame advantage.
Yes,
it definitely doesn't have frame advantage.
Definitely the opposite concepts there.
Yeah.
But I know what you're getting at because it just lasts forever and super punishable, but it's really great if it hits. But this is definitely for seeing who gets out on winners and losers side.
Yes.
So these are the two players that they're finished. This is the last match they have to play. Everything else has been won. They've won all of their matches, which just means that whoever loses this is going to get on losers side out of pools, and whoever wins this gets on the winners sides of the pools. So Silly Trinket's going to be fighting against Isidru, and now based off of how
you lost your train of thought? Yeah, me too.
I don't think we've seen anybody use the skin yet because this is definitely...
There's a lot of crossover skins in the game. You know, there's the Shovel Knight skins, there's the Rayman skins, and then, of course, there's, well, not available in this, but there is Rayman for people to play that aren't here.
Yeah.
Because technically we do have to play a patch back.
Yeah, because Rayman was just released, it wouldn't be very fair competitively if he was being played.
I kind of wish he was, though.
Yeah.
I like his gauntlet signatures. They're so simple, but they work so well.
Yeah. But
especially you can one of my favorite things to do, I've been playing a lot of him recently, you go off on the wall when people are chasing you down, you do a double gravity cancel neutral sig to catch people off that are chasing you down the push off column, especially with ground pounds. You can definitely catch people out and it hits them really hard. One of the only few characters that can really do that aside from maybe Nyx. And
we've got Silly Trinket on core. I think it was the first legend to be released with gauntlets.
Has he really been playing gauntlets recently? Because I know him to play Sentinel, Katars, Hammer. That's pretty much it.
I mean, it does have Hammer.
Well, he still has Hammer, sure, but it's a different Hammer.
It is definitely a different Hammer. But now that I think about it, I think Silly Trinket also
different from anything.
I think he also played Core and 2s as well. So it's definitely what he's brought to BCX. Isidru, they're going to be fighting against each other to see who gets out of the pools on either side of the bracket. I think game 1 is happening right now. Yep, on Blackguard Keep. Core's home stage. As we're going into game number 1, the spear already picked up by Isidru, and he's picking up these sidelights, but Silly Trinket literally punished it the same way both times, with just a falling downer. He's like, wait, what are you sidelighting? Kicks him in the face. Why do you keep doing this? Kicks him in the face.
I think he tried to go for that weapon pickup, but never found the right distance to pick it up. And Isidru now has been doing a pretty decent job at just getting a little bit of chip damage here and there. The neutral lights, the side lights, no big hits, no signatures connected just yet. The side airs really, I don't know. There's not a lot of connections going down right now. Isidru's throwing out attacks, but Silly Gobi's just been playing around those zones.
And I mean, or Silly Trinket.
Or
Silly
Gobi, we just saw.
Yeah, definitely just saw. But yeah, Silly Trinket definitely playing around it well. Now, Isidru, of course, doing exactly what you talked about with that early KO there. I was able to get that neutral sig gravity cancel and send him towards the top of the stage to be able to get that KO. Really early kill considering how few hits are being exchanged. But now Isidru is really going in with these attacks. Falling down there. Okay, Silly Trinket has found more hits unarmed than he has with any weapon.
Oh, very nice.
That's that gravity cancel side sig that we're talking about. All those. Oh, you're right. Those heavy hitting signatures. Isidru loves them. That rising ground pound, gravity cancel, neutral sig, side sig, just throwing out signatures left and right. There's a fully charged down sig. He is okay. Gosh, we're hearing so many Brynn signature sounds, which is odd because typically when you see a Brynn player, they're not picking her for the sigs. They're picking her for the stats. But already Isidru has probably used more signatures than he has neutral attacks.
And there's a side sig, the roundabout throw over to the left side of the stage, and that is going to be Silly Trinket evening up the stock. Still pretty deep in the red right now, taking a lot of damage from Isidru. And I mean, playing locally against a bunch of people. I mean, he is in Georgia, so technically he does go against Noel of all people. So that's a pretty dangerous player to go against. But Isidru plays like no one else in the top tier of players in this game. And there's another KO from Isidru, another sig. Of course, of all things, it is a sig.
And a fully charged weapon toss towards the top of the stage, just for flashy effect. Isidru's definitely having a lot of fun here against Silly Trinket. But Trinket is adjusting, as we're seeing here. Nice falling there. Isidru going for a jumping side air, recovery hits as well. There, the gravity cancel neutral sig, if he held it a little bit, because you can slightly charge in the air, it may have hit through that dodge. But a good spot dodge from Silly Trinket. A clash that made both players very confused there for a second.
They both stopped moving.
And the neutral sig connects. Tries to go for another gravity cancel neutral sig. Silly Trinket really trying to find these neutral signatures. Oh, that gravity cancel down signature, the ground pound really turning on the heat here with these strings. Oh, the sideline of the ground pound is not quite connected. The recovery comes out, and Silly Trinket's actually evened this up pretty well, considering, because this isn't like before where we were talking about, Silly Gobi's in kill percent at orange. Yeah. Silly Trinket is on core, and the defense for that golem is a lot higher than it is for the pirate.
But whether or not that matters is another thing to be thought about, because Isidru loves his signatures. He's playing Brynn, who has incredibly hard-hitting signatures, especially the side stick and the neutral stick on spear.
Yep.
Even though Silly Trinket has a high defense character on core, it might not matter.
Nope. Falling Sarah from Isidru sends Silly Trinket off stage. He tosses his gauntlets away for some reason, and maybe to get the unarmed recovery. Actually, that's a good idea, because gauntlet recovery isn't that great, is it?
There it is.
But the neutral stick hits him. He tries to recover high. And the neutral stick has a nice little lingering effect for Brynn, and she reaches out a little bit farther than most characters when it comes to neutral signatures. And Isidru obviously showing that prowess when he has with the.
I think it's as long as the spear is glowing at the tip, it still can have that damage come out. It doesn't last for too long after it stops moving, but it's still there for a few frames.
Unfortunately, Silly Trinket was not able to jump or dodge through it, found himself losing that stock. But a closer match than it looked with all the signatures that were being thrown out on stock number 2. And I think we are going to Shipwreck Falls. So this could be potentially dangerous for either player. We haven't seen much Shipwreck. Shipwreck is the map that has the shortest walls of all maps. The blast zones aren't necessarily the closest. I think that's small Brawlhaven. But we're going right into it. Drew already opening it with some nice axe strings, trying to get that gravity cancel sidelight. Silly Trinket trying to catch him in the air with that long reaching fist.
Oh, big
but
damage.
These recoveries coming out from Drew. Gravity cancel side stick actually catches him out, and the recovery hits him through the weapon toss. Now trying to go for a gravity cancel down signature. Throws the gauntlets away, trying to get him unarmed regardless of the fact that Drew has the spear. But that side stick covers the weapon. Excellent peace of mind to go, okay, he definitely wants a weapon. Neutral stick catches him as he dive kicks back to the stage. I'm expecting a down sig. Nope, neutral sig comes out. There's the down sig that I was expecting. He's just signaturing all over the weapon, and Silly Trinket still isn't picking it up. It's not working out. The weapon toss comes down. Okay, good punish. Side sig lasts for a very long time. Ground pound does not quite hit. Isidru finds that falling stair. Weapon toss comes out. Silly Trinket dive kicks beneath, but the second weapon toss definitely finishes him off. Yep, dodge cooldown does not come off. I think your dodge is, the dodge cooldown is definitely much longer off stage than it is on stage.
When you're in the air, it's about 2.5 to 3 seconds, I believe.
Yes.
But regardless, it comes back.
And you do get multiple dodges, but it just
less.
didn't come back in time for him to be able to touch the stage. Silly Trinket now trying to get this edge guard, side lights him off the side of the stage, jumping stairs, doesn't quite hit. Isidru now picking up the axe, and I'm expecting even more signatures, maybe when he gets towards the orange. I think he likes to go for some bread and butter axe strings. There's the down air, side light, side air. Ooh, that ground pound pivoted, but he catches him with the gravity cancel neutral light of all moves. Didn't want to nair him, and now chases him super far out with that ground pound. What was that? I think that was a down light? These down airs are happening so close to the ground that it looks like no move is happening, but I definitely see something hitting Isidru.
Yep. It's a very interesting interaction, to say the least, but now Isidru having to play very carefully. He's in the very, very deep red. Silly Trinket trying to find a KO right now, playing the wall very close. And now, ooh, very nice movement from Isidru to bait Silly Trinket not go be off the wall. And that is going to allow him to make it back to stage, find a weapon, and now continuing to punish and extend the stock so well. And there's the side sig. He's still not dead. In fact, he's doing the complete opposite, finding a KO.
Okay, so he tried to falling nair Isidru, and I think he was relying on the chase dodge activating from the nair, but Isidru gravity cancel neutral sig through it, and he didn't even touch the stage and fell to his death. A haymaker coming out from Trinket finally gets that KO, but this is a solid 2-stock lead from Isidru. And Silly Trinket's going to have to do some wonky off-stage combos to be able to make this count, because Isidru has been running all over him in neutral. Nice neutral light.
A lot of unarmed damage. He's not even picking up the weapon. Like, he doesn't even care. He just wants to get the hits on a Silly Trinket, and the unarmed is all he needs. He's so confident in his play right now, which, you know, you gotta love to see it, because that means he's feeling good today about his 1v1 play. He can take those risks with the unarmed play.
Well, it's good. It's good to have fun too, even though you're playing at BCX. And we're seeing, oh my gosh, fully charged side stick gets punched in the back. I mean, he's already charging. He's like, well, I might as well as keep going, because like, I'm gonna get hit anyways. What?
And using the hidden third weapon, psychic telekinesis, he convinces his opponent to self-destruct.
I think that was an accidental ground pound. So sometimes players will ground pound instead of recovery, and Isidru's just kind of like, yeah, that definitely just happened. I mean, it wasn't like a super close final stock. It still feels bad though in Trinket's area, because Trinket was definitely getting some damage back onto Isidru, and anything can happen once it's a one stock situation.
I mean, in my opinion, as long as you still have a stock left, even if you have 999 damage on your character, as long as you haven't been KO'd, you still have a chance.
Yep.
And unfortunately for Silly Trinket, he wasn't able to finish that off. He wasn't able to get more damage and the SD off the side. Very unfortunate. It happens, but you just move on from that.
Move on indeed, and he's not out yet. I was looking at the bracket, and I was like, oh, in these pools, these two players are definitely getting out. It just determines what side of the bracket they can get out on, whether it's on winners or losers. So congratulations for Isidru to be able to confirm that winner's side of top 32, and now we're going to our next match, where we're going to be seeing Scythe again, who we saw earlier against Remy, who lost that match. So I'm imagining that this is the match that gets either Scythe or Matt out of their pool.
It's going to be the lower side, I think, because
Scythe already lost the game. Unless
exactly.
Remy,
from what we saw earlier, I mean, you have to think from yesterday, Scythe was one of the top players making it into the 2v2 side of things. I forgot the name of his partner. I think it was Grizzy.
Yes, they did pretty well.
And they went pretty far. They made it through I want to say, to the top 16. And considering what he was able to do yesterday, making it through the 1v1s and potentially making it into the top 32 was not out of the question. That's depending on who he has in his pool, of course, and there's a lot of these pools, so perhaps the only person he has to worry about is Remy. But coming up,
Remy's definitely out of the pool. I'm taking a look here. Scythe has only lost a match to Remy, and Matt has only lost a match to Remy. So they're definitely fighting to get out of losers.
Okay, so whoever gets
this is pretty close.
This is going to be on the loser side.
Yep. So I'm wondering if Scythe will stick with the Yumiko that we saw a little bit earlier. And then here, Matt, I'm not really sure what Matt's going to be playing.
Well, I don't think we've seen Matt play.
I mean, Matt's
before,
a pretty generic tag.
Unless this is...
There could be many Matts.
I wish there was a clan tag that we were able to see along with it, because maybe we would be able to recognize from.
No, he couldn't be.
No, that's Matterhorn X.
Yeah, he definitely couldn't. He couldn't be entering into BCX anyways, because.
Well, I mean.
No, you literally can't. I think it's like a conflict of interest. Otherwise, Photo would be like beating everybody.
I mean, Photo's got to run the tournament, Matt.
Yeah, that's true.
Matt Woomer, he could. I don't know.
He definitely could enter. But
this is his game.
Not looking at the camera, that's definitely not Matt Woomer.
I guess as long as Tiverus says so, he could.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, those are the two founders, right? As long as they say they can, they can.
I think they got to set an example. They can't.
Well,
They definitely can't be doing
we're saying, I mean, we're talking about whether or not they should. Probably shouldn't. But whether or not he could.
Regardless, we've got a new Matt on the screen. Well, right now we've got Scythe. And Scythe's just making sure that everything's working. They're putting in their names. I see it right now. Matt's going to be going into the other name section, and we're going to be having our game number 1 of this best of 3 coming up. Afterwards, what do we got up on the table?
We got Double Dime and Brian, Stevenator and LDZ.
A Matt and a Brian. I don't think that's Velocity Brian.
I think it is, actually.
Wouldn't they type Velocity Brian in the Player 2 tab? Or is that because it's a clan tag? They didn't? So, okay.
No, so it is. I'm pretty sure it is Brian.
Because I would like to see some Taruga representation. Sorry, Terrors. Terrors. But before that, Stevenator and LDZ are in the same pool? Oh, boy.
That's interesting.
That is an early losers bracket run for one of those players. Oh, boy.
Stevenator
it might be because of LDZ just not playing in a lot of tournaments.
Two fantastic 1v1 players. We haven't seen a lot from LDZ overall in the year, but
we'll get back to that because
I
think game 1's happening right now between Matt and Scythe. No, it's
butt check.
So
we continue talking about it. Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen too much from LDZ throughout the year, but then again, this is BCX. This is where we always see him show up. This is where we've seen him win, back-to-back. He's the 2-time world champion. Can't ever discount that, of course.
So we went from Yumiko Dittos to Hattori Dittos.
So now it's back to 2v2 style.
Basically. I'm wondering if Scythe actually just counterpicks his opponent with the character that they're playing.
Well, no, he was playing Hattori yesterday, I
So
believe.
it's just a coincidence twice.
It's coincidence.
Because of the Yumiko thing as well. Twilight Grove is going to be going on a game 1. Scythe using that amazing skin for Hattori, the default skin coming out from Matt. And we're going to go into game number 1. Let's see how this goes. As both players have only lost a game to the reigning champ of the pool, Remy. And Matt already showcasing some
very
great
nice.
skills.
Going for the early gap, and he's going to find it.
What? 12 seconds in, and Matt destroyed Scythe.
Who was the other player that we saw do just that? It wasn't Remy, was it? No, they used Sword.
It was Addy.
That's right. It was Addy Mestic.
Well, this is different because Matt, I was assuming, was the underdog here, but apparently not so, as Scythe definitely underestimated his opponent. Now going back, okay, Matt hit his head on the bottom of the stage.
Oh, are we going to see another weapon throw into down air into the ground pound? And there it is!
Crazy.
Another one! 35 seconds into the game, and we already have 2 KOs.
Scythe getting absolutely destroyed in a Hattori Ditto. All right.
I mean, you said it yourself before. Both of these players are 2-0.
The only game they lost was against Remy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So both of them have the same thing. So they're both technically at the same level right now.
To the pool,
but right now, I mean, Matt
is playing very calculated. That's what's interesting. So back to the match here. Scythe trying to get him off stage, but I think Matt that's exactly where he wants him. Recovery comes out, down air as well. Scythe gets in that down line. Down air, tries to combo into a recovery, but Matt isn't even towards kill percent yet. It's going to take a few more D-Light stairs to be able to do it. Matt got such early KOs with ground pounds and down airs. Let's see if Scythe can even things up. There's that Sair. Can Matt make it back? Nope, no recovery. Stabilizes a little bit, but Scythe is in the orange here on this last stock, and he's already thinking, wow, I should not have let that happen. He's probably thinking about the next game, but there's a chance that he can be able to take this back, as Matt seems to be playing very much towards trying to bait his opponent into underestimating him. Now that's definitely not going to happen. Neutral air connects, Scythe waits for another landing, but that neutral air coming out from Matt, and immediately going for those dive kicks. Sair into second Sair. I think Matt got his recovery stopped. He got it back. Okay, he touched the island with the down air. He was able to clip it just barely to be able to get his jumps back. Neutral stick does not connect, and Scythe is evening things up. He's definitely slowed the pace of the game, understanding how Matt wants to play. The side sig, that disarmed Scythe, sends him flying. Weapon
throw,
toss.
weapon
Two
throw,
weapon tosses, gets the dodge.
Ground pound.
No ground
this
pound.
is. Doing that ground pound below Scythe. Scythe had the right option select there. He could have turned it around and found a second kill. And there's the down
Dive
air
kick,
offstage
turnaround.
from Matt. And that's going to be 3 offstage kills from Matt to take game.
Let's go, Matt. That was
Number
a
1.
fast game.
That was super fast. And Scythe, you gotta give some credit to Scythe. He did almost bring it back to an even stock threshold.
Well, it
was
kind of
close
felt
to that.
It almost kind of felt like Scythe got sucker punched.
Yeah.
I don't want to say that though because they were definitely on even grounds, but that was like the sensation that I got from his play style, where like he got sucker punched, then lost the legitimate stock and went, oh gosh, okay, hold on, let's take a step back, let's play this properly. Kind of started to crawl back, but Matt clearly has the fundamentals to do something about that. And Scythe going with the legend swapped here. I believe
that
that's
a Lucian?
I think
that's
it's a
Lucian.
Skin. Yes. So that should be, Lucian for sure. He's going to be using guns and guitars against Matt. Changing things up because the Hattori Ditto definitely didn't work, and he doesn't have a best of 5 to experiment in.
Exactly. So now it's finding what
this is
will
to get
work.
out of the pool. This isn't just to get in the loser side.
The thing is that this is a very interesting pick here. Now, it's probably something he's had in the pocket. Maybe he's practiced it a couple times. But the thing is, it's 2 completely different weapons from what he had on Hattori.
Yep.
And I can't say for sure how this will benefit him, but he seems to know how to make certain approaches, especially with the guitars, which is good because that is what he's going to need to know how to use here, especially off stage if Matt is the one who was utilizing all of those offstage gimp potentials and, well, more realized gimps as well.
He's really trying. So Matt's playing with this interesting style where he's trying to do some full hops, throw the weapon down, and get a combo off of it. Scythe has been playing around it pretty well. Ground pound dodged out just barely in the down. So catches Matt trying to recover high, and there's that lead for Scythe that we were probably expecting based off of just player notoriety. And Matt trying to even things up really quickly with the neutral sig there, but Scythe is being able to punish a lot of these moves that Hattori is going for. Matt with a nice sidelight, goes in for the recovery, but Scythe just turns around, dashes back. That sidelight drops and gives Scythe an opportunity to get that nice neutral light. Downlight catches him at the very end, but the side sig connects, and Matt evens up the stocks without taking too much damage himself.
We have a much closer game this time around, and of course, this is a much different map as well from Twilight Grove. It's a much smaller center stage of the map with the weird angles of the island on the side, and then most of the fight sometimes happening off stage. This time around, it's a much larger map presence here and a lot more room for Scythe to take advantage of the movement on stage, especially the map control that he can utilize with the guitars as well. And Matt is having a little bit of, not too much, but a little bit of trouble dealing with that rather than being able to just handle Scythe in the air game on either the left or right side of the stage. And Matt almost getting taken out on the top side of the map as well. There's a little bit of damage coming out from Matt, and now forcing him off stage, looking for a ground pound, but a little preemptive, and that's going to let Scythe get back to the wall.
Oh,
there's the punish.
All right, let's go Scythe. He has the second stock lead once again, but Matt still keeping it very close. It's showing that those gimps, that neutral sig catches Scythe out of a jump, and Scythe uses all of his jumps to be able to confuse Matt on the way down. Matt thought he had him with another neutral sig. Weapon toss comes out, maybe trying to go for a dive kick, but Scythe's so much more aware of Matt's offstage capabilities now. That nice neutral light being able to interrupt the side sig coming out from Matt. Matt trying to finish the stock very quickly. The side air clips him. Is that enough? Scythe uses recovery, both recoveries to get a lot of horizontal movement. Very clever to expend a jump to go for a recovery to make it an unusual movement there for Matt. And Matt stopped out of a neutral sig again. Matt is fishing for these KOs a little bit too difficult, or a little bit too hard, and now Scythe is really showcasing his experience here as a competitor, being able to go, I know what you're trying to do. You want to get this KO. You want to use a signature, and I'm going to stop you every time with a neutral light or a down light.
And this is where I think Matt's aggressive nature takes hold of him, and he's been punished so much by Scythe just backing off, getting some neutral lights off, getting some down lights off, getting a couple strings here and there with the guns. He was able to build the damage very easily onto Matt, and that spells a little bit of disaster for Matt if he's not able to do the same back to him right now while Scythe doesn't have those blasters to get that damage build-up option. Now off stage, Scythe has a little bit of an advantage. Maybe if Matt's more comfortable there, he can make something work, but Katars are very dangerous to deal with off stage, and one wrong move could cost you your entire stock. He's got to be careful if he gets put off there again.
Scythe taking a little bit of damage now here from these combos from Matt. Scythe, if you got the recovery there, definitely would have KO'd. Maybe he's looking for a side sig with the guitars. Neutral sig comes out. Matt actually doesn't punish, just goes straight for the weapon. Sidelight comes out, and Scythe trying to get the pivot down. Like the recovery just barely doesn't kill. Another recovery from the guitars will definitely do it, but Matt has an opportunity to not, well, Gets hit by that side stick, and Scythe really being great with the positioning of those signatures, but that was close. And this a little too close for comfort.
This is where Matt was falling into a little bit of a trap. Scythe was backing off quite a bit, baiting Matt into a lot of these movements. He knows that if he just backs off just a tiny bit, not a lot so it looks like he's running away, but just making him maybe an inch, a foot of space, Matt will make a move towards him, whether it's a slight bit of jumping, a dash through, a sprint into the center. Matt will make that approach straight into Scythe, and he's realized that now, and he's been getting so much damage just off of that fact. Now Matt making the approach, making that switch onto Val as well. We'll see if he can play Gauntlets, but I don't know. Gauntlets
the spear definitely wasn't doing as much for him as the sword was, and the gauntlets are definitely just enough of a mix-up to maybe make Scythe confused. I know that a lot of the Hattori spear signatures were being punished by Scythe, so maybe he thinks he needs to change things up. Ooh, a nice D-like ground pound. Puts Scythe into the red. Val also just kind of has different properties in character. Jumping Sarah, dive kick, a lot of unarmed happening here. You could tell that Matt is very experienced with how to actually play the game with those diagonal chain dodges. Go chain dodge with one up and then one back to the ground to be able to continue his string. But Scythe is returning with his own strings on guns. Nice little neutral light and a nair combo there. Weapon toss to the sides to get interrupted. So many signatures from Matt have been interrupted by Scythe using those neutral lights, and Scythe nearly got that KO there with that recovery. Neutral stick stopped by Matt's weapon toss, but now Scythe is waiting patiently, and Matt trying to get so many opportunities with these gauntlet weapon throws, but the recovery comes out again, and another stock lead for Scythe in game number 3. Scythe showing that without those gimps, it looks like he's going to be the one that's going to be taking this set, and Matt can't do something about this soon.
And this is what we saw from Scythe before as well. This just spacing out, getting a little bit of damage out onto Matt and getting that build up just so that he can find a kill option later on. He doesn't need to play super aggressive. He doesn't need to go in too hard, get a lot of combos, get a lot of strings. All he needs to do is get a little bit of the one hit here and there in order to build that damage up onto Matt, and Matt will just walk into all of these different things.
Ooh, and the down sig covers the dodge and loosened down sig lasting a little bit longer, where the smoke actually still has active hitboxes. So even though the move is finished, you can still hit your opponent. The side sig so easily punished by Scythe there, putting himself right at the side of the stage, and he seems to have a read on Matt. He recognizes Matt's only way to KO is with a signature, and he has the perfect toolkit to be able to stop these signatures mid-casting animation.
More gun damage coming out from Scythe. I think he's showing that this is not a panic pick, that this is truly what he can fall back into, and finally Matt finding a KO. Unfortunately, a little over 2 minutes into the match after he's already on his last stock. This might cost him a lot if he can't find anything later. But we'll see if he can utilize these gauntlets. We haven't seen him on gauntlets before. Then again, we haven't really seen him before, so we don't know what he can do.
Sidelight comes out, tries to find another side air. D-light in a down air, tries to go for that falling nair. I like that because the ground pound was a little bit too slow to telegraph, but Scythe still manages to get out of that string. Downlight, waits for Matt to dodge back into the stage, but the neutral sig was not pivoted, so it didn't manage to connect, but Matt is being put into kill percent here, and the down sig does it. Scythe goes from being two stocked to two stocking his opponent there. A great showing from Matt. Unfortunately, that it has to end there, considering that that was to get into the loser side of the pool. That finishes off the pool. Matt, good showing for the first time that I've ever seen him, but Scythe, the one that we're more experienced with, manages to make it out of his pools along with Remy, him on the loser side respectively.
I mean, a little unfortunate, especially after what we saw from that first game.
I mean, the first game was fun.
And like you said, it might have been a little bit of a sucker punch catching Scythe off
guard.
Yeah,
I feel like Scythe was
but
like,
at the same time, he knew what to do off stage, so he had the game knowledge to take that advantage. Perhaps he was just playing a little bit too aggressively. He kept pushing himself, trying to force his opponent to react to him. But Scythe knew if he just created a tiny bit of space for that neutral light,
and he really focused on being able to hold on to center stage.
Yeah,
when he went off stage and he was starting to get, he jumped into a lot of things where I imagine that in Scythe's brain he was like, that was dumb, I should not have jumped into that. I shouldn't have done that, but it happened a few times. And then we saw over the match him slowly adjust to how his opponent was playing, and Matt, with that inexperience in tournament play, wasn't able to adjust as quickly.
And he walked into a lot of attacks. Usually the most successful players, when they do try to take those really aggressive approaches, they come from all angles. You see people jump up in the air, do a ground pound, do a down air from above their opponent, get behind them, do a side light, do a down light from the front, do something. They just try to change up the angle from attack. He kept running from the front, never tried to go above, never tried to get behind, dash through. It was always the same approach, and Scythe read that out perfectly, took the win like he should have. A little unfortunate for Matt that he didn't realize what wasn't going his way.
No, and kudos to Scythe for being able to put out so many neutral lights to stop signatures that were traveling. But enough about that match.
We talked about this a little earlier, actually.
Yes, we see LDZ the 2-time World Championship.
How many is that?
Twice.
Not once, but 2 times.
2 times, yes. BCX 2017 and 2016. The previous 2 championships that we've had, LDZ has won, I think, all the way through winner's bracket as well. I don't think they were even challenging for him at the time. Now, the difference between that year and this year and why his seed is so low and why he's in the same pool as the likes of Stevenator is because he hasn't been playing. He's definitely switched over to other things. We got actually an interesting stats screen here. Oh, this is for the pool. Okay, so
did not see this before.
BHB8. So this is a nice little way of being able to view it without having to like decipher the grid on Smash.gg. But we can see right now that to get out of this pool, they've won all their matches.
They've won all their matches. LDZ and Stevenator. I think Shade. I'm hoping that this is him, but live with Shade. He coined the term for me as Ned. We played we casted a tournament a long time ago, and I told him, it's called Frone. My name, you pronounce it Frone, and he's like, all right, Ned, let's go. And I'm like, what? Wait, what? And he just stuck with calling me Ned the whole time, and now everyone calls me Ned, and it's
well, unfortunately for Shade, he definitely does have a 0% win rate in that pool. But at least he was able to play everybody.
Maybe it's been a while for him to play, but who knows? I mean,
but Steve and LDZ have not lost a game in this pool, and they are fighting to see who gets out of.
You have to expect that as well.
And so this is a big moment for Steve because if he could beat LDZ here, he kind of beats one of his demons. He's never really beat LDZ before. And LDZ, while not playing all the way throughout the entire year, this is the first dream hack that he's been to, and also the first LAN that LDZ has attended. He's kind of a non-factor in how well he. We really don't know how well he plays. I watched him in 2v2s. He unfortunately had a team with double
He's been in the lab for a little bit. I remember at the tail end of the summer, he really said he was going to get a lot of practice in, prepare himself for BCX, and make sure he had what it takes to take the win here again, or at least get as close as possible. Of course, you're not going for anything less than a win when you go to a tournament, but sometimes you just take what you can get. Anyways, LDZ, we know what he does when he comes to these BCXs. I mean, we talked about it before. But the thing is, how much preparation did he actually get? Is he really going to show up? We've seen him win out so far. And you can't really compare his performance here to previous tournaments this year as well.
The game's changed a lot.
It's changed a lot. But also, I don't know, maybe he just takes a completely different mindset when he comes to these. Sometimes he doesn't have the best performances in online tournaments as well. Like maybe just barely getting into top 8th, getting taken out really early. We saw that, I think, in one of the tournaments in the middle of the summer. He got taken out really early in the bottom section of pools before a top 32.
That's an Ada pick. Okay.
He's actually sticking with that. I didn't know if he was just picking that for
Ada's been a little bit popular in the past few months.
Boomy really popularized it in one of his analyzations of one of the previous patches. And personally, as someone who plays Ada, I actually really approve of this pick. I gotta say, it's not often that you get to see
really low defense, but like if you are able to pull off what we were talking about, we wished that Silly Gobi was able to pull off with Thatch, which is just what you get hit by very sparingly. Ada could be so destructive. Her signatures are very fast. Spear is very popular as of this current meta, and guns have been showing up more in ones than anything else that we've seen today.
And she's got one of the best defensive stances of all
let's see what LDZ's got. I'm excited to see if LDZ still has it, because Stevenator has been playing really, really well during this entire year, and LDZ has an opportunity to upset that and get on the winner's side, because right now, as far as seeding goes and performances, LDZ is the underdog.
I mean, this is probably the biggest game that we've seen so far just now. LDZ, the 2-time world champion, Stevenator, who's made so much strides in his progress this year that he actually won his first major tournament, which was a huge, huge improvement on what he used to do, which was always second place in a lot of tournaments. But already Stevenator taking map control, and grounded map control with Spear can be super difficult to get through. It's a wall of defense if played right, and Stevenator looks like he's got everything in tow. Finally, though, LDZ picking up those blasters, able to get a little bit of damage off and start his retaliation.
Yeah, Stevenator did a great job of being able to control earlier on with that Spear. LDZ finds himself off stage. Unfortunately, does he have the recovery? Doesn't matter.
Oh my gosh.
Ground pound stuffs it, and LDZ really losing out on neutral here earlier on. Steve, he had trouble finding a weapon early, and when he finally got a weapon, he went some risky down airs off stage that Stevenator was absolutely ready for, immediately able to punish. And now pick up the sword, finds the sidelight nair recovery, goes for the gravity cancel side stick to continue that combo. LDZ trying to find something with the spear, an excellent change dodge forward, tries to get the recovery towards Steve. Side air puts him into the red. LDZ can even things up pretty quickly here if he gets one of those Sares, maybe a neutral sig or a down sig coming out from Ada. Those signatures are quite quick and a little difficult to react to, but it also kind of has to go for the jump breeze. But no, he's actually just Saring Steve to death.
And sometimes that's all you need, and there's the down air. Steve's still not dead yet, but there it is with the down air. And LDZ is going to be finding that KO, evening up the stocks. But so far, a very close match between these two players, and it has been very solid back and forth between both of them.
But that down air read will definitely rack up a lot of damage. One gun down air is okay to get hit by if it doesn't lead to a string, but once you start getting hit by 3 or 4, then you'll find yourself quickly entering the orange, the red, and then towards kill percent. LDZ has yet to use a signature here, and that's like the 4th down air that we've seen him hit in a row. He's definitely just trying to catch Steve from underneath, recognizing that Steve has this really heavy ground game. Gravity cancel down lane into Sair. LDZ really turning things around here. Falling Sair puts Steve into kill percent. We get another Sair KO. The recovery does it, and a turnaround. LDZ losing the first stock, switches over, recognizes what Steve's doing and doesn't allow him to get anything else. And once again, LDZ's looking great on these blasters, and Ada's force being so high, if you don't get hit, you are going to find yourself into kill percent so quickly if you keep getting hit by these gun down airs.
And this is, I think, what a little bit of what we were expecting to see from LDZ is just a dominating performance in the 1v1 arena. So oppressive with some of his approaches, his reads. They all come together so nicely when he is playing on point. And what a fantastic recovery back to the stage. Getting that side air, able to get the chase dodge upwards towards the wall. And look at this, so much damage. He's barely taken anything in this second stock. Steve has been able to find a little bit here, but the spacing from LDZ is almost perfect.
I don't like, okay, good ground pound there, being able to read that dodge towards the stage. But Steve was utilizing his dodge for a lot of gravity cancel signatures that were just leading to him getting a face full of damage. I want to see that a lot less. There's those quick 6 that we're talking about. And the weapon toss on the way down. Steve dive kicking to get some distance without using a jump or a dodge, and finding a spear in the face for game 1 to go over to LDZ. And it's looking quite nice for LDZ here in game number 1 of this best of 3. It's looking like he hasn't lost it just yet.
He's looking very calm too, very collected, not letting his ego get to him, just relaxing, thinking about his play, what he needs to do. He's got his movements in check. He's got his options in check.
How ridiculous would it be if LDZ gets into the finals for another world championship? Especially after not playing all year. Is this man just that talented?
There's a lot of people who are already expecting that to be the case. And I mean,
he looked good in 2s.
It's hard to say that it's expected for him to get there, you know, because you don't see him throughout the year. He shows up in some of the regional,
but he's just got that magic to the name, right? Where's LDZ all year, and now he's here, and chat's going probably crazy for him. Stevenator opening up with a nice neutral air, though, and let's see if Steve can pull out what he did in the first stock of the previous game, where he was able to deny LDZ a lot of damage, get him off stage. A nice, really early ground pound kill. I think ground pounds were the only ways that he took stocks off last time, but LDZ using that platform as it was rising to continue the gun string here, and LDZ's movement is impeccable. Look at this going. Jumping Sairs, okay, trying to find that chase on sidelight. Sair gets Stevenator on the side of the stage. He tosses that weapon aside, picks it back up for a neutral. Excellent string from Steve. Dodges in place, the reroll LDZ's going with the down air, catches Steve. Steve has the recovery, but that's it. Steve's not going to be able to back.
He was too far off stage.
Well, use the dodge and the recovery
options.
And no jumps.
And if LDZ is going to be there, he's going to take that opportunity, find that KO, and you can guarantee that that will be the case. Stevenator now needing to find a way back into this. Looking for a little bit of success here with the sword now, finding the neutral sig. No, not quite. LDZ making his way back. Right up the push-off column, and LDZ recovering, turning himself into a helicopter, trying to find a hit off that, and that is not going to be quite as successful as well. But Stevenator now finding a little bit more success here. The recovery off the top, not going to find the KO, though. So both players
spot dodge there, but Steve canceled the very end of his dodge into a gravity cancel downlight recovery. Excellent option choice. Too bad it did not KO just yet. That extra little bit of defense that LDZ is using really working out in favor. That side stick was frames away from being able to KO, but the recovery finally does it, and Steve is really getting his bearings back here. Lost that first stock, but he lost it going for a risk, not necessarily by being outplayed. LDZ now returning with his own spear attacks. Ground pound comes out, does connect with Steve, but he manages to recover, returning Sair in a rush.
Very nice.
Excellent job by Steve. Double delay into side air. So much damage coming into LDZ, and LDZ using that dodge a little bit early. Steve trying to find a falling there. Sidelight, pivot down like Sair. That's what we're looking for from Stevenator.
Steve!
Okay, evened up the damage, and Ada with that lower defense finds the recovery, but is in kill percent. Steve made this much closer than it looked in game number 1.
And playing on Ada, that is going to make it so much harder to survive as well, because any amount of signature, high-hitting force move, which admittedly Hattori doesn't have too many of. On sword, maybe, sure, but this is going to be a oh no.
Okay.
Oh, but he has LDZ below, and this could
LDZ
smart recovery.
But he finds the dare on the way back. Stevenator manages to make it back, and the gravity cancel delay recovery does kill him. Because he gravity canceled, he got on the center stage. It was really scary with how the interaction happened, but now we're on a one-stock situation, and Steve has a very good chance to be able to take this to game number 3. Falling Sarah, neutralite, trying to read these dodges upwards for LDZ. Good and light, tries to pivot for those downlights. I'm loving these pivot downlights that he's doing unarmed with the spear, catching LDZ's movement to the left and right of him. He's avoiding these gun downlights very well as well, but he's still taking damage slowly. Nice neutral save, clips him, goes for the double one.
That's going to be a lot of damage, and now a little bit more pressure off stage. There's the ground pound. Stevenator looking for the KO, and
he can't make it back. Can't get out of the recovery. Let's go.
Now.
Okay.
This
game
is an even
3
game.
going over for Stevenator, and that's exactly what he needed, because sometimes it can be worrisome depending on the momentum of the game. But I think it's weird to say that even though Steve lost the first stock, he won momentum, because it was one of those weird situations where LDZ was knocking him around.
Finding your stride.
And but Steve found this amazing spear string, brought LDZ off the stage. Sure, LDZ got the edge guard, but Stevenator was in control, and he maintained control throughout that game number 2. And now we're going to game 3 where LDZ has to switch things up because Steve looked really good there at the end of that match.
Quick retaliation from LDZ as well, but the guns are going to make it very difficult for Stevenator to get in, but having him off stage could prove very dangerous. And now coming off, getting caught in the down air. He's got to touch the wall. There it is, getting those recoveries back. Very smart on Stevenator's part, just to make his way back to stage. And there's the recovery off the top, looking for a little bit of a fall. I'm not going to find it. And now Stevenator into the pushing off into the edge guard game. But the trading between these two players has been phenomenal, being able to find an option left and right after taking hits.
Okay, dodge out of the way of that weapon toss. LDZ's really trying to get a downlight set up, and Steve's not going to hit by a single one. That Nair puts LDZ into D-Light recovery kill percent, but that jumping Sarah might be enough for LDZ. Spear recovery is not the greatest, but Steve goes for that ground pound. LDZ does not dodge towards the wall, and now he's finding his own little combo here. No, avoids the recovery, and Steve punishes it unarmed. Knowing Ada's defense is that low, he put that much damage on, was able to secure himself a quick first stock. LDZ going for the haymaker, such an easy punish for Steve. The D-Light recovery from LDZ not really working out, and the recovery from the spear is a little bit hard to hit if the opponent's not already in a little bit of a string themselves, but the gravity cancel down 6 spinning in the air, giving him the extended disco on that Ada down signature.
And that's perfect positioning on that as well, doing it just above the stage so that you can catch the grounded option and the jump option. Especially with that down stick that has a lot of frame advantage. It's pretty solid option.
Neither player wants to initiate here. They're like doing footsies around each other, but they're not really.
It's dangerous for Steve to approach because of all the options that LDZ has on blasters.
Yeah, LDZ was able to finally find something with that downlight. Falling Sarah punishes Steve's opportunity to get in with the sidelight. Gravity cancel downlight doesn't work, but he falls and gets the pivot downlight to be able to put Steve into the red. These D-lights are putting on so much damage from Ada. D-light, he goes for the recovery, but it's a little late. Stevenator doesn't get the weapon toss. LDZ's trying to go for that side signature, and a jumping Sarah will get a nice little punish, but because Steve had no weapon, he couldn't get a string out of it. Neutralite doesn't lean into the downlight. 2 neutralites, puts LDZ into the red. Weapon toss, no Sarah. The recovery does not connect.
Chase down, recovery, not going to connect. LDZ coming back to stage, looking for a follow-up here, trying to disrupt the movement from Stevenator. He's found that momentum, almost take him off the top. The second one not going to find him, though. And there's our follow-up recovery from LDZ. Now he has spear, looking for any sort of edge guard off stage. The ground pound helicopter not going to give him any respite.
Steve and LDZ are playing like this is their last stock. And finally, LDZ is able to take that lead. Stevenator with anything, even an unarmed recovery, will be able to even things up, but he can't.
He throws it out too, he knows.
He shouldn't fish for it too hard because LDZ is so excellent at being able to punish people that are trying to go for the most obvious kill move. There's another recovery. LDZ stays low, knowing that he's not going to go for a ground pound. It's too slow with the web. Okay, he's getting wall touch, exclamation points. Has to get back on the stage. Steve allows it. D-Light, Nair. That's a lot of damage already coming out from LDZ. Stevenator can't find anything onto him. It's just a silent something.
He gets on top of him and doesn't find the KO. That's so unfortunate, but he still was able to get on top of him. I didn't think he was actually going to make his way through the Iron Curtain that is LDZ's blaster play, and now he's got LDZ on the ropes for this second stock, but he has to find this
ground pound, touches the stage, lots of landing lag there. Second time that he does the ground pound. Steve is reaching too far for these ground pounds. He has to take a step back.
Not looking good for Steve.
Steve
unarmed. On the left side. LDZ looking for the kill with the ground pound, making his way back to the other side of the stage, and there's the ground pound. Misses, and that's going to cost him the stop. There's no way he gets that back from this, and there it is. The ground pound finishing it off the 2-0. Steve had the possibility to take that right there, but he lost the momentum, and it just fell so flat for him. You got to feel bad for Steve.
I feel like I almost called digging the grave there when I realized, oh no, Steve lost the first stock, and the most obvious thing to do was an unarmed recovery. He did it a few times and then just couldn't find anything. LDZ took full advantage over the panic state that Steve was in. Was I need to even these stocks up. I have to even up right now. They chased each other all around the map, but LDZ in the end was able to do what we were wishing we could see with the Thatch from Silly Gobi, and that's not get hit on a legend with 4 defense. Excellent play coming up from LDZ, and he's still looking sharp, even though he has not been hasn't been that active, but he has been labbing, he has been preparing, and he's even said to other people, I feel pretty good about this BCX. The 2-time champion may be making it into a 3-peat for all BCXs.
We got a lot of fantastic players here, a lot of new players as well, but LDZ, you know, he always brings his S-tier game whenever it comes to BCX.
And it's easier from winner's side.
Everybody, too.
It's easier from winner's side than it is from loser's side. That being said, Steve looked good. If he doesn't fish as hard as he did in that last game, has an opportunity to really rage through loser's bracket because he also made it out of the pools there. But I believe, I believe that is the end for the round 2 of pools, the B round of pools.
Yeah, there's still a lot more round robin to go.
We have a lot of pools, yes. We got a C block that's coming up. We've got players
coming up in a little bit after. We're going to go on a break in just a second. But coming up after the break, we're going to have, I think, at least one interview, but we're going to also have Double Dime versus, we believe that's Velocity Brian, so that's going to be a very interesting matchup. Doppy and Narwhal facing off after that, and then going into Dobrain into Arbrin. So that's going to be a very interesting
Arbrin's that we saw a little bit earlier teaming with Parallel in the 2v2 stream, just barely not being able to make it out of their pools, but it's going to be very exciting. Coming up next, we've got an interview with an EU favorites. Daikyu is going to be sitting on the stream. I'm not sure
is he really EU? He's been in North America for quite a while.
A global favorites? I don't know.
He's definitely a personality of the world.
Regardless, we'll be going on a break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have some exciting content for you guys coming up. I've been Taz, and this is Frone, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
All right, guys, and welcome back to BCX at DreamHack, man. We've been holding it down for a long time, but now we're going to be holding it down again in the solo or the single matches, as you like to call them, or ones. Whatever. Oh, yeah. I've been hearing a lot, man. It's ones, doubles, twos, all that good stuff.
Doubles, singles, we got it all, man.
Well, yeah, I'm TK Breezy, joining my man TWK, and we're going to get you through some more of these matches. It's going to be a good time, man. I haven't been able to catch some of this Brawlhalla action that's been bouncing around a bunch of other games, but
it's been
now I'm here.
Pretty crazy because, you know, we're in the pool stages right now. So everything is being done round robin.
Okay.
And the top 2 are making it out into the double elimination bracket.
Oh, okay.
One getting sent to winners, the other getting sent to losers. So your entire record throughout your pool play is going to determine your placing.
Okay, that's good. Oh, so you guys are doing like old school pools, basically.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And bracket pools has kind of become a thing as of late. But back in the day, man, pools, man, you had to play everyone in that thing.
Yeah. You got to find out who is top dog, who is the best.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have some fun watching this. It looks like up first we have Brian and Double Dime.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Now, Double Dime, one of the best Lance players in the game. He's been known to kind of pop off and feel himself a little bit when he's getting those crazy strings and combos going.
Yeah.
But serious competitor hailing from the West Coast. And on the other side, we've got Velocity's Brian.
Okay.
Long-time online competitor. He's got some crazy moves. Do not count this guy out.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I like to see. Oh, snap. Are we actually going to get some Sidra gameplay too? Are people using the cannon again?
Yo, honestly, there's been several top players that have been picking it up. We've seen it from Starlight. We've seen it a little bit from Stevenator. And looks like we're going to be rolling right into that match. Yeah, you see Double Time rocking Sidra. I do wonder, is this just button checks? Or are we just set to go? Because Brian's in his signature Teros.
Okay.
All right. The 3D glasses.
I really hope this isn't a button check because, like, dude, I missed when we talked about it last year. You know, we were saying that people were kind of sleeping on the cannon because when the cannon was first announced, I started using it, and then I noticed that in competitive play there wasn't a lot of cannon usage. In fact, I actually talked about this at DreamHack Sweden too with Noel. Yeah. So yeah, it was. All right, looks like we might be into it. Hold up.
All right, just heading right in. That first weapon spawn always sets in the center. Okay. So it's a crazy spree just to get that.
All right.
So feeling each other out, a little bit of the spacing.
Yeah, you never want to just straight go in, man. I see a lot of people getting punished for being way too aggressive. Oh, I like that. Try to get the reverse recovery hit.
Now, here's the thing. Brian, he's got that axe.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of strings coming out from it, but big hits, just lots of range, lots of damage.
Okay. Chase down, but not going to miss. Oh, I like that. Gets the weapon catch as well. Getting a little extra damage as he can. So Sidra Sora, man, honestly, man, Sidra on this. Oh, nice sig right there. Gravity cancel. And then got the recovery as well.
Whoa, perfect dodge through that weapon throw. Brian trying to snipe out Double Dime. Here's that cannon action you wanted to see.
Yeah, that's what I need to see, man. right, tries to go for the ground pound, but it's a little off the mark.
A double dime deep in the red. Just a little tap with that hammer is going to send him off.
Yeah, I feel like Double Dime's playing very patient right now. When I feel like, now that he has the cannon, he can at least try to throw out some of these side airs and see if they're going to land their mark. Kind of let the cannon go this time. Maybe he's not really favoring it so far in this matchup with Teros. Oh, strong boys. We yelling at him. Get him out of here.
Yeah, just that arc. Launch him off the top. Brian, got to be feeling good about that. You know, the first stock that you take really sets the pacing for the match.
Right.
So here we go, double dime back on the sword. Now, you were talking about Sidra's sword. It's got that amazing anchor swing.
Yeah.
Where you just leap into the air, plummet off the side.
Yeah, I love it. It sends at such a good angle, too, man. If you catch anyone in the leap or even at just coming back down, they're probably going to be off that stock. Ooh. Okay.
Recovery not yet enough off the top. Double dime definitely hunting for it.
Oh, try to scoop him up, man. I like that thing, too. I think that's the neutral sig right there. Every time she's trying to grab you with that and then just send you packing.
You got to release the Kraken, man.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Sword recovery off the top is going to do it. Brian, 2 stocks apiece.
Yeah, it's not too bad right now. I mean, not too much of a lead here for Brian. Not anything that Sidra can't make back, though. Some fancy sword play. It seems as though Double Dime is definitely favoring the sword this time around.
I mean, it's a really great, just stable weapon. It's kind of that jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah. Okay, nice. Neutral light right there.
Oh, Brian just tossing the axe away. I think he really wants the extra range of the hammer in this matchup.
Scooped. Doesn't get everything he needs off that, but that down air, definitely checking him.
Man, Twilight Grove, you see, it's one of those very few asymmetrical maps.
Right.
There's a lot of diversity. You got soft platforms, the left, the top, but that island on the side can be quite a trap.
Oh,
you can get bounced off the wedge and down. It's really close to the right edge of the screen. You can get knocked out so early.
Yeah, it's like a really interesting stage, especially coming in from Smash. Usually we don't have like just one or just like an island to the side, but it works well in this game. It works well because it's easy for you. I mean, you can definitely challenge people over there. So,
ooh, there was that anchor. Are we going to see it again? No, Double Dime just using that weapon throw. You really want to try and snipe your opponent off the side, bait out their dodge at least.
Yeah.
For that edge guard.
All right. Oh, looked like he's trying to get fancy with it, man. Kind of tricking him up. Actually made a wall right there with that with the weapon throw down.
Yeah.
Active hitbox still as long as it's spinning.
Ooh, but Brian with the uppercut. Man, this is neck and neck between the two.
Right. Okay, who's gonna get them down to the last stock first? Trying to find out, man. Both of our competitors in red, one good hit away.
I mean, Brian's definitely got the weapon advantage. He's been skating around, picking up everything on the field.
Oh yeah. And he almost actually got that recovery as he tried to pick it up.
Oh!
Nice neutral air. Go ahead and finish that one off.
Just releasing the blast. Yeah, Double Dime definitely favoring the sword, at least for the early game where he's looking to build up that damage.
Yeah. Oh, he's
recovers wide.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, had to kind of got tricky, but it looked like he was going to go to the island, but instead, moved himself back in.
Got to mix it up, Sometimes just thread the needle. Ooh, I absolutely love that dash jump sword neutral. Okay.
He almost punished.
Everybody calm down.
Wow.
Brian.
Yeah, no, the ground pound would have been a great punish. He was just a little off the mark, and then after that, he went to his own demise to a ground pound. What a good punish right there from Double Dime.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely crazy. Look at that. Just the focus, the thought. How are we going to fix this? What's going on with that next match?
The thing is, like, the whole time they were on the left side, I was really expecting for him to go for the anchor drop.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I was looking at it. I was just waiting for it. So he did about 4, side lights, and then he was like, all right, let me go ahead and go for the anchor drop now. Looks like Teros was ready for it, or Brian was ready for it. He just, wasn't in the right position to get the ground pound.
Yeah, so I wonder if Double Dime's kind of keeping that anchor in the back pocket. Is he going to unveil it here in Game 2, maybe even Game 3 if we get that far?
Yeah.
But we are now on Mammoth Fortress. This is one of the more neutral stages.
Most definitely.
It's just nice flat area up top, medium-sized walls, really only the one soft platform that's not usually in the way.
Yeah, I mean, it moves around, so it changed the dynamic of the stage a little bit, but it's still like every version of the stage that it will end up being is super neutral. So, this actually is my favorite stage, so.
Oh, I mean, you're not alone.
Yeah.
In tournaments, it's got like a 40% pick rate or higher. It's crazy.
All right. So again, just going to go ahead and drop the cannon, that thud, dunk.
I love that. Just
the
dunk
hit
sound. Get that nice tube. Hit them with the Blue Man Group. You know. playing on the PVC pipes. Everybody just tossing their weapons away, trying to break this spacing.
Yeah, looks like Double Dime finally found another weapon, but definitely found himself with a lot of damage on him as well into the red.
Worse for wear. Man, oh man, even just, that axe downlight almost enough. Just chop him up.
I like how axe downlight is used as like a really good anti-air as well, man.
Oh,
You
yeah.
saw him like step back into the downlight as he was trying to land on him. All right, got the neutral air.
Oh man, Brian just weaving in and out. Double Dime's done a good job closing that damage gap. Brian is not too far from being knocked out, but he does have that stock advantage.
Yeah. Good attempt at a recovery right there by Double Dime as well. He had to get over the hammer. You know, hammer, really huge hitbox, but also spinning his way down. And I think if he would have been able to drift back just a little more, he might have avoided that sideline as well. But, Brian had the moves.
He's got the movement, the smooth movement, the smoothment. I like it. All right. There's that downlight again going for the anti-air, but Double Dime finding his way through.
All right, yeah, try to get fancy with it on the ground pound. Speaking of ground pounds, they were going back and forth, but he found the KO. They're already into almost orange, so.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous, but Double Dime, he's kind of getting a pacing and a feel on Brian's aerial movement, using those upward weapon tosses as just like a slightly longer ranged aerial poke. A little riskier because, you give up some resources. You lose your weapon in the process.
Oh, he's moving.
You've got to.
Yeah, man, you got this.
He's got to
this
stretch
honestly is a
stock.
super huge game of movement. So, but yeah, he's trying to stress that stock as much as possible. He's got to be very elusive and find a way to get that damage in there too. So,
he did it last stock, so all we need is the repeat and a little bit more.
Yeah, he's doing it now too. He's got him into the yellow. So at the very least, if he loses the stock, he doesn't have too much to work toward getting Brian's stock into danger.
Yeah, and he's catching on to those axe downlights, the anti-air. Double Dime just hopping over them every time. All right, so that's a very popular option. You'll see a lot of players, when they're really up high and they need to recover, they'll do that straight weapon toss down because it can bounce their opponent off of the ground into some strong attack. Oh, but no attack as strong as the hammer neutral air. Brian securing that stock.
Yeah, I was clean too, man. He didn't even hit the stomp, and he still went on the offensive. He was like, you know what, honestly, I still think I'll be able to get this chase down. Great read on his positioning or where he was going to be so he can get that neutral air.
Ooh. That's why it's so dangerous using those weapon throws. Your opponent dodges, and now you're unarmed. Dire straights.
Side light? Not enough. Oh, wow. Yeah, the unarmed side light.
Yeah, hit him with the aerial haymaker.
I was surprised he went for that jab there, but instead managed to work out anyway.
Double Dime just keeping Brian unarmed. Even when he picked up the hammer, he took some extra damage for it.
Yeah. Okay.
Man, I think Double Dime taking the lead for the first time this game.
Yeah, he's kind of been.
There's the anchor. Yes.
Looking for the.
He got the touch.
Definitely just touched the wall. Yeah, just very, very slightly, but he did touch the wall.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of players use that extra diagonal movement on the dive kick from the unarmed kit to just touch the wall, the bottom corner, and escape some edge guard attempts.
All right, man. That dash jump actually used it as a little bit of a bait. Back into it. He's going to get another weapon. Got the cannon this time.
All right, read that jump. Oh, no. Cut through the dodge again, just keeping Brian unarmed.
So even though Brian is, even though Brian is a little far behind, he can definitely bring this one back, and he tried to do it all in one smooth motion, but does not seem to matter.
Wow.
Double Dime going to find the down light to recovery to go ahead and finish that game.
Man, 2-0, but that doesn't actually say how close that game was.
Yeah. Yeah, so honestly, that's one thing I do love about. Yeah, that's one thing I do love about the Brawlhalla community. It seems like they're very tight knit. I see that happen quite a bit. I'm not sure how close those guys are, but even if you told me they don't even know each other, I'd be like, okay.
Everybody hangs out together. It's absolutely great. So no hard feelings. Double Dime probably feels bad about having to give it to Brian.
Yeah.
But you know what? This is the World Championship.
Okay.
No holds barred.
So was he playing someone else before Sidra? Because I feel like if Cannon's now just starting to come back into the meta, or at least people are starting to use it again, that he was playing someone else.
So you usually see him playing, like Orion, occasionally rotating in a Roland, but really just mainly Orion and Lance. I guess it's that similarity with the cannon and the lance. It's got a lot of horizontal movement built into its kit, right?
Right.
You hit the side air, you blast forward.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, as I said, I've been loving Canon ever since it came out. So,
all right,
I've been honestly like since the game came out. They started putting in the new weapons. Like they started with the axe.
Yep.
Like every weapon they put out since then, I've been like, okay. Like I'm not too well versed with bows, but I do like the inclusion of all of the things that they put in. The axe, the bows, the gauntlets, and all the things.
So you're excited for us showing off the new weapon tomorrow morning?
Is that happening?
That's
okay.
I've heard a rumor.
Okay.
That like 10 a.m. tomorrow is going to be a thing.
Yeah. All right, I'm down for that. I am definitely down for that. I should be here. I think I have to be here for Tekken Top 8 or Smash 4 Top 8, one of the others.
Right, so you'll be able to.
Yeah, I'll be able to at least look over and be like, oh, okay, that's sick. Yeah,
that's going to
be a good time.
That's going to be great. All right, so we still have more round robin pools action coming up, and this next match is actually going to be Doppy versus Narwhal.
Okay.
All right.
I think I've seen Narwhal play a couple of times.
Yeah, Narwhal, he was teaming with the Trophius for 2v2s yesterday. They went on a tear. They made it pretty far. They didn't get into the final top 6, I don't think. But really great players. Definitely expecting a lot out of Narwhal here. But Doppy, one of the longest running players in the Brawlhalla scene. Mm-hmm. His hair always on point. Absolutely impeccable. Look at this man. Do you see this? He's thinking about it. He's thinking about what his modeling career is going to be like after this. It's looking pretty good. But him and Crocky, one of the longest running 2v2 teams. Mm-hmm. And, I mean, they've claimed tournaments time and again.
All right.
So he is a serious contender.
Yeah, now I see some of the other names here in this pool just all together. We got Dope Brain coming up, Tiffany, Blood Diamond. I've always loved watching Blood Diamond. I feel like he's so aggressive as a player. We got, is that Simba as in like young Simba?
Yeah, that's young Simba.
Okay, and then I throw out. So I see a decent amount of names that I've recognized before from my time being at BCX before and also Sweden. Should be good to see. These guys come through and play again. And it's been a long time since I've been able to watch the Brawlhalla. But
yeah, if it's been a long time since you've seen Simba, like, man, kids grow up.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen him since last BCX. So yeah, it might have been some time.
Yeah. He went on a full, like, Hakuna Matata retreat, came back as, like, the nice Matthew Broderick one.
Oh, man. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get this button check out the way real quick. As far as me and knowing who plays what characters, I'm not going to lie to you guys, man, it's been a minute. So, I got to remember a lot. So, I'm just going to wait until I see the character and get hyped for it.
That's right. I know you like Taros.
Yeah.
I know you're a fan.
He definitely likes to yell, so.
Because he was that first Axe legend.
Yeah.
And you were just like, oh, man, when Axe came out, yeah, just playing a ton of that.
He wasn't the one that I actually stuck with, though. Like, when Axe came out, I was like, Axe is cool. Then I waited, and then Bryn came out, and that's who I stuck with. So.
Well, I mean, she's got that high speed.
Yeah.
It just feels good to run around with.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, as of late, my last main was Jala.
Ooh,
so
yeah.
Been messing around with her for a long time.
She's been a popular pick this year, especially in the EU scene.
Okay. She's super strong. I mean, that defense is kind of lacking, but she's super strong. So.
Oh, yeah. If you just go in, go ham. I mean, listen, you just hit them, don't get hit yourself. Easy, right? Mm-hmm. That's all it takes.
Okay, hold on. We get some Barbara gameplay.
Yeah. That nice Rayman skin from Rayman Legends.
Yeah, speaking of Rayman, I actually downloaded Switch Brawlhalla yesterday. Just to mess around with him just in case, because I didn't get a chance to check him out. So I messed around with him just in case. He is very true to form. So congratulations to Brawlhalla for making a character or taking a character from another game and putting him in this game and it's very true to form. Like his Gauntlet Sigs, it all felt like I was actually playing Rayman.
Yeah. It was a ton of fun for everybody to work on.
Yeah.
So we're all extremely thrilled that we got to include him in Brawlhalla.
Are you guys going to try to add any? Oh, did you add a stage for him or?
We added that game mode, Kung Foot.
Okay.
It was crazy. You know what? Honestly, we were with the Brawl League admins last night, and we were playing some Kung Foot, but like on the Switch, two-headed monster style.
Okay.
Double Joy-Cons, but you only get one.
Oh, okay.
8 people, 4 players.
You guys are wild.
It was unreal.
All right, so we're getting right into it. Barbara's going to be going in real quick. Let's see how this one works out.
So Barbara, a skin for Bryn.
Uh-huh.
You like her. She's got that high speed, that axe. But Ragnir also has an axe, and Doppy is just commanding the stage, the only one with a weapon. Narwhal has been unarmed for this entire time.
I think Ragnir's been one of the cooler character designs too, man. Like, fire. Anything with fire is most likely cool.
It's
and then you made
a
fire like almost dragon or basically a fire dragon. It goes in. I like it.
Oh yeah, and I mean you see that fire in a lot of his signatures. Incredibly strong.
Yeah.
He's got great anti-airs. Oh, there you saw him just laying the flames on those blades. Just leap at your face.
That's a really good skin, though, man. Oh! Yeah, honestly, leaping at your face, indeed. Like, going right at him. So, yeah, it looks like the axe seems to be a very popular pick right now. From the few matches that I've also kind of just glanced by looking, I've definitely seen a lot of axe play as of late.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, 2v2, you've seen a lot of axe.
I wouldn't even say as of late. I feel like the axe has been a popular weapon for a long time.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
You see a ton of it over in the EU scene, almost as much as you see sword in the NA scene.
Okay. Nice.
Uh-oh. Not yet enough. Doppy deep in the red.
That's one thing I really like about the spear, man. That recovery and the ground pound.
Just fly up with the helicopter, fly down with the helicopter.
It takes so much space, though. Like, it's so good.
Oh, yeah. All right, Doppy getting knocked down to his second stock. Narwhal not too far behind in damage.
Yeah.
Especially if he lands any of those crazy spear strings.
Oh, free.
You get the three-piece combo, so much damage.
Hey, went for the drop off. Oh, no. Yeah, just barely making it past him right there.
You gotta thread that needle. Don't want to get caught out.
Shout out to the sponsors, too, man. I didn't know that Narwhal was part of BXA. So
yeah,
C2
him
BXA
and Tropheus got picked up by Broken Alliance.
Clean, man.
That full 2v2 team.
Oh, they actually team too?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, very nice. All right, trying to get tricky with the movement here.
That's that extra speed of Bryn, letting him dictate the spacing.
Yeah.
Just guarding this weapon pickup. Doppy finally picks it up. He's got the axe against the spear, but a little bit more damage on him. Oh, that signature just put the wings on him.
Yeah,
fly him away.
In with the neutral sig, was not ready for that at all.
And I love just looking at Barber's wings on these because they explode into lumps everywhere.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's great. You can hear him laugh.
Okay.
All right, Narwhal really just extending this stock, piling on all the extra damage. Oh, never mind. All right.
I think a really cool thing about Brawlhalla, though, is like once you realize that one of your weapons is doing mad damage, you like literally never have to go to the other one again. So he did so much work on the spear. I feel like if he gets another axe, he'll probably throw away and try to get that spear back immediately.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, if it's working in the matchup,
right,
no reason to stop.
In fact, don't even have to get the axe. He already had the spear primed and ready.
Yeah, that's that nice thing about the weapon pickups alternating.
Yeah.
So that way you can pick one up to even just weapon starve your opponent, retain your old weapon, and now you've just got a second one in the bank.
Yeah, ready to go. So double sidelight right there. Uh-oh.
Trying to do a little tricky play thrown off the island.
Yeah.
Wanted to reclaim that spear, but now he's stuck unarmed. Ragnar with the Spitfire.
Oh, this is looking a little rough right now.
Doppy really turning it around.
Yeah, Narwhal, man, he had a very solid leader. Those first two stocks definitely all in his favor, but now it looks like Doppy, a little bit of a reach right there with that neutral sig. Ooh, recovery, very close.
That's the thing, it sends diagonally, so the corners, it's a little bit of extra screen distance to go before you get knocked out.
Okay, nice weapon throw. Wasn't able to pick up the axe in time.
Uh-oh, uppercut still alive. Pretty tall ceiling on this stage.
Nice.
But not a far wall as Doppy takes out Narwhal.
That was nice, man. The drop right there of the weapon into the recatch side air, going to be all that he needed. Doppy taking that one, kind of had to take that one back, man. Those first two stocks were not in his favor at all. So, oof.
Run back and forth throughout the entire match. I mean, he was on the back foot.
Yeah.
See Narwhal kind of thinking, just processing through. What was working so well in those early stocks? What do I need to do more of? See Wilson just off to his side in the crowd there.
In the red? Is that him?
In the yellow Fable jersey there.
I see it, yeah.
He's won the past 3 online seasonal championships.
Okay, let's go, Wilson. Fortunately, I don't think we'll be seeing none of that gameplay in our block, but did he already play? He might have also already played. I know there's another block after this.
I'm not sure which pool he's sitting in.
Okay.
But I know he's just raring to go. Look at Barbara. She's raring to go, too. Just swing them hips.
That's nice. A lot of attention to detail right there. So here we are into game 2, man. That first game. Well, actually, we went back to the same stage, too. But yeah, first game very close. Looked like Narwhal was actually in the lead for most of it, but he just wasn't able to close it out at the end.
I mean, this one's changing up a little bit. Dappy with such an early lead. These Katars, they don't do a lot of damage per hit, but you can string a ton of hits in a row. True.
All right, watch out, man. Oh, almost found his way back down to the ground. Okay, yeah, it looks like he's going for like a lot of like jump reads after he gets his jabs, but honestly, Dappy is not really giving up that jump. Might have to look for a different option after he gets that jab. Different way to crush that pressure.
Playing pretty grounded. He wants, all those really great starters. For Axe and Katars, that's usually where you see your nice string starters, combo starters.
Very true. Okay, he's sliding off right there with the side sig, but doesn't get anything crazy off that one.
Damage build even all around. But now Dappy the one off stage.
Dappy, though, doing a really good job, doing these basically short hops into down airs.
Yeah, really just can command, dominance over the ground area and the single jump height.
Yeah.
You'll be able to hit them both, and hit him he does.
What a strong
all
recovery.
The way across the stage.
What a strong recovery,
Maximum distance.
All right, so Dappy this time getting the first stock, man. Let's see if Narwhal's able to bring it back, man. He's got to find a way to get back into the game. And it is going to be enough. Nice.
Just the bounce right off the backboard. All right, going for those string starters. Finding a couple errant hits.
Big damage.
Yeah, I mean, just watch her, like Barbara's health. Just immediately into the orange. Just a couple axe swings. I mean, it just chunks every time.
It really does, man. It's like you always get those 2 hits, too, man, as long as you start with that side light. And get some crazy follow-ups off that one.
Narwhal really wanting to get these spear strings, but Dappy is just, his movement is so crazy. Look at him just circling around.
Oh, yeah, I think it's going to be good. Oh, just barely touching the wall right there.
Oh, but Dappy ready for the cleanup.
Yeah, I don't think he didn't get the touch that second time. Unfortunate. But yeah, Narwhal kind of getting crazy off the stage. I'm seeing him going for a lot of like slide off sigs. None of them really connecting.
Man, Narwhal needs some perfect series to bring this back. I mean, Dappy's got a healthy lead.
Okay, looking for the down air. Not going to get a lot of swinging out here with
so
the axe.
dangerous.
Oh, no, he's gone. He is gone.
All right, I respect the attempt, but man, oh man. Double axes off stage is scary enough, especially when you factor in a player like Dappy.
Yeah. It's like the double axe is scary, but when you're under, whoever was lower had this more like the scarier time, and he was lower than him the entire time.
That down air will just swing.
Immediate down air, yeah, he was gone.
Whew.
So good games right there between our 2 competitors, Dappy and Narwhal, but Dappy will be moving on. Now Ragnar looking extra fresh.
Yeah, oh yeah. I'd say those two this was probably the match to watch from their round robin pool.
Okay.
So I would be surprised if Dappy didn't make it out winner's side from that.
Yeah.
But you never know.
Okay.
Because you've got to play everybody, and there have been some crazy upsets this weekend already.
Yeah. And I don't know what's going on right here, but I feel like whatever smoke machine they got going is blowing out real smoke instead of like CO2 or like
it's
dry
right,
ice.
You just got to coat the ceiling for maximum laser effect.
Oh my God, yeah, I guess so. DreamHack, BCX, baby, 2018. Once again, you're sitting here with TK Breezy and TWK. We're holding it down. Got some more matches coming up for you. Actually, up next, you can see our two more competitors that I've seen before sitting down. Dobrin and R. Brent. Dobrin and R. Brent. So.
Yep, Dobrin hailing all the way from Russia. Took him like some 50-some-odd hours to travel here.
Yeah, I heard he's doing the. I heard he's already in top 6. Him and Daiku, yeah, holding it down. So I'm gonna be excited to see that. I will be doing the end of top 6 as far as commentary tomorrow. So I hope you guys enjoy that. I'm not really sure who I'm with, but regardless, it should be a good time.
That's gonna be great.
Yeah. So I got to do a lot. I'm gonna be doing a lot of bouncing around
crazy.
tomorrow.
You know, everyone's always talked about how, like, oh, EU's going to win this year. EU's going to win this year.
Yeah.
They've said it every year. Hasn't happened. But now we've got 2 EU teams in grand finals for doubles.
So it's very possible this year.
Yeah, especially if Dobrain can close it out here in singles and poise EU for the double victory.
So has EU not won BCX at all? Even for singles?
They haven't won any lands,
Oh,
any
damn.
offline events. It's always been taken by North America.
That's a little rough. It's a little rough. However, I mean, they could probably clap back to them.
This is 2018, man.
It could be
it's
your
the
time.
future.
Yeah. So our Brand's man definitely been holding down. I remember seeing her last year too. I didn't really get to see her on any stages, but I did see her get out of pools. So see what happens here.
Yeah, really great player. I mean, you see her a ton out in the community spaces, the Discords, Twitch chats. Just really holding it down. This is going to be a tall order of a match, though. Dobrain, longtime player. I mean, when he first entered the scene, he had like a 50 tournament win streak.
Right. Wait, what?
Yes. Yeah, the early days of Brawlhalla were the days of Dobrain.
Okay.
That is just it. 50 tournaments in a row, he did not lose.
That's actually crazy. You know, the crazy, like, it's so interesting knowing, like, who are the pros and stuff, because I had a group of people that I knew, you know, that were pros. Like the first big pro that I met was, like, Boomy. You know, he used to come through a lot when I was streaming Brawlhalla, like, when it first came out and stuff. So it's like, who you know and, like, now knowing the history as time has progressed is crazy.
3, 2,
All right, let's get it. I think we're going to do a quick button check. From last time I remember, I thought our Bryn's played Bryn, actually, but I could be wrong. Maybe she might have flipped
she has
characters.
in the past.
Okay.
A little bit of button check. Dobrain just doing those stutter step dashes.
Yeah.
And just hit forward and dodge and then pull back real quick. So no surprise, Dobrain locking in Mordex.
Okay.
I mean, he is one of the early innovators of the Scythe. He found all the crazy strings. What are the best follow-ups? What are the best dodge reads? So no surprise. Gauntlets and Scythe, both on Mordex, both high string weapons. You're going for those dodge reads for extended combos.
All right, so she's going to be opting for the Hattori here. Hattori versus Mordex. She's going to opt some of that speed off, too, for a little bit of that defense. So, I mean, but honestly, even with the speed off, I mean, they're the same speed now, so it might work out in her favor.
Yeah, I mean, Hattori, incredibly fast legend. So we're going to see her zooming around, can dictate the pace of the game. We see her with that wild card gaming avatar there. All right, banning out the stages. We've got Twilight Grove, Miami Dome, Small Enigma. Yeah, that's what I thought. Twilight Grove. It's been a hot pick today.
I didn't know people like this stage so much, man. That's interesting to me. Coming in from another platform fighter, like it's very interesting to me.
If you leave it open for Blasters players or Scythe players, they will want to go here every time because they've got crazy extra combos off of that island wall.
Okay.
So Dobrain's going to be looking to bounce with the Scythe for just crazy damage.
Okay, chase down. Arbrin's barely making it back to stadium. If that side air would have hit, that could have been the end. Whatever. However, she's back into it. But Dobrain, man, look at him not even giving her any space. I mean, that's kind of how you got to play with the gauntlets, man. That's a close-range weapon. You got to get in there when you can.
They're close range, but once you get in, it is just hit after hit.
Yeah. Okay.
And there's the Scythe off the wedge, going for the edge guard.
Yeah.
And again,
smart.
Just bounce off the wedge.
Yeah, smart. With the way that the wedge is positioned, too, I mean, it's pretty much going to give you more options to get him blasted back down to the bottom. So instead of having to go for the dive kick, you just went for the side air and bounced her off the side. So rough opening right now for our Brinza. I will say that. Just finally got Dobrain in the orange. She's sitting in the yellow on her second stock. Dobrain going to go ahead and go around the wedge this time.
Yeah, I mean, that's smart. When you're high on damage, if you can just split your way around, just reset back to neutral.
Nice. Okay, gets the neutral light in there.
All right, denying that approach. Swords definitely got the range advantage on the gauntlets. That's why you see Dobrain using a lot of these weapon throw approaches.
Oh, try to get the weapon toss in there. Dobrain just saving his air dodge. for a great recovery right there. Gets himself right back on the stage.
Yeah, that's one of the things that'll differentiate a great player from the rest of the field. Is how aware are you? How much can you save that dodge for when you actually need it?
All right, now our brand's actually getting stock here. So looking good. I mean, she's only in the, I'll say like deep yellow, now hitting the orange.
Oh, you know what? She's done an amazing job mixing up her dodge.
That's true.
Anytime that Dobrain hits that running uppercut, that side light right there,
That's true.
It's a dodge moment.
Right.
Where are you going to go? Dobrain wants to read that, and he's only tagged her, I think, once out of it. Oh, but tags her with the snipe.
Oh, yeah.
Gauntlets from the top of the stage.
Yeah, no waste of time right there. He made sure he finished that stock immediately. So our brand's, again, not too far behind, but it's going to have a lot to work toward as she's trying to get back into the game. But Dobrain's like, back into what game? I'm going to go ahead and end it right now. You saw the combos coming out. Luckily for our brand, she was able to get out of it over there on the wedge.
There it is. He wants that combo off of the wall. The scythe neutral air, you can actually turn around and decide which way you want to send them, left or right.
Yeah. Oh, all right, tries to kick her way in there, turning around.
That was such a close dodge. I thought Dobrain was going to get hit. Also there, too.
Okay, Dobrain actually dodging through that spear throw down, but not going to be able to avoid that down heavy.
Can't dodge the breakdance, man.
Yeah,
it's everywhere.
So again, man, even with our Brents being being a little far behind, she's at least got down to the one stock. I mean, keeping this relatively close.
All right, looking forward. That spear downlight is an amazing anti-air, especially, perfect dodge, but not enough movement to make it back. Dobrain forcing out her options, going up 1-0 in the set.
Yeah, wasn't able to get back there, man. Dobrain, though, still thinking about it. He's trying to figure out how he can play even more dominant right now. But our Brands, man, that was a good showing. Good first game. I mean, she kept up. She wasn't she wasn't really threatening the win yet, but she definitely kept up.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a shaky start, but she definitely found her footing and started bringing it back, closing that gap. And that's that kind of adaptation that you want to see over the course of a set.
Yeah, so getting a little coaching right here.
Yeah, Wrenched, top player over there.
Okay.
Also for Wildcard Gaming, so they're on the same team. Definitely has a lot of good insight, having played Dobrain several different times over the course, all these different offline events.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like the coaching has been done. Hopefully he's given her some quality tips here on how to play against Dobrain. She's going to go ahead and load up another song. Let's get it. Probably listening to some Migos. We're in Atlanta.
Man, you and Sparky with the Migos. I'm telling you. Every time.
Oh, man. So let's see what happens as we go into our second game. Still going to rock the Hattori. Still going to rock the Mordex.
No legend change, but there is a stage change. We no longer have that island wall on the side. Just open air. All right, shuffling for movement. Dobrain getting some started with the scythe, but Arbren's perfect dodge out. Again. Oh, you can't dodge forever. Dobrain will find you.
All right, so Dobrain kind of looking for a lot right there with that charge down heavy, but only takes a small punish.
All right, Arbren's starting to find some damage. That uppercut, not yet enough off the top.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a combination right there. Hit that gravity cancel down light into the uppercut.
Yeah, you got to chase dodge right after you hit the gravity cancel.
Okay. It's clean.
It is not an easy maneuver. You will only see the top Gauntlets players go for that.
Dobrain definitely showing you why he is a top Gauntlets player, man. He's been going in. Honestly, you were talking about his scythe gameplay, but I've been noticing that he's been opting for the Gauntlets more than anything so far in this matchup.
Yeah, he really has. I'm not sure if that's just where he's been putting his practice lately.
Yeah.
Or if he just views the scythe as more like the closer weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, that dodge read, that is classic Gauntlets.
Well, that was super close too, man. I think he was expecting her to kind of move forward, try to get back on the stage, so he turned around his second recovery.
Nice.
If he would have hit that, that was definitely stock. However, our brand's getting herself a stock here, easy stuff. About to hit the red, kind of deep orange right now.
That's right. We've seen her extend stocks before. And on a legend like Hattori, I mean, you're so mobile, you can stay away from those really big hits. right, Dobrain trying to break that spacing. Oh, great challenge against the signature, but not enough to beat out the side light. Dobrain taking the second stock.
Yeah. So Arbrins trying to get herself back into the game yet again. Want to get it down to a one-stock situation. That's some decent damage right here onto Dobrain, but I have to rack it up just a little more if she wants to threaten this stock. Uh-oh.
Dobrain every time with that side light uppercut.
Even though Arbrins is starting to get hit a little more on her dodges, she's still doing a pretty good job of looting whatever follow-up he's going for after these side lights.
Oh, yeah. I mean, she's closing this gap. Make no mistake. Even though Dobrain is still on his second stock, if you just kind of equate a health value to each stock, she's been ahead. Oh, never mind. Dobrain just eating away at that lead again and again.
Still living just barely, man. Maybe that one extra point of defense is keeping her alive.
Oh, no. There's that Scythe, the closer weapon.
Yeah.
She's got to flash the sponsor.
Yeah.
Incredibly well played, but Dobrain taking that set 2-0 in commanding fashion.
Yeah, he was definitely a lot more on his game in that second game. The first game got it down. Arbrins got him down on one stock, but that second game he was in full control. Seemed like he was actually finding the hits off of his side light, confirms too. So he was like side light into, I think I know where you're going this time. Yeah.
It was great seeing him use the gauntlets, you're absolutely right, as the opener weapon. Go for the damage build, go for the strings with those gauntlets, swap to the Scythe for the end.
Yeah. So again, man, we'll be seeing that guy in doubles finals as well.
Yeah.
So he's trying to do it big in singles and doubles here.
He wants to hit Sunday all around.
Oh, yeah. He wants to. He'll be here for a bit. He'll be playing for quite some time. So up next, though, we got Tiffany going up against Baboot.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay.
So Tiffany, she is an absolutely amazing player, taking the Winter Championship just shortly after last year's World Championship. And dominant performance all around, incredibly amazing 2v2. I think her and Starlight are also in finals for Sunday.
Oh, word. All right.
2v2,
I honestly haven't seen Starlight at all, so I'm going to say what's up to my man. He was also one of the first few top players I knew. So
yeah, and then Baboot, Atlanta local. Oftentimes the main sparring partner of Noel, you'll see them hanging out together and just talking about the game.
Okay. Honestly, I'm surprised that we have, such a diverse scene. You know what I'm saying? We have people coming from E, we have people coming from all over the states. And it's nice to see that everyone's always I know you guys don't do that many lands, but it's nice to see that when lands do happen that people show up. Again, we went to DreamHack Sweden, saw a lot of good players out there. I'm not sure if they're all here. Definitely saw a lot of good players out there, and I was like, oh wow, yeah, you guys really show up for this for these lands. So yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh, looks like we are actually getting a different match injected first.
Okay.
And that's where we're going to see Wrenched versus Jakey Boy Kaufman. Now, Wrenched, we just saw him coaching Arbrens because they are both on the same sponsor team, Wildcard Gaming. And Wrenched, he said he was going to start winning some tournaments, and everyone was like, all right, Wrenched, maybe we'll see you in top 8.
Yeah.
More like top 16. And then he started taking second, making grand finals. Now, he made that claim again heading into the World Championship, and now people are listening.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, hopefully he keeps proving himself correct here. So we're moving on into his match. They're going to be setting up very soon. Wrenched with the D at the end.
It's very important.
I like it. Wrenched. And then Jakey Boy Kaufman. You guys got some pretty interesting tags over here. You guys got some pretty interesting tags.
It's a bunch all over the place, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, Baboot sounds... This is the name of it. Saying it sounds funny to me.
All right.
Oh, man. Baboot. So, and then we got Blood Diamond, Tiger, Blue, Cody Travis coming through, I Throw Wow, and Simba all going to be playing very soon. So I hope you guys are enjoying this. Again, we're at BCX 2018. They have one every year. Also, I think there might be some talks, okay? I only heard might be some talks of another one coming soon. Just keep a lookout. That's all I'm saying.
Keep a lookout.
Yeah, keep a lookout. There's a lot of talks of a lot of things. There's some talks of a weapon coming out tomorrow. There's talks of possibly more lands. I'm just saying, keep a lookout.
Well, I mean, just about 2 weeks after this, we're going to be at DreamHack Winter over in Sweden.
That's true.
Always more Brawlhalla action going on.
Yeah, I was supposed to go out to that, but it's a little too close to Ultimate. And the last time I went to Sweden, dude, I literally slept the entire time outside of my commentary blocks. That jet lag slapped me up, man.
Oh my gosh.
That jet lag slapped me up. Yeah, so it was like every time I was done commentary, and then I'd be back, and then I'd go back to sleep. It just did not matter, man.
Photo came back the same way, just zombie.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, it was good times hanging out with the boys, though, man. It's nice to, really kind of sit and chop it up with Foda.
Yeah.
And I also got a chance to commentate with Foda, too, man. He's a very energetic guy.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll see him here out on the mic all weekend. Absolutely crazy.
Is he going to be doing the MC stuff again?
Yep. Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, he's going to be doing the MC stuff. He did a community awards show last night. So we had all those great categories like best team combo, best pop-off, all the hits.
I needed to go back and see that best team combo, man. I've seen some crazy stuff in my time, so we'll see if I need to really don the best team combo, the best one. I'm like, wait, this happened? This happened? Okay.
So you see Wrenched just kind of saying, hey, what's up? We're getting this all set up. Going to do some button checks. Now, Wrenched, he is a Katars player. He's been a Katars main for a long time.
Yeah.
But he tweeted out just recently, like right after Autumn Championship, several weeks ago, I'm going to start playing Scythe and show you how easy it is to win with. We haven't seen his Scythe yet. In 2v2s, he was sticking to those main Katars.
This is what Wrench said.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm really curious to see if we're going to get Wrenched playing any Scythe today. He's locked in a Surrey here. This is just button checks, so he might go with the hot swap.
I mean, that's some strong trash talk right there. If he was like, yeah, man, Scythe is this easy, let me show you how to do it. All right, so it looks like we're going to be done with that button check. Got it out the way.
All right, locking in a Surrey, sticking with the Qatar main. But he is fighting against Scythe. Jakey Boy Kaufman locking in Mirage.
All right. So, I mean, Mirage, prominent Scythe main, I like all of her SIGs. Honestly, I like every single one of her SIGs. So,
oh, yeah.
But, yeah, we're going to be going up against the Surrey, man. Super quick cat.
That's an amazing kit. I mean, Mirage, she's got the Scythe, she's got the Spear. There's a ton of range there, a lot of options. And all of her SIGs just enhance that coverage.
Yeah. All right, so see what we can do, man. Gets the first weapon, starts off with the Scythe. Wrench, man, just trying to keep stuck in the air. Big
my
damage
gosh.
at the beginning.
Absolutely crazy. Just knock him around, knock him everywhere. Put him back on stage, why not? You're not done with him.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? I just wanted the damage. Let me help you back out. So huge start right here from Wrench. Already got him into the red, pretty much. Oh.
Dominating lead to start. And we're only 30 seconds in. I feel like he's playing with his food. I mean, it only took 35 seconds to get that KO, but somehow it feels like he could have done it at any point.
Yeah, easy confirmed to the recovery, and that stock is already gone. Only sitting into just now getting into some actual yellow here.
All right, Jakey Boy answering back. Tons of spear strings and damage.
Right.
Oh my god!
Did you see? Like, he's in his head. Like, he actually just stood there and waited for him to opt to go for that SIG. It was like, you know what? I know you're coming in. Oops, spot dodge. I'm here.
You just want to see the little, like, come here, hit me with it, hand wave.
Ooh, just barely made that back. You know, again, this stage with the small sidewalls does make it a little harder to recover. Jakey Boy did have the weapon throw, but he didn't get it off stage like he wanted to.
And that's the thing about Shipwreck Falls. With those short walls,
yeah,
you're going to see, oh my gosh, spears everywhere. They lay the traps.
Yeah, this covers like pretty much the entire area around her. So I'm trying to get that dash in, and next thing you know, he just gets thrown out with that down sig.
That unarmed neutralite, one of the fastest attacks in the game. Not a lot of range, but you can use it to contest in a scramble.
Looking for another down. Sig wasn't going to catch him this time around, but even so, such a fast Sig, you're able to act out of it if the opponent's not too close.
Oh, nice. Again. All right, Jakey Boy Kaufman really taking the lead here despite the rocky start.
Yeah, obviously didn't let the nerves get the best of him, man. After a combo like that, I would have been like, man, this player is good. This player might be better than me by a large margin, but he's like, nah, I'm fine. And yes, the chase dodge to get back on stage. He needed that.
I absolutely love seeing that. Anytime someone's, they don't have enough to make it back, but they get that last second hit.
Yeah. Quick neutral air to the chase dodge. Now, side light or side air.
Yep.
Gets the recovery, though.
Hit that teardrop weapon throw, force him high, and just uppercut.
All right, so Jakey, not too far behind, man. You can see him kind of just trying to finish it off. Went for that side heavy.
Oh, that down air's got to do it. Wrenched is so far off stage.
Just barely. Very close, though. Tried his hardest to maximize his recovery, but yeah, that down air definitely flung him straight down into the left. Perfect angle to get your opponent as far away from the stage as possible.
All right, Wrenched arming back up with these Katars. He did amazing work with them to start this game. Let's see if he can close out the same.
Scoops. All right, everyone getting back on stage.
It was tense there for a moment. Yeah. My heart was pounding.
All right, coming through, I think that was the side sig.
I mean, that's that signature kit you were talking about.
Yeah.
So useful and amazing in every way. But Wrenched, these perfect spot dodges through.
Oh.
Wow.
The bottom side of the neutral air, man, whenever you get hit with the neutral air, whatever part you get hit by is where you're going. So he hit him with basically the neutral air spike. Good stuff to Wrenched. Man, yeah, it was looking rough for a second, man.
Yeah.
It was looking rough for a second. At the beginning, Wrenched definitely ran through, and then my boy Jakey Boy managed to bring that all the way back. Well, Wrenched then claimed the momentum once again.
He's just smiling, laughing, having a great time. I think he might have something else in store. A little extra something up his sleeve. The changeover to Bryn.
Okay. Bringing back young Barbara. I feel like since the Skinners came out, man, everyone's back on it. Here we are. So I don't know too much. Again, I haven't seen too much gameplay from Jakey Boy Coffin, but I'm assuming that if he's pulling out the Bryn, that he's very comfortable with his character. So let's see if this works out.
At least it has that same spear that his Mirage had, you know?
Yeah.
So it's a half similar weapon combo.
Yeah. And he still gets to keep the spear, too. Yeah, as you said. I thought I heard speed for some reason.
Oh.
She said spear. Yeah, no. Definitely has the spear. So
he's got the speed, too.
Yeah, he's about half familiar with the character. Just got to see how well his axe play is now.
Ooh, Wrenched cutting up with the sword, but off stage, perfect dodge through the weapon throw.
Chopped up, moving through. Okay, gets the uppercut.
All right. This is what's interesting about Twilight Grove, when you start just circling around that island, cat and mouse with each other.
Okay, the uppercut, I like that. He managed to drop all the way down there so he can get that recovery to hit. A little bit of a reach.
Wings exploding into the lungs. Yeah.
Ooh, that was a good bait. That was actually really good bait. Looked like he was going to try to go for that weapon, and then he forced Wrenched to go for his own recovery. Uppercutted that man out of there.
Yeah, I mean, he's just kicking Wrenched back and forth, but no one has gone down yet. So much damage on the field. That's got to do it. All right.
Finally does it, yeah.
Uppercut from stage level.
All right. So even with him getting that stock first, I mean, he is very hurt and getting close to the deep red. Still adding up some good damage. Got a double downlight side air combo.
Yeah, Wrenched definitely getting worth out of this stock. Slice after slice, man. He is just running away with this game.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. Look at his
positioning,
the backside. Unfortunate. Yeah, got caught up getting too close to that recovery on the other side. But I was like, you see his positioning, man. He's down to throw out some attacks, but also keep moving so he doesn't get caught out. Oh, wow. Super far off, just barely making that recovery. Oh, man.
That was some clutch movement by Jakey Boy. Oh my gosh, Wrench just sprint off the side.
Good side sig, man. Yeah, he's like, you know what, you got that.
Got to give respect for that one.
You
absolutely. Wrench really going for those neutral sig reads, just trying to dunk him through the chute. Here we go, weapon throws to break the distance. You know, since Jakey Boy does have a little bit of that speed advantage right now, that's really letting his close-range Katars get in.
All right, Wrenched back on stage. Kind of waited his time out, bided it out just a little bit. So solid lead too, man. He's up about the lap.
Oh my gosh, Jakey Boy, you can't thumbs up like that, please.
I think he baited that. He baited that. That was the BM gameplay right there.
It was the long con. It was the long con. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jakey Boy. I'll never doubt again.
Let's see if he gets the win here. It's the longest con you've ever seen if he gets the win.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Wrenched downlight into read cancel. What is that?
They're getting disrespectful right now.
Absolutely. Dive kick, that's got to close it out. Wrench taking it 2-0 over Jakey Boy Kaufman, but my gosh, what a ride.
Yeah, man, I like that. The downlight into the read cancel. He's like, downlight into I know what I could have done here. Like, that's what that was.
That's the new one. Can I get a clip? Can I get like a YouTube tutorial on how to do this?
Oh, man. So good stuff to our players once again. You know, these guys have been also, good stuff to Brawlhalla. I noticed that you guys kind of optimize how quickly y'all can get in and out of games. I remember, like, BCX, it seemed like there was a lot of setup time in between. But it seems as though you guys have optimized how quickly y'all can get people to change in and out their keyboards now. So, shout out to that.
Yeah, our technical crew just really crushing it.
Okay. Yeah, that's good to see. But again, man, you guys are watching BCX 2018. That was some more Brawlhalla action for you up next. I think this time around we should have Tiffany and Baboot. That is what is next on our schedule.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, man, had to give a huge shout-out to Wrench, man. He was making some plays in that last game. The runoff side sig, the hard reads, or the hard read. Yeah.
The hard actual reads. Bring out the book.
Nah, man, this game is just, it's like you see some great, like when you, I know that like a lot of Smash players, like they don't really like see the novelty of this game or whatever, but when you're actually like paying attention and trying to like learn about the game, you see some pretty cool stuff. You know, you see some really cool stuff. And that's why I've been able to stick with Brawlhalla since the first day we played it. I think it was like in PAX 2014 or 13 that I like got to play a demo of it. Here we go.
Here it is. The read cancel.
He's like, I'll take a little damage for this.
Wrench, where'd that book come from? He's got the biggest back pocket in the world.
And so just the easy finish right there. Not even that much time in between the time that he did the recancel into the actual win. So, yeah, man. But as I said, man, I do love watching this game. Playing out every now and then. Me and Fest like to do a lot of dubs. I think we'll probably go home and start our Switch dubs trials now that it's out on the Switch. So, yeah.
That's right. You guys always streaming your team. Got to grind up the elo.
Got to grind up the elo, man. You know, we don't try super hard. We just try to get a platinum and call it a day. That's all we want, man.
Yeah. Get a little glory for next
like,
season.
All right, I'm good.
Get those extra weapon skins. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I hear you.
So I think we do indeed have. Yeah, I see Baboot over there with the flattest of flat tops you've ever seen. He's gonna come off the stage with the helmet hair though, basically.
Oh
the headset hair when you get through the middle.
Yeah.
Get the valley going on. That's honestly why I've never grown out my hair, man. I always get it cut super short, so because I don't want to get off the stage and have the helmet hair thing going on.
Oh my gosh,
it's weird looking. See, it's already pressing in. Look at him. It's already pressing in.
That's right. No lie, I saw somebody Halloween costume. I think it was like 2 years ago, where they actually did that, and they took it off. It was two of them, and then they interlocked like Legos. Unreal, absolutely unreal.
That's really good. That's really good. I definitely would have. If I had a flat top, I would have.
Everybody just understood.
Done that idea. So, Baboot, though, he'll be stepping up again. He'll be going up against Tiffany.
If you want some of the greatest, like, self-motivational, philosophical advice, follow Baboot's Twitter.
Okay.
He's always posting that kind of inspirational stuff.
That's crazy, man.
And then we got Tiffany.
Hey, he looks like such a quiet guy, man.
Yeah, very introspective. We got Tiffany there locking in. Winter champion.
All right, let's see how this one plays out as we get through this button check real quick. What the?
That's the Rayman taunt. It's actually a team taunt. You can pretty much it's in the background, but you can go up to it, taunt, and you hop behind for the couples photo.
Okay, I was ready to say, man, there was a lot of stuff going on that screen.
There was a lot going on. So but like friend or foe can hop in and do that taunt with you.
That's really cool.
It's pretty great.
Yeah, I think I actually saw in the Brawlhalla, like the community stream that you guys do. I think I saw Sheepy trying to pull that off. In some of the free for all. So yeah, okay, yeah. I guess it blanked on it. That was surprising, man. He pulled out that whole thing.
And you're just like, why is there Teensy? He's got a camera. What's happening?
There's a full setup going on right now. All right, so we're setting it up. Baboot, I think he's going with the Artemis. And then the Asuri coming out for Tiffany. Yeah. Assuming that these are on the right sides.
Yeah, I mean, Asuri for Tiffany, definitely an expected pick. Earlier in the year, we did see her play a fair amount of Kaya. So, you're rocking that spear and bow.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Homeboy that teams with Pugsy all the time.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name, but I know that he was playing some Kaya. Sliding in with the animals.
That's crazy. You got the owls, you got the mammoth, everything.
Yeah, it's good times. Honestly, maybe want to pick the character up, but she's not really two weapons that I really mess around with. So.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tiffany locking in a Surrey. It's that high speed, high dexterity. You've got the sword, you've got the Katars. Just lots of slice and dice.
3, 2,
All right.
1, ball.
All right, Babu trying to go under, but Tiffany claiming the first weapon.
So Tiffany gonna now actually play guard keeper on this next weapon. Babu having a hard time getting in there. Finally gets the scythe. See what he can do with it. Taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, Tiffany's giving him no room to breathe at all. All right, Scythe string started. That's the thing. Scythe, it doesn't really have any true combos. Everything is going to be a string. So you need that first hit into the dodge read. Wow, just hit him with the lasers. Black holes everywhere.
Yeah, I definitely like Artemis's SIGs. They're very unique, very cool looking. So
yeah, just launch with the void of space.
yeah. Tiffany with a good stage control right now. The boot trying to get back. I mean, even though he got the hit, he's still on the receiving end of his damage.
Still alive, though.
Yeah.
And he's actually brought it back more than you would expect. He's just kind of gotten errant chip damage here and there, but it's amounted to Tiffany in the red.
Yeah. All right, looking for the up air. We can get it all.
Oh, tapped out of all options. Babu finding his way back to stage, but Tiffany just waiting.
Okay. All right, dash dance. Melee tech. Oh!
All right.
Yeah, quick.
I mean, that'll do. That'll do, Babu.
Yeah.
Quick answer.
He's like, you know what? I don't have time for this, so get out of here. Let's go ahead and even this game up. Quick down air is all he needed.
All right, now Babu, it's really going to be about how he can get these dodge reads and these strings started. Tiffany's got a ton of experience, so I don't expect her to get caught out by most of the usual scythe strings, so Babu's going to have to get creative.
Yeah. Nice. Okay. Side light into the neutral.
Ooh. Every time that he hits Tiffany and she dodges, it's all information gathering.
Yeah. These guys are definitely playing super close to the chest right now. Not a lot of space in between these two competitors for a long time. Wow, okay.
Ooh.
The turnaround on that. Looks like he was going for a read and somehow ends up getting scooped up.
Perfect dodges by both of them in a row, but you can't dodge forever. Tiffany finding some hits, pushing Babu deeper into the red. Here we go, jumping around, switching over to the lands. Is it going to be enough?
All right. Just straight up lands and hits him with the lance neutralite.
Listen, if you want to joust, he's got something for you.
Yeah.
But Tiffany's just coming out in the end. Recovery off the top. Babu down to his last stop.
Yeah, this is looking a little rough for Babu, man. Tiffany cutting through like the scythe of the team that she's on.
Oh, yeah.
Get it. Ooh.
Ooh, slice open that space-time rift.
Scooped. Yeah, go ahead and throw him right back. And
No
the
escape.
down air is all well, I think that was the ground pound, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the ground pound. All right.
Great. Babu trying to get something started here. He's not that far behind in damage. He's really brought this back.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, this is pretty much an even game. You know, he's in a little more yellow than Tiffany, but it's pretty much an even game, man.
Uh-oh. I mean, not if Tiffany has anything to say about it now.
Yeah.
Weapon starving him, leaving Babu unarmed. Definite advantage for Tiffany.
Tiffany not playing around right now. All right. Tiffany. got
Oh,
Babu
no.
on the
Babu
side.
out of all options. Great dodge up through that platform right before it got away from him.
Tiffany, man, like these turnaround side airs, really paying dividends.
Ooh. Didn't get the last hit on that sword recovery. Let's see if it comes back to bite. All right, Babu threatening that aerial space. The lance neutral air. He might be able to make it back. That lance recovery covers so much distance if you can charge it. Yes, he's back safe on the edge.
Sometimes I always feel like a big brain play. I'm sure someone has done this at some point in time, but I know that whenever you get hit by the lance recovery, like they just stop.
Yeah.
So I'm always like, man, if I'm at a super low damage. I think I'd just run out there and get hit on purpose.
That used to be the play.
Oh, yeah?
But a lot of Lance players, oh my gosh, Tiffany just anti-air up off the top, taking game 1. This is a best 2 out of 3 set.
Yeah.
But yeah, that used to be the play for the Lance recovery, just to like eat it. But since you can now chase dodge off of the hit,
That's true. That's true.
you get a lot of like the usual distance of recovery.
No, that's true. That makes sense. Yeah. All right.
So top Lance players will be doing that. But, you know, when people are still learning Lance, you know, they might end up hitting somebody not thinking about, oh, I can chase dodge off of this.
Yeah.
And, yeah, not as much distance.
Yeah. So Baboot, you know, maybe to close it out right there, but Tiffany, though.
Oh,
It's
legend
really looking
changes happen all around. Both players swapping.
Yeah, looking like some double counter pick action here.
Yeah. Tiffany going over to Hattori. We've seen a lot of Hattori from her, particularly in the 2v2 space. Baboot going over to Orion, keeping the lance, but trading it out for a spear.
I feel like that's interesting because I feel like he wasn't doing a crazy amount of work on his
It
lance.
was mostly Scythe.
Yeah, I feel like it was
last game.
mostly
Yeah.
Scythe. So, I mean, this is going to be interesting to see if maybe this, you know, maybe he's trying to now use more lance and that's why he decided to go this way, but we'll see.
Man, Tiffany just cutting him up.
All right, nice. Gets the hit on the lances coming back down, but still, Tiffany, great dodge.
I mean, her movement has just really been dictating this game. Baboot so damaged, Tiffany barely any.
Yeah, swinging with those side lights though, or side airs.
I like seeing Baboot still jumping around, doing all this movement, and Tiffany just kind of taking a very zen stance.
Yeah. I mean, must have expected a hard commit right there from Baboot when Tiffany decided to go for that down sig, but not exactly not exactly what they were getting right there. So, ooh.
Man, Baboot really just getting knocked around, dodging that recovery, because that one could have spelled disaster.
Yeah. All right. Baboot still dashing in.
Man, that's where it gets so dangerous. All right, recovery off the top. Tiffany taking the first stock. I always get so nervous when they're fighting around that island.
Yeah.
Because when you get knocked towards it, you don't have as many dodge options.
That's true.
And the ones that you can usually try and go for, they've got options that'll cover all of them.
Yeah. Tiffany try to go for the double down light.
There we go, hunting with the spear, keeping Baboot unarmed. All right, Baboot clearing Tiffany out of the field, able to grab a spear of his own.
Okay,
But there it is, beating the dodges off of the wall.
I feel like Baboot is he's believing a lot right now. And he was believing a lot in that unarmed play for a bit. I think he keeps throwing his weapon away quite a bit, but also the spear. Now, this is the chains that he got, and I feel like it's not really paying off for him too much just yet. Ends up getting that stock finally, but look at him already close to the red.
Yeah, you'd expect him to get a lot more off of that weapon change to justify it, but Tiffany is just bouncing him off of this island time and again.
Yeah.
Ooh, a little bit of a clash there. Probably actually saved his life. Not long enough, though. Full stock lead for Tiffany. Already up 1-0 in the set. Baboot, this is do or die.
No waste of time right here for Tiffany, man. That was it was a quick turnaround on that down line to recovery. And so, yeah, Baboot now getting lapped in percentage.
Oh
big damage.
gosh.
Oh, my God. And the chase down, too, with the down ground pound. Still going out. Bro. Okay.
Tiffany is just going off.
Yes.
Like, Baboot deep in the red. Tiffany's got 2 stocks to work with. She can end this any way she wants.
All right. Good for the sig right there. Wasn't able to get it. Baboot going to get into the air in time. Again.
Okay, Baboot, I see you.
Oh.
With the hardest of reads?
Yeah. It was there, man. It was unfortunate she ended up
oh my gosh.
stage.
All right, Baboot, he has entered full psychic mode. He is seeing the future.
All right, so it looks like he's opting for he's opting to keep the spear going right now. Wasn't feeling the lance. So now I can say he's kind of justifying.
Oh no, off the wedge.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's kind of justifying the switch here, but Even
but
so,
it was
the wedge.
just too little, too late.
Yeah.
Tiffany had too much of a lead built, taking it 2-0 over Babu.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff to both of our competitors. And Tiffany, yeah, we'll be walking off victorious here.
Oh, man. The end of that, you know what? I really wanted him to bring that back.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted a game 3
As soon as we started
there.
seeing him getting in the Ultra N6 mode, man, he was all over. He got all of his SIGs to hit. Yeah, kind of thought, okay, he might turn this one around, but unfortunately, put himself right next to that wedge. And Tiffany saw that positioning and said, you know what, let me go ahead and capitalize on this.
Rough. That's a rough shout.
Definitely. So up next, looks like we have Blood Diamond stepping up, going up against Tiger. Should be a good match, man. I love watching Blood Diamond play, a very aggressive player.
Yeah, he is absolutely crazy. Him and Noel used to team for 2v2s. And then, recently this year at the end, he's kind of been switching it up. But the real story is how much he has advanced in the 1v1 space.
Okay.
I mean, back when they were teaming, it used to be, originally Noel carrying kind of like the 1v1 situations and Blood Diamond playing support. But it really turned over the course of the past year and a half or so. So Blood Diamond is this amazing 1v1 player, constantly making top 8s.
Oh, is this their pool right here?
And
okay.
Yeah, so Blood Diamond and Tiger, both 100% win rate across their pool right now.
Yeah, trying to break this tie.
Yeah, because it is round robin. Everyone in the pool has to play everybody. The best 2 with records make it out.
This game, everything is straight up tied up. Look at this. Sets played, game count, set count, all of it straight up tied up.
So let me tell you something. That win rate sitting right there, they could have just pulled that from Tiger's ranked history. Okay. He has been such a dominant force in the Southeast Asia region. I'm not even joking. His win rate is always upwards of 98%.
That's the god. That's the god right there.
So completely uncontested over there. That's why he's got to come here to the world stage to find competitors.
Yeah, we'll see if we get contested this time around. Again, Blood Diamond, very seasoned player, but if you're saying my man has got a 98% win rate, if I was a betting man, if I was a betting man, that's all I'm saying.
It's pretty good numbers.
Yeah.
So everyone's really excited to see what that translates to on the world stage, because Tiger's just been winning every single tournament over in Southeast Asia. And, he's come to the last 2 world championships and always just fallen short of top 8.
Yeah. All right, well, I want to see this success story this time around. I want to see some top 8 action. Man, that is a skin on the left. Who was that?
That's Koji.
That is a skin on the left. Okay.
Yeah, it's that Demon Ogre Koji.
Okay. Let's go, Koji.
Got to get the names in, got to get your sponsors' avatars, the whole 9 yards.
Also, man, another big shout out to Brawlhalla and Blue Mammoth for including everyone's sponsors' avatars. Like, that's nice. It's nice to see that you guys, they're so quick on it. Like, there's a new sponsor jumping into the esports scene for Brawlhalla. Let's go ahead and drop them in the game.
Especially because you got that flag taunt, so they can actually plant that flag middle of a match.
Yeah.
All right, stage bands going to be coming out. We've got Tiger on Koji with the bow and sword, and Blood Diamond, no surprise, playing Hattori, sword and spear.
Blood Diamond definitely has a scythe character too, right?
Occasionally, he'll dabble around.
Oh,
he's been hitting
Asuri?
He'll play some Asuri, he'll play Koji, he'll play Hattori.
Okay.
That's kind of like his main stable of characters that you'll see him bounce around between.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely remember him playing someone else. However, I guess we'll get into this and see exactly how he gets down without the scythe. Or not the scythe, with the guitars.
Ooh, Tiger with the dodge reads, but Blood Diamond firing back, trading damage back and forth. Shipwreck falls. Almost no walls to be seen. Recovery is going to be incredibly difficult. And I got to give the weapon matchup to Tiger here. Bow is amazing off stage. If you get hit by that ground pound, you can be deleted at yellow.
Man. Yeah, I definitely thought we were going to see some Blood Diamond Asuri, but you know what? All is well here, man. We've seen
he's making the Hattori work. Just look at that. Perfect edge guards. Tiger not finding his way back. Blood Diamond shoving him too far off. First KO under a minute.
Yeah. Looks like Blood Diamond's like not trying to hear anything about that win rate. But, again, this is
he's
only
like 98%.
We got a lot of time
I'm the
left.
2%.
Oh. Okay, man. We're looking for a lot. Definitely looking for that jump up or possibly an air dodge up. But would have been a big pickup. Whoa.
Okay, Tiger threatening with that ground pound. Fighting his way back onto stage. Definitely finding his pacing here in the match. But I mean, he's already going into the red on his second stock.
Yeah.
That's a gap you cannot afford.
Yeah, this is rough. And look at this! Look at the spacing right here from Blood Diamond. I'm actually kind of surprised that like Tiger is opting to throw out the hits that he is. Like Blood Diamond has pretty much backstepped him every time, and he's still attacking where he is instead of where he's going to be.
He's got the footsies, man.
Yeah.
And if you're going to play that way, Hattori is amazing. She's got the highest move speed in the game. Oh my gosh! Just down light, spike him down into the down air. 2-stock lead for Blood Diamond.
To be real, like I feel like this is a thing that Blood Diamond does quite a bit. Like he opens up very explosively, so I hope he keeps the same momentum, throughout the entire set. But I've noticed that all the times I've watched Blood Diamond, man, sometimes he'll just go on a tear for those first few stocks and then kind of cool himself off. But hopefully he's not cooling himself off right now. Hey, Tiger, finding the hits though.
A ton of hits. I mean, if he's going to close this gap, that's the way to do it. Oh my gosh, dodging just under that signature. Man, Blood Diamond really wants that teleport slash.
Yeah. Oh, wow, okay, the weapon mix-up right here. Blood Diamond now in the red. Definitely in danger of losing his stock, but look at him. Oh! Nice turnaround.
Excellent recovery.
Yeah, get that stage position.
Ooh, going for the tatami mat. Stomp the floor on him.
Not enough, but close. Didn't even see the weapon toss right there. That was sneaky.
Always got to keep your eyes open.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be it. Yeah, that's going to be an easy one. The backstep yet again. Blood Diamond spacing looking impeccable right there.
I mean, that's really what gave him the match. That's how he got those strings started. That's how he got all that extra damage for his 2-stock lead.
Man.
Wait, Noel giving advice to Tiger?
Wait a minute.
This is some dirty coaching. Are you kidding me?
He looked right at him as he's double crossing him. He looks right at Blood Diamond like, it's time for you to lose.
Oh my gosh. Man, when a 2v2 team breaks up, they really break up, huh?
All right. Yeah, that was all right, bro. Blood Diamond looking like, why would you do this to me?
It's time for you to lose.
My gosh. I mean, if anyone's going to have the info to give for the download on Blood Diamond, it's going to be Noel.
Yeah. So I'm assuming he's going to rock with the Koji. He's going to stay with that. I think I said Scythe earlier, but I definitely meant to say Katara as far as coming down to Blood Diamond. I think I remember him playing Asuri some time ago.
Yep.
So I do like the Asuri though, so I'm not taking anything away from him. I remember him playing the Asuri. So
yeah, some of his most iconic moments definitely there.
Yeah.
And you know what? That Noel advice, very apropos because Noel plays a ton of Koji.
So not a Asuri inside, but the Hattori. They're just a straight up sword battle, man. This is some Japanese warlord stuff going on over here.
Ninja versus Samurai, let's go. Where are we going? Caveman land. Wait, what?
Oh,
that's Brawlhalla, man.
Yeah. All right, so let's see if I feel like what Noel should have told him is definitely, hey, man, you were attacking where he is and not where he's going to be. So
yes, the Space Invaders.
Yes, that's what we need. Sometimes you got to overextend because they're already waiting for you to overextend, but you have to overextend even past that. Go further beyond. You know what I mean?
Just break on through.
Oh man. See if Tiger's able to at least pull this one back. I mean, this is not the same explosive start that we saw Blood Diamond have, but he does have a slight lead going on.
Yep, Tiger trying to find his way. He's got the wall slip engaged. Needs to get back to stage. He manages to reset it, so he's fine for a little while. Oh, but Blood Diamond with that sword combo off the side. I mean, you just see this damage gap building and building. Tiger's got to find some footing.
Oh, okay. Wall slip, but he's like, nope, let me get up off this wall. I like that, getting off there, exploding off the wall pretty much. Nice little combo.
Oh, Oh, watch out for the spear. Yes, Tiger just getting over it.
Man, Tiger, that was actually great space from Tiger, man. Yeah, getting away from the spear and also getting a hit to kind of clear the area.
No kidding. Really closing that damage gap. This is a very different game from the first.
Yeah.
Still losing his stock first.
It was interesting to know who's going to lose it first, but all the way across the stage, good stuff.
All the way across the stage, and Blood Diamond already in the red. This is a much better position than Tiger was in last game.
Yeah, Tiger, man. Oh, okay, looking for the samurai slash right there.
Hunting for any kind of hit.
Yeah, he's at least not a front. Oh, okay,
all right.
held that for just to test him. Good stuff.
Sometimes you got to show it to him, right?
Okay, Blood Diamond. Look at him, not letting him hit the ground right now.
Ooh, dodging right through that sword throw, knocking Blood Diamond off stage. Uppercut's gonna do it, tie up the stocks, but bit of a hill to climb.
Out the way, looking for another down air.
Man, that bow neutral light, it's an amazing anti-air, but you need to aim it very specifically.
Yeah.
It's that thin diagonal shot.
That was super tricky off the platform Sig that Blood went for. It was super close to hitting, but yep, the switch up of the weapons, and he drops another one, going to go ahead and finish that off real quick. Blood, you know, I say he didn't start off as explosive, but he's definitely still playing a very dominant game.
Yeah, I mean, the prologue was different this time around.
Yeah.
But listen, we're in Act 2. Act 2 is exactly the same. They just copy-pasted the script.
Most definitely. All right. Blood trying to get back on the stage. Managed to do it, looks for the down light. Going to be off the mark on that one.
Oh my gosh, the dodge read into the signature? Absolutely crazy. Great coverage, that spear toss going up, protecting from the bow ground pound. Oh, ooh, okay, snipe him. Tip of the arrow.
Again, rolling in on him. This arrow doing some work for Tiger. But is it going to be enough? He has to get this stock off if he wants any chance of making this comeback. Actually trades out the bow, man. I kind of like his. Oh, no.
Haymaker closing it out. 2-stock lead, 2-0 in the set.
Yeah. Again, man, I feel like Blood was getting a little tricky right there. Looked like, I think he really baited out that weapon though. Looked like he was like, all right, I'm gonna be on the other side of the stage or whatever. So he dashed back and then dashed back in with that that side heavy. Dude was not ready for that.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
So I mean, they both had undefeated records in their pools. So I'm imagining they still got one game left to play, I believe, each. But if Blood Diamond makes it out in winners, Tiger making it out in losers, I will not be surprised.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, dude, as you said, 100%, if the way they've been playing is like that, then I'm expecting to see, him make it out on the loser side. So.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right. But up next, looks like we have two more, another competitor that you guys have been loving to see. Wrench coming back up, and then Excalibran is going to be playing against them. Okay.
Man, oh, man. So Wrench was just absolutely dominant with his guitars in the last game.
Yeah.
So expecting to see more of that as he continues his round robin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, that first stock in the game that we saw him play a second ago. Then he got some crazy taunt cancels. I mean, he was playing in the zone. You know, he was playing like he was not afraid to lose at all. So.
I mean, yeah, when you're like, all right, I hit the combo starter. What am I going to combo it into? How about a taunt? Like, you've got to have quite a bit of a lead built to do that.
Man said the down light into taunt. Like, all right. So we're going to get our guys set up real quick. Again, you guys, you're just joining us. We are at BCX, the Brawlhalla World Championship 2018 here at DreamHack this year, though. Here at DreamHack, so there's a lot of stuff going on. If you guys end up liking a decent amount of other games, man, you know, we have fighters going on. I think there could be some Soul Calibur play going on. We have some Smash going on. Think about switch over to Melee soon. And then, of course, all the other shooters and big games that we have, such as Halo. I know there's some PUBG going on. I think some Fortnite's happening. Yeah. So
then,
a lot of stuff.
I know HRX is going on. They got the Smite World Championship and everything as well.
Yeah. A lot of stuff happening here at DreamHack. So
this place is popping off for sure.
Most definitely. So, and if for some reason you're around Atlanta, you should have showed up.
Oh yeah,
should have showed up.
Definitely a great time.
Yeah.
So we are here on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla, but we also have a side stream going on twitch.tv/DataFGC.
Oh, I did not know. Oh, that's right. I did
yeah,
see. I did
set
see
up
them
right
over
over there.
Yeah, so you guys are getting a maximum stream time. Didn't even think about that. The double stream.
Catching
for,
all the matches, man.
That's
Run
good.
that multi-stream.
That's good. I think Data FGC also did it for GCX 2017 too.
Yep.
So,
oh yeah.
Shout out to Data FGC coming through. You know, making it happen. The guy actually has I think also.
They've been running a ton of events.
Yeah, that he has like a lot of YouTube footage of like him like practicing combos and stuff like in other games like Pokken and whatnot.
Yeah,
so
that's true. That's
puts
true.
Puts a lot of work in there for the FGC in any capacity of any game.
Yep.
Yeah, we got a long setup time going on right here, man. I didn't sign up for all this filling. Like, I came here for the action, guys. You know what I'm saying? But I know how it is. I know how it is. You know, it's hard to set up 2 keyboards all the time, a lot. So.
Well, I mean, you got that going on, but you also have like Wrenched trying to plan out how many taunts he's going to do this next match.
Yeah.
All right, just like it's going to be one. Let's see, we got the book, we got the photo op. Got to lay them all out.
All right. So yeah, Wrenched. You know, again, we're setting up. We saw some very dominant gameplay from him. Let's see if he can get some even more dominant gameplay coming out, man. Dude actually went in on Excalibur.
Long-time Qatar main, and it showed.
Not on Excalibur, but he went in on Jakey Boy, so yeah.
I mean, he's planning to go in on Excalibur.
Yeah, I'm sure he wants to go in on Excalibur, yeah.
I mean, he's already in the match. In his mind, he's just thinking about it. 3, 2, 1, brawl. Bam, hit him.
Excalibur, man. Obviously no slouch here in the Brawlhalla circuit, though. Also, is this a new shirt that y'all have? Is this a shirt from here?
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that you see on Excalibur, and I'm wearing it as well. Yeah, that's our new shirt with a nice on-fire Mjolnir logo.
Very nice. Very nice. I'm gonna have to go cop one of those very soon.
I know. I saw him going out last night. I was like, I got to grab one of those. Wear it tomorrow.
Yeah, I've been out. Right now, my favorite shirt that you guys have put out is the Bolivar shirt.
Oh,
that design is really nice. So
it's really slick.
Yeah. All right, let's get into it. Into this button check real quick, actually. So Wrench and Excalibur. Excalibur sounds like he should be a Roland player. That definitely sounds like a Roland name.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like King Arthur Wheaties or something.
Wait, yeah, I mean, Roland's the closest to King Arthur you're going to get in.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Definitely sounds like he should be a Roland player, but let's see who he actually plays. If he's an Isaiah player, I'd be surprised. Isaiah, another character that I wanted to pick up solely because he looks like a cool character, and I do like the cannon still.
Oh, yeah.
But
he's super awesome.
Well, yeah, my guns aren't that nice, so.
Okay, yeah. They are one of the more difficult weapons to use.
All right, yeah.
They got that extra range, but they got that dead zone close to you.
It's crazy, though, because, like, I started this game playing as Cassidy, and I feel like I did have guns. And then, like, I started picking up other characters, and when I went back, they were just gone. Like, I couldn't do it again, so.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, well, things happen. So he is going to play the Isaiah. Got the Isaiah versus Wrenched, a.k.a. Suri.
All right, nice neutral stage. Mammoth Fortress. We've been here time and again.
Yeah.
So medium-sized walls, great open air. That's actually going to give a lot of area for Wrench to get his guitar strings going.
Yeah.
But fighting with the sword right now and really just keeping Excalibur off that weapon for so long.
All right, let's see what he does with this cannon, man. We saw some cannon play earlier, but it was from a Sidra who was mostly focused more so.
Oh my gosh! Explosions just blow up the field.
I was going to say, man, we saw mostly focused on the secondary weapon, which happened to be the sword, but this time around, the secondary weapon is the gun. He is popping off right now. Oh, in the far weapon toss.
Sniped him on stage, sniped him off stage. He's got the laser sights.
Yeah, he doesn't care, bro. He was like, honestly, whatever, it doesn't matter what the projectile is, if it is an actual bullet or if it's me throwing the weapon, it's going to hit.
Man, Excalibur, what an opening.
Yeah, what a start. This is the start that we were expecting from Wrench, to be honest. And he's like, man, why are we talking about Wrench? Check me out. Okay, Wrench,
he just had to get over onto the guitars, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's
sword ground pound, cleaning it up.
Yeah, he didn't re-grab the weapon there. The first re-grab was nice. He threw it off the wall, got the re-grab, and also a hit off of that, but he wasn't able to re-grab the weapon the second time, so the ground pound is going to be able to go ahead and finish that stock.
Yeah, and you'll see after each stock, they'll tend to juggle the weapons. Oh my gosh, Excalibur with all that blaster's damage. Great defense on the wall. We see players kind of juggle weapons in between stocks because that actually delays the next weapon spawn.
Yeah. All right. They're just flying around the stage. Pulled out the chopper, but the chopper didn't work this time.
Ooh, perfect dodge punish.
So Wrench, I mean, even with that explosive beginning, he's definitely kept this very close, very manageable as far as the game goes.
Oh yeah, I mean, red across the bar. You can dodge the drone, but you can't dodge the soldier.
Okay. That looked like a huge bait all over. Like the SIG looked like a bait so he can get him on stage, and he throws the weapon up, caught him looking at the weapon like,
Listen,
wow, that was a high toss.
It's the classic dodgeball tech.
Yeah.
You know, you're sitting in gym class, they toss the one high, boom, right in the face.
Oh, man. All right. Well, I like the dodge down. I like the tricky recovery here.
Oh my gosh, this is...
They're getting crazy.
I can't believe what is happening right now.
The wall slip, yeah, he has to get back on stage. Finally does it.
He wanted to try and end it right there.
Yeah. Ooh, oh, just the tip of the recovery is going to be enough.
Man, fighting off stage, I know you want to close it out, get like the early KO on Wrenched, but Wrenched Katars, you don't want to fight on the wall against that.
Yeah, not at all.
Uh-oh, cannon damage, knocking him off the side. Look out for the Gatling gun.
All right, Rich. A little bit of a comeback you got to make here. Oh, okay, the double dunk.
Ooh.
The triple dunk. Not again.
Do we have another?
Not again. He's going for yet another one.
Uh-oh,
Shot.
laser sight, sniping him to the top corner. Oh, big hits coming out all around. So dangerous, deep red.
All right, so I noticed that Excalibur is the one retreating to the skies a lot more now. I know there's a lot of air options you can do in this game, but
oh no.
Oh no, what a comeback right there from Rich. Pulled the book out too. It's like, yeah, I knew where you were going.
Well, you know, he had to read how he did that weapon throw snipe before.
Yeah, most definitely.
He's a quick study.
He's quick. Yeah, now the problem with that is, like, even with this game and you having so many aerial options, you still don't want to just jump into the air and give up the ground. Like in fighting games in general, being on the ground is like the optimal position. You want to be able to, you want to be able to access your ground moves if you need to, but you also want to be not be forced into a position where you can't just backstep or anything like that. Now I know you can do air dodging and stuff in that game, but in the end, I feel like Excalibur was kind of showing his hand because he kept like double jumping. Maybe thinking that Wrench was going to come in and do something, but Wrench was down to hold his ground.
And that's going to be a key thing going into this map because Shipwreck Falls, those walls are so short.
Yeah.
If you go into the air and you get knocked off stage, recovery is incredibly difficult.
All right. Well, let's see if he can do it, man. Like that was some great gameplay, mostly from the guns that time, but his cannon was doing some work as well. Okay, he's back with the cannon. Oh, got the air shot instead. No, he was going to go up.
Man, oh man, just reading back and forth, but Wrench coming out on top of these exchanges so far.
Okay, back on stage. Just the recovery to get back on.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
went just to the side, but Excalibur got the missiles on lock.
It's a bait. You had to get. Oh wow! Tried to go for the neutral air, but a little too far down, so he ends up getting recovery. Great dodge from Wrenched.
Absolutely pivotal. That's what he needs going into this match here. Wrenched with a little bit of a lead. We're going to see him extend that. Really wants to get those guitar strings going. Oh my gosh. All right. Excalibur, that dive kick perfectly placed. That's going to be enough to do it. I was so worried because Wrench Guitars could just get that Gimp KO at any moment.
Oh, yeah. So now, Wrenched, still acting it up. Hold on. Oh, he needed that. He had to get back on stage, or at least had to not get forced back down.
Yeah, because Wrenched is really just running away with this one.
Nice.
Excalibur already in the orange.
Yeah, late recovery, though, going to allow him to get that second hit.
Ooh, keeping Wrenched very little stage for him. Okay, the hardest of dodge reads.
Yeah, he was recovering one option right there as far as dodge reads, but he was like, this is the one you're going to pick. All right. Gravity cancel neutral light there on the side, but wasn't able to connect. Riding out.
Ooh, Excalibur really getting mileage off of that side air, literally and figuratively.
Okay. Got the weapon toss to hit. Repicks it back up. I feel like Excalibur right now getting a little SIG happy.
Ooh,
oh, got him anyway.
There's another. Bring the drone back. Yeah. Circle it around.
Man, that was a Call of Duty call right there, man. The UAV was showing up. All right.
All right, knocked off the side. All right, Wrench there with the dive kick. That's closing that out. Man, this game has been so even.
Yeah, back and forth between our two competitors, man.
As soon as one takes a stock, the other is quick to answer. Wrench just trying to keep Excalibur off that weapon, making him take damage just for picking it up. Woohoo! Sneaking right into the dead zone.
All right, Excalibur trying to get back down to the ground. Finally does it. Going to go grab himself a weapon.
Uh-oh, but here's the cannon on deck.
Oh, that's unfortunate. He got the hit with the cannon, couldn't go back and go pick it up, though, so cannon is already gone. Wrench not allowing this man to hit the ground yet again. I like it. I like the attempt. I'll give him that.
Got to go for the quick sniper shot.
Oh, juice.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Covering
no!
so many options. Wrench just get back. How is he back?
I am so surprised. I feel like he used so many area.
Oh my gosh. Kitten's got claws. 2-0.
What a deep recovery from Wrench. I was so surprised he made it all the way back.
I cannot believe that. I thought for sure we were going to game 3.
How did he do it? How did he do it? People, I know there's a lot of air options in here, but I think the Brawlhalla gods gave him an extra one. Okay, I don't know how he got all the way
He's
back.
got the clutch factor.
Oh,
that's
my
all
God.
you need.
That is unfortunate for Excalibur, but yeah, Wrench managed to clutch it out, got the 2-0 victory there. That was close to going to a game 3. Just couldn't get that last. Honestly, didn't hit him hard enough apparently with that ground pound. Like that's what happened.
You want to know the craziest part? This is all still round robin pools. Ooh. We're not even in top 64 yet.
Yeah.
How?
Cannot believe.
This is crazy.
Can actually. All right, I need to see this replay. Look how far down he was, man. Where is that blast zone? Where is that? It extended
right
for him today.
Around that missile.
That blast zone extended for him today, man.
Shipwreck Falls, man, they're real deep.
I mean, I know they're deep, but Jesus, dude, look how far down he is.
Just got the touch.
Oh, man. That's
absolutely crazy.
That's funny. Yeah, it happens to the best of us, man. I'm sure he thought that the game was over. I think knowing that he had to recover straight up, he might have been able to just straight up probably dive kick him or maybe another ground pound, just kind of make sure he finished it off. But I think when he hit that ground pound, he was for sure the game was over. He got back on stage. He was like, wait a minute.
Everybody was.
Yeah, he's like, wait a minute.
I mean, except for Wrench, obviously. He's like, hold on, I'm Wrench. This isn't over.
Yeah.
We're fine.
Yeah. So either way, next, I think we have 2 more matches coming up for you for our block. We have Blue versus Cody Travis, and then I Throw Rao and Simba should be heading to the stage after that. Blue versus Cody Travis coming up first.
All right, so Cody Travis, longtime NA player, absolutely phenomenal. He was killing it in 2v2s yesterday with Isidru, and this is actually his first LAN.
Okay.
He's been destroying online tournaments for the longest time, but now he gets to come out, show what he's got on the world stage. Unfortunately, his opponent is Blue, hailing from the EU region. That is where he has been dominating the entire year. If you had to ask anyone leading up to this, who's the best 1v1 player in EU right now, everyone would point to Blue.
That's good. That's good. That's what I want to hear, man. I am loving seeing the high-level action that we're getting so far. We have some pretty great matches.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them have been kind of, cut and dry. But even with the 2-0s, man, like sometimes you have to go back and watch the match because even with the 2-0s, like it doesn't tell the full story.
No.
You can get 2-0'd and both those games could have been down to the wire, much like that last match we just watched, for instance, Excalibur, man. That was definitely down to the wire. Man,
I thought there was game 3 sitting there, all nice, wrapped, just ready to be opened, but no, return to center.
He already asked him what he banned. Like he hit that down ground pound. Was like, "What do you ban?" He's like, "What do you mean? I'm coming back." What? What is happening? Like,
oh my gosh! Well, look at Blue just leaning back.
Oh man,
relaxing, all cool.
So let's get it into our next game. Yeah, I'm definitely down to see how this one plays out.
He's getting ready, thinking, "How am I going to play against Cody Travis?" Cody Travis, one of the longest Blasters players. I mean, he's been playing them forever. His strings and reads are ridiculous. So expect a lot of that coming out of him. And Blue, he's got a little bit of a stable of characters that he can mess around. So I'm curious to see what he's going to pick going into this matchup against Cody Travis, who's undoubtedly playing Blasters.
Yeah. God, man, just all the action we've seen so far, man. I hope I'm going to assume they run these highlights during breaks. Because I feel like if you just walked in, you got to see some of these KOs, man.
Absolutely crazy.
Got to see some of these KOs.
man. Wrench just tearing it up. You know, he's really backing up all the talk he was going pre-Worlds.
That's all you really want. That's all you want. You never want to go somewhere and get freed up.
Oh, like, absolutely not.
Yeah, like that's the thing. You never want to go somewhere and like talk all this mess and then end up like at least not even getting out of pools.
You don't want them to come back with the receipts of your tweets like right before.
Yeah.
And just be like, oh, I thought you were going to win everything.
Yeah, remember when you said, yeah, and then you somehow couldn't even get out of pools?
Oh my gosh.
That's not what you want to hear.
Say it ain't so. Cody Travis getting himself all set up.
Yeah, for a quick minute I thought I just heard Zol. And I know that he is like considered like one of the worst legends or whatever.
Yeah, not a lot of people playing.
But I do like him. I don't even like him that much. I think I just like seeing his SIGs hit because it just looks so funny to me, man. Like whenever he gets like the one where he runs, yeah. I think it was a side SIG. Oh man, it's so good. The traps that he lays down, like it's so good.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's a good design. It's just, I mean, his stats do not help him at all.
Yeah, I mean, he's the big bruiser.
Yeah. Oh, no. Wait, come on. Don't play with me, dog. Don't play with me, man.
This has got to just be button checks.
It's got to be a button check. I don't want to believe this is about to be real.
All right, yeah.
All right, I mean, we still got to see. Maybe he's, button checking with him because he's like, this is what I want to play.
Blue just seeing how much he can delay all his recovery options. You got to check the timing on everything where it matters.
Yeah. Come on, man. Just go ahead and lock it in. Lock it in, brother. Damn it.
So close.
I was like, what a full-on mix of character, too. He's like, yeah, I'm not really going to play that slow mass.
All right.
Let's get
surprise, it's a samurai. But Cody Travis going with Barraza.
Okay.
A pick you don't see a lot of people using these days.
Yeah, Barraza's not really that fast of a character either, but you see that he's actually going for speed stance here while we have defense stance coming in from Koji. So kind of even up the stats a little bit.
I mean, Brawlhalla, he's got a lot of defense. He's got a fair amount of strength. The axe can hit like a truck, and the blasters are amazing at piling on damage. Of course, Blue playing Koji, we've seen a fair amount of today already.
Yeah.
Sword and bow, no surprise.
All right. So, yeah, as you said, Barraza.
I am surprised by this stage pick. We haven't seen Thunderguard Stadium in a minute.
That's true.
It does have that center channel, which can be kind of crazy when you're fighting down there.
Yeah.
But it does give you kind of like a mid-stage route for recovery if you need to duck underneath.
Yeah, it also makes it so, like, the ground game is a little different here. If you're able to duck under that platform real quick and then come back up with recoveries or just under the ledge, basically, gravity SIG. So, gravity cancel SIG. Nice.
Oh, my gosh. Sniped out by Blue. Incredibly fast first stock. Blue definitely feeling himself. Look at that movement. He's just dancing around in the meantime.
That's movement you couldn't get resolved. So anyway, man, see if Cody's able to get back into the game. Yeah, that was a very dominant first stock, firing that neutral light the wrong way.
All right, looking to get those blaster strings started, but Blue just not giving him the distance, staying inside that dead zone. All right, Cody Travis. Oh, interrupting the signature. Blue really just smacking him out of it.
Okay, another. It's the side light or side air right there. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, you saw him just immediately duck under there, get that recovery, get himself some good damage. They're both nice. Yeah, he had to fight his way back up. Double recovery. Good stuff to Blue.
Just give him the left, right, 1, 2.
Yeah, Blue right now, I mean, he's making Barraza look like a non-factor.
Yeah, I mean, working on a 3 stock. I'm sure now that I've said that, Cody Travis is about to get this KO in the center.
I mean, he needs to get it. We're in the red right now. He's already in the yellow, so he's taking a decent bit of damage. There it is, downlight into side air.
Oh, too far.
Yeah, not enough.
All right, that's going to do it. Bounce off the wall. I mean, the blaster's down there. It doesn't really spike that hard, but when you're that damaged, you're going to go ricochet.
Mm-hmm.
Man, both of them really just like dipping under that soft platform in the center.
Yeah. All right, nice. Okay, gets the side light to finish off with those after the neutral light.
Perfect dodge.
Try to go for the X pivot. A little off, though.
Ooh, keeping that blaster's range. Really on the back foot there. Whoa, Samurai Slash almost ending Cody Travis.
Yeah, very close. Tried it again. I think it was, actually, that might have been a messed up X pivot, but, you know, it happens.
It happens.
It took me so long to get those down, man. I still don't have them down. Now that I switched over to the Switch controller, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta recalibrate my brain.
All right, building up the damage. Blue still has.
There we go.
He's still got another stock, though. Cody Travis ain't done yet.
Check this out. I mean, the fact that he's able to bring this one back, he was getting straight up dominated, but it seems like Cody Travis on his last foot is like, you know what? This is going to be the longest last stand you ever seen.
I mean, Barraza's got the defense to make it work. That guy can take a hit. And another one. And another one.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Barraza definitely has a lot of defense here, so. Ooh.
Still surviving. Ooh, just over that signature.
Oh, no.
We're in the center. The axe, the down air, so threatening.
Okay, he barely got back. He had to throw that weapon up, try to cover his head, and he does exactly that. Man, I thought he was going to just straight up drop a 6. Finally gets the KO, man. After 2 stocks of having to fight his way back in, Barraza finally loses that stock. Yeah, he's probably like, I think I can do this. I can do this.
Yeah, you see Blue leaning back, just like, I thought that was a done deal. I did not expect Cody Travis.
Like, sounds like a movie, dude.
No one expects Cody
It's Cody Travis.
Tell me that ain't the truth.
Man, he was close to the comeback, though. I have to give it up to Cody Travis on that one.
3, 2, 1.
All right, locking in next match. Shipwreck Falls? Are you kidding me? As if the center channel wasn't dangerous enough with Barraza's axe.
And now we have the small side, the side walls. I mean, how are you going to get back now?
I mean, listen, all right. So I know Koji, bow, sword, you've got a lot of great down airs, ground pounds for sending people downwards, but I don't want to take that chance.
That's true. All right. Oh, big damage right there. Nice X pivot coming in from Cody. Cody, though, racking up the damage of the first part of the...
Oh my God!
Maybe he didn't know what sig that was, but he definitely hit the mean step back, and that stock is gone.
I mean, you saw Cody calculate that from the beginning. The teardrop throw to force him high, he had nowhere left to go, no more options.
Yeah. All right.
All right, Blue trying to find some damage to bring this back. He's got Cody Travis off the edge, looking for the down air. Yep, that's going to do it.
Yeah, kind of just scared him off right there. Couldn't, he wasn't close enough to the wall, but also if he got any closer, he probably would have got hit, so he just missed it by hair, but he was close.
Ooh, Cody Travis, he's so good at that gravity cancel down.
Yeah, and then he gets the immediate X pivot after, man. Boy's looking good.
All right, finding that spacing. Yes! Double blast. Oh my gosh,
Cody
into the
Travis. Not playing around now, man. Those first 2 stocks meant nothing.
Turnaround.
Yeah, he's like, look, I know I probably got sauce for those first 2 stocks, but you got to see the comeback. Watch what I do in the second game.
All right, so he got the blasters at the start when he needed them. And then also, I think this stage pick has a lot to do with it. It doesn't have that center platform where you can dip down. You're forced on stage level. So his blaster's range really gets to dictate the spacing.
Yeah. All right. There it is. It's the quick dash jump side air.
Ooh, just kicking him around. Now it's Cody Travis with the extra stock. Blue on the back foot needing to cut him up. Oh, nice. Stomp the tatami mat, fire him off the screen. But you know what, Barraza, he's got that hockey mask.
Yeah.
Horror villains never stay down.
That's true. Here he is again. I mean, even though he has kind of been in demand or, in the lead right now, this does not mean that Blue can't bring this one back and close it out right now. I mean, I know he's close to the red.
Oh!
Never mind.
Never mind. Right on top of his head.
You know what? I tried to give him the props, but Cody Travis said, I don't want to hear those props. I'm Cody Travis.
No one expects Cody Travis.
Good stuff, Cody. Yeah, as I said, that first game did not look like it was in his favor at all. Brought it all the way back, And then that second game, didn't even have to worry about it being brought back. He got hit about 2 times, and he said, you know what? We're good.
So thinking about game 3. No legend change. Back to Shipwreck Falls.
3, 2, 1.
All right.
Both of these games have gone down to last stock, despite early leads.
He swapped the skin, though. That's the real counterfeit.
Oh,
it's the skin
yeah.
swap. Yeah.
Yep.
He won on the skin. He swapped skins. Didn't work out for him. He said, you know what? I'm going back.
Yeah.
Got to put the straw hat on.
Clothes are important.
That's
you
true.
know? And if
Gotta
the
have a nice
color's
fit.
off, no dice. Cody Travis unarmed, getting cut up. Damage build still even across the 2, though.
True. Okay.
Whoa.
Caught him on the other side. All right, not gonna get hit by that again. Like he's kind of that was the SIG that was making the waves in the second game. So looks like Blue's probably gonna start looking out for that. A little step back on the SIG.
Ooh. Cody really just going with these little hop movements, trying to bait something out of Blue, maybe get a little bit of extra information.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, recovery. That's going to do it off the top. But Blue deep in the red, not a huge gap between the 2.
Yeah, man, this is an easy confirm right now for Cody. Still looking for it, man.
Ooh.
Honestly, Blue, I mean, I wouldn't have expected him to run into him at this point in time. So that's more of a SIG when you're behind.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Gotta expect those people trying to run in on you. But yeah, right now.
Side air, sending him far. Got over the weapon throw. But too far to make it back. A lot of damage was on the board. All right, Cody Travis has the blasters. This is where danger happens. Look at this hit after hit. So much damage. Cody just stealing the lead.
Yeah, easy, man. That was about 15 seconds, and now he's right back into it. Oh, not the
Another
double
blasters.
He didn't know where to go. He didn't know where to
Reload.
go.
Oh, my
Cody
gosh.
Travis. Triple sidelight.
That's why when you mention blasters, everyone says Cody Travis.
Yeah. All right. My man said, I don't need a tag. I want you to know me by full name when I beat you.
Put some respect on my name. And at least you know how to sign his checks.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Still can't get him on. I mean, that was that Barraza defense really coming in handy. Gotta bait him into
if the
something.
past 2 games were any indication, this one's gonna be close. But Blue's got a lot to do to make that happen.
He's gonna get hit. Oh, I mean, if he would have jumped, that would have been the best call out. Okay, looking for the back step this time around. He's in a position to be able to throw out these SIGs. I mean, he's got a whole other stock left. So, the
sniped out. That's too far. Blue with the accuracy.
All right, so no weapon right now for Cody Travis. Some decent damage here on Blue. As I said, now that Blue is behind, Cody Travis can probably look for that step back SIG again. See if Cody Travis trying to get himself some damage here.
Ooh, but Blue just dancing around. Finding so many hits. Cody's almost orange already. Roll off the top. Cody Travis taking the set.
Cody Travis not wasting any time. Said, I don't need the ground. I'm going to gravity cancel right here and dive right at you.
Oh, my God.
Oh, and he brushed his shoulders off.
Dusting
Cody
it
Travis.
off? Are you serious? Well,
Let's go.
All right. For the turnaround, given how that first match went, I don't blame him. You
Not
get
at
to
all.
show off your blasters game 2, game 3. Commanding performance.
Not at all. Cody Travis said, you know what? I know you thought you had it in that first game. I know you had all the momentum. But not only did I bring it back to a respectable game, but I'm about to dominate these next 2, and that's exactly what he did.
Absolutely crazy.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I love watching some Cody Travis.
Yeah, honestly, man, I hope to see Cody Travis at least in the top 16 or something like that. I might have to come back and catch my man's matches. He made me a believer today. First time I've seen him play, definitely want to see him play more. So, again.
Man, oh, man. I think Cody Travis versus Blue, that's definitely got to be one of the best upsets of the day.
Okay.
If you had asked people this morning, like, who was going to win that one,
you wouldn't have said Cody Travis.
No one expects Cody Travis.
Yeah, that's what he's saying now. As he's walking off, he's like, don't sleep on Cody Travis.
Yeah.
Like, all right. So we got one more match for you guys. That's going to be I Throw Wow and Young Simba looking a little older since the last time I saw him.
throw, and then he puts the like his actual in-game name. You press that tab button to see it in game.
Okay.
It extends across the entire screen.
Okay. So it's not I throw out, it's just I throw. Okay.
Yeah, you
all right.
got it.
That's good. That's good. I like it. So he's
I mean, we just call him
stuff.
I throw for short.
All right.
But I mean, if you want to use his full name, feel free.
I'm down for I throw. That works out. I throw. Whoa. And then Simba. So let's go. Let's see what we're gonna get here. It's going to be our last match before we take a quick break, and then we'll be back with some more Brawlhalla action on the next part of the pools. But hope you guys are enjoying this, man. Again, Brawlhalla World Championship 2018. I'm TK Breezy, joined here with TWK. We are making it happen here on the commentary. Great time, too, man. It's been been some very high-flying, exciting matches.
It's crazy. I mean, that always happens at World Championship, right? No holds barred. Everyone just leaving everything on the table.
Yeah. Young Simba, man, about to show up, though. Let's see what he can do.
Yo, Simba has been having an amazing year. I mean, especially, a lot of his matches against Boomy in previous championships. Mm-hmm. Simba really just breaking out into the upper echelon that we hadn't seen previously.
Yeah. All right. Oh, by the way, so did your accounts don't transfer over, right? As far as like my Brawlhalla computer account, I don't get all that stuff on my Switch account, so I'd have to start over.
Keep an eye out. I know if anything will be announced about any of that kind of stuff,
skins, man.
usually happens on our Tuesday dev streams.
All right.
We stream here at twitch.tv/Brawlhalla, 1 p.m. Eastern.
It's like, I don't need my rank to carry over. I just got those skins, man. I don't want to lose my skins, dog.
You want your rank to carry over? I
don't care. No, I don't want my rank to carry over. I'm down to start at the bottom again. I just want my skins, bro.
I understand.
Oh, man. I just need my skins, bro. Oh, good times.
Oh. All right. So I throw versus Simba. I throw coming down from Canada. That is Noel's current teammate. So they were tearing it up in 2v2s yesterday.
Yeah.
And Simba was rocking it with Silly Gobi, who we saw in ones earlier today. But Simba against I throw, this match is going to be ridiculous. I'm expecting explosive action from Simba. He had so many highlight reel worthy moments in like autumn championships.
All right. So, again, man, we got the young Simba here.
The young Simba.
1 year older, 1 year wiser. See what he can do with this.
Simba.
Although, honestly, in this game, I feel like being young is an advantage. So, he could be losing his touch now that he's getting older. You know what I'm just saying?
Definitely.
Just saying. A lot of young kids out here tearing it up.
But you know what? I will give props to Atrophius. Old man Atrophius.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's got the family. He's the old school family man. Everyone just calls him like the grandpa Brawlhalla. He's really not that old. He's like 31. But you know, as far as like
that's definitely retirement age in Brawlhalla by a large margin. Okay, I said retirement age in Brawlhalla was like 21. Like,
oh my god!
Like you're done, bro. Like, oh man, good times.
That's all right. You know what? I really like I throw's glasses. He's got those like white face frames.
Yeah.
They're pretty slick.
Yeah.
There we are.
Definitely a clean pair, man. I actually had to buy. I just got this pair, man. I felt nice. Felt nice. Got the little gold frame. Yeah.
I like them.
Thank you. So here we are.
I throw locking in his sponsor, set to destroy X. Simba rocking Val. That's exactly what I expected. I've seen him rocking Val for the longest time now.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if he changed Legends. I throw rocking to Tori, but we do know he's got an extremely capable Bodvar. So he can always fall back on that classic comfort pick.
All right, man. It's gonna be a good one, man. Got the sword action, got some gauntlet action, and a little bit of spear action. Assuming that we're gonna stay here. I don't even think we're doing the button check. This might be going straight into it.
Oh man,
we'll see though.
Yeah, that's just going right into it. No joke.
Had to wait it out just in case. So both of those guys knowing exactly where that weapon's going to spawn, trying to see who's going to swing first. It looks like I throw was able to get the weapon first. But Simba with the gauntlets. Range not on his side, but the combos definitely are.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, you've got the open air that Thunderguard Stadium affords you, but it does have that center platform. We'll see them dipping down in there a lot. I throw just uppercutting his way out. Some Sword versus sword, Ninja versus Cyber Ninja. Who comes out on top? It's the classic Godzilla versus Mecha Godzilla.
That's true. Honestly, I'm about to go watch that movie again.
Man versus machine.
All right, Simba look like he's trying to bait something out with that air dodge down. I throw though. He's playing very patient. In fact, it's like he's just running away right now. Like now that he has the lead, and we're on the same stock, so it's kind of an interesting strategy to do this early into the game. But maybe he just doesn't want to deal with the sword that Simba has.
Ooh. You know, I throw. He's a bit of a jokester, like constantly, but a strategic one.
All right.
So I wouldn't be surprised if he's just trying to tilt Simba, showing that, yeah, Val's a high-speed legend, but Hattori has just one more.
That's true. All right, swinging in. Not going to get anything with that. Okay, and a quick forward air, or side air. Oh!
Uh-oh,
nice. I throw just barely get through there.
Man, Simba really just moving around. He wants to find that solid hit. Both of them so dangerously damaged. Oh my gosh, yeah, you see Simba starting to utilize those weapon throws, keeping I throw kind of stapled to the ground for a moment.
Simba finally back on stage. 2 minutes has passed, no one's lost the stock yet. I throw has definitely slowed this game down to a crawl. Oh! Man, that sink just barely escaping, but ooh. Simba finding the nice recovery to go ahead and take out that first stock.
Oh my gosh, in the center channel. Oh my gosh, that is it for I throw. Simba just exploding.
Oh my.
I see you covering your face right now.
Oh my.
Do not look away. You must witness Simba.
I'm trying not to look. I'm trying. It's too powerful to look at. That was too powerful to look at. All right, well, yeah, Simba's like, you know what, you can go ahead and play all passive if you want, but, like, we're not going to do that today. What we're going to do here is make you approach me.
So, Simba with a full, clean stock lead.
Yeah.
What's he going to do with it?
Yeah. Honestly, if I was Simba, I would now throw the way that I throw was playing right back into his face.
Oh
I throw was not approaching because he had a slight lead. Now Simba has a full-on lead. I'd be running away from him just to get him annoyed. You got to play a mental game sometimes.
I mean, it looks like Simba doesn't even care. He just wants to give him these mitts.
Right.
Dash it back around. Perfect dodge by Simba. Just piling on that damage. Every little bit that he can get onto I throw just widens the gap between them. I throw trying to find his way. I mean, there's a lot to cut through.
Yeah. Even if he gets this stock, man, he's still got a lot of work to do right after that.
Whoa, Simba trying to force him wide into that ground pound. I throw not biting.
Nice.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, the recovery is going to be able to take him off. So one stock left here for both of our competitors. A lot of damage here on I throw, though.
Oh wow. My gosh. Simba almost taking him out with that uppercut.
Most def.
All right, do you remember what happened last time you were below Simba's sword? Yeah, that's right.
Uh-oh.
You might want to get back.
Yeah,
get back up on stage.
He decided to go for it, man. He's like, you know what? This might not be the greatest option. I throw, again, playing as if he is in the lead. Throwing me off right now, but it's definitely, I mean, he's trying to slow it down across Simba, not getting too anxious, and that's good for him.
I mean, Simba's chilling. Like, he's got the edge guard going on right now. He's the one that gets all the weapons that drop on the stage. And such a damage lead. Oh, no. I throw triggering that wall slip. Getting back up on stage, but that actually lowers his maximum jump count now.
All right.
Oh, uppercut off the top. Yeah,
no,
Simba cleaning that matchup.
All right, man. Simba, he's definitely got the patience of an old man. Because I know as a young man, I didn't have the patience to be waiting around like that, but good stuff.
All right, Noel coming up, coaching his teammate. I throw thinking about warming up those hands. Got to keep them loose.
Well as designated coach today. About third time you've been up here. Let's go.
That man's got a lot of knowledge.
Oh, most definitely.
Ooh, popping out the earbuds. Got to change the tunes. Is that right? Oh, no, just removing them entirely. Removing the jersey?
All right.
Unveiling the Mickey?
He's
going full Star Wars.
Yeah, he's playing for real now.
He took the headset off. He's using the Force.
Oh, man.
All right, deep breath, deep breath. Reset yourself. Just think about everything that happened in that match. How can you apply it? What do you need to change? Maybe we don't go back to Thunder Guard. Don't want Simba in that center channel.
Yeah, he kind of demolished him right there. I don't know where he wants to go though. Like, you know, like from just not there. That's all that matters. Just not there. Twilight Grove could have been a good pick for him, but he decided to stay away from that too. So
Mammoth. Oh no, Blackguard. I could definitely see Blackguard, just because iThrow likes that extra space, and there's a lot of horizontal space here.
So we're definitely going with Blackguard.
All right, it does have that platform on the left-hand side. It affords a little bit of safety.
Such
gives
a
you
small
somewhere
stage, too,
extra.
man.
Yeah. I mean, there's not a lot of room on the main stage, but that platform, I mean, it can be a little bit of a trap, right?
Yeah.
Because it's that much closer to the KO box on the left.
Oh, yeah. All right, so we'll see what iThrow can do now. Looks like he's opting to play a little more, a little more hands-on this time. Nice.
All right, Simba arming up with the gauntlets. This is where we're going to see crazy offstage play, a lot of strings. iThrow has got to be so careful to not get caught by any of the starters.
All right. Simba, yep, good recovery right there. iThrow, though, looking real good at the beginning of this game.
Oh, yeah.
Got the damage lead and the stock lead now. Great sig coming in from iThrow. I say this this mix of his gameplay definitely changed or working out in his favor. This time not playing as passive, actually going in.
Yeah, it looks like he might have gotten the coaching he needed, gotten the advice, the download he needed from last game.
Yeah. Told you, man. I don't know what Noel says, but apparently it works out. Definitely checks out. Off at the top. Looking for the Ninja Star. Nice. Oh. Easy. Easy pickup right there. Got the gravity cancel down light into the recovery. Going to keep himself very close in this game. Barely even touching the yellow right now. There's a light off-white color, if you will.
It's a nice egg cream, right?
Yeah, it's about to be a nice eggshell going on.
Just got to whip that up.
All right. Finally hitting the yellow, but not too far behind. And again, Hattori not having the greatest defense either, so.
Man, this is such a different story from the first match. I mean, by this point, Simba already had 2 stocks gone.
Yeah. Okay. Ooh. Oh, he tried to get that grab right there. That would have been nice, but he still actually got a nice little follow-up, too. Just kind of sticking with him. Looking for a lot right there with the sig.
Oh, my gosh, Simba just turning time and again. Everywhere iThrow wants to go, Simba is short to follow.
Yeah. He was looking for that neutral sig for the spike down right there on the right side, but wasn't able to get it. However, though, Simba taking the lead. Dominant lead at that, man. Did you see the way that, look at his health right now. He's looking real good. Barely into the orange.
He's got a lot to go. And
yeah,
Val's got some decent armor on her, too.
Oh, yeah.
iThrow trying to really use that range advantage. He doesn't want those gauntlets to get close because look what happens when you do.
Oh my God, he's all over. He's all over him.
Just keep circling. Circle around. Just put him in the blender.
Oh,
he'll come out red.
Definitely came out slightly orange right there. Nice. Yeah, definitely evens up the stocks. Needed that, man. That was a very pristine ground pound.
Use as recommended. Simba's got those gauntlets. Ooh.
Yeah. Didn't confirm that one fast enough, but either way, yeah, Simba with the gauntlets, man, very scary.
Oh my gosh, so close off the top. Perfect dodge punish. iThrow deep in the red. And it's not going to take much to knock him off if he's hanging on that side platform.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Good dodge right there from iThrow. That could have been the end of the game. So I'm trying to scoop him up with that gravity cancel down light. Definitely would have hit him with a side air and finished it off.
As you said, iThrow playing like he's got the lead.
I only say that because I'm sure that you could probably get around with playing passive in this game at all times. But in most games, and when you're not winning by percent, you cannot play passive, especially when there's the threat of a timeout. A lot of time left here on the map, though, or in the match. So.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Simba's like, he's down to chill, too.
He's down to chill. I mean, he's on the main stage. That's where pretty much all the weapon drops are going to happen.
Yeah. Nice.
Whoa, uppercut off the top. That platform raised him too high. That's going to do it. Simba taking it 2-0 over iThrow.
He said, where are you going? Absolutely nowhere. So good stuff to Simba. iThrow, the passiveness. It might work on a lesser player. It might work on someone who gets a little flustered, but it looked like Simba definitely had the patience that he needed to go ahead and work through that situation. So,
yeah. I mean, he's a stellar competitor. So, of course, he's going to identify where the areas are that he needs to go.
Yeah. So, again, man, if you guys are just joining us or if you've been here for a bit, this is BCX World Championship 2018. That's going to be it for our block, though, man. I had a great time talking about some Brawlhalla with the boys, with my man TWK. Always a pleasure. But for the time being, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with some more Brawlhalla action. Don't forget, man, I'm TK Breezy.
TWK Smash.
And we'll be right back, guys.
Welcome back to Brawlhalla World Championship 1v1. Top, we're finishing up the pools. We got one pool left.
One pool left.
One pool left. We're at the end here of pools before we go into top 16. We got a lot of stuff to go through, but first, I'm part of the Creed.
I'm Toast BH.
And I'm really excited to be here. The crowd.
The crowd has been crazy today.
Right now. People are showing up. There's some dramatic things happening on stage.
It's actually incredible. It's very exciting to see.
This is really great.
Creed and I were just on the side stream, casting the side stream, and we would be in the middle of our cast and we look over, and because we would hear whoa, like crazy hype sounds, and I guess the sets up here have been wild, dude.
It's amazing. It's so good. The atmosphere is great. I was over here when I think it was Babu was playing, and there was so much cheering going on, and Noel came up on stage and tried to do some coaching, and everyone's really getting into it.
It's too real right now. To be quite honest, it's too real. I'm very excited. So Creed, what do we have going into this next match? What are we looking at?
This next match I'm very excited for is going to be Pugsy against Logic.
Okay.
And Pugsy he's been around the community. He's been around the community for a very long time. And he doesn't perform all that much in online tournaments, but like last year, he hadn't played in online tournaments at all, and he came to BCX, and he did amazing. He did so good.
I remember that.
So we're hoping to see a similar performance because, after that, he was like, hey, maybe I'm good at Brawlhalla again, and he went to an online tournament, and he didn't play that well. And he was like, man, I don't know what happened, but maybe when I go to BCX again, I'll just do whatever I did last year.
Well, there's a magic about LANs that you just don't have online. The magic of LANs is the friendship, the crowd, the energy, all of that good stuff. On the other side, though, we have Logic.
What on earth is he eating?
You said it was.
That looks huge.
I love that he's on the main stage and that he's eating.
That's some Ultimum level stuff right there.
It's on a little nod like there, like that's right. I'm eating. I'm good. That's what's good right now. And
he
honestly,
also uses a fight stick.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's the only person in any of the Brawlhalla games who's used a fight stick, which is wild. I mean, TK was just up here, and he'd tell you it's totally wild that people use keyboard in this game. Like Fats, I was talking to Fats about it, and he was just like, I still can't believe that Brawlhalla players use keyboards.
No, it's optimal. We got Logic, though, spawning in, and we got Pugsy spawning in here as well on Small Mammoth Fortress here. Pugsy on the right, Logic on the left. Game has started.
As we get on into this game, Pugsy and Logic, he's on the Roland. We haven't seen a lot of Roland recently. And then on the opposite, Pugsy, the best Lin Fei player, period. Mostly because not a lot of people play Lin Fei. But also, Pugsy will own that title.
And we're going to see some of Lin Fei's kind of excellent guitar usage. All of her sticks come out here in this game. Beautiful end light coming into that recovery right there. Pugsy with the cannon coming around. On the left side hits that. So big string.
Looking to get a big string. Sent him off stage. Trying to go for something big. But wasn't able to quite find it on the opposite side. Logic has dealt quite a lot of damage onto Lin Fei. Lin Fei does not have a ton of defense. Ooh, Pugsy found the side air, tried to go for that recovery. That's that classic offstage cannon that we've seen before, which has, it's killed pretty early. And the neutral signature coming out from Pugsy, low startup and low recovery, means it's such a safe move to do. And you can see he did a dodge right afterwards to prevent himself from getting hit by Logic.
Great recovery coming out from Pugsy. Pugsy down low, unarmed, both of them unarmed. Gonna go ahead, pick up the Katars, gets a huge slap out onto Logic. Logic coming around on the right side, up top, looking for the weapon pickup, goes for it, does get the weapon pickup, gets slapped outside. Anyways, Pugsy throws the weapon, unarmed at the moment. Logic coming through, weapon throw, hanging back, gonna go ahead and get that weapon. No, baits out the haymaker from Pugsy for the punish into lance pickup, immediately follows it through, gets the KO. That's a 1.5 minute long stock?
Yeah, both players, like Pugsy did a really good job at staying alive, and Logic's got that huge defense. So, big long stock here going into this game. Both players seem very evenly matched. Pugsy's got to be able to find this kill, and Logic is going to keep building this damage lead, and he's got so much defense that recovery's not going to do it. Pugsy going to struggle here, looking for a kill. I kind of want to see that Qatar down sig. I don't know how much Pugsy likes using it. I always liked using it.
That was a great weapon toss right there, but Logic saving his dodge for the last moment to get himself back up on stage. Pugsy now with the cannon moves in, and there it is. That's the KO, bringing it back. And the damage on Pugsy is not so much.
Not bad.
But this
not
is
bad
still
at all.
a fairly level game at the moment.
Ooh, and Pugsy getting one quick side air, trying to convert off of that. Found a little bit of a hit. He's prevented Logic from getting back, finding that weapon, but that down sig is actually going to cancel into the platform.
What?
Good string from Pugsy, sending Logic all over the map, and a nice ground pound to close off even more damage. Logic's going to be able to reset and pick up some nairs, but Pugsy's dealt quite a lot of damage onto Logic so far.
Pugsy hanging back, going in, gets caught out by Logic Sig. Throws the lance, swapping over to the sword, maybe more comfortable here with this, going in for the neutral layers, but not going to connect. Ooh, the double sig right there. Both of them looking for the way to engage. Both of them know they're close to that KO zone. The damage is high, and they're looking for the engagement. Neutral light comes through, weapon toss, follows it up, goes to the down air. Not going to get caught out by the sig from Pugsy. Pugsy moving in. Watch out for the cannon. The cannon has such strong mobility from left to right. If you're not careful, that sig almost landing, but Logic sees it coming, jumps over it, hits the neutral light with a weapon throw coming out. Into the recovery, gets the KO, and now Logic with a lead, but it is a small lead. It's
very small.
It's by the
very
tips of his fingers.
And again, Pugsy's going to do the same thing. He's going to look for one good hit to get this kill on Logic before he takes too much damage. And I can't imagine he's actually going to have a ton of trouble with that. He didn't in that first stock. He's gotten some good unarmed. He's going to be looking for a quick, probably cannon neutral signature. Logic actually dealt quite a bit of good damage onto him. Pugsy's, there's that neutral sig. He used it to bait out an attack from Logic because he knew he could recover from it, and there's a downline in there to get the kill on Logic. Pugsy, last stock, barely taking any damage.
Final stocks here, like you said, 3.5 minutes in the game. These games never go this long, and that's because these two players have been extending their stocks quite a bit, and it really is a testament to their skill and to their talent at the moment. Great neutral air coming out from Pugsy, moving back, trying to get that string off. Does get a little bit of good damage, but down air from Logic, doing some good work. Moves in, down air, moves through, spot dodge. Oh, he swings, but Pugsy with the perfect dodge moves right on through it.
Pugsy doing such a good job with these dodges. That was a nice spot dodge into delayed gravity cancel downline to get a hit on Logic, get some good advantage. Side air sends Logic flying. Pugsy may be looking for another one, or maybe a recovery. Both could have been good options. The down sig isn't quite going to make the connection he's looking for. Pugsy side airing all across the map. He's just trying to keep Logic off this weapon as long as possible.
And Pugsy landing that hit. Logic though with the unarmed recovery coming through into the lance pickup, goes into the nair, not going to connect. This is tense. Any hit could do it. The weapon toss. Logic might have a recovery still, but that's very telegraphed. Dodges up. The down air. Can Logic get back? Side air does get him with the wall touch at the very, very bottom of the map and gets caught out by the fireball. And Pugsy will take game number 1.
That's a down sig I wanted to see from Pugsy, and he waited and he kept it for the very end of that first game.
Man, he's just sitting there. He's like, yeah, all right, I did that. That happened.
That wasn't a problem. Logic gave himself a bit of a face palm. He was like, I should have been able to avoid that, but I mean that was really down. Like he charged that down sig, and the longer you charge that Qatar down sig, the further Linfei goes to get that fireball hit, which is really cool.
Coming in here into game 2, no swaps here, same map. Pugsy with the weapon advantage at the moment, moving out, doing a little bit of light damage here. He goes for that side light. I love this move from Pugsy. He moves back, he engages, he baits Logic, and he brings Logic out. Here we're coming in, hanging back. Logic unarmed still, and Pugsy saying, you can't have a weapon, this is my cannon. Logic just now picking up that sword, just now getting some damage with the weapon toss, and Pugsy still has the cannon, the weapon lead.
Logic now trying to get his own lead, finding those nairs. Pugsy, nice ground pound off of the dare, looking for another.
Whoa!
Couldn't quite find it, but he's got the dare. He's got the dare. He's trying to find the finisher here. He can't quite get it. The ground pounds aren't doing it, but he dealt a lot of good damage. Now he's got the Qatars, the side air. He just can't find this finisher onto Logic in the edge guard.
You saw Pugsy try and throw those Qatars to deny the recovery, but Logic does hit the recovery. Pugsy sets up for the unarmed heavy neutral. Wow, Pugsy is so good at
spot
dodging
dodges
through those swings, through the sword and sigs.
Oh, Logic did not finish off that recovery, didn't get the final hit on it, which puts down all the force needed to get the KO, which is why Pugsy didn't die there. Instead, Pugsy uses his own recovery, and now he's got the slightly stock lead, which is, it's different from the last game. It just puts Pugsy a little bit ahead, and considering Pugsy won that one, we'll see. Logic did, however, finish off his own stock. It's, again, dead even between these two.
You're going to see Logic trying to weapon star Pugsy, but Pugsy not having a pick to the cannon right away, gets into that string. Logic sees it, dodges up, avoids it, spot dodges then into that neutral light, into another neutral light out of that chase. Pugsy looking for the engagement there. Side air not going to hit. One going to hit there, yes. So there, Logic traveling around. That lance using the mobility, the horizontal mobility, and just the large hitbox of that nair to get around and get Pugsy face, but Pugsy keeping it even. Once it comes out.
Nice ground pound, but unfortunately just barely out of range. Logic trying to get in as much as he can, but he's lost his weapon. He's going to pick up a different weapon. Ooh, tries to find that neutral signature. More neutral sigs coming out from Pugsy.
Logic stutter stepping right there, trying to fake Pugsy out. Downlight ground pound, bouncing Pugsy off, picks up the lance immediately into the downsig, denies the engagement. That signature from Pugsy with the neutral light coming around. One good hit could do it, the down air. And where's the follow-up from Logic? Throws the weapon up, hits the unarmed recovery off the top to get the KO on Pugsy. Logic up a stock right now. Taking the lead just like last set,
it's
last
like
game.
They keep trading off on these leads here. Logic usually has it. Last time Pugsy had it, but just not for long. Pugsy's looking for his neutral six again. He doesn't even need to hit them. He knows that even if he misses, he's got so many recovery frames. He's looking for those ground pounds instead. How many neutral six was that? Side air to send Logic off stage, and another one to finish it off. And Pugsy, guess what? Taking very little damage.
And again, just like that first stock, when they both lost it, they're on their final stock. Even damage, more or less. This game has been so neck and neck to down air. Ground pound. Logic coming back, getting caught out by Pugsy, but dodges through the side air and loves throwing on those neutrals. Pugsy underneath, bumps his head, has no jumps, and Logic will take game two.
And you know, last game we saw a facepalm from Logic. This time we saw a facepalm from Pugsy. He was not happy with that one.
Logic immediately goes back to eating.
As much as possible.
I think it's chicken. It has to be chicken.
He's just like, I gotta get as much of this down as I can.
And he's there. Matt banding is happening. He's still eating, just now putting his food away. I don't understand.
On the other side, Pugsy, he's got to be thinking, yeah, he had some really good hits in on that last talk. He just he faltered at the end there. He didn't realize he had touched the wall and just kept sort of flying around until he fell down. And now, as we're going into this next game, it's going to be Logic who puts down a lot of unarmed pressure on Pugsy. Pugsy on that cannon yet again.
Coming through, some good damage coming out. Neutral light from Logic. There. Pugsy getting in there. Pugsy's just taking his time right now. You see how he moves, he waits for Logic to engage, and then he finds the perfect opening to strike.
And even if Logic doesn't engage, if he sort of like hangs back at just the right range, that side air goes far enough away that he can do something with it. Interesting down sig. I think he was expecting maybe a double chase dodge.
Whoa.
Neutral sig does pick Logic up with some really nice force there, and he's just using a lot more neutral signatures. Recovery to send him up, looking for nairs, neutral sig, just anything that'll hit Logic upward.
That'll do it.
Game.
And Pugsy, I think, not only taking that first stock, but taking the momentum in this game. That was the fastest first stock we've seen so far in this set.
Oh my god.
And Pugsy follows it up with an insane string.
My favorite part about Pugsy's play right now is he knows Logic has a ton of defense and he doesn't care. Like, he just keeps throwing out hits and throwing out hitboxes and throwing out moves, and as soon as Logic goes in range, he suddenly is in range. But Logic has his own gravity cancel down sig, wake-ups to hit Pugsy out. But he's taking a lot more damage. This is the biggest lead anyone's had after a stock take since this set started.
One recovery could KO Logic at this point, but there it is. The answer comes up, rocketing Logic into the sky.
A sig we haven't seen before.
No.
Pugsy loves just breaking those out at just the opportune moments.
Pugsy.
Oh, he's not done yet. He's not done yet. He's still going. He's still
what is this?
going. He's
what is
not
this?
done. Logic can't do anything about
That's
it.
it. Pugsy
has
will
taken
take
the stop.
game 3.
And a 2-1 from Pugsy. Really good
What
stuff.
was that?
Pugsy, the best Lin Fei in this tournament, in the world.
Maybe one of the strongest cannon players as well. That last stock was unbelievable.
Unrelenting.
Unrelenting. Like, can we get a rollback on that? That was incredible.
It was some great stuff coming out from Pugsy. I
Pugsy,
can't wait to
please.
see more of him. That's just so much fun. Like, you just don't see that level of cannon play in tournament very often.
No,
right?
you
Like
really
Starlight
don't.
will play it sometimes, Dobrain will play
Yes.
it sometimes, Steve will play it sometimes, but Pugsy's playing it all the time, and he's
All the
playing
time.
it well.
I mean, you saw that final stock. It was like Pugsy figured it out. He got the momentum, and he just went in for it. I think we might be seeing it right here.
He was
Yeah, this is it. Final stock. Look at how he moves.
He wasn't done ever.
The
He kept going.
continuity.
The SIGs.
The SIGs. He read the dodge right there, right in with that down air into the weapon
He
throw.
threw the weapon. You thought he was dead. You thought, oh, he did a ground pound, he missed. No, he still wasn't done. He did a dare. Like, and repping the Canadian flag.
And the rep in the Canadian flag. That's incredible.
Good stuff from Pugsy.
Oh my goodness.
Good stuff.
I
wish we could see more Pugsy, but
We will
in the future.
in the future.
But for now, we're moving on. We're going to be watching Lil Cap fighting Bacon underscore. Bacon
okay.
underscore. I almost just said Bacon, but the underscore is important.
Bacon, the underscore is maybe the most crucial part of his name.
Is it the most crucial? I'd still give it to the
It's
Bacon.
the most identifying aspect. Otherwise, he could be bacon anything.
This is
He
Bacon.
could be bacon,
Bacon's
egg, and
good.
cheese.
Bacon's good.
No, bacon's delicious. And also, bacon as a player is good. Bacon underscore. Capt, he's the teammate traditionally of Faison.
Yes.
And Capt is known for his stable, confident, and most likely, most of all, reliable play style, right?
It's Bodvar.
He's Bodvar.
It's a solid Bodvar.
He's there.
I was doing some analysis on his Bodvar.
Okay.
I feel
Let
okay
me in.
saying this.
Okay.
So a lot of the secrets I'll keep to myself, but
All right, coach.
Cap's sort of signature play style is the stuttering. He'll move forward and he'll stop.
Yes.
He'll move forward and he'll stop. And it totally
I've
throws
seen
off
this.
his opponents.
And he also is so. I mean, you're the coach, but what I've seen is that he's very comfortable with his spot dodge, specifically his spot dodge.
He's comfortable with his spot dodge. He's also comfortable with everyone else's spot dodge.
Right.
Like the stuttering helps him see a spot dodge and immediately punish it.
Yes. And so this should be interesting to see these styles. Bacon hasn't had a lot of online tournament play this season.
Bacon came into this year really strong, and
Yes.
then he sort of faltered.
Yes.
And it was unfortunate. He lost enough elo on rank S to get kicked out, which was sad.
I remember that.
It was really funny because all of the pro
Excuse me?
players. No, it was funny. All the pro players were all in one group chat together, and they were watching Bacon's elo go down. Bacon was in the group chat too.
No.
And they were like, "Bacon, you can win this one. You can win this one."
Bacon,
And he
you
lost.
need to
I
win.
was like, he's out. He's
Oh,
out.
no,
It's okay.
man.
Bacon's come back though. He's at
coming back.
BCX, and he's been playing pretty well.
Playing really well. Now, if I'm seeing it right, it looks like you guys will see this in a second, but it does look like it's an Ember pick out from Bacon. If this might be the button check, so I'm not sure. But if it's not the button check,
I mean, Lil Cap is
be
playing
that.
this Bodvar.
Of course, I mean Lil Cap's
It's the
Bodvar.
big rig
Lil Cap
Bodvar
is Bodvar.
With what color scheme is that? I don't know, but it's big rig Bodvar.
It is bigger Bodvar. You got Bacon right there on your cams. Setting up, looking in. This is the button check as they're going through. Just making sure everything's okay. You can check out that crowd back there. Good stuff.
Is that Sunset? Sunset Bodvar?
It might be. No, Sunset is a little bit more reddish. It's got a little.
It's purple. It's
purple. Yeah, Sunset's a little bit more counter colors.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. I know what you're saying. That's the dwarf ember.
Yes.
The fawn. Sorry.
Yeah, we do have the Ember here with the extra defense as well. It's what
Yes,
you'll
Ember
traditionally
has the
see
lowest
with
low defense.
with Ember players as well, unless it's 2016, late 2016, 2017, and you're Zaloxery and you're playing a 2 defense Ember.
Luxury.
Yo,
Yeah.
throwback right there, right?
Yeah. Shout out to Lil Cap on Rectify. Is it Rectify Esports? Like it usually is?
I believe so. Here we go. Getting in on the game.
Bacon underscore versus Lil Capt. Gonna be getting our map bans in. I'm curious to see. I haven't seen a game yet where I felt like map bans were a huge deal. Every once in a while, I'll see one and be like, "Yo, the map bans are so important on this one." It can be important sometimes. Other times, they just sort of go to Mammoth Fortress and call it a day.
right? But I think it determined it. You know, it's player based more than anything, right?
Yeah.
And we used to see, there's a time we would see small Brawlhaven as the first pick, kind of as a way to test the pool in an explosive manner. We see it moving, shifting back to small Mammoth Fortress just a little bit now. Bacon, go ahead, getting the first couple engagements. Lil Cat falling down low. Bacon goes for a ground pound but denies it. Kind of falls himself out of it just a little early.
Lil Cap starting it off, getting a nice quick side light, looking for dares to pick Bacon up and send him back.
There's that
Stomping
spot
the
dodge
side
right there that we talked about. Stomp, cider, the coach pitch, the classic move. You'll see it from Lil Cap time and time again, time immemorial. Bacon, though, keeping the damage fairly even here. Does get caught up by the cider from Lil Cap. Lil Cap waiting for Bacon's engagement back here. Bacon gets the engagement there, goes in for the down air. Lil Cap just moves right on through it, not phased by it at all. Neutral light coming out. Bacon getting the slap. Mid-air weapon toss. Got that hammer pickup right now from Lil Cap. Stomp. Goes in for the side light. Neither
Bacon,
player.
They're running around each other. It's like pixels off on hitboxes. Bacon looking for the Katars this time, which means a lot closer engagement, but he does put himself in a more dangerous spot. That allows Lil Cap to get that stomp into side air for the kill.
And that lead, we'll see if Lil Cap's able to expand it and take it on, but Bacon goes in for it, but Lil Cap with a perfect dodge moves through that side sig. Bacon, though, goes up into light, gets caught out by the scoop from Lil Cap. Lil Cap getting another scoop, going for the double. There's another scoop.
He's gotten so many of them.
Looking for a triple
He
scoop
can
here.
build an ice cream tower.
He could build an ice cream tower, but no. He needs one more scoop for that. There it is. Switches out. He had already prepped the hammer there by picking up and throwing away a weapon and picking up his original weapon. The cider comes out, building up the damage on Bacon. Bacon already in the dark orange. Stomp cider. Coach pitch coming out. Lil Cap putting the pressure. Bacon doesn't seem to have an answer right now, but the side stick comes out and KOs Lil Cap.
That's a nice wake up. We haven't seen very many wake ups coming out from Bacon, but that time he was like, I've had enough. Gravity cancel side sig.
Side light coming out from Bacon. Bacon hovering back. It does get caught up by the down air. Allows Lil Cap to get that sword. He's moving in. Down light coming through. Neutral air coming out. Bacon trying to get in and push Lil Cap on the right side. Lil Cap to have none of it. Neutral air coming out. Neutral light. Neutral light. It's a classic down light there. See a recovery come out. Lil Cap landing that neutral air, and then another one immediately after picking up the hammer, taking the stock and maintaining his lead in game one of this set.
And now Bacon, he's looking to get back, take out Lil Cap as quickly as possible. He certainly can do it. Ember does have the force to allow it to happen. He's the right signatures and the side six going to do it, and now it's almost evened up. I mean, Lil Cap had a really strong lead early on, but Bacon has done a really good job at getting things a lot closer now. And his guitars are, I think, the name of the game. Bacon's guitars are looking really strong.
Bacon doesn't want Lil Cap to get that weapon. Bacon knows what that weapon is going to be, saying, you cannot have this weapon. It is not for you. I'm going to deny it, but that's why. Because it is a hammer, and Lil Cap's hammer is one of his scariest pieces of kit. He's got the hammer now.
He's trying to get in some of those stomps, some of those sidelights. Good spot dodge from Bacon, avoiding that sidelight, but he is getting hit. Side air, side sig, more siders coming out, another side air after the stomp.
And here it is, Lil Cap with a sword. Sword is a great edge guard weapon here with that down. Down Sabrino picks up down light side air, knocks out Bacon's weapon. Bacon unarmed here, gets caught out, and that will be KO. Lil Cap will take game one of this set.
Looking good for Lil Cap. He's looking very comfortable. He's looking very comfortable.
I mean, these chairs are comfortable.
They are comfortable.
They're very comfortable.
The chairs are comfortable. His playstyle is comfortable. He's comfortable.
What kind of switch up do you think we're going to see from Bacon? It's the same legend. It's the same stance, same map.
Up.
Do you think he's? What kind of adaptation
Nothing
do you think
is
he's going to
switched.
make? Nothing is switched. Okay, very
He's
good.
going to play more guitars.
All right.
But that's not even a switch. That's just an enhancement.
Lil Cap does get that hammer right away, landing off a stomp after
Look
landing
at
out that neutral
He
edge.
stomped and did nothing. I respect the attempt, but I respect Bacon even more for not falling into this trap of freaking out because he didn't do what he was expecting.
He stomps, he waits, and then he stomps side airs. It's incredible. It's clean. Bacon's movement, hovering around, stomp, scoop.
Bacon now looking for an approach, using those down lights, but Lil Cap's not giving him any room to breathe. A lot of good dash jump into side airs.
Bacon hovering back around, looking for a way to engage. Downlight into recovery, does not get the KO into Bacon. Bacon's still alive on stock number 1, but quite damaged. That scoop would KO at this damage, at this percentage. Bacon hanging back here, does pick up the guitars. Neutral Light going neutral there, out, looking for a wave. Goes at the sig, does not get punished for it. Moves through and actually punishes the side air with a big slap. Goes to the gravity cancel haymaker, but Lil Cap recovers around the side of it. The weapon toss down, puts Bacon down. Neutral air from Lil Cap, not gonna neck. Bacon hovering back here, probably wants that weapon, but gets caught out by the side air. Lil Cap now gonna pick up that hammer. Watch out, gets the recovery. He moves underneath the platform in preparation of Lil Cap's recovery to get the KO.
Really nicely done from Lil Cap. Bacon is definitely looking stronger than last game. I will say that. He's looking a lot stronger, but Lil Cap is just such a force to reckon with. Bacon's struggling a little bit. As soon as he gets the lead, Lil Cap finds a good way of turning it around. He tried to punish that neutral signature, but man, Lil Cap knows exactly what his frame data looks like, and he's punishing everything. These signatures are not working out in Bacon's favor. Bacon cannot find this kill on Lil Cap. He couldn't get the downline into neutral heavy onto Lil Cap, but a good spot dodge into a side sig.
That was an incredible dodge. To be so confident that you have enough dodge frames to not get hit by that side sig is incredible. And no break there. Bacon already going in, but Lil Cap does hit that coach pitch, does KO Bacon, and has a very strong stock lead at the moment.
Lil Cap now trying to find something. He did find the nice sidelight into neutral sig again? Not quite. But clearly he has a read on
bear
Bacon's
claw.
movement. So many bears.
Triple bear claw right there as Lil Cap hovering in the center platform. Does take a little bit of damage from Bacon, but Bacon trying to break through Lil Cap's defense, but Lil Cap's defense is rock solid. It is an iron wall that cannot be broken through.
Just sidelights. He's gonna kill him with sidelights.
Stomp.
He didn't even want to do his side. He wants to kill him with sidelights. I don't think he can do that, Lil Cap.
Lil Cap is literally only going for sidelights and stomps right now.
This is you're playing with your
side
food.
air.
I know you built an ice cream tower, but just put the cherry on top and be done with it.
Neutral Light unarmed, nearly enough to knock Bacon out. That's how high Bacon's damage is at the moment. Bacon saying, you know what, you're giving me time to get back in and bring it back. Avoids the weapon throw, the side air will do it, and Lil Cap will take game 2.
With unarmed side air. That's rough.
You see Lil Cap smiling there, having a good time. He's like, yeah, that was
well,
good.
look, if you're gonna smile, I can't give you grief for it.
No, not at all. Not even a little bit.
He had fun with the game.
Isn't that the idea?
That's the most important part, except the part of winning.
I mean, you're right, but the fun part is more important. But also winning.
Also winning.
Also winning.
Make sure you win.
After that game, which was a really good game, by the way, we're moving into the homie content man himself.
And
Crocky, and the man, the myth, the legend.
People have been waiting for him.
Maybe Foda's favorite player.
Hailing all the way from Brazil.
Flying here. Traveling all the way for BCX, for the Brawlhalla World Championship.
For the second year in a row.
For the second year in a row.
Dominating his region.
Uncontested almost.
We've delayed it too much. His name is Fiend. His name is Fiend, guys. It's Fiend.
It's Fiend. Fiend up against Crocky.
If you didn't figure it out, it's Fiend. Fiend is fighting Crocky.
If you've been on twitch.tv/directory/Brawlhalla, you would have seen Crocky streaming basically every day. Every day saying, you know, this is my BCX training regime. I'm training. I'm going to do it. I'm here. I'm going to win. I want it. And he's been going hard.
But Fiend hasn't been letting up at all either.
Fiend has not been letting up at all either. Fiend's playstyle is so original, and he's got the flag.
Oh yeah, he's got the flag. We all know where he's from now. He's got the flag. Shout out to the Brazilian flag. And, you know, Foda told me that Fiend practiced his English over the last year so they could come back to BCX and, you know, converse better. I haven't gotten a chance to converse with Fiend.
Me neither.
I want to.
I would. Maybe we can bring him on for an interview.
Maybe.
But you do see him there, prepping, getting ready, going up as Crocky. This is going to be a really good match because Fiend's playstyle is unorthodox. He does things that shouldn't be possible, and he does it comfortably, and he does it consistently. If you watched... what is that clip? Fiend has a...
are you talking about the downlight? The downlight dare.
Yeah.
And to jump, gravity cancel, downlight recovery.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like, how does that work? It doesn't even work. You see Crocky right there in his jersey. Crocky is a controller player, getting in focus, getting in the zone, getting ready.
He's one of those getting in the zone kind of players, right? Like he's got his signature pose of leaning forward and sort of rocking back and forth. I love players' poses. Like some of them just have the classic sit back and play the game. But like Starlight is chair all the way back and back at a like 20-degree angle from the floor, and then Crocky's like rock back and forth. Double Dime is tongue out. everyone's got little things.
This is button check as they are making sure that everything is bound correctly. I do not think we'll be seeing a Hattori up against a Mirage with these players, but
I think we will.
Maybe the Hattori, yeah.
I think that's exactly what we're going to see.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Crocky's been playing a lot of Mirage, and Fiend is just Hattori.
He's
a Hattori Fiend.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you did there. I appreciate
exactly
it.
What he is.
All right, there's a way of saying we good.
Yeah, Crocky's been a spear player for forever, and now he's thinking, I'll add the sight to my spear this time. Before he'd add, he had the guns on his spear for basically forever.
I mean, he was the Ada player for the longest time.
And then he would add a lance to his spear, mix things up. That's Orion. And now there's the sight to the spear. I don't know what other spear characters he's been playing. I don't think he played very much Hattori. He's more of a slow spear kind of player.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not all about that speed.
No. Here we go, coming into this game, getting ready. One of the cool things about the builds for the tournaments for stuff like this is you got all the skins, everything unlocked.
Everything.
You see the wildest combinations. It's really cool.
Except Rayman. No Rayman allowed in this tournament. If anyone was wondering why there's no Rayman, it's because Rayman came out a little bit too recently, and there still needs to be a little bit of balance to be done. And we can't have these players coming in with this character that just came out. They haven't had a chance to practice.
Rayman is too cool.
He's too cool, basically.
This map banning is the most intensive map banning I've seen. Miami Dome is where we're going to go.
Miami Dome. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to hear. Let's go Miami Dome. Fiend and Crocky, a match you've never seen before.
No.
We're
it
getting
could never
right
happen in the past. Crocky immediately off the bat picking up the spear, trying to get some good damage. Sidelight comes in, moves back, trying to avoid allowing Fiend to get a weapon here. Spear pickup. Moving through. Goes into that sword pickup.
Trying to find something. Crocky gets the downlight into the side air. Probably going to be looking for yet another one. Fiend has a lot of dash jump approaches, and I think that's prime time for Crocky. There's another downlight in the side air. And I'm wondering if he's going to pick up on this habit that Fiend has of trying to dash jump into fall back.
As it is, Fiend has taken quite a significant amount of damage, but is doing great work turning it around with the downlight side air coming out. Goes for another downlight right there. Neutral air coming out. Goes for the gravity cancel with the downlight right there. Neutral air hits, and damage even just like that. Fiend landing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 good hits here onto Crocky. That weapon has been on the field a while. Gravity cancel downlight, side air. Went to an immediate side air with that spear to get the KO. 1 minute in, Fiend taking a solid lead here.
Crocky was looking a lot stronger in the beginning, but Fiend quickly turned it around and picked up on Crocky's quick habits. And now he's going to be edge guarding, not allowing Crocky onto this weapon, picking up his own spear, denying the spear from Crocky, or maybe the scythe. And now he's going to keep denying weapon. Crocky just without a weapon for so long. And I'm really curious to see if Fiend can keep this up. Even when Crocky does get a weapon, he likes to throw his weapons. And if he does become without a weapon, I'd like to see if Fiend can take advantage of that.
This map is interesting too because it's kind of short from left to right on the stage. And with the weapons they're using and the movement, it doesn't give them so much room to play around with. We do see Crocky pick up a great KO onto Fiend. Fiend now down to his second stock, but he did do a good amount of damage to Crocky. Crocky hovering up top, does pick up that spear after throwing it down, trying to deny Fiend this weapon pickup. Going in, throwing out those nairs, those big wide hitboxes that spin around. Recovery, Fiend hitting that side air, pushing Crocky to the way, allowing Fiend to pick up a spear of his own, but he throws it immediately into a pickup, dashes forward, moves back, now unarmed, going for the unarmed play onto Crocky, downlight into side air, picking up in the sword. Maybe his preferred weapon at the moment, gets caught out by the neutral light. Downlight, side air, Crocky building up the damage, trying to even up that sword disparity between their stocks.
And Fiend is sort of just like jumping around between the platforms in the zone. He knows Crocky can't quite reach with his downlights. Now he picks up the quick downlight into side air, a nice gravity kick downlight and recovery, and Fiend takes the lead in a much more commanding fashion now.
This is almost a clean stock in the lead right now. Fiend has a sword, a weapon he's been very, very comfortable with so far in this game. Crocky on the edge, not a place you want to be against Fiend's sword. Moving in, Croc goes to the neutral leg, gets punished for it with the downlight. Down air out from Fiend, who's moving up. His movement, his dash jumps are incredible. They're so precise, and they're all over the place non-stop. Again, downlight, down air, down air.
Fiend, you talked about that clip from before. Fiend is so good at finding downlight into down air resets. He resets into another down air or a gravity cancel downlight into recovery. Whatever it is, Fiend finds it.
Fiend's not getting these incredibly long strings. He's just not allowing himself to get hit, getting 2, 3 hits here and there, building up the damage and being untouchable.
Rocket with some nice weapon throws, but he's got to be able to catch the weapon and follow up afterwards. And now he's without a weapon. He does manage to pick up yet another spear. But again, Fiend is keeping this damage lead with Crocky in the full stock.
Downlight, down air. Fiend moving through on the wall touch. Crocky coming around. Down air. That pogo, but Fiend with the downlight side air. Nearly enough to get the kill. Fiend goes in with the down air. Crocky saves his dodge for the right moment. Comes back here on that left side, safe. Downlight side air gets the KO, and Fiend will 2-stock Crocky in game 1.
Fiend looking good. Fiend, he did come to BCX last year, but he wasn't quite feeling it. Right now, he's definitely feeling it. And against Crocky, no less.
And Crocky's been having a really good recent couple of months. Performing really well in Montreal.
Performing well, showing everyone what's up on his streams. Those have been performing great as well.
Yeah.
But performance is difficult when you're up at BCX, where the best of the best come from all over the world, and Fiend certainly is one of those international players that you just don't get a chance to play that much. And now that he's here, he's showing everyone what he's made of.
Yes. And these players are taking a lot of time with their map choices. It's going to go to Mammoth. The open choices there were, Small Brawlhaven, and I think maybe Small. But I think going to a map like Mammoth Fortress is such a good way to reset. It's very neutral. It's favor of both parties. Here we go, coming right on in. Croc can get into that first weapon pickup, throws it down immediately, trying to catch out Fiend. Fiend saying, I don't need a weapon. I will go unarmed at you. Picking up that sword, hits that neutral air, coming down. Crocky gets the catch with the neutral air. The Fiend throw, denying Crocky's engagement. Crocky unarmed at the moment because the Fiend did not allow him to re-equip the scythe.
Big hits coming out from Fiend here as he sends Crocky off stage. Nice neutral signature to send Crocky downward from above, and the downer is going to do it. Fiend takes stock number 1.
Now this is a best of 3, so if Fiend takes this game, Fiend will have the better run in this round robin bracket. However, Fiend on the edge, not allowing himself to get hit so much. Crocky changing up his movement options. You see Crocky moving around, trying to bait Fiend into an area where the scythe can get in, pull Fiend and pull into one of those nasty scythe strings that happen, but Fiend not having it. The weapon throw, the downlights, the side airs coming out from the sword, side air falling, side air right there. The weapon toss into the pickup. It's just so much active hitboxes at all times. Of Crocky with the double, almost.
He tried to go for another one. But now he's going to pick up an actual weapon. That weapon's going to be Spear. And with the Spear, he's going to go for that side signature. But unfortunately, Fiend is just not there. He's able to use that platform to his advantage from Mammoth Fortress, the one that moves around throughout the map.
Side air coming out from Fiend into the weapon toss. Does actually hit Crocky.
He's so good at landing the slow tosses.
Yeah. It's so precise. It comes at you and you can't do anything about it. Side air, unarmed, goes to the gravity cancel downlight. Croc again the punish with a pogo. Moving back, goes to the downlight. Recovery does KO Fiend. That was so close. I think it's one of those KOs where you're like, isn't he gonna get KO'd? Because he slowed down right at the end there. Crocky turning the damage around.
He tried to go for the double downlight, couldn't find it, but was able to find another downlight regardless.
Crocky hang back, downlight, goes to the double, hits the side air, so much damage done to Fiend, and with the space of 30 seconds, Fiend has damages even to Crocky, but the answer comes out, slam dunks Crocky off stage, and now Fiend has another stock lead.
And another neutral sig from Fiend to show that he's using that neutral sig to great regard. It's not one of those neutral sigs that he just throws out like a lot of Hattori players in an attempt to bait something out. No, when he throws it out, he knows he's going to land it and put Crocky in a terrible position for Crocky. And he's looking pretty good here and staying alive against Crocky's Mirage right now.
Whoa, Crocky with the perfect end sig right there, diving into the sand, KOing Fiend, bringing it to a very close final stock.
Being able to pick up that weapon, you could see Crocky was trying to do at least a little bit of weapon guarding. But those down throws coming out from Crocky, he's at least picking them back up, but he's having trouble. Nice
Fiend.
Reset from Fiend, finding that gravity cancel downlight from the dare. Yet again, he's doing that so well. And now that Crocky's in the red, Fiend's going to be looking for a kill finisher here. There it is, downlight, and gravity cancel, neutral signature every game.
And Fiend will do it. Fiend will beat Crocky in the round robin. 2 times with that slam dunk neutral sig.
Over and over again.
Like,
so good.
So good.
So good. You see a lot of Vittoris, but you don't see a lot of Vittoris play the way Fiend plays.
No, his movement, you could go into any of those games, take 1 minute and just slow it down and frame by frame. Watch how Fiend dashes and dodges and dashes and all of that. The movement is used to its full potential, adding in an element of uncertainty for the opponent and adding an element of just untouchability. That's not even a word. To his playstyle and to his stocks. It's incredible.
He's got it. He's got it in him, and he was able to show us that performance. And I can't wait to see more Fiend in the future. I don't know exactly where Fiend is in his pool. I'm gonna find that out. But in the meantime, we are gonna get ready for another match coming up soon. It's gonna be Wilson against Blue Guys.
Straight
and we haven't
to
seen
the point, Wilson.
Wilson in ones yet. Wilson, he did show up in 2v2, but he's not as much of a 2v2 player.
No.
He's more of a 1v1 player, and he's a big 1v1 player.
He is. He's very good.
He's everyone always underestimated him,
Yeah.
and he came in seasonal championship after seasonal championship.
Well, it's because I think you underestimate Wilson because he is a little bit of a joker. He's got a sense of humor about him, and you know, he's not afraid to goof and to be a little goofy about it, right? But when he's there and when he's playing the game, it's 100%, 110%. He's always ready to go, and he's always ready with some crazy plays and just good, strong fundamentals. Counter that against his opponent in this match, Blue Guys. Creed, tell me about Blue Guys.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I don't know a ton about Blue Guys. Blue Guys will show up in tournament a lot, but never quite reached that top 8 vicinity. He's always sort of been there, though.
So we're looking at the bracket right now there. You can see that Wilson and Blue Guys are both 4 sets out of 6 played at the moment.
Yeah, and Wilson, he's fighting to basically maintain his lead in this bracket, get himself into the upper side of that bracket, and get right on into top 32 as soon as possible.
So I think favored to leave this bracket would be Wilson in winners and Blue Guys in lowers. But we've seen upsets today. It was in one of the earlier pools today. We saw Weaver beat Starlight. And I think what most people had projected would be Starlight beating Weaver to advance out of that pool. But it was the reverse.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. Stuff like that does happen,
It's some crazy stuff from everyone. Lots of surprising developments.
Yes.
As always. But things always happen. And you got to be prepared. You got to be prepared.
You do.
Be prepared for anything.
So our players are getting on stage, are sitting in their chairs, getting comfortable, getting ready.
I do want to say that, yes, Fiend is going to be coming up at the top of his pool right now.
Who's left?
Right behind him. Moises is on that pool.
Ah, okay.
Moises, who is the only New Yorker who was able to actually escape New York and make it here through the blizzard that they are currently experiencing. But he somehow made it here. So shout out to him.
Shout out to him. What's crazy is that I drove down, right, from New York. I was in New York on Monday.
And you were like, I'm going to drive.
Well, no, it was a road trip kind of thing.
Well, the driving did happen. There were no planes involved.
There's a plane involved on the way home.
In blizzards.
No, just a car. I'm just saying we escaped the blizzard.
You escaped the blizzard.
Yeah, we did.
Good job.
We did.
It's no easy feat.
That's the Blue Guys you see on your screen right now. Comfortable, getting ready, making some beats with the Zalt choices. I like it.
And on the other side is an empty chair because Wilson isn't here yet. Hey, where are you at, Wilson? Where are you at? Nowhere.
So, Creed, tell me.
I'm ready to tell you whatever you need to know.
How is the winner's side top 32? Who is going to make it out of top 32 into top 8
Oh, I can't tell you that.
Oh, okay. Who do you think is going to be top 4?
Top 4? You're going to ask me to find top 4? Okay, Wilson?
Okay.
I'm not going to say Boomy.
Okay.
I think Boomy's kind of having an off day today.
Bold choice.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Bold move.
Ethan?
Do you think...
Joe Braid.
Oh, okay. That was my next question. Do you think a European player is going to be able to dig
I was looking through the European player list in my head.
You don't think Out of Your Cake have it?
I don't think so. I think Dobrain's playing... Dobrain's got this... he's got this machine in his brain.
He does.
It does all the calculations for him. It's amazing.
All right, but like... There's Viper and Axo as well. I mean, there's so many strong EU players.
There's a lot of strong EU players. There definitely are. And I think Axo is having kind of an off day today. Viper's strong all around. I could see him getting there, but I'm still going to give it to Dobrain as far as EU goes. But I do have to pick one more person. It's not going to be LDZ.
All right. Wait, whoa.
You heard me?
Are you saying the 2P, the 2-time champion, is not going to win?
I don't think so.
He's been playing well, though.
He has.
He's been playing really well.
Playing well, but I don't think it's going to happen.
All right.
I'm ready for upsets, dude. I'm ready for upsets.
Let's see what's going to happen here. I mean, you see Wilson there. He's smiling. He's getting ready. He is a controller player as well.
He is. Not many of them.
Not many of them.
Enough of them, but not many of them. And, man, Wilson, he's just like, he comes up and you're like, oh, yeah, there's Wilson. He's been doing well as usual. But then, suddenly he'll win. And you're like, oh, he won the whole thing. He won the whole thing.
Yeah.
Still got to win the whole thing.
I mean, that's what he wants.
BCX, that's the real whole thing. That's the wholest thing you're going to find all year.
Oh, my God, Creed.
Even Wilson's giving me a look. I don't think he can hear me. He can't hear me, but it was perfect timing.
He can hear you.
He can hear me?
He just said, oh, yeah, I can hear you.
Oh.
Here we go, coming in. As they go in, you got Wilson rocking the Ragnar. Wilson, known Ragnar player here, known guitar player into the Ramen
He doesn't play anything else.
No.
It doesn't matter if he gets 3-0'd. He will play the next game as Ragnar.
This is button check, mind you. Again, just enjoy the sights, the music.
I mean, it is Miami Dome. You got to enjoy everything about it.
What's really interesting about Miami Dome that I don't think a lot of people realize
is that it says ramen twice.
That's not what I was going to say, but that's a good one too. I was going to say that because it was initially Ice Cream Edge way back when.
Yes.
There's a cone underneath the Miami Dome that you can't actually cross through.
Right.
Which is common knowledge, but I think sometimes people forget about it. Or if you just joined the game, or you're just watching the game, or you're new to the game, that's an area, unlike most stages, you cannot traverse underneath.
It's good to point out, because the other day I saw LDZ try to go under, and it was like, oh, I can't do that.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. LDZ did that.
Yeah, I got to throw a huge shout out to the BMG art team for this Ragnar skin specifically.
Beautiful.
It's so cool.
It's
also,
ethereal.
The Val skin's really good too.
Yeah.
All right, where do you think we're going to go?
Miami.
Nope. Small Brawlhaven.
Shipwreck. We were both wrong. All right, Wilson on Ragnar. Blue guys on Val.
3, 2, 1.
This is Brawlhalla. And we're on Shipwreck.
Blue guy's going to go ahead and get that sword, that first weapon pickup here. As Wilson going ahead. Going to try and maybe pick up the sword. Or Katars, rather, gets a big slap there.
That was a pretty big slap. I was surprised by how low Blue went down. But Wilson isn't going to follow him. Wilson is one of the few top players who doesn't really do a lot of edge guarding. He will wait on stage for you because he's not really that kind of aerial player.
Nice weapon throw follow-up with that neutral air. Falling unarmed, going in for that air, switching over to the axe here. Nice engagement. Gravity cancel N-Sig. I love that N-Sig. It's so strong. It hits straight above you, and it's a very potent move. Wilson bouncing Blue guys back and forth at the moment with his axe. Blue guys getting there. And a little bit of a slice of his own.
And Blue guys, nice pickup, downlight into side air. He backed off immediately. He was like, all right, Wilson, you can come back on stage so I can hit you with it again. He didn't quite do that, but he's gotten enough damage onto Wilson in the orange, in the red, doing pretty good. He's got Wilson down quite far, and now he's going to be looking for the kill finisher here. Couldn't quite find a way to recovery, but there it's going to be the downline into side air. Weapon throw. He can still get back. No, he cannot.
No, it was so close. A little bit further, and that down air would have gotten that wall touch. Blue guys will take the lead here. It is a small lead. Well, it is a stock lead, but the damage lead is significant. Blue guys getting a great neutral air. Going in, coming around. Recovery from Wilson coming out. Wilson trying to keep blue guys up in the air. Blue guys turns around with side air of his own. Down air from Wilson coming out. Wilson going in for the neutral air. Blue guy gets the stomp. Gets the down air.
And you can see blue guys, I think that's one of the keys to taking down Wilson is send him off stage and just freak him out. Because Wilson will he'll panic a little bit when he gets sent off stage. And you can see from blue guys he's really trying. But unfortunately, that side heavy, that haymaker wasn't going to do it. And Wilson's going to come back on stage and immediately punish him for going for it.
That's great. Wilson is holding on to stock number 2 here. Slightly in the red, trying to find a good engagement. Down air gets caught out by the down air from blue guys. Down light. Wilson moving in. Side light coming out. Goes for the
nice down sig.
Yeah, really well spaced out there. Recovery coming out, and the damage is already almost even. Double down into recovery. Knocks blue guy's weapon out. Wilson looking for maybe the KOing potential here as he moves back, allowing blue guys to come into his zone of control. And Sig comes out, goes for the side zig, doesn't hit, gets punished by blue guys' side air. Blue guys with the sword moving in. Neutral air coming out from Wilson. Goes into the recovery. Blue guys rolling through on this map. Recovery comes out, but Wilson.
Blue guys is just on the cusp of killing Wilson multiple times.
What?
A nice side sig attempt, but unfortunately for him, Wilson with a neutral signature is going to take out blue guys. But Wilson is in the red. It's only a very minor lead.
Exactly. You say blue guys hitting that falling Sarah unarmed into the Gauntlet pickup, into the min. Those snow minions going to pound some cold into you, and there it is with the recovery. Getting the even up on the stock, basically reset to this final stock, clean on both sides.
And now Wilson, he is getting hit by blue guys off stage. He's got to be careful. Blue guys' strongest point. And this gauntlet in the nair, another nair. He tried to find the down air, can't quite get it onto Wilson. Decided to send him off stage. Neutral sig to try to send him even further, but Wilson was able to get around it, stop his momentum, pick up the Katars. And now, since they both have those close to the chest weapons, the classic neutral sig from Wilson, he does love using that sig against players he thinks are floaty. And blue guys is certainly using the air to his advantage, which means it's a perfect opportunity for Wilson. Both players are trading pretty evenly here. Gauntlets versus Katars. Blue guys is trying to find follow-ups on his side lights. He can't quite get it. I think he wanted to get the gravity cancel side light on that one, but couldn't quite find what he was looking for. Wilson's side light sends him off stage. Another side light. Is he going to go for another one? He looks for the neutral signature. Blue guys sends him off stage.
The recovery knocking the minions out of blue guys' hand. Blue guys here coming down to the stage. Wilson with an axe. That is a very KO potential weapon. Hits the side air. Can blue guys get back from this? Side lights, jumps. Recovery still has a dodge and gets hit by the upper end of the recovery. That will allow blue guys to recover here. Blue guys still has a chance. The side air comes out and Wilson says no chance for you. Takes the game.
And Wilson feels good about that one, but man, it was close. It was a lot closer than I think you'd think in a game with Wilson. Did I put Wilson in my top 4?
You did. In fact, I think Wilson was the first person you said in your top 4.
I think that game was it was almost contentious.
It was close.
It was very close.
It was really close.
And as we get on into this next game, we'll see if maybe that was just Wilson warming up, or if Blue Guys has it in him to take him down. He switched to Zariel, which is super cool.
I'm so excited. I love Zariel's move kit.
We've seen no Zariel today. I've seen no Zariel.
I've seen no Zariel either, no.
No Zariel. Zariel against Wilson. Here we go.
Wilson having none of it, though, getting a 4 or 5 piece string right there, getting blue guys already into the yellow, pulls it through with a huge string, downlight recovery. Wilson hanging about, looking for the way to engage, neutral light into recovery. Blue guys has not touched the ground yet in about 10 seconds. Again with a neutral light.
He's struggling so hard against Wilson right now, and Wilson is not letting up any pressure. Recovery to send blue guys upward. Looks for another recovery to finish him off. Can't get it, but hey, I bet he has more recoveries in his kit, ready to go. Blue guys switch to gauntlets, which I believe is a much more comfortable weapon from last game, but he's going to need more than just comfort. He's going to make back this entire stock.
Goes in for the end sig. Wilson not quite going to connect it though. Blue guys gets the neutral air. Goes for the... Oh my God!
Send him
and
downward.
That's it. Wilson just lost his stock.
A huge neutral sig coming out from blue guys. to take the stock from Wilson. And Blue Guy's showing he knows how to use this Zariel. He knows the big hitters that he needs to use to take out whatever stock deficit that he's got up against Wilson.
What a turnaround play from Blue Guys. Wilson with control, getting the KO there to even up the stocks, but Wilson had all of the control in that first stock until that reversal, and Blue Guys just turned the momentum around in a couple presses of some buttons for that gravity cancel. Is incredible.
Right now you can see Blue Guys, he picks up more gauntlets. He knows that gauntlets are a strong suit. As soon as he had the bow, that was when Wilson got his lead. But when he picked up the gauntlets, he was able to turn it around. There's another neutral signature from Blue Guys, looking for the ground pound, and that's going to do it. Wilson cannot get back on stage.
Blue Guys turning it on. He took one stock to calibrate his Zariel, and now he's here. He's got it. He's got everything he needs in his head, in his playstyle. Side air coming through, picks up the sig again, and then a side air follow through. Can Wilson get back? Wilson can't get back.
Blue Guys just two-star.
Wilson.
Blue Guys.
He's
very happy with his performance right now. And as we go into game 3, I mean, you got to imagine there's going to be no character swap from him.
No.
And we just talked about it. Wilson doesn't do character swaps, but he just switched to Bryn. He switched to...
No.
Wilson switched to Bryn.
Oh, interesting. Maybe Wilson has his pocket pick. Maybe he's been working on this.
He needs that spear against the gauntlets, apparently. This is unorthodox. This is unheard of. Wilson having to switch characters against someone. He's not feeling comfortable, and in a best-of-3 situation, he knows he can't just keep going with that Ragnar and think he's going to be okay.
Blue Guys getting that down air, following him to the neutral air, goes in the ground pound. Wilson gets the recovery to get the punish down air out from Blue Guys into that signature. Wilson coming through, getting a couple of pieces there, but the nair out from Blue Guys goes through the signature, but Wilson waited it out, knew it was coming, was patient about it. Gonna go switch over to the spear, gives him a little bit of range, but Blue Guys going in with those sidelights, trying to follow through with the nair. Nair does connect there, down air, not gonna hit as Wilson does avoid it. Signature not gonna hit. Wilson being a little bit more careful with how he jumps, because once you jump up, that neutral sig will hit you, it will grab you all along that length. Coming through, Wilson really trying to get it, downlight, side air, getting a good amount of damage on Blue Guys. The recovery almost KOing, but not quite. This one not going to do it. It was just the tail end. That axe recovery would do it if that had hit, but Blue Guys is wise to it. Staying in the air, getting the bow. We haven't seen any bow from Blue Guys yet. And with the Zariel, I'm not sure what we can expect, Creed.
He's not felt comfortable with the bow. The very few times he had bow in that last game was when he just got pummeled over and over again. This time he's got the bow against the Bryn, and maybe that's a different story, but I have to imagine Blue Guys still feels a lot better with the gauntlets than anything else. But however, he does have the bow this time. He tried to use the gravity cancel side stick to get back on the map, but it didn't work out in his favor. His next weapon is, however, going to be gauntlets, and I think he's going to feel pretty okay about that.
If he can get the weapon. Wilson doing a great job weapon starving right now. Blue Guys trying to get in, goes in, but the great range of that spear does give Wilson a lot of maneuverability. Beautiful gravity cancel Ensig in the sky. Already has Blue Guys in the orange, almost in the red. Another sideline, another downline, no, again!
Over and over again, Wilson fist bumping to himself because he is very proud of what he's done here. He sent Blue Guys away, and he's kept him off the weapon. No weapon for Blue Guys. This one spun just as Blue Guys went over it. He's finally going to be able to pick it up, and we'll see if he can make a big tournament. We've seen it before. We've seen him do huge turnarounds when he has the gauntlets, but Wilson is not letting up. Downlight into neutral stick is the name of the game for Wilson right now, and his spear is something we barely see from him, but it's doing fantastic work.
Wilson getting that side light, again goes in for the downlight, maybe trying to get that side air string out, that combo that he loves to use. Recovery, Blue Guys unarmed at the moment above Wilson. The scary place to be. Wilson goes to the washing machine there, but not going to connect as Blue Guys avoids it, goes into the bow pickup, hits the sig, does not KO Wilson.
No, because of that, because he did it on stage and it hit the platform of the map, wasn't able to get the kill, and Wilson is going to continue to rack up this lead. He's looking for a 3-stock at this rate. Not quite going to find it. Blue Guys wasn't able to get that side air. I thought he had taken down that 1-stock on Wilson.
Wilson trying to get that side air, trying to get back up here safely. Side air from Blue Guys does not allow Wilson to recover and denies the 3-stock.
He's got gauntlets.
He's got gauntlets, but that's it. Wilson with the pop-off recovery. Gets the KO, takes the set, smiles all around. Good games, very, very enthusiastic firm handshake right there.
He's happy. Woo. He did lose a game, and it was a solid game at that.
But it's like Blue Guys lit the fire, and then Wilson just stole the fire from him.
Wilson was like,
I mean, that was very close to being a 3-stock.
I have Bryn, by the way.
Sorry?
No one knew, but I have Bryn.
Yeah. Where did that Bryn come from? I've never seen him play Bryn before.
It came from fear. I'm going to say that.
Oh.
He was a little bit afraid.
Yo, Creed, you are out here today with all of the bold statements. You know that? You have no fear, Creed.
He was like, I mean, has anyone really taken Wilson down like that since, grand finals of Autumns, really? And guess what? Guess what weapon Ethan used to take down, to get the bracket reset on Wilson?
Spear.
Gauntlets.
So maybe the gauntlets are a kind of weakness, is what you're saying for Wilson.
I didn't say it.
He didn't say it, I said it. But he was making the eyes about it, so it is what it is.
Up next, I just talked about who took down, who got the bracket reset on Wilson. He didn't take him down. Wilson still won Autumn Championship, but in second place was Ethan. And that's who we're seeing up next. Winner of the most accomplished?
Most improved.
Improved.
I believe it was most improved.
Most improved player, Ethan, is going to be facing off against the Penguin in this next match.
You can see that is Ethan right there.
And his hair.
It's crazy.
He's got lots of it.
Respect.
And he's sponsored by Vex, too.
Yeah. On the other side, we do have the one and the only, the Penguin.
He's been around. He's been around
For
a while.
a long time.
Yeah.
I don't know that he has
He's never quite hit that top 8, top 16
Yeah, that's
range,
what I was thinking.
but he's definitely been around for a while.
A lot of experience there, though.
Ethan's a very new player in terms of getting to the very top of high-level gameplay. But I imagine that means he's played a lot of people in lower levels more recently than others. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's played a bunch against the Penguin in the past.
We'll find out.
Certainly will.
I feel like it would be interesting to see, you know how when you go on ranked you have a match history with them? I would love to see those stats for these players, their match history.
That'd be really cool.
Their win rate against each other, their loss rate against each other. That would be kind of fantastic. They're going in, doing the name selection, avatar selection, all that usual good stuff.
I saw an Ethan // equals. I don't know what that means.
The Penguin.
Yeah? There's Vex.
Yeah. I like the choice of the sweet animated BCX avatar.
I mean, it's the default, so
it
wasn't really a choice.
It's a choice not to change it.
It's a choice from BMG.
Yeah.
Good choice.
But it's a choice not to change it. Also, the Penguin, one of the only Lord of Rack players who's still consistently around, right?
That's cool.
You don't see that. I mean, it's the Penguin, and the only other Vax player I can think of is Sparky. And, shout outs to Sparky, but he's not a pro player.
No, he's not.
Curious about this. He's taken away from Dex, gone for the extra force in this stance while you've got the extra defense from Ethan.
Well, I mean, Sparky always complains about how he never kills, so there you go. Puts him into force.
All right, here we go. Blackguard keep. Ethan going to go ahead and get that first weapon spawn into that neutral air immediately. And again, this first stock, this first life, all about sounding out the opponent. Goes in for a fast ground pound, gets caught up by the side air from the Penguin. Penguin into a neutral air, into a down air. Ethan comes down. Penguin unrelenting with these down airs. The Lance riding it to victory, but the weapon throw denies that gravity cancel signature out from the Penguin and gives Ethan a little bit of room to breathe, a little bit of room to get back in and break through the Penguin's defense, and in fact, even up the damage and even up the stocks.
And big side airs, big down airs coming out from the Penguin. His aerial Lance game is fantastic, and Ethan seems like he's just not prepared for this. To begin with, almost gets that gravity cancel down sig. He's got a pretty formidable hitbox, but Ethan was just out of range, and Penguin was unable to land it. However, I'm sure Penguin's going to keep looking for big sigs here against Ethan. Not a ton of defense in this game, but Ethan with a nice side air on the spear, just barely going below the plane of the stage and catching Penguin to get that kill.
Ethan going through that sidelight, gets another sidelight into that downlight, into the side air. Good damage done out onto Penguin. So many sidelights.
Unfortunately, Penguin doing a lot of dodging down after the sidelight, which allows Ethan to get that second sidelight. We'll see if he's able to break that habit, but for now, I'm sure Ethan has taken notice and he's looking to use it to punish as soon as possible.
And that's going to be a KO sidelight side air out from the Penguin. Gonna switch over? No, gonna stick with the lance, and why wouldn't he? He's been doing a lot of good work with a lot of good damage. Ethan knocks him out, gives him a little space to sprint on over, pick up the spear into that neutral air engagement, and now spacing into the side air. Huge hit. The damage on Penguin is so high on stock number 2. Recovery into side air, but Ethan not having it. Neutral air, recovery, not gonna KO.
Looking for more recoveries here up against the Penguin. Penguin looking for the down tick. There it is. Is able to get that whip and whips him back around, but unfortunately Ethan actually uses that to his advantage and sends Penguin off to the side of the stage to the left.
Neutral air coming out, Ethan. Downlight, side air coming out, another side air. Gets caught out by the recovery from Penguin. Penguin moving in, switching to blasters for maybe the first time in this game for any length of time. We're going to see if that spacing is going to give him the toolkit he needs to even up the stocks here.
Oh, there's that dodge down from the Penguin. Ethan is able to get the punish on it, but Penguin's actually in a really good spot. I thought he was going to be able to land that down air, get the hit onto Ethan. Unable to do that, and more down airs coming out from Penguin. Penguin is able to make it back. Ethan looking for a down sig. Penguin had lots of time to punish that.
Penguin was just ready. He saw it coming, and he just on top ground pounded right there. Nice neutral coming out. Ethan wants this KO, looking for this KO, gets the clash right there, goes out for the slam dunk, that end sig, but Penguin ready with the downlight, down air, side air. Again, Penguin's damage output is so high with the lance.
And he's gotten a lot of really good hits here right now. Ooh, he is able to barely avoid that neutral sig from Ethan. Ethan is going to swap weapons. He doesn't want to give Penguin any fighting chance to get back in there, but he is able to pick up yet another lance. We're going to see if he's able to rack up even more damage. There's a dare, sending Ethan down. Goes for the unarmed down air. Unfortunately, that robbed him of his weapon and put him into a different kind of position. He's unable to get a lot out of it. But now both players have sort of reset. Nice gravity cancel downlight into side air. Ethan's going to look for a weapon throw. Isn't able to get it. Penguin uses his own weapon throw to sort of cover himself. He's able to make it back, pick up a lance, looking for another whip that would have killed, but Ethan able to avoid it expertly. Down air, neutral sig. Oh, the side air just barely misses. Both players have taken so much damage.
He dodges back with a weapon, avoids that side. The side air gets it, and Ethan will take game number 1.
Such a close game. I thought for a second that Penguin had it, but good job by Ethan, staying alive. But shout out to Penguin, taking Ethan down to red last stocks. Good performance.
Here we go. We seen a legend swap here? No, we're not.
Looking into this next game, we've got some interesting map choices. Twilight is the map we're going to be going toward. I think this greatly favors Penguin. He can get some big combos by bouncing off to the side island, both on lance and on guns.
Yeah, this is a very strong map for Lord Rax, very strong map for his kit. But that being said, I think Ethan has the movement he'll need to avoid that.
Ooh, Penguin unable to get, I think a dare might be what he was looking for. Unfortunately, he was still sort of on that platform and got a downlight out instead. Now he's got the lance. He's looking to get some big hits on Ethan. There's that side tick. He did actually make the connection, bounced off the island, allowed him to continue, keep going, and he's still racking up more damage on the Ethan, who hasn't been able to get a proper hit in. Good neutralite, and finally Ethan gets in a quick sidelight, backs off.
Side coming from Ethan into that neutralite. Ethan moving back, dodges forward. So many dashes, dash forward, dash back, goes to the side air. No connections at the moment as both players are moving around. Nice downlight, follows it with a neutral air because the wedge right there would deny a little bit of the other engagements. Moves right through that down sig. Those guns throwing out the down air, throwing some hitboxes. Great dodge from Ethan as he moves in, throws out that down air. So there, downlight, double downlight, not gonna connect.
Recovery coming out from Ethan. Penguin unable to hit Ethan off of that recovery. Both players in the red, very close, but Ethan is preventing Penguin from picking up a weapon and trying to keep control of this game. Penguin was on the right side of that weapon, but Ethan actually just went right past him, able to pick it up, pick up the side air, and punish for that down heavy.
And that was a very long first deck, clocking in right around a minute and a half for them both to extend that long. It means a lot. Great dodge from Ethan. Denies the second hit, which could have very much opened up for a KO there. Nair not going to hit. Nair out from Ethan will hit, though. Ethan goes for the downlight. Goes for the Nair. Spinning around. Denies that weapon pickup. Gravity cancel downlight. Goes to the side air, but picks up another neutral air. Ethan's movement in the air on point right now. The breakdance not going to hit. Goes to the side air. Swap out to guns for Penguin. Hits that side air, knocks Ethan quite far out to the right side of the weapon throw. Ethan dodges right on through it, hits the recovery onto the Penguin. Penguin out into that lance pickup, goes to the side air, gets punished out by the slap. The side air into the ground pound from Ethan, moves through. Spot, dodge, no. Gravity cancel downlight, hits the down air. Below, Spot dodges through, and then, the ground pound punish from Penguin, gonna even the stocks up.
And Ethan really controlled that entire part of the match. Penguin unable to really get a lot out of it, but Ethan able to get the quick hit. Shout out to Penguin for being able to basically avoid a lot of the wrath of Ethan off stage. But right now Ethan has a full stock lead onto Penguin. There's that island. I was hoping that Ethan would be able to get a big combo off of it. And he has gotten a lot of good damage on this Hattori right now. As long as he's able to pick up weapons, he can usually get some good stuff off of Ethan. But he's got to be so careful because Ethan is very aware of it.
What?
The whip is going to kill Ethan, and Penguin has even the stocks.
Ethan unarmed right now. Penguin ready to get his zone, but Ethan gets the weapon pick up. That sword goes in with the gravity cancel. Caught out by the side air. Penguin moving in. Side air. Dodges through. Side air. Another side air. Down air coming out. Penguin laying it in, but Ethan turned around with a couple of spins of his own. Downlight side air out from Ethan. That was a gravity cancel. We're going to build up some more damage. Even across the board damage as far as it goes. Penguin with a nice neutral air. Denying Ethan that weapon star. Does pick up that lance again. Moves through. Great follow through on that side air. Ethan at a little bit of a disadvantage damage-wise. Not any more recovery. Out of that weapon pickup immediately.
Ethan is really trying to guard Penguin from this weapon. He has managed to pick up some guns. He does get a quick side air, and he's got Ethan in the orange, but Ethan's got him in the red. And you got to think Penguin is looking so hard, but he just threw away the guns. He has no weapon again.
Right now, Ethan dodging right on through the Penguin. Penguin gets up into that signature right away. Ethan hits the side air, and that's KO. Ethan takes game number 2.
And despite the final score being a 2-0, I gotta say, shout out to the Penguin for making that so close. So close.
Real talk, it was a fraction of a second, multiple times in both games that tilted it in favor of Ethan. Crazy.
Great stuff from both players. Ethan is going to take, he's going to be moving on up. He's probably going to be in the top part of his pool. And Penguin probably just going to be in the lower bracket. I'm sure he's still going to make it out of this pool, especially after a performance like that.
Oh, yeah. Now, this next set that's coming up, I'm really excited for it. One of the players, we talked about him earlier on the side stream, on the community stream. We've got Gangstar's very own Daiku. Once EU, now the Daiku. Once EU, now NA. Soon to be EU yet again. Going up against Poolit.
Poolit, who was a defensive partner in 2v2.
Really?
I believe so.
Ah.
I believe so.
Okay.
That's all I know about him.
Okay.
That's it.
It's more than I know, to be quite honest. I'm excited to see how this goes. Daiku's been having a good time. I'm not sure what his round robin score has been, how he's been doing in his pool. But that would be really cool if we could figure out, if he's on a winning streak, losing streak, or what the deal is with that. You can check that.
Yeah, Daiku's gone 2-0 against every person in his pool, including Afropig.
Nice.
Who is, I believe, is probably seed 2 in his pool. So Daiku's looking pretty good. Daiku looks like he's looking good. He's winking.
Throwing out that wink.
Yeah.
Cheeky little wink right there.
Gangstar's Daiku. He was doing great stuff yesterday. I'm sure he'll do great stuff today.
Absolutely.
Which means great stuff tomorrow. It's all a big cycle of
great because tomorrow we get to see the culmination of everything.
Guys. Yeah. The champions.
Out there, you got Poolit setting up. Love that lander you get out of the BCX swag bag. Is where you get it. Love that orange saying waving. Hello worlds.
We got some good hellos from both players. Now you've got your introductions. It's time to get into the game, into the meta. What is Daiku going to be playing?
Not Queen 9.
Not Queen 9.
I mean, we've seen Diana. We've seen Jala.
Yesterday we saw Hattori, but I do feel like Hattori is sort of that 2v2 pick.
Yeah, we've seen Hattori as well. Daiku is one of those players who's been around long enough that he's got maybe a pool of 10, maybe 12 legends he can pull from that are all, to some degree or more, just very applicable in specific situations.
I really have no idea what he's going to play.
I don't know. We'll find out.
But on the other side, Pullet, I definitely don't know what he's going to play. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to watch any of the 2v2 matches that he was doing with defensive. So we'll find out. We'll find out. But as we get on into this, is Daiku one of those keyboard on the lap players?
He is a keyboard on the lap player.
Okay.
You see him there on his phone. I don't know if he's tweeting. I don't know if he's texting. Maybe he's getting his Spotify playlist ready.
I hope he's tweeting.
On the other side, you got Pullet, who is focusing in, getting in the zone, bringing his concentration ready to go. You checking his Twitter?
Oh, I have to. All right, no tweets right now. He's got to focus on the game. He is focusing. Both of them are on Hattori for button check. I believe this is button check.
This is button check.
So who knows if that's actually accurate. But if it is accurate, I guess that sort of matches what we saw in his 2v2 play. The button checks. The classic. And on this side, it looks like Pullet is on button check right now, which is just fine.
They're syncing up.
Well, Daiku's got some things going on. He's talking. He's having a chat. He's saying, "Why is there a blanket under the table? How am I supposed to put my keyboard on my lap if there's a blanket under the table?" I don't actually know if that's what he's saying.
What did he tweet?
No.
No. Okay. Bummer.
I'm just reading his lips.
Oh, okay. I understand.
I'm not. I wish I could do that.
I mean, you could learn. It's never too late.
Is that? I mean, yeah, I'm sure that's a thing you could learn. It's just sort of like everyone can sort of read lips, but not really read lips. You know, everyone has some knowledge of whatever language they know, enough that they can be like, they can have some general idea
with a
of
little bit of
sense.
audio and a little bit of visual, you
yeah.
can usually puzzle it out and some context there as well, but it's good. You ever notice the clock in the background? I think it only has 11.
Yes.
11
that is true.
Positions.
Yes, it is not a proper clock. Well, actually, it could be a proper clock. Maybe the sun rises and sets after 22 hours in Valhalla.
Do they really?
The clock says it.
Yeah, but the clock could be wrong. It could be an artistic choice. You know?
That'd be a mistake of an artistic choice, and we all know there are no mistakes in Brawlhalla.
No, they're not.
No
Never.
mistakes.
Coming here, I'm really excited to see the game, see what's happening.
Hopefully, Daiku eventually feels comfortable enough that his buttons work. I'm gonna double check because at this point I'm like, what if he is saying something?
All right, there we go. You can see a crowd in the background. We're getting ready. All those lanyards from those sweet swag bags. Getting in. Here we go. Setting up their names, setting up their avatars. I'm ready, Creed. Are you ready?
He's ready. That's a thumbs up. That's a sort of thumbs up. That's like thumbs up, I guess. I guess so. We are in the last rounds of pool, ladies and gentlemen. If you are joining us recently, this is it. After these next few matches, we will have decided our top 32 of 1v1s at BCX 2018. We're getting into the last few bits here before we get the best of the best matches. But that's not to say these matches aren't great on their own. Daiku versus Pullet. Someone has left arrow key to light attack.
What?
Yeah.
That's bizarre. I love seeing all the different setups the players have on keyboard, their bindings. People do some crazy things. No.
LDZ uses spacebar for light attack.
What?
Yeah. So that's interesting. Daiku, I know he's got some weird setups going on. I don't know exactly what his control scheme is. I'm sure you can find out if you go to his stream every once in a while. But as we've gone into this game, double Hattori here. Interestingly enough, it's Pullet who has the neat skin, and Daiku's just doing default Hattori. But I think there's some respect in that. People using default Hattori.
Nah, man, you gotta rep the skin game. Daiku's got all sorts of skins, but apparently he just didn't want to have to worry about it right now. He's going up against Pullet. in the mirror match, he has better damage despite the fact that it took him a little while to get that sword or spear.
Yeah, he did some good unarmed damage in the beginning there up against Pullet. Right now, both players are sort of trading off in the spear. A lot of these sidelight downlights coming out. No one's gotten like a huge string so far. It's just been Daiku getting a little bit here and there. But hey, stand still.
Yeah, stand still in
turn
the
around,
neutral sig. Yeah, true combos.
Absolutely.
You got to study up on your combos there. Daiku clearly very well versed in his combo potential.
The one with like 60 dodge frames, that combo.
The one with literally every dodge frame. But he's widening this gap right now. Nice spear toss.
Good dares.
Keep it going.
Daiku can't make
Keep
it
it going.
back.
Oh, he's got plenty of jumps.
Got the jump. Okay, I didn't know he got the wall touch.
Trust in the Daiku.
I can't always.
Downlights there. Daiku's going to be going to that outside wall, yeah. Doesn't punish the neutral stick. Eats that side air. That means the stocks are going to be evened up. Slight gap in health, but Pullet keeping himself inside of this.
All right, look for the gravity cancel downlight. Expected Daiku to sort of do a jump reaction. Didn't quite bite. Daiku turning around and looking for a downlight after his own side light. Both players almost have the read. It's like just
very
barely
close
off.
to it. They're reading a couple pages ahead and just need to slow it down, make sure that they're on the right paragraph. Nice side sig. Finish it off, weapon toss, just off the mark. Downlight just off the mark. Daiku's so close to getting that kill.
I was going to say, and that's going to do it, but it still didn't. Downlight recovery, still not there. He's looking for
the weapon toss. Stops it. Oh, he's so close to getting these finishing blows. All right, now they're just going to slow it down, just kind of standing on it. Oh, wow!
It worked. Daiku yelled around to get a side.
He doesn't care, though. He's like, yeah, I ate the side sig, but let me kill you now.
Daiku, downlight. Oh, I think he wanted to grab a cancel downlight, but he didn't have the
saw the down air
dodge
come out,
there.
didn't have the dodge. Or he just slight misinput. But either way, edge guard opportunity. It looked like he was going for that gravity cancel downlight with his positioning there.
Pullet's got some nice, like, just barely go off the stage weapon tosses.
Saw that exclamation point come out, kind of started forcing Daiku to come back up. Nice recovery. Oh, what was that?
I don't know what he's going for.
Okay,
hey,
it's a bait. It's a bait. Great toss.
It worked. That's all he needs.
Yeah.
Bait everything. And now Daiku is down to his last stock along with Pullet, but Daiku's got a pretty decent-sized advantage here. Pullet without a weapon, but doesn't even need it. He tries to go for unarmed.
Okay.
Maybe he does. Daiku gets some good damage there, but he's got to find some kill finishers now.
Yeah, a good downlight could lead to the kill option. Neutral sig comes out. Nope, still there are these neutral signatures. Daiku getting real hungry to finish this game. Weapon toss, that doesn't connect, but the downlight does this time. Daiku cleaned it up.
Some really nice stuff coming out from Daiku. What is he doing?
He's closed his eyes.
Is he disappointed?
He had to read the text on his eyes.
Excited? Is he cheating?
Maybe needs some eye drops.
Does he need eye drops? Can someone get some eye drops to Daiku right now?
I can't tell. If he looks into the camera, we might be able to see how red his eyes are.
Paging Dobrain.
Maybe the smoke inside the venue is getting into his eyes.
In aisle 2.
Are his eyes underwater?
That would, I guess if there was chlorine in the water, then yeah, his eyes would be stinging, he'd be closing them.
Some salinated water.
And he's going back to Hattori. Pullet has switched to Bodvar.
Okay. Keeping the sword. Going to be getting rid of the spear. Going over to the hammer. Interesting swap. I thought his spear wasn't terrible, but I guess he just doesn't want to go for the straight mirror.
We'll see. We'll see if Pullet is looking for the hammer specifically, if he doesn't like the mirror, if he wants better stats, what exactly it is that he's looking for. We're going to find out, but most importantly, we're going to be on Great Hall finding out, which is always neat.
Very interesting map. Very high vertical kill boxes, but very close horizontal kill boxes. So if he goes to the hammer, he can go for a lot of side air kill options, but if he goes for recoveries and down airs, could be very difficult.
Ooh, Daiku waiting it out.
Yeah, very patient.
He found the downlight, but couldn't quite find the Sair. He's actually taking quite a lot of damage.
The ground pound.
A nice ground pound coming out. Pullet getting the first stock quite early.
Maybe that's all Pullet needed, just a very hard-hitting ground pound.
So far, so good. And he's still continuing to rack up damage onto Daiku right now.
The gap.
He's just running around the map, controlling everything. Daiku found the gravity cancel downlight, but couldn't get the ground pound off of it.
Wrong direction with that one. Nice weapon toss.
Oh, Daiku.
Daiku!
He's looking for the hardest green.
What?
It's too hard. You can't do it. You can't go for that. You can't do it. And now you got to think, Daiku. Go back to your basics. Back to the basics. Downlight side air.
To your fundamentals. Downlight side air. Finishes it off. Throws away the spear.
I was a little afraid he was going to go for a second downlight, and I was going to be like, that's not what you want.
It was unnecessary at that point.
All right, Daiku, he's got the sword now. He's picking up some pretty neat gravity cancel downlights,
Oh,
but
just
Pulit's got
barely
some of
missed.
his own.
But all the damage that Pulit puts out onto Daiku, that just keeps him in the lead. That's all good stuff. Avoids the ground pound that time. Would have been deadly.
Ooh, Daiku.
Fake out.
He was going for that little bit of a ground pound. It was just barely off. Maybe on purpose, maybe by accident. Pulit's going to come in, use his bear signature. Daiku, I think he was thinking about getting off stage. He did that time, but a good weapon toss from Pulit's going to deny any proper edge guard. Daiku unable to get that recovery.
Side sig attempt.
Almost a great read.
Daiku's really respecting Pulit's off stage right now. Just knows that he can't really risk it. And as I say, whoa, mind game.
Okay. Pulit didn't have the options to get back on stage. Daiku didn't have to over-aggress.
Just kind of go out there, spot dodge next to him. Pulit falls to his death. And Daiku's come back into this even stocks, but he's still very damaged. Cannot eat a ground pound.
Oh, he tried. Yeah. He really wanted. And a nice downlight into ground pound from Pulit. And this is a 1-1 between Daiku and Pulit.
Hi, Mom. Daiku smiling this time. Yo, what's the tweet going to be?
You don't want
what's
to put
the tweet
some of
going to
that
be?
water in your eyes? Because, I mean, that's what it sounds like.
Doesn't want to be underwater.
Okay.
Absolutely zero water may be above his head level. Even if his feet are underwater.
His mouth is at his head level. He's putting the water in. He's drinking water.
Yeah, but then he's immediately shoving it down lower into his body. The water's not he's not underwater. The water's under him.
He's basically rinsing his mouth with that water. I don't know if you saw that, but come on.
He's just prepping the tweet, man. Every single time, prepping that tweet.
Okay. Here we go. Daiku versus Pulit, game number 3. You're going to see that boat bar. You're going to see those hammer ground pounds. But it only worked once for Pulit. Daiku knew to avoid it after that. I don't know how many times it'll work in his favor.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out in just a little bit as we are going into game 3. Daiku and Pulit. Decent start. A little bit of damage. Downlight side air. Doesn't go for the extra one instead. Going to chase with a nair. Daiku just needs to stick to his fundamentals. Don't go off stage. And he should be okay because that was the 2 biggest losses in the last game. He ate a ground pound from the hammer and he threw away a stock. But this time, Pulit's hammer off stage.
He was definitely trying to find an option to immediately punish Pulit there. There's one dare. Went for the weapon toss. Couldn't find it. There's a gravity cancel downlight into a ground pound, and Pulit doesn't have the options to get back. Daiku, where are you going? Don't do that.
Daiku, where are you going?
Please, Daiku, what is this?
I just imagine, like, that happens, and then somehow his keyboard just disconnects. He just throws away his stock.
Only
and he's
to
like,
Daiku. Only to Daiku.
Second unluckiest player.
Oh, Daiku, he's looking.
No punish there.
I was really looking for like a downlight.
I expected a turnaround downlight on the whiff side light there. Gonna challenge again off stage. Pulit with the weapon tosses, 2 tosses into a recovery. Ground pound. And Pulit's back to even.
And the crowd is ready for the Pulit redemption arc right now. They're going nuts. Daiku, he's got his feet back on the ground, but he's got to be so careful here not to let
double
Pulit
downlight.
get an advantage. Good double downlight into the cider, into the quick pogo.
One more hit. No, little high for that gravity cancel attempt, so he ends up backing up, and Pulit gets up, gets that damage, gets the side sig. Oh!
What a chain dodge from Pulit into the side sig, getting the kill on Daiku. Pulit gets his lead back. Daiku's going to quickly finish it off immediately with the downlight into gravity cancel neutral heavy, but it is neck and neck here. Last game, last stocks, white health for both players.
The swap to Bodvar, the hammer from Pulit working so well for him, spot dodging through the downlight. Bear just barely missing.
Daiku, stares and dares and downlights for days. Pulit doesn't have a lot of options.
He touched.
Daiku, is he going to be able to finish it off here? Pulit,
He touched.
I He didn't get a touch. Poolet goes down.
close.
Daiku takes the set.
That was close.
Very end.
Respect to Poolet. Respect
to
to Poolet.
Daiku's giving respect to Poolet.
He's
That's
thinking
one of
about
those
that
guys.
one. He was like, ooh, that was close.
That was close.
I almost threw. I was about to have to send a very not fun tweet. Poolet really?
Daiku, look up. Daiku, look up. There
How
you
long
go.
has he been standing there? Like, I just imagine the game ended and he went over and
He's just like, I'll wait for him. He's
I'm gonna get it.
getting his keyboard.
I'm gonna
He's
get the
wrapping
fist
the cord
bump.
around it. All right, what a game! What a game!
Daiku took the time to get up that I would have expected from someone who lost, right? Like the reaction from that when he was like, oh man,
gotta pack it all up. But he won that.
Yeah, he won that. Should be going out upper side of that pool, I believe.
That's a Daiku I won, but I'm disappointed in myself.
I could have done better.
That's the classic Daiku. Classic Daiku, and as we move on from here, Daiku is going to be probably at the top of his pool.
Yeah, I would assume.
Moving on in.
I would assume.
And we're going to be getting another fresh game in here. Goosey against Winged Shell.
Wing Shell's a homie, man.
I don't know anything about Wing. Can you tell me about Wing Shell?
He beat Wanan in a tournament.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He's a homie. He hangs out in Twitch chat and stuff.
Wing
I talk
Shell
to
is
him.
the one with the huge hair.
Yeah. He's got huge hair. Like his hair is almost bigger than he is. He is a very small boy with a very big amount of hair.
And on the other side, Goosey, whose country of origin is
Europe.
Finland?
I don't know. Somewhere in the EU. Teammate of M for Mini. M for Mini not here this weekend, so he teamed up with Hermison for the 2v2s. Dude, Goosey's jacked though. Like, props to him. Props to all the EU kids who take care of themselves. But there you see it, Wing Shell. I'm currently imagining the amount of hair that's about to get pushed down.
His hair? Like, I can't see his eyes. That's amazing. Shout out to Wing Shell. Is Wing Shell a Mario reference?
I don't know what it's about. Maybe he's just a really big fan of shells that have wings. Oh wait, he's looking for it. Which lanyard is it? He's got like 40 lanyards. Is that from all the? Because those are all Brawlhalla lanyards.
It's the Wing Shell.
Yeah. Okay, it is.
Absolutely
the blue shell.
Yeah.
That's a CEO dream lanyard. So he's like wearing all of his
Yeah.
lanyards and tags from all the events that he's been to. I'm spilling water.
Is CEO Dreamland where he beat?
Honestly, I don't remember. But like, yo, he's got a Rubik's cube.
We're learning all sorts
He's
of
like
stuff about
setting
Wing
up
Shell
his
today.
desk right now.
This is my life.
He's got a picture of his family to post out. Like, here you go.
Keyboard or controller?
I believe it's keyboard.
All right.
Keyboard.
All right. On the other side, Goosey's setting up. He's feeling cool. He's feeling calm and collected. Cool, calm, and collected. Those are the words, right?
I love the coiffed hair. Shoutouts to Mitch doing the support.
Doing all the support. He's been doing support all day.
Yeah.
Shouts out.
He's been killing it. Shoutouts to production, all the people behind the scenes.
The people you don't see.
Yeah. They don't get enough credit. Over in the corner, you see Andrew, Chili P, one of the devs for Brawlhalla.
Yo.
He's waving.
Hi, Andrew.
There you go.
I haven't said hi to him.
You haven't?
I don't think I've seen him this weekend.
You see him right now.
Okay. Well, I can't really shake his hand now, can I?
That's accurate.
I'll do that later. And Goosey's ready. What does Goosey play again? It's escaping my mind.
He played Ragnar, I believe, in his 2s with Hermison.
Okay.
He does have a solid axe, could play the Bryn. Not 100% sure what he's going to ultimately go with. Button check characters, though.
Is that Goosey on Mirage?
It's button check characters.
Goosey's on Mirage.
It's button check characters.
I'm calling it.
All right. I mean, there's definitely been some 1v1 picks that I was not expecting coming into today, right? Like, I didn't know what LDZ's been practicing, but I was not expecting an Ada to come out, right? Like, there's just been some interesting picks.
I can confirm
today.
he was practicing Ada for the past, 4 months or 3 months.
Okay.
In ranked.
Yeah.
Because, he does play US West.
Just snipe his ranked games?
Well, he plays US West. There aren't that many of us over in US West.
Okay, that's fair.
It's a pretty quaint region.
You, Blood Diamond, Mother Russia.
Weaver.
The
Starlight Killer.
LDZ, yeah. couple.
Okay, I know it's a button check, but look, you don't gotta show off. Is he gonna come at?
Yeah. Team taunt.
Team taunt.
All right. That is gonna be Wing Shell on the right side in the Val.
And he's gonna stick with that Mirage.
No,
he's playing Mirage.
Sure. Okay. Believe your truths.
I will. And then when it will be true, it won't be a matter of belief.
Well, I would hope you would still believe it when it's true. What flag is that?
I think it's Finland.
Ragnar.
I think I was right about Finland. Apparently I was wrong about Mirage.
It's the Mecha Ragnar going up
but
against
I went 1
Wing
and 2.
Shell's Val. That's not a passing. I don't know, like
what?
50% is not passing.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. You're okay with failing this class.
I love this Val skin.
Yeah, it's a good
Chimera
one.
Val.
It's up there. I think Dragon Slayer gets kind of the most attention, but
shouts out.
It's a solid one.
I can't say this Ragnar skin is my favorite.
The one Blue Guys was running too was also a
that
good
was
one.
also nice.
The Holiday Val one was great. Ragnar's just got amazing skins though.
Yeah,
personally.
but
like,
I have to pick one.
Yeah, obviously you're gonna pick Night Ember.
What? Nightshade.
Nightshade. Yeah, I knew Night was part of it.
Oh
Nightshade.
my God.
The hooded cowl one.
You also got 50% of that name right.
I'm fine with that.
All right, this is it. We're getting on into this game. Goosey versus Winged Shell. And if there's anything a Winged Shell is known for, it's for taking out whoever's at the top. And we'll see if that's what Winged Shell is looking to do in his pool right now up against Goosey.
Sniping out whoever's in first. Wing Shell over to the gauntlets. Goosey very patient on that right side. Did not want to challenge on the return down. Wing Shell with the corner pressure, but lets Goosey come back up. Ooh, interesting mix-up. Chase dodge down for the side sig, expecting Goosey to dodge down.
Wing Shell so far, from what I've seen, has some really wild gauntlet play. I think there have been a number of gauntlet players in this tournament so far that have really surprised people, because at the very top, Gauntlet's sort of gone out of favor, but right below the very top, there's been a lot of good Gauntlet players that have just been like, I'm going to stick with this weapon and see where it takes me.
You know, Wing Shell, Blue Guys, definitely at least a handful of Gauntlet players out there. Chase dodge up off that Nair. Didn't want to go straight for the ground pound. He does end up getting that wall touch. He also had the opportunity to go for the chase dodge, but didn't want to go too high in the sky, but now he's disarmed. He's dangerous, avoids the Nair.
Now he's going to have to figure out how to get back on stage.
Ooh.
Apparently the answer is sort of come back and
walk
just dodge.
Up. Yeah. Spot dodges at the top.
Oh, and a nice turnaround neutral light after missing that down light. Goosey's trying to figure out how to get back. And a clash.
He touched.
Goosey?
He touched.
Okay, okay. Oh, he tried to catch out the recovery with a side air. Both players have taken so much damage.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
A sort of off-brand ground pound from Goosey and no punish from Wing Shell.
Kind of just an awkward interaction between the two of them. They're still feeling each other out. They're still trying to figure out how the other one's going to be reacting to a lot of these things.
Someone's going to get a kill here.
Close, though. Nice weapon tosses. Weapon toss connects. Looking for the downlight. Likely would have followed up with a recovery. Oh, the side air rockets Goosey off the screen.
Kill.
All right.
Oh, no.
He's looking for the weapon toss into recovery right now. That's what Wing Shell's going for. He's just going to go for the raw recovery. Gets the hit. But now Goosey doesn't really have to worry too much. All he has to do is return that hit, return that recovery.
As long as he doesn't overextend trying to return it. And you got to think Wing Shell's watching out for that. There it is, downlight into recovery. That's all that Goosey needs. And now it's 2 stocks to both players. Very even game so far.
It's been very paced between the two of them. No major swings. Just been back and forth. Wing Shell over to the gauntlets again. We'll see if he can get that gauntlet pressure. Can get those big gauntlet strings that he's looking for. Trying to punish this weapon pickup. Just get a Nair. More Nair attempts.
Wing Shell looking to pick up that big gauntlet string. Okay, there it is.
Oh!
Can't quite find the gravity cancel neutral light. Reed.
I like that he's doing the mix-up, though.
It's all very, like, play it by ear gauntlets. And I really like that.
Really just seeing what he can do. You'll see a lot of gauntlet players kind of stick to 1 or 2 mix-ups where it's like side light recovery or just side light straight recovery, maybe a side light Nair. But Wing Shell, he's showing that he's got some other stuff in the mix-up to make it more difficult to decide how you're going to dodge out.
Ooh. He wasn't quite able to get that dare, but it didn't matter as he got the follow-up, and now he's gone a little bit too far.
He burned too much, yeah.
I was actually thinking he was going to keep going with that ground pound because he had the angle. Like, I think he could have put Goosey in a really bad spot.
At the very least, it would have forced Goosey to go very far to try to get back up onto the stage. Wing Shell, though, taking a lot of damage on this final stock. Side sig, yup, over the corner.
Good call on that side sig. Wing Shell able to take the stock back and make it, yet again, a very close game.
That's just something that you see a lot. Like, Lucians love to do the Qatar down sig over corners. You'll see Vals a lot of times. They like to use that side sig because it has that property of going over the corner and dipping down. You'll see a lot of Val players do that.
And Wing Shell's gotten a lot of good damage onto Goosey. Again, these gauntlets and the sort of pivot nair that Wing Shell has been doing off of dash jumps have been really powerful up against Goosey. Goosey's got some really hard-hitting moves, and he only needs a few of them to take back that lead. Wing Shell ground pound.
Nice ground
Goosey's
pound.
down.
Nice weapon toss. Wing Shell takes game 1.
Up against Goosey right now.
He looks like he doesn't know how to react.
On the other side, Goosey just zipped up his hoodie.
It's too cold.
It's too cold. He's going to go into game 2 warmer.
Just straight face, hyper-focused. Goosey going right on into game 2. No character swaps.
It's a very big parallel between both of these players. Visually, one of them is just like straight face and very serious. The other one's like, I don't, you know, I got that ground pound.
Yo.
Let's go.
Good job, me. Sword pickup for Wing Shell, but it's been the gauntlets that's been his major damage building tool. Goosey looking for the offstage axe play, could go for more dares, but he's going to allow Wing Shell to get up and punish.
Ooh, what a read there with that gravity cancel side sig. Finds one dare, looks for another. Wing Shell does make it back, but then downlights right back off the stage, and he's yet again in edge guard position. That's it.
Done.
That's it.
Goosey not messing around.
Zip up the hoodie, and you're good to go. We'll see
that
if
was
Goosey
the
can
issue.
Keep that up. Wing Shell does have gauntlets now, and can he do more crazy mix-up gauntlet plays?
Goes for the down sig, didn't quite have the vertical reach for that one. Goosey over to the axe, looking again, expecting Wing Shell to do that dodge back, the sideline not quite connecting. But he is really expecting Wing Shell to try to just get backwards out of these strings. There's the Sair. Wing Shell has Sairs of his own, should be able to get back to this wall safely.
But right now, Goosey is just really putting the pressure on Wing Shell off stage. That's the name of the game. However, Wing Shell does have the gauntlets. I thought he was going to go for that ground pound, and he did indeed. But unfortunately, it was a little bit too late. Goosey was able to make it back. Wing Shell's going to keep looking for an opportunity to just take Goosey off stage. Side sig.
Oh, that was close. Sidelight into gravity cancel, neutral signature. Goosey looking very good here in game 2.
And Goosey's got his own crazy plays
Full
too.
adjustment.
Like, everyone just goes sideline nair, nair. Nice gravity cancel neutral signature. Mix things up and get a quick kill.
Oh, the fireball connects on top of Wing Shell. Trying to do more. Neutral light into nair from Goosey. Back to the axe for the damage buildup.
Goosey looking for more of those nairs. A lot of good weapon guarding coming out from Goosey. Not letting Wing Shell pick up those gauntlets is big in his play, or just any weapon for that matter. Now Wing Shell's got the sword. We'll see what he can do with it. But he's definitely still struggling to get this first kill on Goosey.
Oh, Goosey with the 3-stock. The recovery at the top, connecting onto Wing Shell.
And he
feeling much better, much warmer.
Much warmer. Wing Shell.
He's like, my hoodie doesn't have.
He doesn't smile?
He's not having fun.
Goosey's no smiler. He's all focused.
He's very serious.
It's okay.
Wing Shell's having a blast, man.
I mean, look at their characters. Val's smiling, and Ragnar's just a robot.
Well, I mean, he's a dragon.
He's a dragon robot.
True. He's a mecha dragon.
Val versus Ragnar. Wing Shell
touches.
versus Goosey. They both have their weapons
He's going to get
time.
first blood. 10 seconds in, and Wing Shell just got the first tap.
Sidelight for Wing Shell. He's going to be trying to find and take this advantage as much as he can. He did a pretty good job there. No early lead for Goosey. We'll see if Wing Shell, if that means that Wing Shell's going to be feeling a lot better going into game 3 right now.
Little bit of dash movement from Goosey. Wing Shell gets behind him. Can't continue the edge pressure. I like the pivot neutral light there from Wing Shell. More neutral lights just building up this damage. Goosey sent flying. Watch for the side
nice
sig.
Side sig. And Wing Shell saw that recovery come out and knew there was enough frames on that recovery to guarantee that he could get the sig that he wanted to.
Oh, dodges through the fire there from Wing Shell. Gauntlet play. Couldn't quite connect with the recovery, but he's already building up damage onto Goosey's second stock.
He knew he could get in at least a few hits in there. Because it was a gravity cancel, it made Goosey a lot more vulnerable to use that move. Wing Shell has him off stage. 2 nairs.
There goes for the ground pound, expecting Goosey to go straight for the wall.
And Wing Shell going very far down. It actually works in his favor quite well. And a double down line into the recovery. Doesn't get the kill though.
Oh. Val is relatively tanky. She's got kind of this stairwell stat line. Neutralite sends Wing Shell off the map, but makes it back safely because Goosey was going around to pick up a weapon.
Ooh, tried to go in for that dash into spot dodge. Another one from there. Downlight into side air to send Goosey off stage. Dare can't quite find the go to get the downlight. Does get sent out by Goosey's side air. And finally loses his first stock, but he's got a big lead on Goosey here in game number 3.
Goosey definitely sticking with the axe. Big chunking hits if he can get those reads off the nair.
Ooh, nice recovery there. I was expecting really any other different move, but that was what he needed. Another downlight, didn't find the quick.
Surprising he didn't go for a chase dodge recovery off that downlight.
I thought that's what he was going to go for too.
But I guess he knew, Goosey's not quite in that kill spot.
Right, exactly. And, you know, this is Shipwreck. There's a lot of room up at the top there for the opponent to survive. Wing Shell right now watching and waiting for an opportunity. Very patient here. He doesn't need to over-aggress. All he needs is one quick hit, and he can follow up to get a kill here. And he knows it.
Recovery connects, and Wing Shell is almost a full stock up onto Goosey.
And I'm
Goosey waiting
surprised
for the weapon
he's
spawn.
going for the sword right now.
Yeah.
He's feeling a lot more comfortable on that.
That was an interesting option from Wing Shell. A gravity cancel downlight actually punishes a recovery if Goosey went for that straight.
Ooh, Wing Shell tried to find that neutralite there. Good jump side airs up against Goosey right now. But Goosey's got the axe. He's getting big hits in. The gravity cancel downlight is not what Wing Shell was looking for. And now Goosey's got him way off stage. Weapon throw, no recovery.
Sayers for days! Wing Shell lives!
Goosey let off the pressure a little bit too quickly.
He thought he was done for.
Thought he was done. I thought he was done.
Wing Shell again with these mix-ups on the gauntlets. The weapon toss interrupts, and he's still able to pick it back up. Goosey back to the axe. Able to outspace this gauntlet play from Wing Shell.
And a neutralite from Goosey, you can see how much damage he's racked onto Wing Shell because of that neutralite.
Goosey gave a lot of respect to Wing Shell there. He does hit the recovery underneath. Final stocks between the two, but Goosey is almost in that kill spot.
And now Goosey just going in and out, in and out. Neutralite, big guitar string up against Wing Shell. Got him in yellow.
Neutralite from Wing Shell onto Goosey. Just adding up more damage, throwing out the side sig, interrupted by a weapon toss, but the wake up Neutralite working out for Wing Shell.
And Wing Shell, again, very patient here, waiting out just the smallest opportunities he needs up against Goosey. Once he's got the big damage on Goosey, he knows to be patient about it. Not to overaggress, side sig, sends Goosey flying. He wasn't throwing away that weapon. He wants to use the sword to get the kill. Almost gets that gravity cancel downlight, just barely off.
Would have led to a recovery, potentially a kill, a side sig! And Goosey has done it! Wing Shell is to 4. He breathes a big sigh of relief because that was so close.
Goosey cannot believe he got that final hit. And honestly, I think Wing Shell is just happy he got Goosey to smile. Good stuff from both players. Shout out to Wing Shell for such a close set.
That was a very close set. Wing Shell had the advantage in damage at the end parts of that, but just barely got caught by that side sig, and unfortunately, it led to his death.
Good stuff from both players. Goosey is going to be coming up at the top of that bracket. Moonshell right below him. Coming in the lower bracket, but that's not the last we'd see of Moonshell because he's going to
be on the lower side.
With play like that, he's going to make a lower bracket run. I don't know how far he'll go, but I want to see more.
He's definitely going to be going into the lower bracket to fight alongside some of the other players who already earned their slots.
Maybe he can make some other players smile.
Hopefully.
That's a good
He made me
storyline.
smile, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what he's doing. He's like the Johnny Appleseed of smiles.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Moving on to this next game, I'm really excited about this. Can I just say, so I was talking to Toast, and we were making all these predictions here.
Sure.
Most of the predictions are very standard, big plays. I'm gonna make a prediction here that this is gonna be a very close game.
Okay.
It could be an upset, it could not, but at the very least, it's gonna be very close. This game is between Cake of EU and Jellyfish of NA.
Yeah, I mean, per history, Cake would be kind of the favorite of this one. Cake has had a lot more consistency across the year. On the other side, Jellyfish,
not as consistent.
What's he played in this year?
He's played in all the tournaments.
Has he really?
He hasn't done all that well.
Okay, well that's I guess my point is he hasn't really shown up.
I'm telling you.
He had a great montage.
He has all sorts of great montages. Jellyfish is the kind of player that, on neutral, he's doing all right. You're like, okay, this is just another classic Brawlhalla player. He'll take you off stage, and suddenly he'll do the wildest things you've never seen before.
Jellyfish,
and gimp you at white health.
He's another one of the lads. He'll play for the highlight reel.
He's crazy.
He'll do some stuff that you're definitely not going to be expecting, especially if you're coming from the EU region. You haven't had the experience, the practice against a player like Jellyfish.
That's him. That's Jellyfish.
I think it'll be interesting at the very least. Yeah, that's Jellyfish, looking up and down the camera.
Yes, the camera is on you. I'm glad he noticed. Coming in with, I believe he's going to be sticking with Lucian. He played a lot of different characters. I mean, he had a Scythe.
Yeah, I was going to say the most recent thing I've seen is him playing Scythe.
It was beautiful. I saw him hit 5 nairs in a row, just bouncing someone off a wall.
Yeah.
It was totally unnecessary. He could have killed at any point, but bouncing off a wall. And then on the other side, Cake on Hattori. That's a classic.
Look.
Classic Cake.
All I'm saying is that we saw one lad already make an upset. Weaver beating out Starlight.
On Starlight.
If any player out here could make an upset, it'd be another lad, Jellyfish, from North America.
Speaking of 2v2, though, I mean, Cake has been playing phenomenally in 2v2, so if that translates at all to 1v1, Cake is a huge opponent to go up against.
I mean, the most recent tournament that I've seen Cake play in the Autumn Championship, he did incredibly well for himself, making it all the way to the grand finals and just barely, like, one touch away.
Yeah.
Did not finish it, but I guess we're going to find out in just a little bit. Jellyfish playing with the Lucian, not changing up the stances at all. Generally speaking, you'll see players go in for that strength stance, just get a little bit more damage per shot, but Jellyfish, he's like, nah, I like the base stance.
And the base skin and color. Yeah. Shout out to that.
That's the
Lucian.
budget Lucian right there. Like, that's the level 1. I just downloaded this game on Switch, Lucian.
Cake versus Jellyfish right off the bat here. Jellyfish makes some nice downlight.
Interesting. He slid the downlight, and then generally speaking, you'll see players go for like a nair, go for a sair. Jellyfish went for a chase dodge pass. Big recovery, sends Cake high, but Cake not too damaged. Jellyfish
what was that?
With a very interesting stutter away.
Nice stutter stepping. Quick little fast fall, gets the downlight, looks for the recovery, can't quite find it, tries to kill with the neutral heavy.
Just jumping to the top of the
place. He's not even moving left and right. And a down that didn't even go past the platform, but still got the kill.
He landed on the platform for the explosion. Jellyfish takes the first stock off of Cake. A very unorthodox match.
Downlight. What was that?
Into the nair.
Ground pound. Ooh, he interrupted the recovery. Cake.
Nice.
Looks like he was going to follow Jellyfish off stage, but then backed off just barely. Jellyfish being patient. He saw the option there. He got hit by the dare, but nothing else. He's still alive. He's looking for a bit of a dangerous neutral
jumps over it.
Nice ground pound.
Connects.
Nice dare.
Goes for a gravity cancel side heavy, and then recovery his Cake back up. But that's good damage. Again, just stands at the top, and Cake's almost like not sure how to react.
The slide charge neutral heavy isn't quite going to do it. Cake. I'm thinking a neutral sig. He went for a recovery instead. Jelly's got his own neutral sig. Cake's struggling a little bit to get the kill here. Oh my god, that's going to do it. But he didn't bop him in the head.
Gets him a little damage, like 3 damage on the top of Cake.
Just a little bit.
It all adds up.
Jelly's got some good damage on Cake right now. That's a 1 stock lead, basically, if he can finish it off quickly here. But Cake is not going to make that easy. He's doing a little bit of weapon guarding. Good nairs coming out from Cake in the air. Jelly, he's looking for those neutral sigs, but he hasn't connected one yet, on the guitars at least.
Weapon toss into a nair. Weapon toss again from Jellyfish. Cake able to make it to that wall.
Tried to go for that slide charge down heavy. And now he's struggling to get this kill on Cake. He's almost lost his lead completely.
He's that finishing blow.
Nice
Side sig connects, but it's going to send him all the way to the right side. Still will finish off Cake. That extra damage working out for him. Not worried about the weapon. He's just going to stick to these blasters, but the Spear Sair sends Jellyfish flying. He gets up, but only to get sent to the left side.
And Jelly's being patient. Both of them looking for side airs. One to get back and one to finish him off. Is Jelly going to be able to get some damage onto Cake before he loses the stock? Cake looking for a nice sidelight into recovery. Getting the kill on Jellyfish. We're even here on this first game. 1 stock each.
Gap completely closed between Jellyfish and Cake. Jellyfish not able to make it up to that weapon. Picks up the Katars.
Neutralite coming out from Cake. Good weapon throw into Neutralite. Dash forward, but Cake with some pogo sticking action. Jelly, he went for a bit of a hard read down sig there. Ooh, side sig, isn't quite going to do it. Cake isn't finding hits on Jellyfish right now. A clash on both players, but Jelly just barely was in the lead then.
Sidelights from Jelly. The damage just tapping away back and forth.
They keep getting like 3 hits off, and then they swap.
Unfortunately for Jellyfish, he's on this low-strength character. That's a punish.
Hard read attempt from Jellyfish. Not going to do it.
Down line recovery!
And that did it! He punishes the recovery, and Jelly takes game 1.
Big old smile. He stole that one. The Highwayman
Good
himself.
steal.
Yeah.
Good steal.
He got them sticky
That
hands.
is some good thievery if I've ever seen some. And Cake, he's looking serious. How is he going to do this? We're going into game number 2. We're sticking with characters.
3, 2, 1.
And maybe less shenanigans here as we go into Shipwreck.
Yeah, there's no soft platform at the top for Jellyfish to kind of just mess around on it. Instead, it's just straight platform, just this flatness, short walls.
Ooh, almost found that guy with cancel downline. That would have been neat. Looks for another
Another steal, yeah.
Nice neutral light coming out from Jelly. Watches Cake come in, roll in with the sideline.
Oh, expected the jump. Weapon toss in to pick up neutral light from Jellyfish. Recovery connects. Cake not in that kill spot just yet.
I feel like we're seeing a little bit of different play coming out from Jelly because of this map. A lot more neutral lights.
Yeah.
This is I've never seen anyone do it like that.
If this was a custom between friends, this would make sense. If you were like, hey, we're just messing around in a private lobby, like this makes sense. But this is the World Championship stage, and Jellyfish and Cake are just having a grand old time. Surprised he didn't taunt there.
Jellyfish going into this next game, or sorry, this next stock, picking up the guitars. We'll see what he does here on Shipwreck with guitars instead. First, he's got to figure out a way to kill Cake, and he's struggling a little bit. More neutral sigs on guitars, still not doing it. Nice ground pound.
Nice.
And that's going to finish off. He doesn't even need to go down. He does go down a little bit. Last time when we saw Daiku do that, we were like, Daiku, what are you doing? I see Jelly do that. I was like, oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's a Jelly thing to do. Sidelight looks for the downlight. Cake able to jump over the guitar toss. Jellyfish stuck on arm. Finally, the weapon spawns on the right side, but Cake is able to deny it. Forcing Jelly to just float around, hope a weapon spawns in the sky while he's flying around. Oh, that's a double down light. Jelly's burned a lot of utility while he was moving around in the sky, too. Yep, falls to his death.
Fortunate for Jelly. No options, and now Cake's got a pretty big lead on Jelly. The biggest he's had so far. It's not looking good. But hey, both players are at least stutter stepping, and that's neat. I'm telling you, Jelly has used that neutral sig like 6 times and it's never hit.
No, it's going to be the 7th one. Lucky number 7.
He does get the nice weapon toss nair. Okay, Cake returns the favor. Ooh, nice
guard.
from
Ground
Jelly.
pound clashes out. The weapon toss doesn't connect, but he does hit the dare. Cake's still able to get the wall touch. Jellyfish again with these weapon toss pickup hits.
Ooh, not quite finding that neutral sig onto Cake.
Ooh,
Goes for a bit of a dangerous recovery.
Yeah. Another recovery attempt. Cake underneath with the punish.
Good on arm.
Side
and a
sig
nice
connects.
side sig.
Last
now Jelly
stocks.
going to last stock. He's dashing around. He's not in a good position whatsoever.
He'd have to steal this one.
But Jelly could do it. He's a stealer.
Yep. He's a thief, but unfortunately can't steal that one. Jellyfish and Cake are even.
If he'd spot dodged and
through
then
the recovery,
recovered, it might have happened.
I don't know.
Doing a
Maybe
sideline
it's a
recovery
high ceiling.
could have been a little dangerous. We're going to game 3 between these two, and Jelly is thinking maybe it's time to put on a color.
Lucian.
Or just select Lucian like 3 times.
I think did he swap to pink?
Pink. Yo, that was my Lucian back in the day.
Sure. Yep.
Pink default Lucian.
You're literally the only person who ever played pink Lucian, Creed.
I was the pink Lucian.
You were the only one. You're right.
That was my thing.
Exactly.
Back in the day.
Literally no one else was allowed to run pink Lucian.
Back in the day.
Small Enigma for game 3.
And here we go. We're going back to Small Enigma. You were right. I'm very excited. This could be some crazy stuff coming out from Jellyfish here. Game 3, anything goes against Jelly and Cake. And Cake is trying to start off right away.
Whoa.
Jelly is trying to steal things yet again.
Looking for an early offstage gimp, but Cake ended up getting right past it. Wake up nair from Jellyfish. Looking for these recoveries, and Cake is stuffing them. Neutral sig connects. 7th one is the charm for Jellyfish.
Goes for the down sig. Doesn't need it. He can just use it as an excuse to get better hits.
Downlight into the recovery again from Jellyfish. Falling nair.
Jelly. He's going to be able to make it back. No, he is not.
Cake going to deny the weapons here. Sticking with the spear. Jellyfish has an opportunity. Cake is quite damaged. The neutral light not exactly going to be the kill option. Might be able to find something with these blasters. A recovery attempt, but Cake is far below it. Side sig connects.
Nice job from Jelly, and it's even for both players right now. Oh, good patience from Cake, waiting out that dare to pick up the weapon and leave himself vulnerable.
Cake returning the favor, though, with these side airs. Recovery attempt from underneath. He's got so much damage built up on Jellyfish right now. Goes for the double downlight. Didn't quite have him in that kill percent, so he wanted that extra damage off that downlight before going for the Sair.
Oh, and a nice recovery, and that's a big lead for Cake up against Jelly. Game 3. Jelly's got to find something big right now if he wants to be able to make it back. But he could potentially do it. Good nair into recovery. Side sig isn't quite the read he was looking for. Got another weapon throw in to pick up neutral light. Cake is doing a lot of pogo sticking.
Just recognizing Jellyfish likes to approach from below. Getting some decent punishes on top of it. Side sig connects onto Cake. Jellyfish is so damaged, though. Goes for another one, but Cake wins out with the gravity cancel downlight.
So many ground pounds coming out from Jelly. A bit of a dangerous proposition. He had the spot dodge there. I thought he was going to down sig. It might have been able to hit, but Cake with a recovery, and Jelly looks like he's running out of options. Neutral sig from Cake, and it was a good set.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, Cake was able to make it happen.
He took a game.
He took a game. I did say it'd be close. And good on Cake. Good on Jelly. Good on everyone. And ladies and gentlemen,
I think that gives
that's
us our
the
top
last
64.
round of round robin. We are at top 16, top 32.
Top 64.
32? Really?
Pretty sure it's 64.
I thought it was 32.
Because I was talking to Koslix about this, and he was adamant that there were 32 pools, and 2 make it out of every pool. So this is D. A, B, C, D is 4, and there's 8 pools in each one. 8 times 4 is?
32.
Times
8
2.
4.
A, B, C, D.
Yeah.
8 pools in each. Top 64.
Oh,
That's literally what they're
per.
saying
4 per.
right now.
Okay.
Top 64.
Top
Congratulations, everyone. We figured out how to do math.
We did math. It is 64. Okay. Okay.
Well, without further ado, that is going to be it for us two. We're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be getting into the top 64 of this Brawlhalla tournament.
Don't go anywhere.
It's the semi-finals, top 64, 1v1 here for Brawlhalla. Like, I'm looking at the bracket right now.
Yeah, what about it?
This is insane. Like, it used to be like, oh, top 16 was stacked. Then it turned into top 32 was stacked.
And then top 64 is stacked.
And now it's turning like top 64. Like, I'm looking at the top bracket. Isidru, Goosey, Wilson, Weaver, Viper, Double Dime, Lil Cap, Fiend, Axo, Simba, Cody Travis, Sandstorm, Remy, LDZ. That's just on the winner's side of the bracket.
I feel like you read me like several top threes of several different tournaments.
I definitely did.
That's definitely what we're getting here at the Brawlhalla World Championship.
And that's only like it's top 64. That is a very small portion.
Yeah, these are still best of threes too. These are going to be some intense sets. And on the bright side, best of fives doesn't happen at top 8 or top 16. It starts at top 32. So we're going to have a lot of Brawlhalla singles. Like
it's about to be seriously insane. We were watching pools earlier. We've had some insane pools matches.
Oh, even some close upsets with players that we weren't even expecting. Yeah,
absolutely. So the best is absolutely yet to come. We're going to be playing top 64 into top 32 into top 16 into top 8 today. Top 8 will finish tomorrow. Tomorrow on this channel. So keep your eyes peeled for the timing of that. But right now, it's about to get absolutely insane. It's looking like the first match we're going to have
is Lil Cap versus Fiend. Is what I'm reading out there. It's either Lil Cap or Fiend or Remy versus LDZ. Already matches that, like, I'm pretty sure are top 8 material. I know Remy and LDZ have been finals in the past several times. LDZ, I'm terrified for the World Championship this year because LDZ has been, as we've talked about plenty of times, the champion for the past 2 years of BCX, and he still looks like he's in good form. Yeah, I think Remy's going to be one of the hardest players that he personally has to fight on the way up because of how instinctual of a player that is.
Yeah. But going into this, if we have Lil Cap versus Fiend coming up, Fiend taking out Crocky.
Fiend took out put Crocky into losers. I don't think Crocky's out.
Sorry, didn't take him out.
Yeah,
put him
but in pools, he definitely won that best of 3. And then Lil Cap's showing that performance over in the 2v2s. Usually does a little bit better in ones than his partner Faison, although I think Faison also didn't make it over on the winner's side. But at this point, like, it's kind of hard to tell because there's so many good players in the top 64.
Lil Cap is going to try to get at least as equal, if not better, than his placing at DreamHack Montreal in ones, where he came in 4th, which is his best singles placement of all time, regardless of online or LAN, huge tournament or small.
Well, and that has some recency to it as well, because DreamHack Montreal was definitely the last big LAN that we had before this. And that means that his performances have been increasing and getting better. He's going to be aiming for even higher placement.
And then
4th.
In Autumn Championships and singles, also came in 5th there.
So that's true.
Consistent top 8 placements coming out from him, consistent top 6 placements. And then in Brawl to the Future, if we want to carry that over into 2s, they ended up winning Brawl to the Future, Lil Cap and Faison. So Cap should be coming into this feeling good. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Fiend, there's not a lot of information there, which is good for Fiend, bad for Lil Cap, because there is a lot of tournament footage, a lot of VODs to look through for the way that Lil Cap likes to play. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fiend, coming from the South American region, coming from Brazil, they do have tournaments, but definitely not as frequent.
And not as frequent and not as publicly accessible, easily publicly accessible. And that's the point that you're bringing up, is that there are some players who actually study who their matchups are when they're coming up. It's like, what is it likely that I'm going to run into? Maybe the day before or the day of. Look up VODs of these players playing. As you said, Lil Cap, Autumn Championship, Montreal, every tournament before that, you can find out what he does. You know that he's a Bodvar player and how he likes to play. You can watch that. But studying Fiend, you might not have as much content. So if either player were into that sort of preparation, it's easier one way than it is the other.
And that's where these best of 3s are going to be really, really tough.
Yes.
You have to absorb information and be able to process it, analyze it, and decide the solution faster than ever.
Now, on the bright side,
have 5 games to go through.
On the bright side, it is in Hattori, which is one of the more common matchups that we've got here going on at BCX.
And definitely Lil Cap is familiar with this matchup. Tons of people play Hattori in North America.
Okay, but game 1 is starting here on Blackguard Keep, no less, as the first game that we've got here in top 64 at BCX. Fiend opening up that gravity cancel D-Light, but Lil Cap's found the first weapon, and Fiend punches him as the weapon toss goes out, doesn't connect, and we're back to neutral.
Now, Lil Cap, also going in favor of Lil Cap here, he plays differently than a lot of people in North America. He definitely plays differently than a lot of Bodvars, so that will bode well for him if Fiend hasn't been necessarily studying that game footage diligently. He's not going to have experience. Just because he has experience against some Bodvar doesn't mean he has experience against things like that. Those random wild signatures coming out on the
orange
end.
In the orange, that slide charge side stick, similar to what we saw a little bit earlier on the bracket, but Little Cap taking out Fiend so quickly to the point where I don't even think he realized that he had that stock to lose to begin with.
Yep.
Fiend now trying to find some sidelights here, but Little Cap's already done so much damage. A good stop, but the sidelights dodged out of the way. If he can get a downlight into ground pound, he can meet things up with those neutral sigs coming out. Already putting Fiend into the yellow. Little Cap's very close to kill percent, and that ground pound will do it. Excellent conversion from Fiend. That was so quick. 3 hits really fast. Kills him off the bottom of the map.
And I was about to say that Fiend is finding some unarmed damage, but per hit, he's not really getting a lot of damage. But then all of a sudden, he procced into kill percent, and right when that happened, it was a D-Light into the ground pound for a very, very quick kill. And now he's going even with Lil Cap, who got an insanely early stock on the edge. There's the D-Light into the side air. Is there going to be weapon toss? He's going to chase him onto that platform. Fiend answers with a down air, goes down on the wall, throws that weapon up for a little bit of safety so Lil Cap can't ground pound him, or do a fast fall dare. Fiend getting thrown off screen very, very high.
I'm very surprised. I was half expecting Little Cap just to go up there and throw out another side stick.
Yep.
Once again, but just with the sword. He very much likes just to throw that out as a neutral option rather than as a combo finisher, especially when he's playing on Bodvar with the sword. We saw him do it with the hammer, but that was more of a combo finisher. But that recovery nearly KOing Fiend off the top. Fiend has to get back onto center stage, maybe find some sort of D-Light opening, but just tosses the sword away. A quick hop over, it doesn't even dodge, and Fiend can't find that ground pound. But that's how he got his earlier KO. He might be banking on that once again, but the D-Light's there. Clever from Little Cap. He was at a percentage where he didn't even need to jump to find the Sarah, so he let the D-Light finish, fall, and as the Sarah fell, he was able to finish off Fiend.
Is he going to look to juggle? Oh, I thought he was going to stick with the hammer for a little bit. He does tend to focus on hammer a lot when a lot of other players will maybe focus more on sword. It looks like he swapped back to the hammer here. He's definitely very comfortable on both weapons as well as the unarmed kit. We haven't really seen the unarmed kit come out very much against Fiend so far, but that's because he's had the weapon every time. But if he has to go unarmed, he's not a stranger to that. He has a strong unarmed kit. There again, the side signature right over the edge of the weapon toss to confirm it. A 2-stock, even though Fiend had that really, really quick clapback, looking like he was going to keep it even.
Yep.
Lil Cap just kept the pressure going, didn't let that shake him, didn't let that really interrupt his momentum or anything. It was just, yep, I died, that happened, it's in the past, we're going to build from that.
And now it looks like we're going to go into game 2 pretty soon. I don't imagine we're going to be having legend swaps.
No character swaps whatsoever.
Little Cap, I don't think.
Blackguard was banned, though. Now, Fiend, because he lost that, he gets to ban down to 3 maps. And then Lil Cap, the winner of last match, then gets to pick between those 3 maps. Blackguard was banned. I think Fiend was worried about those really close left and right sides, but he left Brawlhalla open, which not only has really close left and right, but it also has a really close ceiling. So if Lil Cap starts juggling with those nairs, that could be really early kills. Those recoveries that came out on Lil Cap's sword that didn't quite kill, those will be killing on this map.
Yeah, when we're talking about walls and ceilings, we're talking about the blast zone of this area. The place where you need to be knocked out to have your stock essentially disappear.
Yeah,
and
the
we
area
saw
where
Little
you
Cap
don't want to go.
Took huge advantage of that on Blackguard Keep. And as you were saying, it's kind of weird that he's going here if that's what was causing Fiend the most problems in the previous map. But maybe he has an idea as already he is completely destroying Little Cap here with the spear against Hammer matchup. Tosses that spear aside, looking for a downlight, maybe something into a ground pound, picks up the sword, but Little Cap manages to get back in. Sidelight after sidelight, downlight, sidelight, stops the side sig. Does he have an opportunity for his own side sig on the Hammer? I'm waiting for it. I feel like he wants to go for it, but no, he gets that down air, giving off that feeling that maybe that's something they could do. But then D-Light in the middle of the sky gets him with the recovery, and that close ceiling that you were talking about definitely working in Fiend's favor.
Great kill efficiency coming out from Fiend. You saw it last game, right as Lil Cap procced into kill percent. D-Light into the ground pound on the unarmed kit on that soft platform on the left. Right there, he took him in the sky so that the D-Light recovery would kill. I think if he hit that maybe on the ground, it might not have killed, so he placed it so well. He found the opportunity, got the kill, and he has a lead on Lil Cap, continuing to put out this damage. He needs to be a little bit careful, though, because if he gets hit by a dare down there, even if it's not in that sweet spot, with a little bit of extra force, the D-Light recovery, which might not kill on other maps where other players might opt into that D-Light into the gravity cancel neutral heavy for that extra dump of force, you don't need that here. Lil Cap knows that.
Lil Cap knows it and used it to his advantage, tosses that hammer aside. Wait to see what Fiend did. Nice dash jump Sarah, 2 stairs in a row actually. Fiend has to jump back onto the map. I would like to see him to pick up the spear because the spear is what he had the most success with. But the neutral sig, gravity canceled out, punished by Little Cap, stops this juggle by throwing his weapon down and catching it as it bounces off of his head. Another down air, neutral sig punished again. Fiend gets hit by that side sig and it was so close to KOing from the center of the stage, no less.
Nice weapon toss, the halt, the side signature advance from Lil Cap. Fiend is unarmed right now. He does have the spear. which he has been successful with in the past. Lil Cap is going to find the kill there. He's going to throw that weapon up, keep Fiend unarmed. That is the way he wants to play. We've seen some unarmed damage come out from Fiend, but other than that D-Light into the ground pound, we haven't necessarily seen the most, and he's taken some punishment. Every hit that he takes from that hammer, huge force, huge damage, and from Lil Cap, big string potential too.
And he goes for that nair, dodges out of the way of the nair with the dodge that allowed him to cancel it into a D-Light. I was very surprised he still had enough time to be able to get out of the way, but that nair would have put him into the red. Falling Sarah, Little Cap very unafraid of the spear from Fiend right now. Tosses the spear down, picks it back up, but Little Cap still on the second stock, and Fiend, his dodge is expended, no weapon. Little Cap waiting for a weapon spawn, maybe to punish. He can cover it with a side sig, maybe. Fiend's definitely just trying to fight him with Sarge. The falling nair finally gives him an opportunity to find that sword. Can he go for that D-Light Cider? It does it, and he manages to get that KO. And he's still not quite in the kill percent, but I mean, it's small Brawlhaven, so
if you hit a Stomp Cider like all the way on the left or all the way on the right, sending that direction, he's basically killed, but this is Brawlhaven kill percent at this point. You're seeing him try to juggle Lil Cap up there with the nairs. Lil Cap has no problem playing on arm. There's the nice sidelight. He was waiting, probably trying to see where the dodge was coming out from Lil Cap if he was going to immediately dodge out of that. So then he could punish with a 2-hit, 3-hit, 4-hit string without having to worry about Lil Cap getting the dodge, but an unarmed D-Light into the recovery. Quick 2-0 coming out from Lil Cap against the guy who beat Crocky.
Yeah, Crocky being knocked out earlier was pretty surprising considering how well the performance he had at Montreal, but Fiend did quite well. Now, Little Cap seemed to have a read on how to play against Fiend, and he definitely was very confident with his play. Now, that being said, he's been improving steadily all across the year. Like I said, top 5, top 4 performances. I'm expecting Little Cap to go far, at least top 16, if not further, make it to the best of 5s. I'm excited to see what his next opponent is, and Fiend's not out of the tournament. This is winner's side of the bracket, so he's going to be going down to loser's side in the top 48. Seeing who he's going to fight against, because if he wins in that matchup, he will still be able to have a chance to fight some best of 5s if he manages to progress.
Now, speaking of improvement in terms of what Lil Cap has accomplished over this year, Fiend has also accomplished quite a bit here. Last year, when he came to BCX, Duke's quote was he wasn't feeling it. So I don't know exactly what his record was at BCX, but it wasn't great. For the best player in Brazil, it was a little bit disappointing. Definitely not what he would have expected or what we would have expected from him as well. So the fact that he's able to come here, make it out of pools, make it into top 64 on the winner's side of the bracket, now he's down in the loser's side.
And upset an established player like Crocky. Yep, absolutely. Really
Crocky with some solid placements here recently at DreamHack Montreal.
Yes, it was the same kind of, I don't want to say breakout performance, but it was like one of those things where like Crocky hadn't been placing so high for a while. It was something that was new for Crocky. Yes, especially with the new playstyle that he was developing, or not new, but like solidifying his Mirage playstyle and specifically focusing on playing with the Scythe in tandem with the Spear. But he'll be moving on into winner's bracket. And I think the next match that we've got coming up is Remy versus LDZ, and there he is, LDZ himself.
Now, these are players who have played against each other quite a bit. Remy and LDZ are friends, so I know that they spar together. They've been in the scene for quite some time, multiple years now, so they do have experience against one another. And LDZ is still kind of a big question mark over how he's going to play. He's becoming less good.
He's becoming less and less of a question mark for me personally as I've watched him.
He's proving himself more and more.
My LDZ bias is growing every time that I watch him play because it's like, oh no, okay, so he still remembers how to do this. Oh no, okay, so he's going to win BCX. That's how it's kind of feeling at the moment, but he still has a lot of bosses that he has to get through because, as we talked before, each year the part of the bracket that is stacked gets bigger and bigger. Eventually, I feel like we're going to do 100 top 128s that's going to be stacked at some point. But at the moment, it's the top 64. And Remy is one of those players that I feel like LDZ needs to fear the most because of how much he plays on adrenaline and instinct. It's going to be a matter of whether or not Remy is awake enough to
whether Remy really focuses and shows up. I know he tweeted last night that he was really going to try and give it his all today in ones, which in the past, Remy wasn't really known as a ones player. Like, you had the team of Boomy and Remy that was virtually unstoppable in twos, and Boomy was kind of the stronger singles player that you knew from that team. There were definitely times where Remy clutched it out, and you would see that on their face at the end when they won that. It would be a big hug coming out from Boomy saying, I dropped the ball here, and you picked it up and ran with it. But here recently, Remy in Autumn Championships, 17th place, so he wasn't even top 16 then, which isn't something that I would expect from Remy. So maybe
no, his singles placements have been lackluster.
Yeah,
definitely. And the best word that we can throw around.
Sometimes they're good, but also sometimes they're bad.
The buzzword that we throw around for that is inconsistent.
Yeah.
And that defines him almost perfectly. And it almost seems like it's kind of like a did the sun rise this day or did it not? It's like a cloudy weather. It's like a fair weather player. But I think that what's motivating him more now than anything before was because this is the first time that they had such a early war performance in 2s. And now he's going to make it up with the 1s placement. Because like, wait, I don't want to just go out.
It's the reverse of what we always saw before from him of like, oh, we won 2s. 1s is whatever. We'll show up and I'll put my 1s bracket and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, we'll have fun.
But he has something to prove here, and he's definitely going to go out and give it his all here in 1s because they were eliminated in 2s yesterday.
And here we are seeing them with that button check. Now, LDZ, I believe, the only Ada representative that we've seen on
One of the few, if any others exist, definitely at the top level.
Yeah. A lot of the low defense legends have been being shown on stream, but not as much as, say, Bodvar, Hattori, Mordex, etc. And I think he's only an Ada player that I've seen succeed so far, especially with this match that I've been spectating, which is interesting because of how prominent Spear seems to be in this 2018 Brawlhalla meta. I'm very curious to see how he's going to be able to play against Koji, because bow is another weapon that I've been seeing a lot in 1v1s today. Almost every legend that's being played has a bow or a sword or a spear. Those are like the 3 weapons where like you pick your secondary, attach it to it, see what happens. We have a few exceptions, but that seems to be generally the theme of the tournament.
I think the reason that we might not see Ada is not a lot of people play blasters. And when they do play blasters, they're kind of dedicated to that character. Like Boomy is pretty dedicated to Diana. We've seen him switch every now and then, but usually he leads off with the Diana, plays that for more than a couple games until he switches. Then you have like Cody Travis, who very prolific blasters player, but really dedicated to that Barraza. So I think that might be the case. Is blasters players are really loyal to their characters more than I think other players are. They're more weapon mains, but blasters players are a blasters main and a character main more than others.
But here we go into game number 1 between LDZ and Remy. This is a best of 3, not a best of 5, mind you. And we're starting up on Mammoth Fortress. Remy picking him up with those nairs. LDZ trying to land with some unarmed side airs, but really just being tossed around. It's much harder to land in Brawlhalla without a weapon than with one because you have nothing to throw down to be able to cover your landing.
And you don't have the extended range of a weapon to throw out a down air or even to really move down fast without telegraphing anything like a ground pound or something that you can easily get punished by. Back-to-back down airs into the side air coming out from LDZ.
And LDZ now on the side of the stage tries to go for that neutral sig, that unique neutral signature coming from Ada, being able to travel while also having that spiking hitbox does not quite connect. Remy getting the tip end of that recovery with the knockback, doesn't quite kill up the top, but that side sig punished only by a side light. LDZ and Remy now both the kill percent. The side sig catches him as he tries to do a short hop landing. Excellent first stock coming out from LDZ.
Now, I haven't been lucky enough to see any LDZ games in detail. Like a lot of times when LDZ was on this main stage, I was on the side stage commentating at that time. So I would have glimpses over right as Remy gets that quick clap back. But I haven't seen specifically the signature usage coming out from
It's
LDZ.
almost non-existent. And that's why I was very fascinated when he put out the neutral sig. I was about to make a comment about how he's not really using signatures on Ada, and then he just used signatures on Ada.
Yeah, because I was straight up wondering, I don't know how he uses the signatures just because I haven't seen him play this Ada. So I'm really curious how he's going to use it. So it's
pick up on those guns.
That you say that he hasn't been using the signatures that much. He has just a little bit of a damage lead right now onto Remy. Gets those falling dares. Man, LDZ is so clean with those dares.
I was wondering if that down light may have been a down air that he accidentally platform canceled, but he didn't get punished for 2 difficulty. Remy's now going in for that bow. I was wondering if he's going to pick up the sword, but instead decides to hold the lands with the neutral light.
Working, man.
I think LDZ was trying to go for a weapon toss, and Remy just stayed in place, waited to see where LDZ was going to fall, punished him for it. The side light puts him definitely into kill percent. Now, down signature, side sig, anything. The nair nearly KOs off the top. You have a lot more options against a lower defense character, but there's the down sig, that board being popped up. Koji's really like to be able to catch people's landings with that down signature because of the finisher that happens from afterwards. And it's really fast if you miss it. That's the big deal. Ooh, that's not normally a signature that we're used to seeing on Koji. It's better for traveling distance than it is for actually hitting people. Ends up getting a little bit punished. The side light comes out. No downer, and Remy actually just falls to his death.
You're seeing him throw out some moves there. I think he was just floating deep in that push-off column, waiting for either the chance to go back to the wall or to try and get the hit, to get the chase dodge on hit that lets you go straight up or towards that direction where he hit. And he just didn't get that opening. He threw out attacks that either missed or LDZ dodged through, and he just didn't have the option. He had sword in his hand, so he couldn't down air into the wall if he was unarmed.
Multiple nairs coming out. Gravity cancel, pivot down light to catch Remy in the middle of a jump. Another down light Sair. So much damage being pulled up with those blasters. Ada has quite a bit of force, so every one of those little pops that it connects is so much damage. And the Sair disarms Remy. Recovery just does it. LDZ takes game 1 in convincing fashion on that last stock. Gives a little bit of a sigh of relief, showing that was probably a lot more effort than he was expecting to put into it, and rightfully so with the amount of pressure that Remy's providing. But this is a big match for LDZ because I feel like he's more afraid of fighting Remy, who he's used to sparring, than a lot of the players that he might meet the rest of the way of the winner's bracket.
Also, I think so far this is probably his most difficult test in singles throughout this tournament.
Correct.
His pool for him and Steve.
Well, even then he had Stevenator, which was a difficult matchup too.
So Steve was kind of his first initial really difficult test for the day. And then that's now since moved on to Remy. And I would say that Remy is probably at this time a more difficult test than Steve. So I don't know if he's necessarily proving it to himself as well. That it's like, okay, I can handle this. I can breathe a sigh of relief. I have confidence here. I know what works against Remy, and I can exploit Remy's weaknesses to get the win.
He's getting so many of these, like, he hops, he cancels the jump halfway for a with his dodge for a gravity cancel downlight, and it's catching Remy either on the ground by clipping his head or catching his leg as he's trying to jump. And it's really well placed, but the weapon toss comes out, and LDZ has his recovery, manages just barely to get out of the way of that down air. Remy just placed it. I feel like if he's just a little bit higher, would have connected, and that would have been LDZ's stock.
Had to be pixels away.
Nair comes out, uses the spear down through the cover is landing, but Remy's aware of it, tosses out that weapon, and dive kick. LDZ does touch, does get the weapon. Okay. Remy goes for the bow. Recovery, finishes it. Okay. The run back to Mammoth Fortress working out in Remy's favor so far, but so many moves from LDZ are going to be able to finish it because, yes, low defense, but high damage. He's only found one signature kill so far. The rest were either recoveries or edge guards. Remy going offstage with that dive kick. The neutral stick does not hit. Remy trying to find some downlight, maybe a neutral air. Downlight and a neutral light recovery. Excellent damage builder for Koji.
Now, even though Remy is building up damage, he has the lead right now. That was kind of the story last game as well, but then on that last stock, you saw the D-Light Sair, the D-Light down air, multiple resets coming out from LDZ where he put out 110, 120, all of a sudden kill percent damage in just a matter of moments. So even if Remy's ahead in the lead, he has to worry about that big dump of damage that LDZ can put out so quickly.
Remy trying to fall with one of those nairs on the ground. LDZ intelligently staying on the ground, trying to find, I think, a dash back for maybe a side layer downlight. Jumping down airs, trying to maybe juggle a few of those, but Remy's doing a very good job of avoiding the bait that LDZ's laying. There's that downlight, trying to catch Remy from jumping towards him, waited right outside of it, was able to punish with the longest reaching sword move there is. Side light, down airs LDZ as he picks his guns back up, but LDZ finds one down air, no string coming out of it, and Remy's just barely missing these Sairs. Neutral light connects, dodges backwards out of the way of that side stick. That nearly connected and would have put Remy into the deep orange, but he's doing a good job of avoiding all the most dangerous hitboxes that LDZ is throwing out.
And with avoiding all these dangerous hitboxes, look at how many near misses there are between these players back to back to back. It's incredible their movement, how unpredictable, how quick, how reactive and adaptive that it can be.
2 side sticks in a row, LDZ bringing out that side stick on the spear, which we've barely seen. In fact, we've barely seen any spear play from him in general so far. Nice neutral light, puts him towards the top. Both players so close to KOing. That Sair still doesn't do it, sliding across the ground. LDZ jumping up and down in the ground pound of all moves. The copter going downwards is able to finish off Remy as he cannot make it back to the stage. A slow move, but covers a ton of area and very good, especially if your dodge has already been expended.
Now, the only way to really punish that, unless you're above it, is to get right in the center. You have to be right in the center of that vertically down helicopter, and I don't think Remy really had the timing or the spacing opportunities, the in-air movement economy to get to that spot to be able to punish it. So he basically just had to take it or fade back to not get hit by the move, but then not have enough to get back to the wall. So that was all but a free kill for LDZ as he placed it so well. Big damage coming out.
He tried to read that ground pound down from Remy with this gravity cancel side sig, but Remy was able to react to the fact that he was going to be able to throw out that move. Remy kind of using that ground pound just to be able to get back towards the stage. Already in the red, neutral light puts him so far in that the pivot side sig doesn't KO just yet. Remy unarmed, trying to make it back to the stage. Will another down sig come out? No. Okay, LDZ manages to miss those edge guards as Remy comes back to the stage, falling there. Okay, he's throwing out so many signatures. Like I said, when I saw LDZ, I don't think I saw a single one of these moves, and now we've seen like a good 20 of them.
Well, he saw how stacked Remy was staying with him, and that's why he used that down signature. It covers both sides, has a ton of active frames, so whether he's on the right, whether he's on the left, whether he's stacked, he had the option to hit. LDZ is going to take that game 2-0, breathing a huge sigh of relief, passing yet again his most difficult test of the day so
That's
far.
a big win for LDZ, and I think that moves him on.
Boost.
So he moves him on to the round right before winners quarters, and he will be going against the winner of Cake and Hyper Hero. But that's a 2-0 over Remy, which was one of the players that he was probably most worried about fighting against, because they were more likely to make him fall into loser's bracket than anything else. So he's feeling really good about that. Not to mention that every win that he wins is, like you said, proving him to himself that even though he hasn't had the entire year of tournament experience, he can still prepare and practice for one tournament properly. And so far, LDZ hasn't dropped a set.
Now keep in mind, because this is top 64, that's a lot of players. So we can't show everything on stream. Please follow along on the bracket to see what's been happening.
Or follow along on twitch.tv/datafgc.
Yes.
If you're looking for a player in particular, because sometimes some players will be on that stream as well.
I'm trying to look any pertinent matches that are coming out. Afropig and Tiger is going to be on there.
Yeah.
But if you look on the bracket, you will see a flag next to the set that has the Twitch logo, and then either Brawlhalla if it's going to be here, or Data FGC if it's going to be on the side.
And then if it
stream.
says station 1 through 8, that means
it's going to be
here.
off stream. But just a quick
But the
update.
next match that we've got here before that update is Simba versus Sandstorm on winner's side, I believe. Sandstorm, the up-and-coming, well, more like established Scythe main at this point. One of the best Mordex players that we've got in North America, doing really well with Ethanator and 2v2s. And Simba, one of the more improved players coming into 2018, making it through winner's side, and having a few interesting upsets throughout his online tournaments as well as local tournaments.
So Simba last year was like Simba in the beginning of The Lion King, when he was like a little baby lion cub.
Okay.
When he was cute, he was adorable, and
nobody took him seriously.
Exactly.
Yep.
And then in kind of the beginning of this year, it was Simba when he's out hanging out with Timon and Pumbaa, kind of shirking his responsibilities, not living up to his potential. Still an enjoyable character to watch, but not really living it up to his potential as, what do they call it? King? Did they call him King? Yeah, I Just Can't Wait to Be King is the song.
Yeah.
So now Simba has gone back to Pride Rock.
He's the Lion King.
He's doing the thing where the showdown with Scar, and that's what it's called, right? That's what the enemy is called?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Because, it's because I killed Mufasa. Well, that's a Melee reference, but anyways. Yeah, you got everything right so far.
So, yeah,
it's like, for all those, half our viewers probably don't even remember The Lion King, but it's like you're doing a really great synopsis. This is like the best summary that I've gotten of a Disney movie in a long time.
He's ascending back to the kingship. He's truly reaching his potential right now. But this is going to be tough, man. This is going to be really, really tough. Simba against Sandstorm. I don't know how much experience he has against Scythe players. I'm trying to, look at his previous tournament placings against Scythe players. It's really not that much. Like, there's some Atrophius in there. And other than that, that's the only Scythe player that he's really lost
to. Unfortunately, Atrophius is also a Mordex player, so there is some matchup experience there, but not quite at the level that we've seen Sandstorm being able to play. Now, I believe they're going to their button check, and it would be interesting to see how this matchup plays out. I'm wondering what our first map is going to be. We're going to probably see a lot of, as we get further and further in the top 64, it's probably going to be a lot of Mammoth Fortress starts.
Yes. Yeah. We're going to see that kind of normalize over to the Mammoth Fortress pick. Now, these players really haven't played against each other kind of at all this year. It was in twos at Brawl to the Future that Gobi and Simba beat Sandstorm and Ethan, but other than that, I don't think they've met in tournament whatsoever. So they haven't been in this high-pressure situation. Definitely not on LAN. This is Sandstorm's first LAN, far from Simba's first LAN. So he has LAN experience in Brawlhalla. Sandstorm has LAN experience as well, but it's over in Smash 4, which will transfer over as some experience.
Yeah, that's those transferable skills when it comes to just competing in a tournament environment, especially on a stage. Those are very important, because they are skills.
With having to go through round robin, that might have been a little bit grueling for Sandstorm. I don't know if he's ever experienced maybe that many matches at a time over in Smash 4, because do their pools normally, are they just double elimination pools? You will know better than I do.
Yeah, they're double elimination pools. Okay. They don't do round robins, and they're basically, that's it. Yep, 2 stock matches, 6 matches. But we're going right into this one. Sandstorm versus Simba on the Thunderguard Stadium, no less. As we're going into game number 1, already 2 down airs from the Gauntlets coming out. Downlights, and also the great combo starter coming out from the Gauntlets. Cider catches Simba in the middle of the air, and he's trying to follow these down airs. Not really getting too much off as he tosses the sword aside. Gauntlets are tossed as well. He's trying to catch him out of the air, but Sandstorm has an okay start here against Simba.
Now I'm curious as to how Sandstorm will react to Simba dipping down into that shenanigan zone. He does that so much on this map, and he did it against iThrow a lot earlier and actually gimped the living daylights out of iThrow. Insane 0 to death in like 5 or 10 seconds, and that led to the immediate ban from iThrow on this map. I wonder if Sandstorm's going to succeed there, not see it as a problem, or if he's going to fall prey to it. So I'm curious if that's going to come out as a ban or if he's going to leave it on the board in the future.
So far, he seems to be avoiding that center of the stage. Every time Simba goes down there, he just stands on the other side saying, listen, I've got a damage lead. I don't have to fall for that bait there. Tosses the gauntlets aside, assuming that Simba was going to go for that weapon, but instead he waits a little bit patiently. But Simba's been unarmed for the majority of this match. And when he finds weapons, he's usually trying to throw them. They start a combo. There's a good nair. Sandstorm putting out these down signatures. Nothing's really connecting. And the D-Light down air. D-Light. Oh, that would have been an amazing combo finisher. But the recovery just drops the very last second. Sandstorm trying to find this neutral light. Tosses the scythe forward. Side light, neutral light recovery. Is that going to be enough to get that KO? He has an edge guard opportunity, and he dashes forward for that down air, but instead gets a recovery in the face for his troubles.
You're seeing the kill moves come out from Simba. Those recoveries are a popular gauntlet kill option that isn't a signature. He does have the side signature that a lot of Val players like to use. We might see him use the down signature normally over the edge, but they do use it on stage as well. Both players in kill percent right now. That recovery is going to kill. But Sandstorm has the signature kit at his disposal that a lot of players who play more decks favor quite a bit. I know Dobrain likes that down signature on the gauntlets quite a bit. He also will do it on the scythe as well. You'll definitely see the side signature coming out from Sandstorm. He gravity cancels it a lot on the edge, so his kill options are high, and Simba has quite a few kill options in his pocket as well. But Sandstorm with just a little bit of a lead right now, being very, very careful, not trying to extend that lead too much in any single moment, except right now you're seeing it nair into side air, nair into side air.
The recovery from the middle of the stage, being able to get that KO off the top, but only after Simba took such a huge beating from that scythe string. You have to be careful when fighting against scythe because of the active inputs. If you lose your dodge, you're going to be carried not only to a higher percent of damage, but across the map as well. And already opening up that combo there, tries to go for that D-Light chase dodge down air, return from Simba with the gravity cancel side light, but now Sandstorm tries to get forward. Simba holding him back with these neutral lights. Stocks are even. Gravity cancel down light does not quite connect, and Simba's finding some damage, but he's so close to kill percent. There's a good recovery coming out from that down light.
There's a recovery kill. Sandstorm is trying to find these kill options here. He has the scythe, so he does have the edge guard opportunities. There's the side light. He's going to throw away that scythe. He's going to stick with this. You saw him trying to initiate with the down light. Goes on for the edge guard. He is chasing Simba right now. Multiple weapon tosses, weapon to weapon to weapon, throwing that one all the way to the right. He's going to go unarmed against Simba. The neutral air, not a kill move.
But it's getting pretty close.
And he wants to keep Simba weapon starved. Rather than trying to tunnel vision and chase that kill right then, he saw the weapon spawn on the field. He wanted Simba unarmed, so he has the weapon advantage. So you saw him throw the gauntlets away, pick up the scythe.
And he was able to finish that off with a nice downlight, kicks him off towards the side of the stage. Sandstorm now a single stock ahead of Simba, and he catches him with a downlight once again. Ooh, the side air off the stage. Simba still unarmed. Dive kicks back to the stage, but that's not going to do much damage. It's only going to get him his jumps back, and the gauntlet ground pound being able to ride towards that left side of Thunder Garden Stadium. Side air puts even more damage on the Simba, and Sandstorm's looking really good here as he continues to put even more damage on. Ground pound does not quite connect. Sandstorm gets hit by a ground pound on the center of the stage. Simba with the hard read there, interrupting the string that Sandstorm was getting really comfortable with, and being able to equalize the stocks in a surprising fashion.
Now, even though Simba found that ground pound, he is still very much in danger of falling behind hugely here. You've seen the side strings, you've seen some gauntlet strings coming out from Sandstorm as well. There's that signature coming out. He's looking for maybe the active input on that as well to have the huge jump of force to send Simba over to the edge for an edge guard situation. We've seen him go off on the edge a few times. There's the side air. Is there going to be weapon toss? No, he's going to initiate with the side air into the nair. He's going to wait for just a second. Is there going to be a dash jump ground pound? No, he's going to maintain stage control, waiting for Simba to come back up. The weapon toss going just over Simba's head, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't have enough to get back, and Sandstorm is going to take game one.
And Sandstorm's favorite finisher, moving over from 2s into 1, noticing that his opponent's at kill percent, grabs him with that down tick, tosses him straight off the side of the map, and that diagonal spike.
Yeah.
That's hard to recover from, especially with gauntlets, because the way that gauntlets work with their up and down heavies within the air, recovery and ground pound respectively, is that the recovery doesn't move at all, just goes straight up. And the ground pound's the thing that you can move, as opposed to most other weapons where it's the opposite. And there's no way he was going to be able to make it back from there. We're having a run back to Thunder Guard, however, and Sandstorm is perfectly fine with that apparently, not banning it out like iThrow did.
it just Simba wasn't able to do anything there against Sandstorm.
He did get one ground pound kill,
but other than that, you saw him dipping down and then trying to initiate with a weapon toss, dipping down, trying to hit an unarmed recovery, but it didn't actually work. He didn't really get punished for it, but it wasn't a successful move coming out from Simba. So for Sandstorm, it's not a problem. He's just winning pure, raw, neutral game.
And there's that recovery coming out from Sandstorm. Tries to get him with a sider, but Simba armed this time. Most of the time when Sandstorm has been edge guarding Simba, it's because his gauntlets have already been thrown away from him, usually just from that durability being exhausted. But now Simba's actually having a better time recovering, gets the recovery from beneath the stage, which he's using Thunder Guards to his advantage, and he's having a good time against Sandstorm. Side air sends him off the side of the stage. Ground pound from Sandstorm ended early, and he keeps tossing him off. Sandstorm loves this left side edge guard. I feel like we've seen Simba and Sandstorm fighting over on this side of the stage more than anywhere else.
And that's one of the really special things about Scythe. It's called active input, and it has it on a couple of moves where if you're trying to hit a down air, for instance, if you hit him on the right, you can send him to the left, or you can send him to the right. Yeah. So even if Simba's on the inside of the stage, Sandstorm can take him, launch him to the outside, get a more favorable position, and then pick up that kill there, taking just a little bit of a lead up against Simba right now. But it did take longer for him to find that kill this time.
Yeah, but if anything, we remember from the last game, okay, there's a recovery. Wow, surprise. Okay, so took two. He was like, wait, that one didn't kill, goes back up, hits him in the middle of the weapon toss. I think Sandstorm was trying to interrupt that recovery, but if you throw the weapon too late, it takes some time to become active before it can hit you, and your move can essentially go through it before it interrupts it. The recovery still came out from Simba, able to get that KO, and now stocks are very even. Weapon toss down from Simba, interrupted by Sandstorm's nice side light. Neutral lights pops him up. Simba keeps tossing the gauntlets down beneath the stage. I feel like he's supposed to be sending them forward in a good little unarmed exchange.
Picking up the gauntlets, trying to find those nairs. Trying to figure out how he wants to initiate on Simba here. Simba without a weapon for just a moment. Picks up the gauntlets. Sandstorm throwing his weapon. Not finding any huge options on either side right now. He does pick up that recovery. He's looking for the kill options. Has Simba very, very near kill percent.
I like the mix-up that he's doing on the side light. The side light and the recovery isn't a true combo per se, but if you wait for the dodge or wait for the jump depending, you can have a lot of different follow-ups that come up from that gauntlet side light that could lead to a kill. Try to get that recovery, didn't quite work out. And now, recovery coming up from the Scythe, gets that KO. Unlike last time where Simba was able to survive just too much damage on the Simba, and Sandstorm was looking poised to take this game and set to move further into the winner's round.
He is up one right now in this best of three over against Simba. Has a very solid lead. Simba coming out with some serious damage, but he doesn't have Sandstorm in kill percent right now. That neutral signature is not going to hit. He finds the recovery, not high enough to kill though. He needs to find some option. You know the damage output that Sandstorm has unarmed with the Scythe, with the gauntlets, in so many different situations. Simba's got to find something. He is down a game. He's very much in danger of going down into the loser's bracket.
Falling nairs from Sandstorm to try and pick up his opponent, maybe keep him off to the side of the map. And a D-Light recovery is able to get the KO, and Simba makes it even once again, but we have to pay attention to Mordex, on Sandstorm's Mordex in particular, being able to take the first stock every time. He's always winning on these engagements, and then Simba has to clean up. But you can't clean up if you've run out of stocks. Simba needs to be able to find that clutch factor here in game number 2 if he wants to be able to hold on to his winner's side stock. And so far, so good. He finally has Sandstorm on the side of the stage, the right side where he can get an edge guard, as opposed to Sandstorm edge guarding him. And it probably has something to do with these gauntlets. I'm surprised Sandstorm hasn't thrown these aside. Gravity cancel downlight, doesn't get that dodge in read. He can't grab him, going out with those fists, trying to get the nair to be able to bring Simba back to the ground. And nothing's working. Simba's actually finding some slight lights, but the ground pound, does that get him out?
Oh!
We got him out of his recovery.
Yeah, he caught him straight in the middle of those options. Ended up interrupting that recovery and basically yoinking that from him.
And I didn't realize it, but this is winners round 2.
Is this really?
Yeah, it is. That means that we're in best of 5.
Oh my goodness.
So who did they beat to get here?
Let's see.
Sandstorm
took out Cody Travis, sent him into the loser's
bracket.
Simba
beat Axo?
Simba beat Axo.
Okay.
So this is a best of 5. Sorry, correct me because I was wrong. This is going to be a best of 5 that Sandstorm is up 2-0 in.
Okay, so we're going into game number 3 of this best of 5. Sandstorm really putting the hurt onto Simba here. Simba trying to turn around with that gravity cancel soundlight, bringing up his own gauntlet strings. Good Sarah. Gravity cancel downlight into recovery. A lot of damage on the Sandstorm, and Sandstorm returning with his own gauntlet combos. And the weapon toss hits. He reads the dive down. Beautiful. Simba not expecting the trajectory of that weapon. Loses that stock within under 30 seconds.
A lot of speed coming out from Sandstorm here. He is playing faster than he was before, fighting the damage earlier, fighting the kill options earlier too. He has maybe 35 to 40 damage on this first stock. And you've seen when Sandstorm gets a lead, he holds on to it the entire game. Simba will find some kills, he will find the damage, but it's usually too little too late. It's at a slower pace than Sandstorm is able to find.
Following Sarah coming up from Sandstorm, weapon toss to stop him from denying that weapon, and a good neutral signature carrying Sandstorm over to the other side of the stage, but I don't think he really cares too much about that because now he has an opportunity to edgeguard once again, and his edgeguards with Scythe have been so amazing. D-Light downer tries to get that gravity cancel downlight reset, but he was just a little bit too slow with the recovery. Barely clips, not going to KO just yet. A D-Light recovery will definitely do it from the stage, but he down 6 and tosses him off the screen.
Huge 2-stock lead right now going the way of Sandstorm. It's looking like he has the possibility, to take this 3-0, just barely spot dodging through that ground pound, having just enough invulnerability frames to get through Simba's active frames. We do see a little bit of an evening up here, shrinking that lead just a little bit, but it's still a full entire stock when Sandstorm has basically been ahead this entire set.
Falling Sarah coming up from Simba, and in an entire stock where Simba was able to get a little bit more damage. Gravity cancel sidelight, a nice way to recover, a very creative way of being able to use that dodge. And I've noticed that Simba has the easiest time recovering and exchanging with Sandstorm when it's gauntlets versus gauntlets. Simba seems to be a little bit superior when it comes to the gauntlets, or at least even, whereas opposed to the Scythe where Sandstorm is really just dominating Simba in that matchup. So Sandstorm, accordingly, is looking for that weapon, but that down tick was so close. And now that he's got the Scythe, I'm expecting things to turn around. Catches him, side air, goes in for that downer. Can he find the Nair or the ground pound? He does. It clashes. Simba manages to make it back. Weapon toss. Sandstorm can't even get back up to the stage. Falls off to the ground, and now Simba is evened up the stocks almost immediately because Sandstorm was stuck on the gauntlets that entire time.
But even when he had the Scythe, you saw Simba going toe-to-toe with him.
That's true.
He's trying something different. He's trying to find the recipe to take out Sandstorm here. We've seen him using chase dodge maybe a little bit more now. Trying to play a little bit more creatively on the edge, trying to get back to the main platform as well. Not forcing it into edge play, not forcing it just onto the main platform. He's able to flow back and forth and find the opportunity that he wants. No, not keeping track. I think he fast fell through the soft platform.
I don't think he was expecting the soft. So like with soft platforms, any platforms really, because it's a moving platform, you can tap down to go down, or you can fast fall to fall through it.
Yes.
There's ways that we call it like platform canceling, where like if you jump on a platform and you're right on the area where your character would be standing, you can cancel into a move. But what happened there is I think Simba fell a little bit farther than he expected, didn't reset the jumps because he didn't touch the platform, and fell to his death.
All he had
really
was his
unfortunate
dodge
way to end that set because he was making the comeback. That was looking like a 3-stock from Sandstorm. That suddenly became a close game, but amazing job for Sandstorm to be able to make it in the winner's quarters.
Yep. That
being
is
able to take out Simba.
16 guaranteed finish for Sandstorm going to this in his first Brawlhalla LAN ever.
That's right.
I know that I kind of underestimated Sandstorm throughout the season because we have seen players who will come out big in one tournament and then they'll sort of fall off.
Yes.
And then it was just like tournament after tournament after tournament, and I didn't put enough respect on his name.
Nope.
And I do want to apologize to him.
After today, though, because I had a similar opinion until I started seeing 2v2s and going, wait a second, this guy's actually sick.
Freaking nuts.
Yes, they are sick at 2v2s.
Their team combos are unreal.
And it's definitely not one of those things where for example, Cody Travis was knocked out by Sandstorm on the way here. I've always looked at Cody Travis as a very strong 2s player as opposed to 1s, but they're just looking like they're solid all-around players in general. So Sandstorm moves over to winners quarters, and now we've got the rest of our winners round matches coming up, and I'm trying to see if we've got either a losers round match or a winners round match coming up.
I think we have a losers round match here as I'm scrolling.
Well, that's tough. Agzo versus Cody Travis is going on in losers as a result of those two matches.
It is going to be losers round 3. It's going to be Atrophius versus the winner of Daiku and Winged Shell. Atrophius just taking out Starlight, actually fully taking him out of the tournament because this wasn't the losers bracket. Taking out Starlight 2-0.
So Starlight is that out at 64th or at 48th? 63rd.
It's not 64th, I don't think.
Okay.
It's out in losers round 2.
Okay, so that's a little bit higher up.
Yeah.
But yeah, Atrophius did 2-0 Starlight. So Atrophius is waiting on Daiku and Winged Shell, which is currently going on. And then maybe we'll be able to find
Atrophius coming into the losers bracket. Let's see who sent him down there.
I can take a look too.
It was Addy Mestic who sent Atrophius down into the losers bracket. He lost that set 1-2 against Addy Mestic.
For anybody that wants to look at brackets themselves, you can type !bracket in the chat. Although I'm sure you've seen it a lot, but we're currently under the semifinals tab.
Yes.
Even though it's not semifinals yet. It's just kind of like how we've organized the brackets.
Yeah.
Pools was all round robin.
Semifinals, finals.
Now we're in double elimination, and finals will be an extension of the double elimination after
which
we're
will be
done
top
with
8.
semis, right? But Boomy just confirmed to 3-0 Tiffany. Moving over to winner's quarters is the second player to enter in winner's quarters. Be fighting against the winner of Doppy and Wrench. Who did Doppy knock?
Doppy took out Dobrain.
Doppy
sent him down in the loser's bracket.
Doppy 2-1 to Dobrain. That's pretty crazy.
We've seen Doppy go off before. He played really, really well at DreamHack Austin. Hasn't quite translated that over to some online tournaments or any other lands yet. But obviously he's coming in here playing big today. I don't think he dropped a game earlier today. I think that's what he tweeted out in pools, that he did not drop a single
almost as like
game.
a revenge kill, Dobrain 2-0'd Crocky.
Oh,
Rest in peace. It's like, okay, your teammate destroyed me, now you are going down. The Russian gets his revenge. And maybe even a chance at a rematch at that rate. Because he'll be fighting against the winner of Ethan and Velocity Brian.
Now, while we're looking through this, any other crazy upsets so far? Kosalix took out iThrow in the loser's bracket. That was a 2-1 set. So iThrow is done for the day. Done for the weekend. Let's see, anybody else crazy right now? Steven Air took out Midget 2-1, so Steve will be moving on the loser's bracket to losers round 3.
Respectable. Waiting for the winner of Phazon and Jellyfish.
Fiend 2-0'd Narwhal, and is now facing Double Dime in losers round 3. Any other interesting ones? That's most of the interesting ones that are in the losers bracket. Let's see anything crazy in the winners bracket.
Viper and Little Capped. I think, isn't that a rematch? Oh, Montreal. That is. Because I remember when Viper fought against Little Capped in Montreal, he actually took him into the Bodvar Dittos. Because Viper doesn't normally play Bodvar, but then he kind of grudge picked Bodvar into him.
You're absolutely right.
And it didn't work. Little Capped ended up holding his own. That would be exciting to see. Let's see what else.
Of course, Viper finishing 5th in DreamHack Montreal, right behind Little Capped, who came in 4th. Looks like Isidru sent Goosey down into the loser's bracket. Goosey's match earlier that we saw against, who was it?
I think it was Wing Shell.
Yeah, it was Wing Shell.
It was very close.
Goosey was looking really shook.
Yeah.
He was looking crazy shook. Like he was, me, Axo, and Steve were talking about it, and Goosey looked like he was just trying to think so far ahead and trying to really get in his head and figure out, okay, if I do this, he's going to do this, then I'm going to do this, then he's going to do this. And he just needed to stop thinking and just play the game.
Yeah, he was definitely
go all in on edge guards and hit some dirty axe stairs.
What's the colloquial term for that? Oh, yeah, paralysis by analysis.
Oh.
Definitely is what was happening. I think that's what that's called. A lot of players fall victim to that. But it's a nice little moniker. Because that's exactly what you were describing to me. He was just thinking a little bit too hard about the player that he was fighting against. But now we've confirmed that Daiku won his match, and he's going to be coming up to the stream setup to fight against Atrophius. So Daiku 2-0'd Wing Shell. Probably not as... Although, surprisingly, Daiku could have arguably been called just as shook after that close match with Poolit.
That was a huge relief for him.
Yeah, I'd imagine. It was very close at the very end there. Managed getting a nice little edge guard, but Poolit was definitely a player that we did not expect to take Daiku as far as he did. But he looked pretty good on that Bodvar. A lot of side signature reads that were reminiscent of Little Caps and how Little Caps played.
Isidru and I were betting on that match. I bet $2 on Poolit. He bet $2 on Daiku.
So you lost $2.
I lost $2. It was okay because I took $2 before him earlier from a Wilson Blue Guys bet. And in Ethan, I can't remember who the other guy was bet. So I basically just...
But you won.
Yeah, I gave him his $2 back. But the last time these two faced one another was in Autumn Championships. Atrophius ended up coming out on top.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was considered the upset there.
Yeah.
For Atrophius, because I know Atrophius did pretty well in Autumn Champs. He's been doing relatively well when it comes to top 16 in all the tournaments that he's been fighting.
He definitely does better on land.
Yes.
Like, he has been known to pop off on land compared to online tournaments. Let's see. Other than that, I don't think they've ever really met in bracket. It was just in Autumn Championships. Oh, wait, no. DreamHack Austin. Daiku also lost to Atrophius there.
Yeah, Trophies has been kind of his kryptonite when it comes to fighting things. I think it has
now that he's moved to North America.
Maybe not necessarily all Trophies as it is Mordex or Scythe as a matchup.
I'm sorry, actually, Atrophius lost to Daiku in Autumn Champs. DreamHack Austin, Atrophius came out on victorious. So they both lost to each other 1-1.
Okay.
They're 1-1 in tournament, but more recently,
Daiku
came out on top. But that was an online tournament. On LAN, Atrophius seems to be the boy.
Anything goes. I mean, it's not like it's a different game, but it's a different environment, and that's why we're trying to emphasize that there's a difference between those kinds of wins.
I'm just looking through who Daiku has lost to in tournaments before, seeing if there are many Scythe players that he's lost to. He has lost to Sandstorm, but a lot of people have lost to Sandstorm.
Yes, and the number is only increasing when it comes to who's losing the Sandstorm.
I would highly doubt that he's lost to any Giros, though. Because pretty much nobody plays Giro except Atrophius. Most people play Mordex, some people play Mirage, fewer people play Nyx, and pretty much nobody except Atrophius played Giro anymore. There was a short time where Dobrain played some Giro. He was throwing out Scythe down signatures over the edge
trying
like
to
candy.
remember if there was anything else. But
I think nobody, that was around...
Nobody let that notably places, I think.
Yeah. I know, Dobrain was messing with Giro around DreamHack Austin, which didn't really
pan out.
lead to any success.
Dobrain's always kind of got like his experimental character that he brings out for a tournament, and that was one of them that didn't look so great. And now he's been working with... What has Dobrain been playing?
How did I forget this?
I'm forgetting this too. I know that Daiku's been playing Hattori.
He's played some Jala.
In teams.
Played some Sidra. Played some Bryn.
Okay.
I don't know who he's been playing specifically today because I haven't been able to see any of his matches so far.
I know that he's kind of like gotten the feel of like ever since that he's been playing more in NA because he's been here for 2 weeks. He's been practicing much more sword than anything else.
Yeah.
Which originally was Dobrain's weakest weapon, and now
he's had a lot of sword practice specifically because he was staying with Noel for like 12 or so days. So he's had some of the best sword practice that he could possibly get. You're hearing that Hattori be locked in. That is definitely going to be Daiku. The Giro is going to be the pick for Atrophius. And I don't think this is this is probably button check, right?
I'm not sure.
I don't think they already button checked.
I don't know.
Because like we would have heard game audio, and I would have remembered here.
They definitely haven't. Yeah. They definitely have button checked. They don't have the names. Sure. That's the easiest way to know. I mean, the stream can't see it, but we can see that they don't have names. Now you can see that they don't have names.
I like that they're doing that. That they only enter names before the game actually starts. All right.
Jeez.
Okay. Daiku is sweating and try-harding in the button check. Come on, dude. Relax.
And you can see it like Wing Shell was like, hey, come on, dude, let me back up. Then he just couldn't do it. Okay, all right. So it's not a Giro.
It's going to be a Mordex.
That's what I was expecting. It's definitely what I was expecting. This is much more common for Atrophius.
I haven't seen any Atrophius games here today either.
I haven't personally either, although I know that he's played them, obviously, because he's gotten here. But like in terms of on-stream, very little representation. Here's the names being entered in. Atrophius is getting ready to take against Daiku, and I don't think this is best of 5, because this is round 2, correct? Yes.
Are they
losers round? Yeah, losers round 2.
Yes, you are correct. No, this is losers round 3.
Is it?
Yeah, this is losers round 3.
Oh yeah, because Daiku just beat Wing Shell. Okay. You are correct. Oh, it even says that right there. I feel kind of bad. Yeah. We don't have to do all that looking.
You and I are trying to look through brackets and determine that.
Yeah,
and
we're literally just being given information.
Just look on the screen.
Yeah.
Shouts out to production.
Production's doing very great by us. Miami Dome seems to be going to be the first map between Atrophius and Daiku.
Very little Miami Dome gets played.
Yes.
Not a lot of people are picking that. Starting off with a little bit of a side string. He already has Daiku on the edge. There's a nice nair. He didn't follow it up with the immediate side air like a lot of side players will do. They'll do nair into sair, into nair, into recovery.
And here Atrophius is going, trying to put Daiku off the side of the stage. Good ground pound comes out. Daiku off the side of the stage. Nice neutral light from Daiku. Jumping nairs to maybe catch Atrophius reaching in the air. But Atrophius typically isn't somebody who likes to stack his character model onto opponents, which is what the spear nair really punishes. In fact, Atrophius seems to be punishing people stacking on him more often than anything else. And now Daiku trying to pick up his weapons, going for like a weapon throw combo, but the D-Light recovery gets caught out of the air. Now he's unarmed. Nice dodge out of the way. Turn around, maybe 2 dive kicks in a row. The ground pound read.
Did you see how deep he went?
And he knew exactly where Atrophius was going because he went for that double jump to get into position for the ground pound to catch Atrophius as he rose from the recovery. Excellent KO from Daiku and a necessary one as well because Atrophius immediately calls that back, and Atrophius was looking like he was going to be taking the lead if that didn't happen. That clutch factor from Daiku has been something that we've been seeing all weekend, both in 2s and in 1s.
Daiku's definitely in kind of a different mindset, a different playability than he has been before. He seems confident, even after that match with Poolit that was looking a little rusty for him, looking a little bit rough. He's able to immediately answer back with crazy things like this. We're seeing shots of old Daiku from like 2015, 2016 Daiku when he was a dominant force in Brawlhalla.
Being able to dodge just out of the way of that recovery, very well done by Daiku. He's managing to get up, like a lot of these Gauntlet sidelights are connecting, but as long as they don't hit anything else, the amount of damage that you get from a Gauntlet sidelight is like negligible. It's like really small. So Daiku's doing a very good job of being able to avoid a lot of the finishers from Atrophius.
He's taking hits, but he's not letting Atrophius gain a lot of ground or gain any real momentum. Just barely missing that neutral right there. Atrophius starting to throw out those signatures. He's looking for the kill. Big neutral signature going up high, covering the entrance to that soft platform.
And now Daiku and Atrophius are going at it once again. Daiku, an excellent gravity cancel sidelight. When you do that with the sword, you kind of travel downwards, and oh my gosh, so many nairs and recoveries taking Atrophius to the top. He had no weapon to be able to stop that, and the ground pound coming out from Daiku. Atrophius on the side of the stage. D-Light side air, puts Atrophius over there. Doesn't go for that gravity cancel neutral sig to catch the read back in. Atrophius makes it back towards the center of the stage, but so much damage has been exchanged already. That nair is not going to do it, especially if he kicks him up towards the side of the stage. Maybe he should have gone for an edge guard, but instead Daiku makes it back, falling with that sidelight. No hits, but no return punishes either. It's looking very good here in game number 1 for Daiku as he misses that neutral sig but doesn't get punished once again.
I think we aren't seeing the edge guard coming out from Atrophius because he's scared of Daiku right now. There he had a little bit more of a favorable position, but if Daiku retreats to the wall of his own accord, if I'm Atrophius, I'm not going in on that because Atrophius is orange right now. He finds the nice dare, turning that around, sending Daiku all the way to the edge. But again, we're not seeing huge commitments from Atrophius. You see him dashing forward, dashing back, trying to get the timing right where Daiku's going to recover over the edge. That sword toss is going to go right over Atrophius' head. That ground pound not quite as good. Oh, he's going to outlast. He didn't even die there. Even if he did, he still had a full another stock. That is something about Miami Dome that is 100% unique to it and no other stage. You see that scaffolding down below there. It's not just for looks. It completely negates any option to go to the other side of the stage.
You'll see a lot of players try to hop underneath the maps in Blackguard Keep or Twilight Grove or anything else as another option to recover. But in Miami Dome, it's definitely, you can't. That's not for show. It's actually physically there. Yet Atrophius just fell to his death anyways.
Why did he stay down there so long?
I don't know. It was actually kind of interesting because I was like, Daiku's definitely dead.
Yeah, Daiku went under the stage so far that even if Atrophius was able to turn around and get a kill there, it wouldn't have mattered because Daiku had another stock and Atrophius didn't. There would have been no way for him to get back up. Even with the chase dodge on hit, all of his movement options were done. So it's a little bit maybe tunnel vision, maybe looking a little bit greedy, maybe a little bit shook in the moment, but we're seeing this switch to Jiro.
And now we've got the Jiro on it from Atrophius against Daiku Satori. Daiku trying to do something with a spear more than a sword, although he was primary sword for the entirety of that first game. Tosses that spear aside, puts on a nice Sarah before he's able to pick up that sword, and now he's bringing out some sidelights. Atrophius is trying his best to be able to combat Daiku with the sword, but Daiku looked so good on sword in the previous map. I'm not really sure. Atrophius, I've really only known for his board axe. I know he does play Jiro, but probably for the scythe than what it has to offer more than the sword does. And we're already seeing it here. Good down air. Damage is being exchanged evenly, but Daiku's got control over the stage. Down air misses out, and Atrophius nearly falls to his death once again. Manages to make it back to the stage. Neutral stick does not hit. No punishes coming out, though, and Daiku still continues to whittle his opponent down.
Now with this Jiro pick, I don't think he's going to have as many signature options like he does have with Mordex, but I think on the raw light attack kit, he's going to have better luck with this sword against Daiku. You're already seeing him go even here. He's going to have solid frame. He's going to have equal frames to Daiku's sword. He's going to have equal range, whereas he was at a range deficit before when he had the gauntlets. He was struggling to really find solid openings. Like you said, he was hitting a sidelight, but he wasn't hitting follow-ups. He hits that ground pound. He's going to go up, get a little bit of a lead on Daiku right now. You're seeing him strip the field, toss that sword up to get back to the scythe so he can pick up that weapon that he feels most comfortable with right now against Daiku. Nice little 2-hit, 3-hit string coming out, 4-hit string. The strong D-Light's going to have a little bit more force than if he tried to change direction, utilize that active input. It's going to keep Daiku to the edge. Nice side signature there coming out from Daiku. Just a little bit of a deficit.
fully charges that weapon to be able to toss it all the way up so that he can prime the sword. Atrofius trying to go for those downlights, but a very good finisher from Daiku to be able to even things up. But yes, the second Atrofius switched over to the Scythe, seems things were going a little bit better, and you're correct. The signature options for Jiro are much more specific and situational than they are as finishers or combo starters. Trophies, getting hit by that ground pound. Another ground pound opportunity from Daiku, usually very good off stage with those situations. Neutral Sig goes high, Atrofius punishes with a Nair. No recovery, even though the new weapon spawns, and Daiku finds the very end of that Sair. Neutral Sig gets another jump. Ground pound ended just a little bit early, otherwise that could have been a very early stock for Daiku, which he needs because he's a little bit of a damage deficit here. Picks up the sword, or the spear rather, no Silent in the side Sig, and Atrofius sends him off stage once again.
Downsig right over the corner. Downsig over the corner. That's the Jiro classic. Is he going to do it, or is he going to do like a dash jump ground pound or anything? No, he's going to be patient. He's going to wait because he knows he's solid right now in the neutral game against Daiku. Something that I really love that Atrofius is doing right now is the last two edgeguard situations on the left and the right. There's that down signature I was talking about. But in those edgeguard situations, Atrofius didn't panic jump on the left, and he didn't fade off the wall into Daiku's ground pound on the right. He was maybe a little bit panicky in the first game at the end on Miami Dome, but that is gone from the story here. Atrofius is in control of everything right now. He is in the lead, and I'm loving that.
And now Atrofius here with the Scythe in the lead and solidly in the lead. No one-hit KO going to be coming out from Daiku here. He definitely needs to rack out a little bit more damage. Excellent downlight, kicks him out towards the side. Sidelight comes out.
Oh, Atrofius.
Chase dodge, pivot, sidelight, almost playing with, as if he was his own teammate, being able to hit him between sidelight to sidelight, a little mini black hole in a sense. But Daiku's able to finish off the neutral stick, but only after being sent into orange. Atrofius, his next weapon
it's going to be a sword.
Going to be the sword.
Oh, no, it's not.
He primed a Scythe. Okay, that's something that you could do because weapon spawns alternate. So if you pick up a new weapon, toss the sword away, pick up your previous Scythe, that means the next weapon you're going to pick up is also a Scythe. That's what Atrofius managed to do. D-Light recovering an air from Daiku, though.
Daiku's
evens things up so fast. That neutral stick could have KO'd Atrofius almost immediately. Spot dodges in place. The neutral stick so close to be able to hit him in the nares.
Daiku!
Okay, falling Sair. Atrofius has to jump. Okay, I thought he jumped in that weapon almost. Daiku looking for the cider. D-Light recovery gets it. Daiku takes a 2-0 over Atrofius. Then we're going to find out momentarily whether or not this is a best of 5, and it looks like it is.
That last stock from Daiku was absolutely nuts. He took only a handful of hits. He started that in orange, and he ended that in dark orange. That's it. Very small amount of damage that he took, but he completely dominated and ripped Atrofius apart so quickly. He didn't have that momentum earlier in the match, but he had it in the end when it counted and when he needed it. You're seeing Atrofius shaking his head just a little bit.
Atrofius definitely finished off Daiku's second stock and then stopped performing. And Daiku was able to completely take advantage of that. And now we're going into game number 3 here on Mammoth Fortress, where Daiku is continuing to fight unarmed. Falling Cider picks up the weapon after the Cider finishes casting to combo into a nice neutral light. Down airs a little bit too low. Atrofius is able to punish. More dares are coming out from Atrofius, and Daiku is trying to follow with these stairs, but a great spacing coming out from Atrofius. D-Light stairs being exchanged between both players, but Daiku getting a little bit more of the brunt. Oh no, that's it.
Oh, that is it. That is going to be a huge lead for Daiku here. That is exactly what he wants. Confident Daiku is a very, very good Daiku. It's a very scary Daiku. You see the sword momentum he's able to get with this Hattori pick. He was on the edge against Atrofius. That turnaround ground pound that came out from Atrofius didn't connect. Daiku's looking to find more and more damage here. Atrofius, he needs to go for things, but he also can't go for too many things. He can't be too greedy because Daiku will punish him, and Atrofius will fall even further behind.
Falling side air coming out from Atrofius to put Daiku off the side of the stage, but that's not going to KO the recovery. Barely doesn't do it. Daiku manages to make it back. No. Tossed the sword away, recognizing that he didn't have his recovery. That's the only thing that I can imagine that he was doing there. Maybe the sword could have possibly hit Atrofius to get a little bit more, but at that point you kind of just have to accept your death. Good edge guard coming out from Atrofius. Daiku now has the spear, catches Atrofius on that landing. Nice job. Kind of looking like Atrofius earlier with the scythe with that chase dodge pivot side light. Same deal, but just with the spear.
There's the nair into the side air. Doesn't find another nair, but it's a nice 2-hit. Ooh, there's the D-Light Sair coming out from Daiku. More and more damage. He still definitely has the lead right there. There's the side light coming out from Atrofius, trying to find that recovery. That side air is going to send Atrofius far off screen. Oh, he's going to get the dodge. He didn't touch. That down air ended up interrupting him. He got out of recovery, invulnerability frames. That down air ended up hitting him. That sent him to his death before he was able to touch that wall. Daiku with a big lead. I think it got even bigger than before.
Yes. And he's been showing that the spear down air has been his primary tool for KOing Atrophius in this third game, as whenever he's finding him recovering, he just waits until he's expended all of his jumps, all of his dodges, and just pokes him with that spear down air, because while it doesn't have enough force to kill on its own, it's definitely really great at pushing them back down so that they can't get back up.
Now keep in mind, this is
there's that down tick you're looking
the
for.
loser's bracket. So if you lose the set, you are out of the tournament. So Daiku coming out of this with a 3-0 would be a huge confidence boost for him, and that's basically the best of a bad situation. You're already in loser's bracket, but if you're winning your sets 2-0, 3-0, then you got to be feeling good going into your next one. That relieves a little bit of the pressure. Kind of like LDZ of, okay, I passed this test. Okay, the next harder test. Okay, I passed this test. I can keep going. I'm going to pass these tests one by one if I take them one by one.
Except the next test for Daiku is Viper, apparently.
True. That's going to be a rough one if he comes out of this. Atrophius, all is not lost right now, but he is last stock red. He does pick up the kill. Daiku coming in fresh, but it's going to be really tough. Atrophius is basically going to have to play perfectly. I don't think an unarmed D-Light recovery will kill right now. I don't even know if a regular sword D-Light recovery will kill. If he hits a D-Light Stare over on the edge, we haven't seen very many sword signatures coming out from Daiku, so I don't know if he's going to go for that here.
Atrophius was actually doing a good job of putting a lot of damage on the Daiku, and Daiku seems to be fishing for something that's just not working out. Sidelight comes out, Atrophius gets a nice little clash there. Weapon tosses to get anything more. Down airs from Daiku, putting a little bit more chip damage onto Atrophius. A D-Light Stare at this point will definitely kill. That ground pound, very risky. If it connects with the ground, it adds an extra amount of animation that kind of just works at your deficit.
Yep.
So he has to be careful with throwing out down heavies like that. The down air.
Oh, that's going to be it. We're seeing solid rally, though, coming out from Atrophius. He was still showing signs of life towards the end of that, but Daiku was able to rally back as well, hit that counter punish, continue to put out that damage, find the opportunity. He wasn't fishing. He was throwing out those side lights because that was maybe the best move in that situation.
Yep.
It's not the kill move that he needed, but if a side light will hit, that's better than trying to fish for a down light that won't hit, that might telegraph what further moves I'll use.
And he got to stay with the theme of killing with down air.
Yep.
All three stocks. Although that down air, as I was saying earlier, while it didn't have a lot of force, he did so much damage to Atrophius that he was able to get the KO. Nice hugging it out on stream. Atrophius is like apparently very good sports. Good to see about that because, like you said, they've had a history. They're 1-1 in sets, and now they are 2-1 in sets in favor of Daiku. So very definitely proving that Daiku is doing well enough in his current state to be able to move on to the bracket. He is going to go over to losers round 4.
He's going to face Viper just like you said before.
Viper. But if we fast forward to our winners bracket, winners quarters has almost been all but decided. Boomy versus Wrenched in one area, Addy Mestic versus LDZ in the other. Isidru is waiting for the winner of Noel and Hermerson, and Little Cap versus Sandstorm is happening right now on Data FGC. But our next match is looking like, go ahead.
Lil Cap definitely has the option to make top 8 again and continue trying to beat what he did previously at DreamHack Montreal. Yeah, from winner's side. So he has time to experiment. All of these are going to be best of 5 for Lil Cap going forward because he is in top 32. Same thing for Sandstorm, though. It turns into adaptability. Who can adapt the quickest, who can find what they need, who can change things up once they get started to being read by their opponent.
Well, it looks like our next match will most likely have Strict to the Point Wilson, but before we get to that, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be having more Brawlhalla 1v1 action in just a little bit.
Welcome back, everybody, from that real quick break that we had to take. If you are just tuning in right now, this is top 64 for the 1v1 Brawlhalla World Championships. We are in what we are calling semi-finals right now. We are playing from top 64 down to top 8. Most of our sets, if not all of our sets, I believe are going to be best of 5 going forward, including the ones in the losers bracket. All of the winners bracket ones will absolutely be best of 5. And it's looking like up next we have Boomy versus Wrenched.
Boomy versus Wrenched.
Boomy versus Wrenched.
Now this is a matchup that's really exciting. I think, right, because Wrenched and Boomy, they go back and forth, and every land, Wrenched goes out there on Twitter. He says, you know, I'm going to win this. This is my land. I'm going to take this. BRB, winning lands.
I don't think, let's see, how often have they come up against each other on land? It's looking like at DreamHack Austin, Boomy did lose to Wrenched.
Yep.
Before that, Brawl League Spring Fling, which was an online tournament, Boomy lost to Wrenched. Then, other than that, I don't think they've come up against one another too much. Hold on, let me go down to Wrenched and see.
You can see Boomy on your, well, not anymore, but you could have seen Boomy there just momentarily, getting ready, getting in the zone. We are still in the upper bracket, am I right?
Yes.
We are still in that upper bracket. Like Sparky said, it's going to be a best of 5.
This is a qualifier for top 8, by the way. So
yes.
This is huge.
Whoever gets this is in top 8. They're done for the night. They're done for the night, and they're ready to go for tomorrow. Top 8 secured.
And in Outplayer Dismay and DreamHack Montreal, Wrenched and Boomy faced one another, and Boomy came out on top. So in tournaments this year, they are 2-2, with the most recent fight that they had was at DreamHack Montreal, where, of course, Boomy came out and took first.
Right.
So recency bias says that Boomy's coming out on top, but they are tied in this set 2-2 this year. Overall, 2-2. This would be the tiebreaker, really solidifying on the world stage who is the better player here.
Like you said, this is the tiebreaker, and it's an interesting place to start on Small Brawlhaven. This map is explosive and lends to so many early KOs at orange, at dark yellow. You can do so many things on this map with shenanigans, with off-air play, and I think Boomy excels in the air. It's where he's most comfortable. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Wrench does get back around, but Boomy set that up, that weapon throw, that down air, for that pressure.
The biggest thing I'm worried about if I'm Wrenched is Boomy GC down signatures right on the edge, both on the bow and the guns. Have insane, tremendous force. That coupled with how close the walls and the ceiling are, the just walls of death and the ceiling of death. That is so scary. There's one of them. There's another signature coming out from Boomy. Wrenched has just a little bit of a damage lead here. There's the recovery. Wrenched on any other map might not be in kill percent, but on this map, he's been in kill percent for quite some time. Same thing for Boomy. It's going to be the gun side signature. Has a really long extended range. The trade-off there is going to be a little bit of a dead zone between the actual blasts and Boomy's hurt box. So you do have to be a little bit careful with that if you overestimate how far away your opponent is, but Boomy landed it right perfectly, smack dab where he needed to. Nice ground pound, though. Wow. Now, the thing here is, I think Boomy was facing towards the stage, and with gun near the back blast will come out before.
Yes.
So you saw the back one come out. It was before the front one came out, and that's where the hit came in that led to the kill.
Now they're back here on even footing on their second stock. Exactly even damage at the moment. Boomy back on the bow. Wrenched has control of the center stage, but swaps so quickly on Small Brawlhaven. Boomy getting caught out by that downlight side air. Goes for that gravity cancel sig, but gets punished out by Boomy. Boomy coming through, side air, back on top.
Oh, that's a kill. That's a kill. That's got to be a kill.
He didn't chase.
Oh my gosh! Boomy still was able to come back. I thought that had to have been a kill. When you take a bow ground pound in orange, that's virtually 100% death.
Almost every time.
There's no, is it the constants in life? There's no sure things in life but death and taxes.
Right.
And death when you get hit with a
bow ground pound at orange. 100%.
Prince was about to come back, though. He was about to defy all of the odds, and he might be picking up the quick kill onto Boomy here. That neutral light almost blocking. Nice spot dodge to pick up the downlight side air. Down air, side air, huge damage. Almost completely lapping Wrenched in terms of damage here. Nice unarmed D-light ground pound. Not going to lead to the kill, but that's a tremendous amount of damage on this stock.
Boomy is about ripe to get knocked out here, but Boomy, there it is with the sides. It gets the KO, takes the win in game 1.
Oh, he's playing with the Russian flag. Shouts out to the boy Dobrin. I think that's a Russian flag.
It transitioned too fast for me to see.
It's like a Russian flag or another one that have the red, white, and blue in those stripes like that, and I can't remember which one is which, but I'm going to guess that is the Russian flag.
I'll be real with you. Geography is like my weakest subject.
Yeah, same. We come from America. Nowhere else.
That's true. You're right.
Nowhere else matters. We're the capital of the world.
We were coming in here back on Small Brawlhaven. No swap out on the map. Preferring this explosive map style, this engaging battlefield of Destiny.
I'm surprised we're going back to Brawlhaven.
I am surprised as well.
Because Wrenched lost, so he has the option to ban down to 3 maps. I'm surprised this wasn't a ban. Maybe Wrenched is just confident. We've seen insane confidence from Wrenched. Not completely unfounded this year either, coming in second at DreamHack Austin. Solid placements as well at DreamHack Montreal. And recently before this...
Oh, Boomy!
Who hits those moves like that?
You weren't even on the screen!
How do you know that he's there?
That was a phenomenal KO. Boomy has this momentum going from, but Wrench unfazed, hits that recovery, goes into the stick, gonna get punished out by Boomy, goes for the ground pound, gets caught out by the down air. Can Boomy get back? Avoids the weapon throw, avoids the down air, does get the wall touch, goes for ground pound his own, but Wrench dodges right through it. Wrench down low, scary place to be. Boomy gets that bow engagement on Wrench. Wrench back here, unarmed, gonna be pushed back into the weapon pickup, into the Katars. Coming through here, gets a big slap on Boomy. Boomy far out, but avoids the weapon throw, recovers down low, gets the recovery on Wrench from under the stage, back up top. Wrench with the sword, trying to get it out on Boomy, but Boomy's not having it right now.
Wrench doing a pretty good job keeping his cool, picks up that signature, but it was the final swipe all the way on the left side. Not enough to kill yet. Wrench has to be careful. He's getting a little bit greedy here, which, yeah, if he gets the kill, that's fantastic. Wallslip might be coming in here. He recovers high. Boomy hits one recovery, then another to get the kill. The first one sending high, the second one ending that stock.
Oh my goodness, Wrench has 2 stocks to come back to break this to even, not even to win. There's one, a quick recovery coming out unarmed, brings Boomy down to stock number 2, but on small Brawlhaven, it's very possible for Wrench to come back.
It's going to be tough, though.
I guess Boomy,
it's going to be really, really tough, because he's going to have to basically gimp Boomy, which is something very few players have ever done in Brawlhalla. Wrench was trying to look for it there, though. Picking up a few hits here, continuing it up with a little bit of nair. Nice little neutral right there. He's playing around that weapon. He wants that to be a little trap for Boomy. Oh. Nice again. Doesn't get the side air as a possible finisher, but puts out serious damage.
A double ground
pound.
Oh, the nair. That's it. That's the gimp. That's what he needed. Wrench doesn't even have that much damage on him right now. It's like a 1/4 of a stock.
He has about 35 to 40 damage, but
thank you.
Boomy's killing it 130, 140, 150 damage. So that's about a third of the stock gone. That damage might be basically completely negated if Wrench continues with these strings, but that's huge damage. Doesn't pick up the recovery. That is a very tough move to pick up. Your spacing has to be right. Your timing has to be right. The mechanical input can be tough, which is why you see a lot of players drop it.
And Wrench getting in here very comfortable. Once he gets that down air, he always gets a follow-up on it. Almost every single time. If that down air hits, there's going to be a follow-up. The N-Sig not going to hit. Wrench in there with the slap, goes in for the sig follow-up on the left wall. Boomy going to throw those blasters, get them back up here. Get the edge guard.
Oh, I thought he was going to go for a recovery there.
Yeah.
Almost picks up the cider. That probably would have led to the kill. Wrench doing a great job trying to equalize this damage. Almost has Boomy in the red. Depending on what move he uses, he might have Boomy in kill percentage this time on Brawlhaven, but it's going to be that quick, unarmed recovery to take him off the top.
I think this is the most focused I've seen Boomy's face in a game. I don't know if you saw it, but there was a deep inhale there.
Yep.
With the nod head. The focus is real. The intensity is real in this match right now. I would be very surprised if they went back to small Brawlhaven. Shocked even.
Now, me and Taza mentioned it a little bit earlier with Remy, but I think Boomy is so focused here because he really does have something to prove. A lot of times we've seen in the past, kind of more specifically with Remy, is they win 2s, and then Remy's like, well, I want 2s, I'll try in 1s, but I'm not going to really give it my all. I'm not going to go out there and give it everything I've got. I'm going to try, but I'm not necessarily going to give it everything I've got. Meanwhile, Boomy, on the other hand, is one to go out, and we've seen him time and time again place really, really well, but he doesn't have that 2s victory under his belt this time.
No.
So I think he does have a chip on his shoulder because of that. He has something to prove here to show that he is one of the best Brawlhalla players.
And we are back on small Brawlhaven again. Both of them opting for this map, for this small map, which has gone almost to a final stock in both games. This is a best of 5, no legend swaps, no stat swaps, no nothing. Just right off the bat, right back in it like we've been having it.
Now, the first game went definitely in Boomy's favor. The second game was quite a bit closer. Could this be the one to turn the momentum into Wrench's favor? You're seeing him go even so far with Boomy, but that's kind of how the last game started. That's kind of how the first game started. You see Boomy over here on the edge. Takes a neutral light, takes a recovery. Wrench waited for that. Takes another recovery. Wrench does have the lead.
Those recoveries are terrifying, but the neutral sig comes out, blasts Wrench out of the map onto his second stock.
Reading the upward movement right after that side light, plucks him out of the air with that neutral signature. There's the neutral light coming up from Wrench. Not a kill move yet. That's what he needs right now. Almost picks up that down air.
Wrench now with that sword, looking for a way to engage. Goes to the gravity cancel. Boomy not having it. Avoids it. Goes to the down air. Going to pick up that neutral light. Double neutral light. Unarmed. Down light. Ground pound. Goes for another ground pound. Going to try and avoid that down air. Gets caught by the ground pound by Wrench. He was ready for that. 2 stocks across the board.
That ground pound being the great equalizer here. Basically putting them even. Wrench is taking a little bit more damage. but we could see that. Oh, an Insig, the bottom side of that, picking up Wrench, putting him in that Potion Blast cloud.
And now Wrenched is in a KO percent damage-wise. It could happen right here. Goes for another Ensig. Wrench moves right out of it. Not afraid of it. Gonna come around here. Looking for a way to engage. Gets caught out by the weapon throw. Pig gets caught by Boomy's gun recovery. I thought that was Wrench for a second.
I want to give Wrenched a lot of credit here because he's not playing super defensive. He's not playing scared. I want to give him a lot of credit for that because he's on small Brawlhaven against one of the best Brawlhalla players in the world right now, and he's doing a lot of things right. Boomy just happens to be righter here. I don't want to say Wrenched is doing things wrong, but he's doing things less right than Boomy is. Boomy's offstage is insane. Wrench is making some great strides offstage as well, though. You're seeing the down airs, you're seeing the ground pounds on the edge, but he's just falling a little bit short compared to Boomy, relatively speaking.
Look at this movement from both of them. They're so good at avoiding the engagement of the other person, reading where the motion is going to go, and getting out of the way and setting up for their next attack at the same time. It really is just a precise level of play. Wrenched, so patient, waits out that downlight stacked where it's not going to hit him and gets the punish down below.
Hit. That's so crazy.
Recovery. Boomy's got Wrenched right there, right where he wants him, goes to the sig. But Wrenched picking up the KO. This is down to a final stock on small Brawlhaven, Sparky.
We've seen Boomy take like probably 4 or 5 stocks now with the unarmed recovery. So the fact that he's at a weapon disadvantage isn't really a weapon disadvantage. He has the guns. His kill options are multiple really strong signatures that he's killed with.
Whoa.
Oh, if Wrench would have taken him off the top, that would have been unreal. He has the recovery as well. He has that neutral signature. He has so many options here. Probably has a side air kill option at this moment, even if it's from the middle of the stage.
Wrenched being real careful here, not being too aggressive. Playing smart, but there it is. Boomy reading the movement, catching the recovery, getting the KO. A little bit of a fist bump right there as he does move on into top 8.
Really strong showing from Boomy.
Very strong showing.
That was a top 8 qualifier match, and Boomy 3-0'd. Like that, just take a moment
to think about
everyone
that.
Out there watching on Twitch and in the crowd, take a moment to realize what that actually means, the gravity of that situation. That's huge. Let's look at a little bit of his trip through the bracket.
Yeah, let's
once
do that.
we got to semifinals. 2-0 against Pugsy, 3-0 against Tiffany, 3-0 against Wrenched. And I don't have his pool right in front of me. He did come out on the winner's side, so he didn't lose a set. And I would be willing to bet that he hasn't lost a game today all the way into top 8.
I would believe it. If he's playing like that all day, I don't know, man.
I like Boomy with a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
I like really focused, lasered in Boomy.
It's so real, Sparky, that we could see, depending on how this next match, which is Adimestic, the boy, up against LDZ, the 2-time champion, coming up right now as they get up on stage.
Yeah, just a little bit of an update for those wanting to follow along at home. Exclamation point bracket is going to give you a link because this is top 64, so there's a buttload of matches that aren't going to be on this stream, aren't going to be on the other stream, aren't going to be basically viewable for anybody except here. So pay attention to that so you can see the updated scores and how people are moving through the bracket. Just a quick important update. LDZ did take out Cake. 3-1. Again, a thing with LDZ, you saw after all of his matches, breathing a sigh of relief, saying like,
he's nervous.
I didn't know if I was going to win this one. I proved to myself. Then he fights his next hardest opponent. Sigh of relief. Okay, building my confidence, realizing, yes, I'm climbing that ladder, getting closer and closer.
I talked to Cake right after that set finished with Cake and LDZ. I was out there. I was hoping that LDZ or Cake was going to pop off. They didn't. They're not that type of personality.
Yeah, LDZ doesn't really pop off. Even,
no, it was
like,
a bummer.
You've seen it in like the highlight videos of his BCX wins. Like, there is some triumphance, but it's more like just a, yes, I did it. It's nothing huge, which is why he's not nominated and he didn't win the biggest pop-off award.
Right, of course. But I said, Cake, you know what? I didn't see the game so much. I was like, Cake, what happened was at the end. He's like, yeah, I lost. I was like, oh man, I'm sorry. He's like, he's too good. You know, he comes in, he's too good.
He's so freaking good.
This man is too good. I can't do it. I was like, damn. We got Adimestic in there. He's been real focused today. A return to the classic vintage Adimestic. However, this challenge, LDZ versus Adimestic, is going to be incredibly brutal.
The interesting thing, though, is right before this match, something that I'm surprised about is Adimestic was up against Blood Diamond. That set was a 3-2. took it all the way to Game 5, something that I wouldn't have necessarily expected out of Blood Diamond. So congratulations to him, but also the fact that Addy has made it this far. This is a top 8 qualifier match here. This is important. If Addy wins this match, he's done for the day, but not for the weekend. He can breathe a huge sigh of relief here, but the winner of this has to go down and basically play how many more sets? They're at least going to have to play, they're going to play 2 more sets for the day, which could mean an extra 10 games. That is huge fatigue after all of the games that they've played today, all of the games they played in Top 64, the best of 5s that they've had to endure in Top 32. Fatigue is something you really have to worry about. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's a
marathon.
Huge marathon.
And these people have been going all day with tournament pressure all day. It's brutal.
And after going most of the day yesterday.
Yup, in 2s.
Man, I'm glad I'm not a player.
That feels good to be on commentary. We got here out on Small Mammoth. Addy Messick on that Val, that classic Val, white skin. You know how it is. Just not going to go ahead and pick up those gauntlets, picking up a nice down air onto LDZ. LDZ, I think, moving around, trying to figure it out. Before this match, Addy Messick did tweet out, it happened. I made it. Now I get my rematch against LDZ, and this is what is happening right now.
You know what's really funny is this is a qualifier. This isn't even top 8. Yes, this is a qualifier for top 8. This is BCX Grand Finals from before. That's how insanely good people have become in this game. That's how many top-level, high-level players there are, is you're getting Grand Finals level matches before top 8.
It's crazy. I'm like, what up? With the spear throw!
That's classic LDZ.
That was so precise.
Watch any of the other BCXs. Back when he was playing Lucian or back when he was playing Koji, he was securing so many kills without even taking a step off stage with those laser honed in weapon tosses.
Without any hesitation.
Yep.
Boom, boom for the follow-up. Addy Messick
it's like it's straight up muscle memory. It's not like, oh, hey, maybe I should try this here. It might be a good option. He knows exactly what he's doing. He has the muscle memory. It's an extension of his combo. That's the kill confirmed.
Exactly. Addy Messick did just go ahead and pick up and confirm that KO, that first stock on LDZ with that weapon throw. Coming back here, LDZ going to go ahead and pick up the lacrosse spear here. Great skin, by the way. And moving at even damage, both of them kind of just trying to figure it out. What's the way to get the advantage on my opponent?
They're both going pretty even so far here. Addy's a little bit behind in terms of damage.
Weapon throw down, gonna get punched by that sidelight. LDZ moving through, moves through just enough to hit another sidelight with that spear, getting caught out by Addy Messick's neutral. Going up, the weapon throw, giving a little bit of safety, and there's that Sig one more time to get the KO onto Addy Messick.
LDZ just throws them out so naturally. He doesn't have to fish for them. They just come out before you expect them. You're like, okay, wait. I'm looking at his positioning. Do you think he's going to signature right here? Oh, I already got hit by it.
Yeah. There's no hesitation. He knows it's like he's a robot.
Honestly, he might be a robot.
I wouldn't be surprised. Coming to LDZ, hanging over that weapon. The most beautiful dodge to bypass that first Sig, but there's the breakdance coming out from Addy Messick.
Did he just GC a sword down signature? I don't know the last time I've seen anybody
weapon
hit
throw
that or even use that signature.
Addy uses it sometimes. I've seen him like once in 2 years.
Sometimes, actually sometimes. Used it sometimes singular.
Addy gonna go ahead and pick up that sword, moving in. He did bring it back down to that final stock with a weapon throw of his own that was quite precise, getting in there. But LDZ with the gravity cancel down light, following up with a side air, moving it through, staying here. Neutral light, going through the down airs on the left side. Side air, pushing Addy Messick out to the right. Addy Messick gonna recover.
Oh, yeah.
But there it is, the KO.
That's why I'm loving this pick from LDZ. He's looking super calm right now. He didn't even, unless he breathed like a real quick, like 2-frame sigh of relief, he's just looking in the zone there, like, yep.
He's there.
See him looking up just a little bit at the monitor. That's why I'm loving this Ada pick from him, is he has a beautiful set of guns that he's played for multiple years now. And then you bring over the spear, which is in a great spot right now. Solid frames, solid hitboxes, fantastic combo options, great string options, great zone coverage. It has so many things going for it. And Ada specifically has some really good signatures too. We haven't seen all of them used, but the ones we've seen used have been used so well. That spear side signature comes out so quickly for just kind of your single swipe, just your little punctuation mark. Then you have the gun side signature as well, just kind of a couple few blasts, low risk, high reward signature. And then you have the neutral signature. Kind of, I don't want to say it's wonky, but it's just different than a lot of other signatures.
It is. The only thing going against that pick is that low defense, and even that's not an issue. If you play like LDZ, you don't get hit.
Yeah, he's not going to hit that much.
On small Enigma here, you're going to see a lot of this usage of these platforms. LDZ going to go ahead and use that right now to set himself up for this edge guard. Addy coming in with that side air. Gunnin goes for that side sig, follows up with that recovery onto LDZ. Both of them in the KO percentage. Great throw from Addy Mestic, denying that recovery from LDZ. LDZ recovering out to the left, hits that side air, pushes Addy Mestic out into a zone of control where LDZ has it, and the side air to confirm. LDZ taking first stock in the first minute.
That's his Lucian experience right there. Lucian players have side airs better than any other blaster character players in the entire world.
Because that's the only way they can confirm a KO.
Yeah, kind of.
LDZ down low, has a recovery, picks it up on Addy Mestic.
He still gets the hit too. Oh, he committed too hard. If you would have just used the chase dodge on hit to go straight up.
Yep. That being said, he's been holding this damage lead and that stock lead fairly comfortable. Neutral air coming out. Addy going to go ahead and push LDZ off on the right side, trying to use that aerial prowess of the Gauntlets to some advantage, but gets pushed out so far on the right side, goes in for the side air, goes for the ground pound so deep.
Going under the stage. Something that Gauntlet ground pound has that no other ground pound has is you can steer it left and right. That's why you saw Addy Mestic chasing LDZ under the stage there. That's why LDZ completely retreated to the other side of the stage, because he didn't want to try and contest that ground pound with all of the movement that it has in the air. Nice ground pound coming up from LDZ. Huge zone coverage. He doesn't go for another one. Interesting.
Instead, he went for the down air, and that allowed... Whoa! Okay, there's the breakdance. A little spin around.
Now I was talking about the signatures. That spear down signature you can use without having to be as precise. It has a lot of active frames, so there's hitboxes going out for quite some time, but it also covers to the left, it covers to the right, it covers stacks. So depending on where Addy Mestic was, he didn't have to be perfectly precise with like a side signature or a neutral signature or anything like that. He can cover so many options that Addy would have done.
Addy coming through, does get hit by that down air on the right side. Side air coming out from LDZ, connects, coming around. Weapon throw from Addy Mestic, unarmed on underneath guns. Kind of scary place to be. One side air, two side airs. We're going to see a third side air. No, goes instead for that sig, but the recovery out from Addy Mestic brings LDZ down to his final stock.
See you spawning in here. Addy has the gauntlets, he has the weapon advantage. LDZ is able to pick up that spear really quickly. Something that I think is really interesting is that we haven't seen necessarily huge momentum. We haven't seen huge strings. Like, that's the biggest string we've seen is 3 hits, and it's rare coming out from either player. That's just a testament to their movement, how unpredictable it can be, how much they can get out of trouble safely. Nice recovery. LDZ is going to go up 2 games now in this best of 5.
I heard that Ada click in. That Val is the same. We're not seeing a pocket swap out from Addy Mestic. They've gone to do 2 different maps so far. Where do you think they're going to go this time, Sparky?
Honestly, I don't think it maybe matters at this point. Like, Addy's just getting outplayed on on a really flat map.
Or Shipwreck.
Like Small Mammoth. Then when there's soft platforms to get in the way, like Enigma, there's nothing really specific one way or the other. Addy isn't really finding the kill options even when LDZ is in orange, so I don't know if Addy's going to be able to utilize how small this map is, but LDZ hitting those side airs when Addy's in orange, that should be something that Addy should be expecting and be very, very cautious of and scared of.
Right here off the bat, LDZ with those blasts are doing a lot of good damage on Addy Mestic, getting caught out in that down air by the side air. Another side air, that's 2 side airs. There's that N-Sig. Addy Mestic in the perfect position to avoid those hitboxes and turning the damage blasters around. But LDZ reverses it with that gun recovery.
Now that's straight a highlight off of, I can't remember what game it was and who he was facing, but that's straight an LDZ highlight off of when he was on Twilight Grove, picking up that gun recovery high up in the air, leading to the kill, just swiping that, saying, yoink, that's my stock.
Now Addy down low does get that down air, that neutral air.
Go under it. He's worried about that ground pound.
Ooh, nice dodge to the weapon throw. Picks up the neutral air. Gets caught out by those side airs from LDZ are so precise.
Addy's really struggling off that map. He's not finding any initiation so far. He does get the side air, but immediately takes a side air back and forth. That's not a damage trade that he is going to win. Side air for side air, LDZ is going to win that damage trade.
One more nair could potentially get that first stock off on LDZ from Addy Mestic. The side air going to push LDZ way out to the right side.
Oh, what? Stage spiked!
Oh! Off the corner. Brings it down to even stocks. LDZ picking up the...
He almost got that one, man. It was almost high enough. GC down signature. That's going to hit LDZ a full stock up on Addy. Going to this map was a good choice for LDZ. He won that game, so it was Addy's ban. Addy didn't ban this map.
No, he didn't.
But I think he should have. He has to worry about these early KOs from LDZ, and it's looking like if this is going to go the way that it's been going, LDZ is going to take this and solidify himself into top 8.
No,
is that going to lead to the kill? He did touch, so the movement options were reset. That's huge for Addy.
That's huge for Addy. It gives him a chance right now.
That's the shot of adrenaline. That's the epinephrine to the heart that he's going to need to find the sign of life here.
1 down air, 2 down airs.
Okay.
Oh, goes to the ground pound.
That was a huge commitment. He's got to be really careful.
Down air. And Addy's back on the ground. LDZ back on ground as well without a weapon, unarmed at the moment, but has been so comfortable with that unarmed kit, nearly getting that KO in that second stock with the unarmed recovery that we saw just a little bit ago.
Almost. You saw Addy was trying to snake that kill off the top with that recovery. Down air coming up from LDZ. He all but has Addy in kill percent right now. Ooh, picking up with the far edge.
And that's it.
Beautiful. LDZ, yet another 3-0 at this point. LDZ has to be feeling on top of the world. There is no huge sigh of relief here. I think he is fully aware of the things he has accomplished so far. He is fully aware of how well he's playing today and the possibility that he has to take the whole tournament for the 3rd freaking year in a row.
What boggles my mind about LDZ is that he shows up for BCX, but you see him online in the online tournaments, and he'll do okay sometimes.
I got his placements right here.
Yeah, but it feels like
suck.
it's never this. Him here at BCX is something else.
Autumn
entirely.
Championship, 33rd. Spring Fling, 17th. Winter Champs, 5.
Yeah.
But that's
it.
That's it for the year.
That's it for the year.
That's it for the year. And there's a reason that he's power ranked 56. That is not truly telling of his skill because he just doesn't play in online tournaments.
No.
He shows up for BCX, collects his check, and then goes home. And that's just a true testament to how much raw talent that he has, how quickly he's able to get up to speed.
Yeah. He understands this game on a fundamental level. It's in his biology. Like if you looked, you looked inside of his DNA, it would just be Brawlhalla.
It's like you have the in the DNA. What are those little guys called?
Mitochondria.
You got like the A1, and then you got the matches up to the T, and then like the C matches up to the H.
Amino acids.
All of those, they're not like A.
No, there's no
D,
H.
C, T, H or whatever. It's just all BH, 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 all the way through that double helix.
He just understands.
That's your biology lesson for the day. That is what happens if you look at his DNA under an electron microscope.
That being said, as he is done for the day, he'll be back tomorrow for
He's
that
done for the day in the best way possible.
Absolutely. A 3-0 launches himself with a great pad. But we are moving on into our next game. We have straight to the point Wilson, STTP Wilson, up here going up against Ethan.
Now we are moving down into the losers bracket here. And I don't know how well Wilson will do against Ethan. Because like in the award ceremony, most improved player, Ethan won that award. So there's not a lot of time that players have had to play against Ethan when he's been at peak Ethan.
Right. And Ethan's been playing well. He's been playing real well today. This is lower round 4, I believe. As we go into this, they're going through their legend picks. They're going through the whole setup and all of that. Getting at that button check.
Now, of course, Wilson is coming off of an Autumn Championship win that was multiple, what do you call it, seasonal championships that he won in a row. So Wilson's got to be feeling good going into this, even though he is in the loser side of the bracket. Comparing that to Ethan, I don't think these two have ever met in tournaments.
No, because Wilson is very much...
Except at Autumn Championships, when Ethan got second and Wilson got first.
So this is the rematch.
Yeah,
this is the run back.
This is the salty run back.
All right. All right. But this is fun because Ethan is the new generation, and Wilson has been around for a while.
Yeah. Meet the new boss. Will it be the same as the old boss?
You're about to find out.
We will see.
here at the Brawlhalla World Championships 2018.
Who's Ethan going to be locking in? Probably the Mordex.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet.
Probably the Mordex.
Ethan. Wilson.
Of course, you see Wilson in his Fable jersey. You see him putting the Fable icon on there. Most recently, probably one of the most recent sponsor pickups in Brawlhalla, it was November 5th was the announcement that he was going to be playing again under Fable. He's played under Fable before, then they kind of took a step back from Brawlhalla, but now they are back, and Wilson is repping them for the World Championships. What are they doing? Oh, okay, all right.
Well, Ethan wanted his name in all capitals because
I thought they were both putting their name as Wilson, and I was going to be real mad.
No, don't do it.
They had the order of their names wrong.
That happens. You know, you ever like been writing a check and write your name wrong?
Nope.
Is that because you don't write checks?
It's because I know my name.
Good for you.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Coming in here, you were right, that Mordex, we do have Ragnar. We saw that skin earlier out on stream from Wilson.
Yeah, no strange picks here. We could see Wilson move off of the Ragnar to the Bren. That's what we saw from him earlier today. I keep forgetting who he was playing against. Who the heck was he playing against, man? I watched it. I bet on it.
I cast it.
Who was he playing earlier?
That being said, this is the lower bracket, so whoever loses this set will be out of ones forever.
Pressure is on.
The pressure is on.
There are 5 games.
But there are no second chances.
Yep. Well, I mean, if you lose game 1, then there's a second chance.
No.
But, like, no big second chance. There's multiple small second chances, but no big second chance.
That's right.
So it's a lowercase 2.
Oh. I'm going to move on past that one.
It's a subscript 2. There you go.
Right off the bat, you're seeing Wilson control the weapons, control the neutral territory, go right into that guitar pick, and do a lot of good damage on Ethan. Ethan unable to get a weapon right now as Wilson is just starving him out.
He does get the gauntlets. Now Wilson is the one without a weapon, but we've seen him go in unarmed before. We probably are not going to see a lot of edge guards coming out from Wilson. The most effort he's going to put into an edge guard is like a down signature over the edge if he has guitars in his hands, possibly a side signature over the edge if he has the axe. But other than that, we're not going to see much engagement. Nice ground pound there.
Great dodge.
They were both in danger of falling to their death there, but they both had a lot of patience and were waiting for the other one to make a move so that they could capitalize and punish.
Ethan expecting the Wilson to recover out to the left side. What's what you saw, the gravity cancel there. Wilson recovering to the right gives him a little bit more space. Both of them could be KO'd by a side air or a good signature at this thing. And there it is right there. Wilson, will survive that. Coming back through, recovers down low, uses his dodge. There's the recovery, gets caught up by the side air. Down low, he should be able to get back from this with the movement alone, but the ground pound from Ethan is enough to get the KO out.
Ethan doing a great job of waiting out that 360-degree hitbox from that axe recovery. He knew that it was coming. Wilson was going to need that to get back, so he just waited for Wilson to burn all of his options and got the free punish, got the free kill there for his patience.
Hanging back, Wilson looking for a way to get in here, but Ethan pulling off some beautiful strings. There it is! Throwing Wilson down. Coming back here, there's the Nair again. And Ethan just running control in the air right now with those gauntlets. Throws them, goes to the ground pound, picks up the recovery, punishing that down air from Wilson. Wilson here unarmed in the red on his second stock. Hits the haymaker and KOs Ethan.
And what's really crazy about this is Ethan more or less has a full stock lead on Wilson right now. He's fresh on his second, meanwhile Wilson is in kill percent on his second. People don't really get leads on Wilson very much. The games that Wilson loses often goes down to last stock red or at least around last stock orange. Nobody gets huge leads on Wilson just based on the way he plays. He's able to get out of trouble fairly often. So even when he loses, he's able to at least put out decent amounts of damage on pace with his opponent. But Ethan having a huge lead here is pretty intense. That's got to be feeling good for Ethan at this point.
Wilson is just riding along with Ethan's motion. You'll see this. Ethan goes in with these side airs, with the engages with the neutral airs, and Wilson just kind of orbits around him in the similar motion. And it's crazy that control to have. Nice recovery out from Wilson. Caught it by Ethan's side air. Wilson coming through. Ethan getting the neutral eight.
As the sidelight doesn't find the Nair, but gets the weapon toss to halt any momentum. Problem is it despawns for him. Wilson's going to find the Qatar side air, tries to finish up with a weapon toss. Ethan's dodge didn't come off of cooldown in time.
Now we're down to that final stock, but it's like that second stock. Wilson is a good hit away from being KO'd. If he can extend this, though, like he's been doing with this movement, with his options, with these guitars, he could bring this back.
There's the side light. Ooh, that
Weapon
side
throw.
air could be almost actually clipped that, which might have sent at sort of a wonky, like, secondary degree angle, not straight down, which could have led to the kill. Wilson is just barely going to be able to get back. You see him using that down air to get to the wall. That signature is going to kill, and Ethan takes game 1.
We're seeing an immediate swap out from Wilson
It's
over
gonna-
to
it's
that
gotta be
Bryn.
the Bryn.
Yep, he brought the Bryn
it
out
is.
earlier today, and it worked out pretty well for him, I thought.
Yeah, the second he started struggling, that Bryn came out. And, I mean, Wilson's been known as an axe player for quite some time now. Also a little bit of guitars, going back to his Queen Nai pick, definitely on the Ragnar. But then he also has the spear carryover from the Queen Nai pick. But his spear now is light years ahead of where his spear was when he was Queen Nai. His spear when he was Queen Nai was a little bit cheesy. And now it's definitely a lot more, it's weird that I'm going to say this, but it was cheesy before, but now it's meaty.
No, I get it.
There's sustenance to it. He gets wonderful strings. He can command a lot of zone potential. He can hit signatures really well, but so far he is struggling here in this matchup against Ethan because he has the axe and he was struggling earlier with Ragnar.
But there's the weapon swap. You're going to see it right now into that spear that you were just talking about, Sparky, into that recovery, immediately into the neutral eight. Hovers over Ethan, hits that side air. Good motion from that down air. Going to switch back to the axe here, keeping Ethan on his feet. I think that was more to keep Ethan from getting a weapon.
Yeah, definitely.
But Ethan going to go ahead and pick up that scythe. And this is a scary place to be. Ethan's scythe is on point.
There's the weapon toss. He's trying to keep Wilson weapon starved.
Nice recovery. Just barely pushing Wilson up top. Wilson back to the spear. Recovery coming out. What?
Just an easy jump ground pound. Just like I don't want to call it a basic gauntlet. It's like a gauntlet 101 move that a lot of players don't go for because it's sort of obvious, so a lot of people will expect it and punish it. But I think because of that, people stop doing it for long enough that, like, Brawlhallas can be kind of cyclical, so now it's vintage, so people are doing it again.
Ethan going to try and keep Wilson away from this weapon. Well, not going to happen. The side sig immediately popping out of that weapon pickup. Going to even up the stocks here. Wilson keeping the weapons away from Ethan, preferring to use the spear here. Like you said, that's the new weapon. That's the variety here. Down. Yep, prep that second spear. Goes to that side light. Ethan picking up the neutral light. Neutral air in the air. Unarmed. Side air coming out from Ethan.
Ethan maintaining this tiny, tiny lead right now. Just a little bit of a lead on Wilson.
If you look at Ethan's movement, notice that he's always moving. There's never a point when he's not dashing forward or backwards, no matter what. Great pickup on that signature. Throws down. The weapon throw doesn't hit, but there is the dodge. Wilson could have gotten back from that.
Could he have faded over to the right and just barely clipped that corner?
I think he could have.
I think he could have,
I think it would have been real close, but
he was expecting Ethan to chase that kill and to fully commit so he could pick up the nair to get the chase dodge on hit, chase dodge straight up and then get over into the wall. But Ethan didn't commit to it.
Wilson going for that engagement here. Ethan wants that neutral air. Pick up that string. Start that string. Goes to the gravity cancel. Sideline again. Avoids the N-Sig out from Wilson. Wilson though getting a good pogo right there into that sider with the weapon throw. Back recovery coming out. Ethan switching out to the scythe. Down light. Immediately swaps it around. Go ahead and pick up that nair, but Wilson dodges through it.
If he would have picked up that nair, that would have been probably the game there because he would have turned it around, utilizing that active input, further putting Wilson to the side. He would have gotten one jump back from getting hit, but he would have already burned so many options. Ethan probably would have hit either an easy weapon toss or an easy ground pound right along the wall for the kill, and that would have been the game. He is still holding on to a really solid lead right now. All but has Wilson in kill percent at this point.
Big hits there. I mean, Ethan is up a stock at the moment. Nice engagement from Ethan, throwing the weapon. Gets the side air, and this could be it. Nice dodge through. Can recover, did get the wall touch. Ethan does not hit the down air. Into that scythe pickup. Is game 2 going to go the way of Ethan?
Expecting a high recovery with that gravity cancel side signature, but Wilson went just over the corner.
See Ethan going for those recoveries that would KO right now. But there's the axe recovery, knocking Ethan up off the top of the map.
Wilson looking to tie this set up rather than going 0-2 against Ethan in this best of 5. There's the downlight into the gravity cancel neutral signature.
Ethan getting the weapon pickup, getting punished from it. Wilson building up his damage awfully fast.
Ooh, the backside of that down air hitting. Ethan looking like he's struggling, trying to find the opening here. Not just the opening, but the opening with a kill move. You're seeing him throw out more and more signatures trying to fish for this kill.
Nice side air from Wilson. Building up that damage, evening this up real quick. Very effectively dodges through the recovery. Nice weapon throw, Ethan unarmed. Wilson throws the weapon up to protect himself as he does get rid of it. Weapon starving Ethan some more.
Wilson has no problem staying on the main platform. If Ethan wants to sit up there on the soft platform, Wilson has really no problem with that. That's just kind of the guy Wilson is if you want to wait it out, he will wait it out. Doesn't pick up that GC neutral signature that might have led to the kill. Ethan is really not finding what he needs right now.
There it is, off the edge.
How many signatures did he throw out with no connection for probably over a minute? And then he finally finds that one after Wilson brought him to kill percent. That's a big sigh of relief. You see it in his shoulders and his body posture. He's got to be feeling good right now. He is one game away from knocking Wilson out of the tournament.
That was so close, I think, to not hitting Sparky.
Yeah.
When you look at it, it was if you went back and you enhanced it like CSI and you looked at the per pixel hitbox, it would be like 3 pixels.
Yep.
Which is crazy.
You probably have to really zoom in too. That's one of those things that people would post on the Twitter and be like, "Does this hit?" Except it would be like I actually don't know if it hit.
Right.
What is going on here? We're seeing the double character swap to double default skins. Wilson coming in with the Orion, Ethan coming in with the Hattori. Now, the Hattori pick from Ethan is weird, but not 100% unexpected. I don't know if Wilson has been playing this Orion since he's been at BCX in singles. I haven't seen a Wilson game
a single one
until this one, except for the set that I watched before where he played the Ragnar into the Bren.
Nice engagement from Wilson, though, doing some good work onto Ethan. I mean, you still have that spear shared between all of the legends.
Yeah, but does Wilson have a lance? That's my question.
Does he need one? Probably.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. Here we're going to see
that
that
he has it now, and it's like, oh, he might throw it away, but then he's unarmed, and the weapon spawn's going to come in. Oh, maybe Ethan's not going to go for it. He's going to try and go for this unarmed. Wilson is not throwing away.
Ethan. No.
He's holding onto this, throwing out that nice side signature. It backs you up just a little bit and pops you off of the ground. So really, really low grounded attacks like a gun downlight, you can skip right over that.
That was a great prep from Wilson there. The jump into immediate side air for the punish on Ethan.
Ethan again with a lead here against Wilson. That's going to kill. And he is opting for the lance.
He is opting for the lance. This is something that I think no one could ever have prepped or seen Wilson do. If you don't know Wilson, if you're not sparring with him on a regular basis, how do you know how to deal with his lance? That's a beautiful string ending in that end sig into that down air there. Ethan looking for a way to engage here, but spot dodge comes out. You're going short range against a long range weapon into that spear pickup. And Ethan being very comfortable right now, going unarmed, gets caught up by that side air into the weapon throw. And Wilson is already back to this lance, hits that down air, putting out the pressure. Ethan spot dodges to pick up that unarmed punish into that spear pickup. So now Ethan has a little bit more range and can engage and break into Wilson's defense a little bit better, but throws the spear away, getting caught out by that side air. And now damage is even. What is happening, Sparky?
Yeah, Wilson was making that lead smaller and smaller and smaller. Now it is dead even. Ethan looking to break that lead up, make it just a little bit bigger, hit the signature, but it didn't lead to the kill. Orion has more defense than I always remember. I always remember him just being maybe like middle of the row, maybe a little bit less than that.
No,
that side air's not going to kill. He does have the in-air movement options on this lance to get back to the platform without expending jumps. So his survivability will be longer. That unarmed recovery not killing just yet.
Weapon throw, Ethan now with the range advantage on these attacks. Goes for the longest ground pound in history. Wilson just avoids it. Nice, accurate weapon throw. Ethan, another one, does not pick up the spear. And now Wilson has that range advantage against the unarmed. But no, the clash!
He contests it and ends up winning because of it. Now Wilson has the lead. This Orion pick, brother, it's working.
Ethan really wants to get this KO, is really looking for anything. The ground pound could do it, but Wilson should have that recovery to get back. Ethan moves on that wall, moving back into that sword pickup. Spot dodge into the downlight. Wilson ready with that three-piece punish into the nair. Another nair. We're going to see a triple nair.
Juggle. Keep juggling with those nairs. That's something that I didn't see from the Penguin earlier that I wanted to see more of when he was playing Brax, is juggling with nairs. It feels so good to hit when you're the Lance player, and if you're not the Lance player,
it feels so
oh my gosh,
bad.
It's the worst. It is so tilting to get hit by 2 or 3 nairs.
Ethan coming around the right side. Looking for the way to get the KO. Goes for the NSIG. Not going to hit. Going to get punished out of it. Wilson has Ethan already basically in the red here. That NSIG might not have KO'd, but a couple more hits, and Ethan will be in a very, very dangerous territory. That could do it. Downlight recovery gets the KO, but now Ethan has to close that damage gap to bring this back to parity.
And Wilson has a Lance. If I'm Ethan, I'm worried right now. He's not getting the better of the damage trades with this Lance.
Ethan's being a lot more careful now. You see him being very, very calculating about how he engages, about what he's using to engage, thinking about how Wilson is going to engage into him. Nice neutral light coming out there. That side air, unfortunate for Ethan, does push him quite far out. Ethan needs to get the wall touch.
No.
He got the wall touch. He got the touch for the down air, and that's it. Wilson with the Orion swap takes game 3.
Ethan with that critical error. Wilson seeing it, thinking, knowing how to punish it, using that gigantically long thrown hitbox when you toss that Lance down to cover so much area, and then not just taking that, but continuing to go down there knowing that Ethan was in a bad spot. I don't know what Ethan's doing right now. I don't know if he's...
I want to know what Wilson is thinking.
He might be reconnecting his controller or something. If I'm Wilson, I'm obviously still sticking with this Orion pick.
But you look at Wilson, it almost looked like he's a little concerned. Or not concerned, but...
I don't think so.
No.
I think it's a tasteful smile.
It's a tasteful smile?
Like, he's not grinning from ear to ear like a psychopath. But I think it's a tasteful smile.
Yo, Ethan, not fazed by it, still looks ready, still looks in. Check out that crowd behind him, dude.
It's building.
All those people. It's lovely. Going right on in. Ethan over to Val. Wilson sticking with the Orion. And Ethan is rocking the the Addy Mestic skin.
Yeah, this is the straight up Addy setup. Dragon Slayer Val in the white color scheme. Meanwhile, STTP Wilson over here with the default color scheme, default skin Orion.
Ethan hanging back here with the weapon throw, goes into the neutral light. Downlight, side air, gravity canceled. Doing some good damage, keeping things even, keeping things neck and neck. A little bit of a change here with that Val pickup. Nice on the unarmed catch onto Wilson, punishing it. That Sig. Coming out, Ethan with the nair. Spot dodges and just moves away, goes to the ground pound. Picks up the nair, goes to the ground pound. Wilson up above, recovers back up top. Dodge from Ethan to avoid that side air. Nice pickup from Ethan into the ground pound. Wilson will not be able to get back from that. That's a 40-second stock with Ethan hardly taking any damage.
Bro, this Val pick, that's the one.
That's the one.
That's the one.
That's the one.
Now maybe if that little tasteful smile from before might be turning into some concern, he might be worried right now. Again, Ethan now completely tying it up, except he's up 1 stock.
Gonna go into those gauntlets. Those gauntlets doing so well for him in this setup already. Does not get caught
How
out.
did he spot dodge that?
I don't
if
know.
that was me in ranked, I would have just gotten
He
killed.
moved. He moved a little to the left, and the spot dodge, I think.
I'm mad. Like, I'm happy for him, but I'm mad. I would have gotten hit by that. If I would have done the exact same thing, I would have been hit.
Yeah, it says you're not Ethan.
That's true. If only.
If only. Wilson looking for that.
Nice.
Going for those down sigs.
And that's kind of like LDZ was doing earlier with the Ada Spear down sig, is it covers both sides and it covers the stacked option.
It's a very good defensive move right there, but Ethan, unfazed, goes right into the gauntlet pickup, tries getting that slide side sig, goes in the ground pound, gets caught out by the side air from Wilson. Neutral light coming up from Ethan. Hanging back here. Weapon guarding. Wilson not having the ground pound. Stacked.
Yeah, that's stacked ground pound coming right out. Ethan holding on to this full stock lead that he has over Wilson. Now the Orion switch up was the little dash of flavor that he needed to stay in this, but it's looking like Ethan has it completely figured out. And if Ethan wins this, Wilson won't have the option to change it up again. It'll be 3-1, and Wilson will be knocked out, and Ethan will be moving on.
Nice engagement with those down airs. There's the recovery, goes to the nair, not going to hit. Wilson throwing out nair of his own, but Ethan ready with the double, with the recovery at the end. Wilson nearly getting knocked out there on his final stock in the red.
More than a full stock lead up. Ethan has a ton of damage that he can take. he can just get juggled back and forth. And as long as he doesn't die, he has a huge lead. Wilson's looking to even up the stocks at least, except he's in kill percent.
That was a great denial of the NC with the weapon throw. Ethan knew it was coming. Ethan up top has that sword. Wilson just being real careful here, hits a huge neutral light.
That's going to put a lot of space between him and Ethan. Ethan is going to engage. He's going to hit that falling side air. Tries to pick up the gravity cancel delay. One more recovery has to kill.
The Nair so close to killing.
One more Nair has to kill, right? Unless it's down on the platform. He's looking for it. He tried to hit the Nair there. Gravity cancel Ensig. He's looking for the kill option. He doesn't want to have to fight Wilson last stock to last stock, but that's what he's going to have to do here.
And Wilson going to play super, super, super calculated, super careful here. Going to try not to get hit. One good hit. If that had hit, that would have done it.
Ethan's got to be stressing out after that hit. Gravity cancel sidelight, an interesting choice there. Wilson's building up the damage. Juggles just a little bit. Ethan isn't finding the kill option that he needs. Still isn't finding it. Picks up the gauntlets. Is he going to go for a side signature? Oh! Again, another kill option that he isn't able to find. Ethan has to be on pins and needles right now.
The down air, Wilson building that damage piece by piece by piece. The weapon throw.
Look how far that's sitting. That's sitting off screen.
Oh, Wilson!
Oh my gosh!
Calculated.
He really just
did. He did. He really just did calculated.
Like 5 kill options in a row. That is so disrespectful. I love it. Coming out from Ethan, that has to be a huge sigh of relief. The problem is, it's still more trial by fire. He's still on the loser's side of the bracket. He can't breathe too heavy just yet.
Because he's going up against Koslix.
He's going up against Koslix, the winner of DreamHack Austin, who is continuing on through this loser's bracket. Who is Koslix taking out? Koslix.
Hermison.
Knocked out iThrow, knocked out Blue, knocked out Hermison. That's 2 EU players in a row, by the way.
Yep.
And then the winner of Koslix versus Ethan will be moving on to face Addy. So if that's Koslix, he is just straight up adding notches to his belt of that says United States back-to-back World War champs.
Oh my goodness. Wow, what a set that was. We're going to move on. We're going to bring in some NA talent and some worldwide talent here. We got the man, the myth, the legend, Tiger coming in for losers round 5, going up against Phazon.
I can't believe Tiger made it this far.
Really?
I mean, he's struggled at BCX in the past.
Yo, but this is it. This is his BCX, man.
Absolutely.
He's making that lower bracket run right now.
I mean, he is one match before the qualifying match for top 8 on the loser side of the bracket.
He's got to take out. Oh, he's going the gauntlet, Phazon, and then Lil Capped.
He's got to take out one, and he's got to take out his boy.
He's got to take out the team kill.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Meanwhile,
it's gonna be tough.
It looks like on the other stream we got Axo and Blood Diamond going off right now. That's gonna be a good game. What else we got?
Let's see a couple updates. The winner's side of top 8 has been solidified. LDZ took out Adimestic 3-0. We saw that. Boomy took out Wrench 3-0. We saw that. Isidru 3-1'd Noel. We didn't get a chance to see that, but Isidru is now on the winner's side of top 8. And Sandstorm took out Lil Capped 3-1. That is your winner's side. On the loser's side, we have Noel waiting for his top 8 qualifier. We have Lil Capped waiting for his top 8 qualifier. We have Wrenched waiting, and we have Adimestic waiting. So we are now into losers round 5. Round 6 is those top 8 qualifier matches. So it's whittling down ever closer bit by bit.
Oh, man. And I was looking down there too, right? Because it's not only that. Can you scroll up on your bracket a little bit? Noel will have to fight Blood Diamond, potentially his teammate.
But
if Blood Diamond takes out Axo.
Worthy of note, I don't think he cares about knocking out his teammate because Tiger was playing Blood Diamond earlier, and guess who showed up for a little bit of mid-set coaching? It was Noel. Guess which player
did he coach Tiger? Did he coach Tiger?
Steve straight up leaned over to me. It was like top 10 anime betrayals. Noel coaches Tiger against Blood Diamond.
What? All right, we got Phazon in there locking in, getting focused. This is the button check in small Brawlhaven. I'm excited for this match, Sparky.
I am too. I'm glad to see Phazon moving this far.
He's in NA. He's one of my. I like him as an NA player.
I love him as an NA player. He's one of my favorites to watch. But this year we've seen him fall prey to some serious chokes, some huge throws, games that he should have won, sets that he should have won.
Time and time again.
But he's made it this far today. He's been playing solid today. One of my favorite Blasters players to watch. Him and Cody Travis and Boomy are my top 3 favorite Blasters players. I'm going to add LDZ in there, but that's like,
okay.
That's once a year. That's like, when you go to church on Christmas and Easter.
Santa Claus.
Yeah.
I want to point out, too, that there was at one point we brought Lil Cap on for an interview on a Brawl League stream.
Okay.
And Faison came in later and said, I just want you to know.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
You remember that? He was like, I want you to know that I'm the one who does the talking for our team. I was like, okay, you throwing shade.
Faison is the brains. Lil Cap is the me play hammer, me spot dodge, me stomp, me side air. And that's about it.
All right. Right off the bat, Small Mammoth Fortress. Tiger rocking the Emperor. Rocking the Koji that he always does.
Ooh, almost picking that up just a little bit too far in front of Tiger for the stacked part of that hitbox on the downlight.
Nice neutral air coming from a Tiger. Downlight into that down air. Tiger has that damage lead right now. And the thing Tiger has going for him too is his play style is not NA and it's not EU. It's something new and a little scary.
That's good and bad for him.
Yes.
Because he doesn't have the top tier talent to practice against. That's why he's struggled so much in the past, is you can only get so good in your region. Because North America and EU are the top regions in this game without a doubt. The fact that he's not able to practice against those players throughout the year means if you don't practice with the best, then you're probably not going to be the best. So that's something that Tiger, whenever he comes to these tournaments, he has to get up to speed so quickly. It's working for him so far as he immediately evens that up.
This is going to be a close set, I think. Tiger hanging out on the left side, moving out, trying to engage. Faison comfortable being unarmed, but now just coming back to pick up that bow. Goes to the down air, but going to get caught out a little bit by Tiger. Side air being very precise, getting that punish on that down air yet again. Tiger moving back, not afraid to disengage when he feels like it's safe. The side air goes into that chase down air, but Faison moves through it. Weapon throw. Dodge. Faison picking up a nice little string there out of that bow.
Nice downlight into the side air. Coming out from Faison. You see him looking for maybe some kill options.
And Tiger's damage is up there right now, but Tiger picks up a huge downlight side air with the weapon throw, but Faison moves right on through it. Not going to be bothered by it.
Falling there. Faison has just a little bit of a lead right now. You're seeing him stay really grounded.
Tiger moving back, going to go ahead and pick up that sword. Faison moving through. Very comfortable being unarmed like we saw just a little bit earlier on the stock side. Are going to give Faison the chance to pick up those blasters. Goes to the instant, going to get punished with a downlight. Down air out from Tiger. Tiger hitting that side air with the weapon throw follow through. Goes in, wants that hit, goes to the gravity cancel downlight. Going to get punished, but moves around the hitbox of that Ensig, but has been kept airborne quite a while.
Nice down air coming out from Faison. Too bad for him that it's not over on the edge. It ended up bouncing Tiger off the main platform. It's going to cut out so much of his momentum. Oh, that's going to be the kill right there. Faison continuing to hold just this teeny tiny lead.
It is really tiny. Is the Tiger going to do a repeat of stock number 1 and get the KO right away? Dude, he is not getting hit by those blasters just now.
Neutral lights from Faison doing a great job of covering the grounded approach and the aerial approach. Both times Faison hit those, it was an aerial approaching Tiger that got plucked.
Tiger now with a bow, trying to find a way to get the KO. Goes to the grab cancel side save.
So much damage coming out from Faison, getting Tiger closer and closer to kill percent. Almost having enough range on that side signature to take Tiger out. What? It's going to be the Ensig off the top from basically ground level, and Faison is just going to yoink that out from Tiger, saying, "Oh, you want to get the quick turnaround kill in stock 1? That's fine. You can have that. Oh, you think you're going to get it in stock 2? No way. I'm going to put out this big damage. Anytime that you want to aggress onto me, I'm going to hit you out of that. I'm going to put out big damage, and I'm going to continue my momentum."
Right. You do see Tiger there unfazed, getting maybe a little tired.
It's been a long day.
Dude flew in yesterday.
It's been a long
he flew in Thursday.
day.
But getting right back into it, ready to brawl out here on Shipwreck Falls. Tiger gets that first weapon, goes through throw, picks it up, getting those nairs in, trying to rack up the damage just a little bit. Double nair out from Faison, goes for a triple. Side air.
Phazon's guns are looking top tier today, so clean. Again, another down air. He's forced Tiger onto the Asuri pick. What are Tiger's Katars going to look like on Phazon? That's sort of one of the important things about the guns into Katar matchup is once Katars get onto guns, they can stick to them like glue. If you're able to chase after your opponent well enough, you can stay stuck to them like glue and rip them to shreds. But if you're not able to get onto your opponent, then you can't do anything. Phazon is going to basically have the range advantage in every single engagement unless Tiger is able to get in, and he is struggling to get in.
Although he's getting that downline side air, see if he's going to follow it up. Another one, this could KO if there's a follow-through with it. Phazon going to try and avoid that, does get the wall touch, is back safe, throws the weapon, immediately picks it back up to get that string out of it, but downline recovery, gravity cancel, of course, will confirm that KO.
Evening it up. Stock to stock, damage to damage, but that was the case last game, and we saw how that happened.
Nice, almost a dare loop there. Getting a lot of good work in with his Katars, has Phazon a little bit on the back foot. Once Tiger can break into that defense, Tiger's in a good position, but Phazon will not let that happen, it seems like.
Oh, almost picking up that second swing. There's the down signature. It's going to bounce off the stage, cutting a lot of the momentum. Going dead even so far, almost.
Spot dodge.
Tiger's able to spot dodge through that side signature. The side light, ooh, gets interrupted from that side heavy. Man, Phazon's guns are looking so good. There's the side light, tries to pick up the neutral signature. Nice weapon toss in the moment, and that is going to be it. You saw Phazon realize that Tiger didn't have any more in-air movement options. He wasn't going to be able to get back. So rather than Phazon going back up the way he came, possibly taking a hit from Tiger, giving Tiger the chase dodge on hit, Phazon completely disengaged and went under the stage because he knew that he himself had enough movement options to get back safely to the other side.
Tiger looking for this KO on stock number 2, getting caught out again by those blasters. Down air coming through. There's so much damage. Just hit that unarmed side air. Goes into the Katars, maybe looking for a side air, maybe looking for a ground pound, looking for some KO option right now. Neutral air doing a lot of force considering it's a neutral air. Hanging back here, goes. Oh. What a dodge from Phazon.
Oh, dropping the recovery. He wasn't able to steer far enough to the right to pick up what probably would have led to the kill. And again, we're seeing a mirror image of what we saw last game, even with the character swap, even with the stage swap. Tiger is in kill percent while Phazon is on his second stock. That recovery is going to take him out, but it's looking like too little too late. Tiger's damage output so far has just not been able to put up with this huge lead that Phazon has.
Tiger going in for the gravity cancel, and there it is with the neutral sig. Phazon taking game number 2.
Phazon looking strong. You see that hoodie he's wearing? That is Mentality Esports, one of the more recent orgs to come into the Brawlhalla scene. Now, Mentality also has a Smash player. I believe it is Toussaint, who is also a pretty solid player as well. So Mentality knows a thing or two about picking up platform fighter players.
Sparky, if you sponsored a player.
Cake.
Okay. Why is that?
He's my friend.
Okay. That's the best reason I've heard all day.
Yeah.
I like that.
I would be a bad businessman and talent scout. Like, Cake's good, but Cakes is my friend.
We got that Ragnar swap out here from Tiger. But Phazon, again, this Diana from Phazon has been unstoppable. Moves in. The movement is clean. Neutral air is coming out from Tiger.
Oh. Are we going to see? Oh, we saw the ground pound start to be queued up, but Tiger was able to interrupt it. There's the downlight into the nair. Phazon again controlling the ground, just waiting for Tiger to come back down because he knows that he has to.
Tiger moving through, but Phazon getting the punish out on him. Unarmed right now in the red, in that KO zone, has that axe. That axe is a crazy axe skin, by the way. It's wild. Phazon, though, setting up for that KO. Side air out from Tiger.
Now I wonder with this Ragnar pick if Tiger's going to have a little bit more luck here. That is going to lead to the first kill again. Faison getting the first kill, solidifying the lead. So far, once he gets a lead, he holds on to it for the rest of the set, the rest of the game. But I wonder if Tiger's going to have a little bit easier time killing, maybe if he has the axe in his hands, because those side airs, those down airs on the edge, those recoveries, his kill potential is a lot higher because he has a lot more higher force moves.
However, you said it in the second game, is that Faison's blasters were just...
Bro, they're nutty.
They're unstoppable.
This is like peak Faison blasters.
Yeah.
This is like back before he switched over to Val.
Yeah, it is.
Back when he was the leader of the Blasters Discord with Cody Travis. This was back when he was my favorite Blasters player in the game.
That's working out so well for him. Tiger not able to get a punish there to push Faison off the top. Coming around here, Faison unarmed at the moment. Goes to that spot dodge, avoids the engagement there. Throws that signature Tiger, ready with the turnaround with that neutral air. Throws his guitars out, goes for the slide and heavy, neutral heavy. But into this axe, goes for the neutral, not going to hit. Faison avoiding that neutral sig out from Tiger. Tiger really wants this KO, but Faison basically a whole stock up ahead at this point.
Now 2 stocks.
2 stocks.
2 entire stocks. Oh, and he's throwing out the mentality flag. It's looking like this is going to be Faison's game and set. Tiger finds the clap back, going to throw out those sunglasses, friendly deal with the taunt, and Faison's lead has just been getting bigger and bigger as the sets go on.
Faison not even breaking a sweat here.
Back to back, almost 3. Oh my gosh, look at the damage he's able to put out so quickly. From like white to red in basically 10 seconds.
Not even quicker than that, and he's just ready. He keeps doing it.
Oh my gosh!
And
that
it comes
killed.
up. He waves. Faison saying goodbye. This game is mine. Tiger doesn't have an answer right now. What's the answer?
It hasn't been any of the character swaps so far. I mean, he's basically going to need a Hail
Faison
Mary
is
right now.
literally only ground pounding.
Oh, he's doing the immediate like ground cancel ground pound where it comes out like straight away.
Yep.
That's tech right there.
It's like he's hopping. The weapon throw, down air coming out from Faison, going to recover out to the left side. Tiger up top, going to switch out to the guitars, avoids the haymaker, goes out for the neutral sig. Down light coming through. Ground pound, big slab going for it. Goes to the ground pound. Tiger down low. Can he get back?
Done.
That's it.
And Faison, yet another 3-0 that we've seen in this top 32 so far. That's got to be feeling good for Faison moving into this. That is going to be Faison moving on to his qualifier match for top 8 against
his teammate,
Lil Cap.
It's real. It's happening. It's live right here, Brawlhalla World Championship 2018.
I'm trying to pull up if these 2 guys have faced each other before. My laptop died because I've been using it for so long today. Talk about stuff.
Okay. For you, anything, Sparky.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I got you. We will be going into Noel's match next. Now, I believe Noel will be going up against... I'm not sure.
I can tell you that one.
Can you tell me?
Hold on, yeah.
That's a blank right now in my knowledge. But no, actually, hold that phone. We're watching Wrenched and Remy next.
Yeah, Noel's going to be going up against the winner of Axo and Blood Diamond, which is playing on Data FGC stream right now.
Okay. Thank you, Sparky.
Yeah, Addy Mestic is also waiting on the winner of Ethan and Kosalix for their qualifier match into the losers bracket.
Yes. Chat, folks, I hope you are out there. I hope you've been putting your opinions out there. Who do you want to win? Who is the person you want to take this game?
Okay.
Your perfect top 8. Who is it going to be? I asked some people around here before. I can't remember who it was, but they said top 4 are going to be Sandstorm, Ethan, Noel, and Boomy.
If Sandstorm and Ethan make top 4.
Oh, and LDZ. Someone said no LDZ. Someone was like, he's not going to do it this year.
I had my questions about whether he was going to do it this year because last year I was talking to Boomy about whether LDZ was going to show up this year and do work. And he was like,
work.
Yep, he's going to show up and do work. And then I just didn't hear that this year. Obviously, it was still happening, just unbeknownst to me. But yeah, that was my big question mark going in. It's just like, is he going to show up? I'm sure he's going to be good because you don't just lose that.
No.
He has so much raw talent that he's not just going to lose that.
But
my phone is struggling to load right now.
There's a thing, you say raw talent, and I think you got to give a little bit of credit for the work that he puts in.
Yeah, definitely.
Right? Because you can have talent but it's clear that the dude has been honing that talent, molding that talent, creating something new out of that talent.
He takes the foundation
and he builds it up.
Builds the house.
I don't even know how long he's been prepping just for BCX. You know, I heard from some players that he's been grinding. He's been grinding a lot.
Well, everyone else is playing Maple Story.
Apparently it's really good.
And Kung Foot.
Kung Foot's so good.
And LDZ was out here practicing for the World Championship.
It's so good. It's legitimate. We got Wrench there. Getting ready, getting set in. On the side, you got Remy. This is lower bracket, lower 6.
Wrench coming off of an 0-3 loss against Remy's teammate, the Mr. Boomy.
Glowbox.
Yo,
Glowbox.
It's just for button check.
It's just for a button check.
I hope he just starts throwing that neutral signature, showing what that tongue do. I still don't know who decided that Glowbox should look faded. He's straight
it's
up.
that eye. It's the one eye.
Like he straight up looks faded. Do it. Do it. You have the hammer.
The hammer
Do
is
it.
so good.
Wrong one. Do the insig. Do it. No. No. Do the neutral signature.
They might. No, nothing for you, Sparky.
What a tease. That's messed up.
Koji. With the defense stance that is Suri out.
That's Remy.
Yep. Remy. How long now has Remy been with his org? 2 years? It's been a long time.
He's probably the longest with any org that anyone's been with any org.
I can't think of anyone else other than him.
It's like Remy and Ithro, both with STDX, by the way.
Yep.
Obviously, what's-his-face Noel has shopped around with multiple orgs. Now he's been with SSG for a while, and unless they drop him for some crazy reason, if I were him, I would stay with them.
Yeah. Seems like a sweet deal.
Doppy recently got picked up by T2. Crocky a few months before that. But other than that, yeah, I think Remy has probably been with his org for the longest. I think he got picked up by STDX before Wrench got picked up by Wildcard.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So yeah, that would be my guess.
Here we go. This is not button check. This is the game. This is legitimate. Wrench moving in immediately into that sword pickup, pushing Remy out to the left side, not allowing Remy to get in. Remy moving in, just getting that falling nair, goes into that bow pickup, goes into the down air. Here's the chase following through.
Trying to look right now if these two have faced each other before. Remy did lose to Wrenched in DreamHack Austin.
DreamHack Austin. Okay. Wrenched, hanging back here, just throwing out a lot of swords, very comfortable, has Remy in the red, has Remy in that KO zone, right where Wrench wants him, goes for the gravity cancel down line, doesn't hit it though. Remy is too maneuvering, too good at avoiding that engagement, hanging back here on that Koji, gets caught up by the down air from Wrench, Wrench rolling right into that recovery, a double recovery there, trying to pick up Remy, knows that if that last frame of that recovery hits and the force is applied, he could very well get a KO off the top, even here on Small Mammoth Fortress.
Doing a great job trying to even up this damage. Has Wrenched in the orange, back-to-back side lights, and the side air. The weapon toss is going to clash with Remy's side air, but it's going to be a damage change in his favor. Ooh, almost getting the final frames of that. Wrench was able to dodge through it. Neutral signature just barely missing. Wrench staying on the wall, getting out of the way, clinging to that wall, getting away from that bow weapon toss.
I'm really curious to see what Wrench is going to be able to do. I like to switch over to the sword because you have a little bit more range with it than guitars, but Remy was having none of that. Gravity cancel downlight recovery to get the KO right there. You can hear the clapping in the background. 2 stocks apiece, both clean. Basically a total of reset at the moment. Wrench getting that neutral engagement with the unarmed so he can get the guitars moving in. Just Nairs. There's the down air. Side there's the dare loop just a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Almost
nice.
Picking up another one. He got Remy's dodge, so he wanted to continue that to really put out that big damage.
Remy's movement so clean, just moving right back, throwing out that neutral light. Downlight recovery coming out right there, too. Even damage, the 2 players are neck and neck.
D-Light side air. Wrenched is actually behind in terms of damage right now. Remy has taken the lead, but just a little bit. No edge guard situation coming out from Remy. He just wants to maintain stage control, stay in the middle of that stage as far away from the blast zones as possible.
Side air from Wrenched into that signature.
Oh,
great
punish. A little bit
punish.
of a late punish there.
Remy used his dodge already, but had that extra jump to get through. Nice movement through dashes before the side light hits, before those frames come out.
Recovery not quite. It's going to end up sending to the right or to the left all the way there. The down signature, I thought that might not have enough mustard on it to kill on that top left.
It was
don't
close.
Usually want to send up there unless you have like a really strong signature with great startup frames and great hitboxes like that down signature, because it sends your opponent to basically the farthest away kill box that you possibly could.
Wrenched looking to pick up the KO onto Remy right now. That recovery, unfortunately, not enough to do it. The second one should do it, and that brings it down to the final stock. This has been a fairly long game as far as these things go. Nearly 3 minutes, a little past 3 minutes in here. They're only on their final stock.
Remy waiting just a little bit to pick up that weapon. It is the sword. The one that he's kind of been focusing the most on here against Wrench. Has been working really well. Wrench now behind probably about 25 to 30 damage, which with the low hits per move that Katars has.
Great pickup on the gravity cancel there by Wrench coming around here on the right side. Remy, he controls the weapons.
Nice side light coming out from Remy, forcing Wrench onto the side. The down signature is going to kill. Remy's going to take game one. He's wearing his glasses.
What?
He's wearing his glasses, Remy is.
Yeah, this is a real game for him. He's super focused.
Earlier in pools, or at least yesterday, I haven't seen him in pools today, or any of his games today, but earlier yesterday when he was in pools playing twos with Rem, or with Boomy, he was not wearing his glasses.
I wonder why that would be.
I don't know.
We could ask him, but...
Yeah, I'll ask him.
Okay, let me know what he says.
I will.
Thank you. Coming here right into game number 2, same map, same legends, same skins, same everything, but maybe not the same result. Going in, a little bit of back and forth. Remy going to go ahead and not get that first weapon. No, he will get that first weapon and will immediately try and guard and picks up the bow here up against Wrench, who is unarmed. But Wrench on phase by gets to pick up a little bit of a neutral light into that unarmed recovery, into the Katar pickup, which follows with the Nair. Coming down side light. And Wrench punishing Remy. Going down, agree with the ground pound.
Yeah, Rich just kind of really going for it here, and Remy is continuing it as well. We didn't see a lot of edge guard situations earlier. We saw Remy just mostly maintain that main stage, that main platform control, but it's looking like he feels a little bit more confident on the edge. He's willing to go for that. He saw the lead that he was able to get last game, and he may want to try and extend that lead to give himself a little bit more of a cushion where he can make some mistakes.
Nice neutral coming out from Wrench, goes into the signature. No punish from Remy. Remy unarmed at the moment. Wrench baiting that weapon, but Remy on phase by, goes for the downline, picks up the weapon, but Wrench in there, goes for the slap, dodges through the down air from Remy. Remy on the right side coming up. Up top, hits the recovery, pushes Wrench back up top. Wrench throws out the Katars, picks them back up after landing a very meaty side air onto Remy.
Wrench doing a great job overspacing the side light that came out from Remy. He ends up getting punished as Remy dashes through. And Wrench is actually the one going up. He has a little bit of a lead right now. He's just like right on the border of kill percent. So it's going to take some really good positioning or like a side signature. I don't think a down signature would kill at this point, but it's going to take like a side signature or a neutral signature. He's looking for the side there.
There's a nice downline, gets caught up by the Nair from Remy. Another Nair. Dude, Remy is ready with that down air for the punish. The board comes out from Remy, but not to get the KO. Wrench has so much damage dealt to him right now, Sparky. Just now gonna get KO'd there. But that was relentless. Wrench did not have a moment to breathe. He did not have a moment to get back to the ground. He was consistently being knocked up and juggled into the sky.
Bro, getting juggled is the worst. So all you want to do, like just let me down. That's all I want to do is to go back to the ground. Hit me there. Just let me go down there. Back-to-back neutral lights coming out. A third one came out from Wrench that didn't end up connecting. You see Remy not wanting to go in that edge guard situation. He knows he's behind right now, so he wants to play the safe game.
Wrench using that platform to allow him to fall into that Nair into Remy. Ooh, interesting. Doesn't go for the recovery, just dodges forward, dodges back with those two chase dodges. Throw into unarmed recovery into weapon pickup. Has Remy on the back foot. That would have KO'd, had a hit.
Nice little 3-hit there coming out from Remy. He's evened up the damage. Spot dodge for just a second. He didn't have the right option to immediately follow up with a dare. He was just a little bit below wrench that it wouldn't have hit. Ooh, there's a nice dare sending wrench to the soft platform. Tries to get the bounce pass with the weapon toss. Ended up hitting wrench just a little bit too shallow of an angle there.
Hanging back here, there's the board coming out from Remy. Remy dodging through, Wrench now arming himself with the guitars on that right side. Gonna go for the punish to the recovery, but Remy was not there where he needed to be. The side air, huge slap coming out from Wrench, pushes Remy all the way out to the left side. What goes up has to come down. Wrench setting up a trap there, but does pick up the guitars as they come down, and that slap comes out from Wrench with a weapon throw fall. Remy so dark on his thing. I think a neutral air, unarmed, could get the KO here, Sparky.
Both of them are worried, though. I think Remy, I wonder if Remy meant to go into the stage there. Because, like, Boomy does that all the time as a bait.
Oh,
force
really?
his opponent down there, and then he capitalizes on it. Boomy goes under the stage more than anyone else in terms of, like, not just retreating under the stage to the other side, but, like, dipping under and then going back. So I wonder if Remy picked that up in his book, or that could have just been a mistake.
You could ask him that, too.
All right, hold on. I need to make a list because don't forget.
Wrench getting in there. Again, totally even up. Every single stock in each of the 2 games we've seen has gone 1-1, 1-1, 1-1, 1-1. Evening up and equalizing each time. Wrench coming up top.
But it's weird that that's happened because we've seen, like, 3-0s. We've
Yeah.
seen so many 3-0s, but the individual games are so back and forth that this person gets just a little bit of a lead. One stock, one stock, one stock, one stock.
It's crazy. And again, it's why you got to look at game count, not just set count, because it tells a different story. Wrench coming through. Great pick up on that signature. Building that damage up on Wrench. Building that damage up on Remy.
Both players dead orange right now. Dead even at orange. Oh, Remy committing really heavily with that. He's able to get above Wrench, so even though Wrench hit that recovery, that means Remy gets that much closer to the wall. So he still has a favorable position even if he gets hit.
Yeah,
Wrench really didn't have a kill option there.
That recovery did so much damage, but Remy with the weapon throw takes it with the wave, taking game number 2.
Remy's got to be feeling good. This is probably the best 1v1 that he's played maybe his entire life.
Big words, Sparky.
Definitely this year. Hold on. I'm going to pull up his placements for this year.
You see the Wrench there, focusing, bringing it in. He knows he's close. He knows he's got the chance. He knows he can do it. Just bringing it in, making the breathing, focusing, and getting his head into the zone. I mean, these games go so close. We said it before. We said it again. Probably it goes to that final stock, and it goes to a last hit red there.
Yeah, Remy has quite a few, like right on the inside of top 8 placements. Some 5ths, some 6ths, some more 5ths, some 9ths. Even a 3rd coming in, that's probably one of his best placements of all time. But it's looking like he's going to continue this run. That was in Spring Champs when he got 3rd in singles.
Looks like they're ready. They're locking back in, loading back in. Small Mammoth again. We could see another 3-0 here, potentially. Remy right off the bat being very aggressive with that unarmed neutral light. Into the bow pickup, into a brilliant string, already getting wrenched almost into the orange.
Again, Remy deciding to not engage on the edge guard situations. At this point, that is 100% the right choice. I'm glad Remy's doing that because he's risking virtually nothing by not doing that. And he's able to maintain these leads. He's getting these damage leads. Even if they're small, he's still winning out a neutral game. Like, that was a huge string.
That was incredible.
But Remy's still in the damage lead, and he picks up the kill just like that.
And he picks up the weapon.
Yeah. Like, Wrench has to do something like that, but he has to do it multiple times per stock, every stock. Yep. And it's just something that he's not able to convert and do that consistently because of Remy's movement, because of the way that Remy is initiating, because when Remy gets in trouble, he's able to just completely get out of it quick enough to keep Wrench from getting any real consistent momentum. He's not picking up these 3-hit strings constantly.
Side air from Wrench is big, has Remy in the air, but Remy gets the side air, gives him a little bit of space. The recovery going to hit Remy. The neutral air going to hit Remy. Remy going to fall, uses some of his movement, uses dodge, down air, get back safely to ground, into the weapon throw, immediately pick up, throws combo. What?
Remy has a 2-stock lead now.
He has a 2-stock lead right now.
He wasn't engaging off stage, and then all of a sudden, the second that he does some nutty stuff like that, gets the 2-stock lead, and it's looking like it's going to be another 3-0. Remy going under the stage. You're seeing Wrench was dashing. He was spamming that dash, even though, like, once you do one dasher at max speed, but he rotated so far over. He knew that he needs to get a kill here. He has to find something and find it quickly because Remy is up a full stock at this point and up 2 games in this best of 5. They're on the loser side of the bracket, so if Wrench loses here, he's done. He's done for the day. He's done for the weekend.
That's it. Wrench hanging on the side, gets a big slap to get back up top, dodges through 2 times. Nice downlight coming through, recovery, building up the damage on Remy's second stock. Neutral air, denying Remy's engagement. Remy hanging back here on the right, looking for a way in. Flash on both of them as both of them go for the engagement, but the neutral light comes out again. Side light, down light, into the recovery. Wrench playing precise and perfect right now, getting Remy into that KO zone.
Is the D-light?
That's it. That's a KO. Final stock, Sparky.
Yeah, this is like super even right now. And I love that he did the D-light into nothing, into the D-light, and then the other direction recovery.
Yup.
He already had Remy's dodge, so he knew that D-light into the recovery would be the kill.
Going forward again, goes to the recovery there. Remy going from the neutral light, goes to the down air, gonna get punished. Wrench playing so precisely,
and
the
again,
down airs.
Now Wrench has the lead.
Wrench, maybe gonna take this back, neutral the weapons out. Remy can't get back, and Wrench throws out the reads.
Look at that. He's got to be feeling good off of that, keeping himself alive. Holy goodness.
It was something changed, Sparky, on that final stock. The play was completely different. Everything was different there.
It wasn't even just that last stock. It was right before that, too.
Yeah. He picked up those guitars, and then it was downlight, recovery, recovery, neutral air, downlight, recovery. And every single one was precise, perfect, planned, and
that's the boy that said BCX isn't going to win itself.
3, 2, 1.
That's the boy that was in. No, he wasn't in the clan. That was Blood Diamond. That was the winning DreamHack clan. But that was the guy who called being like top player in Brawlhalla by, I think it was July, and that he was going to win DreamHack Austin.
It's true. Remy, though, out with a vengeance. The double drop pound goes for a triple. Wrench up now gets the dab with the reverse kick. Remy cannot get back.
Remy was looking like he was going to run away with that, say, oh, you won 1 game. That's cool. I'm the better player. Wrench completely turning it around. That's got to be heartbreaking for Remy right now. That has to be so heartbreaking.
Oh, my goodness. I can't handle this set right now. It's too good.
Remy should not go off stage anymore. I do not recommend it. Now, I'm not a doctor, but I do not recommend it. 1 out of 1 Sparkies do not recommend going off stage against Wrenched.
Remy wants this KO. He's looking for that option. Way to engage. Wrenched unarmed right now, picking up that sword. Throws down the neutralized space out. Is that enough to get the KO, Sparky?
Nope.
No, it's not. Up above, Remy not engaging in the offstage, but there's the gravity cancel down sig with the bow just off the bottom. It raises that hitbox, makes it so much harder to jump over.
Wrench still does have a lead, about 40 to 50 damage at this point.
Nice dodge from Wrenched. Down that recovery. Remy is on the back foot, damage-wise. Wrench waited out that dodge, fell in and recovered at the last moment as he got stacked with Remy there.
Look at this lead that Wrenched has. It is so huge right now, and it's showing 2 really important things. Like, obviously, there was that Hail Mary, that miracle situation in the beginning where he got that offstage wonderful play. He was able to continue that and leverage it in just raw neutral game. And now where Remy was the one winning in the neutral game, Wrenched is now the one coming out on top. So offstage and in neutral, Wrenched is coming out on top. He's maintaining this lead, going dead even in terms of damage, but he's a full stock ahead.
He has the lead right now that Remy had in the previous game. Remy, though, does get that side air, falling down with the down air with the ground pound. Can Remy get back? Wrench throws the weapons across underneath the stage. I've never seen anyone do that.
Almost perfect.
Maybe Boomy did it 1 time. But there's the haymaker, and Wrench again.
That's a 2-stock.
Again.
That's a 2-stock. See, you don't even see the pop-off because Wrench knows, like, I can just see it going through his head. It's like, this is winnable.
It's winnable.
Like,
it's 2-2.
This is absolutely winnable. This is 100% possible. Statistically, it can happen.
Yep.
And I can do this.
This is game 5.
There is no huge catharsis. It's just him realizing logically that a dub here is very possible.
Yep. And they've gone Mammoth Fortress every single game in this set.
And that's something Taza mentioned earlier, was that as we get on in the bracket, Usually stage picks normalize out to Mammoth Fortress.
Yup, absolutely. Now this is it. This is neck and neck. Whoever loses is done. Just done for the weekend, for the BCX for the year.
Now you saw the double side light into the ground pound from Wrench. Wrench has done very few ground pounds. He's done a handful, but very few, and he missed, and he was down below Remy. You didn't see Remy try to go in for the punish. You saw him immediately retreat back to stage, even though he had punish opportunity there. That is him putting so much respect onto the situation he is in right now, tied 2-2 with Wrench, when Wrench just two-stocked him on this very map.
This is hard. Side air comes out, weapon throw. Remy dodging through, saving that dodge to the last minute, goes down with the deep ground pound. Wrench gets the side air punished. Remy kind of bounced off the geography there of the map, the geometry, but coming back here, weapon stunning Wrench, preferring the bow. It's a good engagement there, and the side stick will KO Wrench, giving Remy the lead just by a little bit in this game.
We're in a game 5 situation here. Immediate answer back coming out from Wrench, cranking that haymaker back, releasing it and sending Remy to his death to even the game up.
Wrench gets that side air into the neutral light coming through. Neutral air coming through. Goes for the dive, goes to the neutral light. Remy still here, safe, getting some good damage out of the Wrench, keeping things fairly even at the moment, hanging back, figuring out how to break in, waiting for Wrench to throw out a side light or a side air, something that allows Remy to get in there with that punish, to start a bowstring, to start something that's going to give him a big damage lead. Wrench, though, is too wily for that to happen. You always see him ready with that dodge. Maybe a dodge back, maybe a dodge forward. Goes for the end.
That's one of the only ones we've seen from him. I think that is the only neutral signature that we've seen from him on this set. This could be a big ground pound. Remy's going to be able to go under. He still has his recovery to get back to the wall. Wrench still has this lead.
Neutral air coming through. Remy going for that neutral air. Wants that kill. Going to get the punish on the side stick. Comes through with the side air. Up above over Wrench. Wrench super patient. Gets the wall touch. Recovery comes up, giving Wrench the center platform. Downlight recovery. KOing Remy. Remy's on his final stock. Wrench looking like he's in position to take this game and take this set.
This is the top 8 qualifier for the loser side of the bracket. The winner of this will solidify themselves as playing on Sunday in the top 8. Here at BCX, the world stage, the grandest stage of them all for Brawlhalla. The loser of this will be done for the weekend, and it's gonna be Remy. He's done. Wrench is going to take it. Remy started 2-0 in the set. Wrench completely negating that lead, getting the reverse 3 game. What in the world? He said BCX isn't gonna win itself, and it's looking like he might be right. Woo. Holy crap.
Crap. That final stock. Oh, can we get a run back on that final stock, Sparky?
So many things happened.
It was about
so
it was
many
what, a
things
15-second stock?
Yeah.
20-second stock? No, 15.
Probably
10, 15.
less than that.
It was every perfect move. Yeah, we got it right here. Thank you, production. Coming through. Check this out. The movement is perfect. He's always right there where Remy is coming down. The downlight, the neutral air, the side air coming through with that slap. And there's the answer. Gets it, throws the weapon down. Remy burns the dodge, and there's the down air that confirms it. And Remy can't get back from that.
That was a 10-second stock.
That's a 10-second stock with his pop-off right there at the end.
People don't give Wrench the respect that he deserves.
No.
Like, he doesn't have the greatest Twitter account in the world, and so I think he puts his foot in his mouth a little bit on Twitter, but come on.
That was incredible.
I mean, come on, look at that. Second place at DreamHack Austin, and look at what he just did to Remy, a very strong 1v1 player with so many top 8 placements this year. Wrenched as well with a lot of strong singles finishes. Trying to look at what Wrenched is power ranked.
He's fairly high.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely high.
He's fairly high.
Remy is 7th.
Remy is 7, and Wrenched?
Wrenched is 21.
Is 21. Well, not anymore.
Yeah, definitely not
anymore.
He's going to be moving up. Remy's going to be moving down a little bit, but he just qualified for top 8 on the loser side of the bracket, but I would rather be on the loser side of the bracket than on no side of the bracket.
Exactly.
So
he still has a chance. That top 8, it's what? 2 rounds and then a reset? No.
What, no?
Top 8. If you're in the lowers, it's...
No.
No, it's 3, 4. I'm bad at counting.
I would pull up the bracket and count and tell you, but...
It's okay.
It's,
you don't have to do that.
Real slow.
That's fine. That's fine. Now, it looks like we might be moving on to Addy Mestic versus Kosalix next. There's the boy. I don't see no water bottle. There's no hydration here.
He better have the hydration.
He just waved at camera. He's getting something.
He better because...
there's his water bottle.
Yeah.
There you know it. It's real dehydration.
For those sitting at home who don't know, there was a fire outside that has since been put out, but the HVAC system has mostly been pumping smoke into the arena, so he needs to have that water. My throat is very dry.
Yes, I'm out of Luke-flavored lemonade.
You want some water?
No, I'm okay, thank you, sir.
All right.
Appreciate it, though. There's Koslix having a pretty good run of his own today. Sitting there, it's kind of a cool hoodie, if I'm being honest. Looked warm.
Then there's Addy with his just standard red hoodie.
Yeah, I think he's worn that at maybe...
That's for you. I already got water. I'm good.
Yeah, we have the best production
I come prepared.
Crew. The burns, man. You're throwing them at me. Throwing some shade. I'll accept it. Well, I'm going to get you back later.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's good. Okay. I wouldn't respect you if you didn't.
No, just watch your back. I don't know what I'll do yet. I think Addy Messick has worn that hoodie at every single LAN.
Definitely.
Flat out. In fact, I don't think I've seen him wear anything but that hoodie.
Nah, he's worn T-shirts. I think. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't pay attention that much to Addy's wardrobe. I pay a little bit of attention.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. So what's the left, Sparky? The Addy Messick game?
Addy Koslix, and then
Noel.
The winner of that moves on to fight Noel.
Ooh,
so we have 2 more sets before our entire top 8 is solidified. So this isn't a top 8 qualifier, but it's a qualifier for the top 8 qualifier.
Got to qualify to qualify.
Yep. But yeah, if y'all are wondering why the crowd is looking, I don't want to say bare bones, because there's definitely some people out there, but I think the smoke is probably a big reason. We can definitely smell it in the air.
Yo, I love seeing all the smiles, though, out there. People are just having a good time.
All the diehards are out there. You can see Daiku out there. You see Slosh's hat.
You see Slosh's hat. It's really iconic,
I think Chill
actually.
Penguin is out there.
Yo, he looked up, he heard his name, he was like, what? I heard my name? Do I have to organize bracket? Or do I have to run a pool right now?
But there's Koslix in the front.
Yeah, there he is.
Now these two have fought in the past.
Yeah.
I know they have. And I think Addy got whooped. I think Addy was like really worried about it. I think it was a DreamHack Austin, and Addy got whooped.
Was it Austin?
I think it was Austin. Hold on, I'm looking. Scrolling through a spreadsheet on a phone is just, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Yeah, it was a DreamHack Austin. Addy lost to Koslix. I think that knocked him into the loser's bracket, and then Daiku took him out of the tournament.
That's how it goes sometimes. We're getting ready. We're going to be seeing Sir Roland, Koslix. It's what you'd expect. Standard. Val from Addy Messick. They're going into this. I'm not sure if this is a button check. I think this has to be a button check. Yep, button check.
Yeah, it looks like the only time these two met was at DreamHack Austin.
I wouldn't be surprised if he went to Small Brawlhaven, though, again. But actually, after Addy Messick's set up against LDZ, where they went Small Brawlhaven 3 times in a row.
Yeah, I would be getting flashbacks of that. And
maybe not a good choice.
Engage in that.
Maybe not a good choice. But we'll see. I guess we'll see in a moment. I wonder what's happening here.
Looks like we're waiting to confirm the button check.
Yup.
They're really checking those buttons.
Hey, this match counts.
It's true.
Like you said, there's no second chances, no big ones.
Koslix, another player who's shopped around on a couple orgs. He's now settled on Global Breakout. That's what the GB in front of his name means. Meanwhile, on the other side, Addy Messick, I think with an extremely local group of PHZ. I think it's a...
PHZ.
I think it's
Finnish. They're a tech company.
Yeah, they're a tech company.
That's just getting into esports and sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Super cool.
So they're picking up their own little hometown hero.
Coming out here, Shipwreck. Good map choice, I think.
I think Koslix is going to get a little bit more of a benefit out of this in terms of survivability, but I think Addy Messick's kill potential is going to be higher here because of those tiny, tiny side walls. I just think he has better options in terms of the edge guard. Definitely compared to Lance. Koslix, I mean, is one of the best Lance players, but off stage, I mean, he definitely has his explosive moments, but it's not a consistent thing that he goes for. Meanwhile, Addy has a lot of off-stage options that he can use to kill and put his opponent in very unfavorable situations.
Now, I'm having a couple of flashbacks, honestly, back to, what was it? Who was it? Was it Wilson? Yeah, it was Wilson's game up against Ethan, right? Because Ethan had the gauntlets a lot of the time.
Yes. Yes.
I'm seeing the gauntlets Lance matchup all over again. Partially, I think, because Ethan did at one point play the same setup.
Yeah, he absolutely did. So Koslix is waiting He's not going to overcommit off stage. He's not going to give up too much early in the game. But Addy's going to chase him into the air, hit a nair to take him off the top.
And now it's all about extension. Addy moving back, nearly gonna get KO'd from that side air from Kosliks, but there it is, the down sig comes out really fast, actually.
Yeah, he did the dash to close the gap, and then threw out that down signature. An extremely strong signature. Probably Roland's strongest in terms of it comes out really fast. It doesn't have a lot of animation like the Lance side sig does. Right. It has like the forward swipe and then the 45-degree swipe. So you're not, if you miss, you're not committing too much. You're not stuck in animation frames for a long time where your opponent can punish exactly like that.
Exactly. Coming up from that recovery, gonna hit that side air on Addy Mastic, caught him out as he was in the recovery frames of a neutral light there. Sword coming through with the dosh to the dash. Side air with the weapon toss, gets caught out by Kosliks yet again.
Is there going to be a weapon toss? I was expecting like an arcing weapon toss up to cover the wall, and then Kosliks picks up the weapon and throws like a jumping side air if Addy wants to recover high. But they're going very even so far.
Addy hanging back, looking for the engagement. Kosliks, whoa! Beautiful movement from Kosliks. Jumps just over the hitbox of that side signature from Addy Mestic. Although Addy Mestic ready with the side light into the recovery onto Kosliks. The high defensive Roland, though, giving him a little bit of extra life, extra stock here on life number 2. And that side air will most likely KO. Yes, it does. And now Kosliks has the lead on a heavy defense legend. I don't think at this point an unarmed recovery will KO.
I would agree with you on that. It would have to be really high up.
Yep. Especially on Shipwreck.
Not getting the full force of that as Kosliks falls out of that sword recovery. Big damage coming out from Kosliks. Almost has Addy in the orange at this point. The weapon toss, you're going to see he's able to charge that up so well, but Addy knows exactly where he's going to go. He knows the distance that Kosliks is going to cover with that, and he immediately punishes it with the unarmed side air for the kill.
It's one of the biggest downsides of Lance recovery is how telegraphed it is. It's an exchange for getting basically stationary movement in the air.
Yeah, you can go literally everywhere.
You can literally go everywhere.
With that move, it goes so far, but it's crazy telegraphed. Like, people get interrupted in Lance recovery all the time. He just got interrupted. It didn't lead to a kill, but he still got interrupted in that Lance recovery right there.
Now Addy Mestic using the left and the right, the distance across east to west on this map to give him a little bit more life. His damage is very high. He could be KO'd quite easily at this moment, but if he keeps getting knocked left to right or right to left from opposite sides of the stadium, he will live.
As the side air, Kosliks is going to take game 1. Only about 30 damage into his first stock, so a really solid lead towards the end of that game. Kosliks has got to be feeling good right now. He wants to go overall up to 2-0 against Addy Mestic this entire year.
Saw a little bit of an exhale there from Addy Mestic, running the hands through the hair, getting ready. Moving it, I mean, it was not a slam dunk for Kosliks.
Yeah, definitely not.
Interesting.
Oh, and we are actually going to Small
Brawlhaven. Now, I think the reasoning being is that if you can land that ground pound with gauntlets off the edge, you're almost guaranteed a KO on this map. But the same token, a side air out from that Lance, some of those traveling moves you can do with Lance will just carry you to your doom.
Yeah, that's a big thing that I would be worried about, because Kosliks doesn't do that every time, but he is known for straight up carrying people to their death with a great like side air into the down air into a side air into another side air read.
Non-stop. Nice side air coming from Addy Mestic, hanging up top. Side air through, neutral air. Picks up the recovery. I mean, damage is super high across the board. Side air from Addy Mestic does push Kosliks back just momentarily. Ooh. Perfect interruption right there from Addy Mestic with that neutral light. Kosliks coming through with a great side air, though. And the down sig yet again.
Yep. Basically a mirror image. The map is a little bit different, but still the same exact style. That recovery is not going to kill. That's pretty crazy. Oh,
Kosliks,
that's what we are talking about.
That's incredible.
He almost did it again.
Almost did it again, but never mind that. The damage he's done.
Yeah. He's done now like 60 damage.
Yup, and even though he just lost that stock, he has Addy Mestic one good side air, one good down sig with that Lance away from losing his second stock. Coming through Addy Mestic on those gauntlets, Kosliks. You notice how Kosliks is always ready to move back. Great slide down sig, but great punish from Addy Mestic to grab it and throw it down. No follow through on that. I don't know that there was a way to follow through on that. Down air coming through, building up the damage. Does not get hit by that side air. Moving back here, Kosliks approaching the side air. Does not KO Addy Mestic, but it is close. With that damage on this map. And that recovery will KO Addy Mestic on his final stock here.
Now, just a small correction. We were a little bit wrong. This is a top 8 qualifier. This is not the qualifier for the qualifier to play Noel. It's going to be Noel versus Blood Diamond as the next qualifier. But this is a top 8 qualifier of Addy Mestic versus Coslex.
Down right, Addy Mestic goes into that side stick, goes in for the nair, but Coslex doesn't get hit. The ground pound comes out, a second ground pound, but Coslex does not have what he needs to recover, even though that doesn't hit. Evens up the stocks, and the damage is very close too.
We could see some explosive action coming
out
from Coslex. He's looking for it.
Oh, the patience to wait for that second nair to connect from Addy Mestic. Coming through, Coslex getting that side air. Neutral leg coming from Addy Mestic into that recovery, into the nair. Addy Mestic doing some crazy work right now. The nair's coming out from Coslex. Going in, again, side zig. Addy Mestic nearly gets the KO there. It's so close. Side air come from Addy Mestic. The neutral air comes out. Recovery not quite going to happen. There. Neutral air, Addy Mestic with a weapon from Coslex. Coslex has the advantage right now. He's on the platform, going to move back, has that sword into the side. Addy Mestic has to recover yet again. Coslex has that down air. I don't know that Addy Mestic has. He has the recovery to get the wall touch on that left side. Can he do it? I don't know. Side air recovery. Addy Mestic, Coslex lives that defense, that high rolling defense, and the side air gets it. Coslex takes game number 2.
Coslex is now 2 up over Addy Mestic, and Sparky has turned to Taz. Hello, everybody. I am going to be filling in Toast. This set is insane.
It's incredible.
Addy Mestic is EU's last hope, and Coslex is over here smiling like crazy. He is ready to go in.
Whoa. Did you just tell me Addy Mestic is EU's last hope in 1v1?
Wait, did you not know that? Oh, I guess you haven't been paying attention to the
I mean, it's been here, so I guess I should have known, but it didn't click in my head.
It basically is, yeah. It's very strange. EU's dominating 2s, and now over here, Addy Mestic is holding the line for EU and on death's door as he is down 0-2 against Coslex.
All right, they're getting here. Back on small Brawlhaven. One more loss for Addy Mestic, and it's done. Addy Mestic's journey through Brawlhalla World Championships in the 1v1 is over. It's finished. He needs to take out Coslex here to have a chance, and he needs to do it 3 times in a row. 3 times 3, that's 9.
And here they are on small Brawlhaven for the game number 3. Coslex landing with that down air, finds a nice neutral light to put a little bit more damage onto Addy Mestic. Addy Mestic finds his own neutral light with the gauntlet, sends him towards the side, and now putting on that down light. He's trying to do something to Coslex. Okay, recovery sends him up. He tries to get that side sig, but Coslex smartly drops the lance downwards, but now they're off stage. Ground pound connects, has a fully charged recovery, but the dive kick clashes, and Coslex makes it back. Super damage here on the roll, but the neutral stick does not snipe him. He is unarmed, but he finds a nice downlight nair, puts Addy Mestic off the stage, picks up the sword, but the sword's definitely not his weapon of choice, but the defense, even on small Brawlhaven. Okay, a second recovery, doesn't manage to make it do it. He gets his stock taken off the top, and Addy Mestic has a little bit of life left in him.
Addy Mestic coming back here, has those gauntlets. Those gauntlets have been a weapon of choice for him. Coslex hits that side air. Addy Mestic will survive, but the damage is high. One more side air from this distance, like that down sig would have killed had it connected. Coslex moving through, throws the recovery. As that side air is going to get the KO. Coslex did not take any damage on stock number 2, essentially resetting this match and keeping it dead even. No one has an advantage right now. Maybe Coslex has the momentum lead here, but that is it. No physical in-game advantage to be had right now with damage or stocks.
Oh, but Coslex finds the first string, sends Addy Mestic towards the left of the side of the stage. Now Coslex trying to find another stair. There's that side air into neutral air, puts Addy Mestic to the side, but the recovery is gone. Gets hit by the stair, manages to touch the stage once again, but Addy Mestic is putting on even more damage to Coslex, but he has only into the yellow. Both players here only finding combo starters and no actual combos until right there. Coslex really going in for that down sig read. Addy Mestic manages to recover above, but the neutral sig pivoted, catches Addy Mestic's way back on the stage. Signatures are being thrown out left and right by Coslex.
Coslex going that down there into the recovery. Addy Mestic catching the punish off at the ground pound into the neutral late. There's the weapon toss into the sword pickup into the neutral air. Coslex now in the red throws the weapon down, but will not lose. Will not get his weapon back as Addy Mestic's sword has been on point, but the unarmed recovery pushes Addy Mestic away. Spot dodge from Addy Mestic. Smart choice. That down air from the lance could have done a lot of damage. He gets caught out by the recovery. An errant movement up, but he'll get the down air punish on Coslex.
He can still make it back.
The down sig. He can still make it back, and he does. He's up above. Addy Mestic has no weapon. Short range right now against the long range of that lance, and the side air will KO.
You can stop the lance recovery by getting hit by it, but the downside is if you are in the red, you will die to it. That's why Addy Mestic couldn't risk trying to clash for that lance recovery. Coslex makes it back and secures the lead here in game number 3. Addy Mestic on tournament stock, trying to even up that recovery, but Roland's just so tanky. Finally, the signature takes it out, and this is dead even. Addy Mestic is fighting for his life here to be able to take it to a game number 4. Otherwise, Coslex knocks him out of the tournament.
This is Addy Mestic's tournament stock.
Oh, and he is taking a
World
beating.
Championship tournament stock. Here we go. Triller coming in, damage even. Mestic a little back, taking a lot of damage from Coslex. A down air into the down stick, and that's it! Coslex will advance into the top 8, knocking out EU's last chance.
EU is out of one.
EU is out of 1v1.
It's so fascinating because there are 6 EU players in 2v2 out of the top 6 teams that are there, right? Or top 6 teams. So half the players.
Yes, in the 2v2, it's
EU.
almost
and then
entirely
over here
EU.
in ones, NA is just kind of like, okay, this is definitely our turf, which has been what everybody was theorizing. Heck, I think they were theorizing that for 2s and for 1s.
Yes,
but what was so odd was the
breakout.
breakout performance from EU in 2v2s, but unfortunately, it's just not going to happen. Addy Mystic is 3-0'd by Kostelix, and the DreamHack Austin champion makes his way into top 8 to maybe find himself another title.
That he does. And what that means now for us, Taza, is we're going to go into what I believe is the last top 8 qualifier of the day. This is the final available spot for top 8 here at the Brawlhalla World Championship 2018.
It's Noel versus Blood Diamond. Yes.
They're teammates. They're fighting each other.
A team kill is going to decide who gets in the top.
But you know what Sparky told me earlier? I don't know if you were listening.
I was not.
Sparky was like, when Blood Diamond was going up against Tiger, Noel came over and coached Tiger.
Oh.
Yo, it's real.
Okay, so they definitely do not care about that. In fact, they're using that team synergy against each other.
Right, they know how they think, they know how they move.
That's dirty. Well, apparently they're not going to have any sentimental feelings about knocking each other out of the bracket. They're like, I want this top 8. It's BCX. It's my time. So
I think these two players are super real with each other. They know.
That's true.
No hard feelings.
Well, they're competitors. They have to be, and that's good to be able to communicate that when you're fighting against each other. It's just kind of like, listen, I'm not going to be doing anything in favor of you to get you through the fight. I'm going to give you the best. I guess that the best thing that they could do for each other is play the best game that they've got, because then they know that they legitimately beat the other. So I'm very much looking forward to this match. This is the final qualifier match in the top 8 for the 1v1 tournament here at the Brawlhalla World Championship
2018. It's been a good one too.
It's still a good one. It's going to continue to even get better tomorrow.
We have a screen of all the matches that have passed on. I'm looking at this. Look at versus Fiend, Remy versus LDZ, Simba versus Sandstorm, Daiku versus Trophies, Boomy versus Wrenched, Addy Mystic versus LDZ, Wilson versus Ethan, Tiger versus Phazon, Wrench versus Remy, Addy versus Kostelix.
If I didn't know any better, I would believe that you were reading me a list of grand finals of all the tournaments over the year.
Right.
That's how crazy.
That's what it sounds like.
Yes. So it has been an absolute blast. If you missed any of these matches coming on, the VODs will definitely be available for you to watch. All of these matches are incredible. Yep. We're going into a button check here between our final 2 competitors of the day before these amazing players get some rest to get ready to fight for all of the money and glory that is going to be available tomorrow on Sunday. Top 8 comes first, I believe, for 1v1s.
I believe so.
And then 2v2s is immediately afterwards for top 6, which you can also find on the bracket that you've been following at Smash.
Yes. I believe dropping exclamation point bracket will let you see the complete bracket, and then you can look at your top 8 1v1 for tomorrow. Kaza, this is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm pretty nervous about this match because Noel versus Blood Diamond, it's got to be close. They've probably been playing together. When they're not against each other, or when they're not teaming with each other, they're probably practicing against each other, whether it's sparring or not.
These guys are one of the longest standing 2v2 teams that we have right now. They've been together for quite a while. And you know what I always hear, especially from Double Dime, he's always the guy when I talk to him, he's like, you know my boy, Blood Diamond, he turns it on at LAN. That's what I hear all the time.
That's right. It is Atlanta. Now, of course, Noel's got that home state advantage.
Yeah. Well, Blood Diamond is from the West Coast. He turns on at LAN, not at Atlanta.
It's also Atlanta.
Okay.
Anyways, game number 1 is coming in here. I'm definitely very tired. Very excited for this game, though. Going into game number 1, it's Blood Diamond on Koji versus Noel's Asuri, and already he's falling off the side of the stage. Denied the weapon in favor of Blood Diamond. Finally finds the guitars versus the sword. Sword Ditto coming out from between these 2 characters, with the difference being the bow and the guitars on Noel. Finds a nice neutral light, goes for a neutral stick read almost immediately. Dodged out of the way by Blood Diamond, and no real combos have been exchanged here. Fleeting nairs here and there. 2 nairs to catch Noel as he's on his way down, and now the Sword Ditto commences.
Back and forth, and you'll see both these players finding the right spacing. It's what they're doing right now. They're orbiting each other, waiting for the way to move in. Blood Diamond finds it momentarily with that down air, but you see they swap positions. The weapon throw is the opening for Blood Diamond, but the punish right there. But the punish again, it's sig, punish, signature punish, signature punish. And they're back to this game where they're moving back around. But right now, Blood Diamond has that lead on Noel. Noel has taken quite a bit of damage. That weapon throw comes through into immediate pickup again, but beautiful spot dodge from Noel right there.
They were stacked on top of each other with those dodges just to be able to avoid each other's down lights. Goes for that down heavy unarmed. Noel manages to dodge around with that weapon toss lob slowly into the air to control where Blood Diamond is moving. Blood Diamond still not into the red here. Puts out that down heavy once again. I think he's fishing for that move a little bit too heavily. Just go for the weapon, but Noel just doing such a great job denying. Picks up the last sword. Gets punished for that side signature, but Blood Diamond is still unarmed. It doesn't matter. He spent an entire stock unarmed, gets the uppercut, manages to take the first stock here in this game 1 against Noel.
And you see Blood Diamond sticking to the sword. We haven't seen Blood Diamond break out that bow yet. I think that's going to be a special case, and he knows probably right now against Noel, the sword is probably the pick. He does hit that N-Sig, does a lot of damage, already has Noel in the arts, hits it a second time, maybe going to set it up for a third time if he can find it. The down air, but beautiful. Again, Noel's spot dodges are on point. The second part of that downlight does not hit, though. It doesn't connect. Noel with a downlight side air of his own coming around to the right side. Blood Diamond does get the wall touch. His dodge should be back at this point. You see Noel get ready. The Koji downsig only hits at the end, basically, and it hits, but Noel was ready to turn it right back around.
But it's still a lot of damage that Blood Diamond was able to get on. Noel surprisingly respecting Blood Diamond on the ledge. Normally, I would expect Noel to go off for offstage edge guards like this, but maybe it was because of the weapon that he's got, because Blood Diamond is now taking a beating from his guitars, manages to get back, picks up the bow, has a chance to be able to start something with the down light, maybe move to a neutral light, falls with the Sarah. Noel just jumping around trying to stay out of the range, but that nice pivot down air puts out the neutral sig, and maybe the side sig was what was expected, but he still doesn't get punished and finds even more damage on Noel. Wall slip will be activating very soon.
There it is.
First exclamation point, managed to get back though. Blood Diamond not ready to punish. Noel kind of jumped up really high to fake out that he was going to touch the wall.
Right.
Or touch the stage, and that's how he was able to get back. Blood Diamond with the next is an uppercut, and the Serum, that might be able to do it. That sword so high, he catches it. Okay.
Noel
got
does
his
get
recovery
back. Down air from Noel. Moves in with that side light. Edge guarding that sword, but Blood Diamond gets the falling stare there into that bow. Are we going to see the bow come clutch right here for this KO? Down air not going to do it. Noel wall slip coming in.
Ooh, that gravity cancel down sig on the bow, not quite getting Noel. The Nair KOing off the top. I did not realize how damaged Noel was there, because the bow neutral air is decent at killing, but only after you got them basically into deep red. Noel now sending Blood Diamond off to the side of the stage. He wants to be able to close off the stock so soon, but Blood Diamond's unarmed. It's insane. Gravity cancel, delay, and recovery. Gets that nice neutral air. The down stick from the Asuri guitars is still not enough to be able to take out Blood Diamond's second stock, and that dive kick is going to put Noel even deeper into orange. Picks up the bow, tries to fall with the Sarah. Sword and airs are not going to be able to do it with a delay recovery in the middle of the sky. That will definitely KO.
Yes. Now Blood Diamond just respawning right now. No weapon on the field for him. Noel controlling the air, has those guitars. Neutral air, a very, very good zoning option, but Blood Diamond does manage to pick up the sword. Coming through here. Dodge looking for the engagement. We're back to the orbiting. This is the final stock. No weapon for Blood Diamond. He did throw it, trying to find that pickup for that combo throw engagement, but it's not going to work out super well for him.
Delay recovery coming out from Noel to be able to make this game a lot easier. He spot dodges, but the down sig is a great spot dodge read signature. He puts out that delay. That was an opportunity for a ground pound, but Noel slid beneath the stage. Noel still finding more damage though. Downers are being exchanged. Nice Nair waiting out the spot dodge. 2 Nairs in a row. Blood Diamond nearing kill percent. So many signatures will kill the delay. Nair knowing that a Sarah or recovery will not KO yet. Noel just wants to be able to put the damage on the Blood Diamond and an easy Sarah punish on that neutral sig. Blood Diamond has to be very careful here. He was going to lead the entire game, but Noel looks like he's going to finish it out with that falling Sarah. Blood Diamond falls to his death, and game 1 goes over to Blood Diamond's teammate, Noel.
And that was a comeback, too. Blood Diamond had the lead, had the edge for a significant portion of that game, but Noel just played it smart at the end. You saw that majority juggle of the end of that last stock, right? It was just Nair, 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 Nair.
And it was important. And even the D-Light that he got, he waited and fell into a Nair. And I found that interesting, and I realized that it may have been the best. If he wants to pop up the enemy into the sky without having to worry about getting control of the land again, you don't want to do recovery, and you definitely don't want to do Sarah if it's not going to KO. So go for the Nair, be able to keep him on the ground, recognize that you're winning on those juggles. That's how you've been coming back in the game. Noel definitely did it, played to the win condition, was able to take out that stock and win game number 1, what was looking like Blood Diamond's first game. Another delay into recovery to catch the weapon spawn. Blood Diamond greeted for the weapon and took damage as a result. Noel starting off strong here in game 2.
Blood Diamond now swapping on the bow. I mean, there's no sword on the field for him to swap to, but this bow is huge. That Nair comes out. There's a little bit of damage there onto Noel, keeps them fairly even. Again, the spacing option. Neutral air, recovery from Noel. So Noel moving back, waiting for the right way to engage. Spot dodge, Nair into the follow-up.
All right, I like the neutral sig idea, but that's very difficult to land if you're not getting a hard dodge and read. Nice nice neutral light. Noel finds himself on the side of the stage once again, but both players are very much respecting when they are off, their opponents are off stage and they have got a weapon, they don't really want to risk that gimp if they've got the advantage because they know wall slip will come into effect. Charges out that side signature. If you hold it with Koji, he puts up the first slash, can hold it a little bit longer, doesn't work out, and now Noel has got Blood Diamond on the ropes.
Oh, can he get back? There? Is a recovery? Knocks the weapon out. Noel's hand. The haymaker comes out, pushes Noel on the left side. Blood Diamond with the weapon throw up for the trap setup. The dare, the second dare. Noel's going to recover out to the right side. He should be able to. He bumps his head. He cannot get back.
Oh, if he just dodged diagonally up first before that last jump, he would have been able to make it, but an excellent edge guard from Blood Diamond regardless. Noel being forced to have to put himself in that precarious position where it is that much more difficult to touch the ledge again to get your jumps back. The first stock goes to Blood Diamond once again. Noel finding the sword. Maybe he'll go for a recovery. D-Light Nair, D-Light recovery, something. That Nair will definitely confirm that D-Light Sair or recovery will definitely get the KO, but instead it goes for the neutral sig, but the down air will clean it up very quickly. Blood Diamond went for a risk there. I respected it.
And no hesitation on that spot dodge ground pound.
No.
Immediately knew that was the right move. Blood Diamond picking up that bow. Coming around here on the left side trying to find a way to engage into Noel's zone of control. Noel now unarmed. That weapon throw not panning out as he probably was hoping to. But here's the sword. Weapon throw. Blood Diamond sees it not working. Jumps out immediately to get to safety.
Ooh, and Blood Diamond opening it up strong. That side stick, if you just charge it a little bit, you can't charge as long in the air as you do on the ground, but you can hold it for a little bit longer. Yes. That dodge read was perfect. Blood Diamond almost took out the stock, and he's still continuing. The downer.
Another down air.
Okay, Blood Diamond is looking good here in game number 2. Just like he did in game 1, Noel was able to clinch it out with a little bit of clutch play, but it's not looking like it's that easy this time because every time Noel lost a stock, Blood Diamond was at least in red, but he's barely been damaged here. That entire stock was lost as a result of like 2 strings.
Noel on the back foot here, damage stock-wise, not damage-wise, doing a lot of good work. Blood Diamond gets that side light going in for the down air as well. Noel moving in, being aggressive here. Diamond hanging back up, just being patient, waiting for the right moment to strike.
Oh, and that ground pound comes out. Recovery as afterwards. Blood Diamond tried to stop the jump back from the ground pound with a weapon toss. Oh, the neutral light connecting with the guitars that were tossed seconds before. And Noel finding that Nair will definitely be able to have Blood Diamond near kill percent. Dodges in place. He's trying to get some sort of setup. But Blood Diamond, unafraid of Noel's attempts to be able to dodge, bait him in, and find a falling Sair. Gets a nice neutral on the bow. Bow is lost. No, picks it up. D-Light recovery. Finishes the stock. Very close once again. Noel is by no means out of this game too.
No, he's doing it. He gets behind onto his final stock, and then he starts bringing it back. He grabs the rope. He's pulling it in. He's pulling the boat to shore right now. And Blood Diamond has to do some work here to not only get Noel into that red zone, but to get that KO.
That's the start, but the D-Light recovery does not connect. D-Light by itself is not the main damage portion of sword combos. You definitely want to be able to get whatever follow-up you're looking for. Blood Diamond is trying to go after those D-Lights himself, unarmed now. Noel doing a great job of denying these weapons. Guitar's picked up. A nice little D-Light connects. Sidelight misses. Blood Diamond does not get the punish. And Noel is doing such a great job of starving weapons. It almost is like he's thinking, if I'm going to win this game, it's because Blood Diamond's not going to pick up a weapon again.
Here he does it again. No, he baits it out, baits the attack, gets caught up by the downer, swaps out to the guitars, throws them, throw out a little bit of a hitbox there. Again, zoning Blood Diamond into right where he wants them. Noel's in the red though. Blood Diamond, even though he's been a little bit pressured here, has kept on doing damage to Noel, and one good sig could do it.
Ooh, fully charging that down sig, and Noel fully charged that side sig as he hits it right into him. Blood Diamond is trying so hard to fight off stage, but he doesn't catch the bow again. Noel has an opportunity to come back to stage. He is by all means at a deficit here. That sidelight sending him flying, but Noel just needs one good sword string to get Blood Diamond off the stage, but he jumps into the neutral sig. Lasting long, a lot of signatures require an initial hit on the opponent to finish the move, but Koji's neutral sig definitely just lasts, and if you run into where the hurt boxes are, you will be caught and sent flying, and game 2 ends up going over to Blood Diamond.
So Noel there, making faces, thinking, analyzing what he can do to change, what he can do to improve. Back here on Mammoth Fortress, same pick, same legends.
Not even thinking about the map.
I don't even think the chance of seeing a pocket change, pocket pick.
No, I don't even think we're going to see a map change.
No,
I think they're going to be fighting it out
100% here,
all the way to game 5.
I'm right there with you. Right there with you. As they get into it, you see them being a little bit more careful, taking what they've analyzed and learned from the previous game, getting right into it. The down air recovery from Noel, that's something he's done a bunch so far in this set. Very effective, builds up the damage onto Blood Diamond. You saw him go for it again right there. Not quite going to do it, but does build up that damage.
And now Noel on the side of the stage. Weapon start for the first time in a while. Damage is equalized. Down air puts Noel in a little bit of a decent position, but he's just waiting so patiently for a weapon spawn. He was hovering in the air, not because he was stuck in the air, because he was trying to grab the weapon before Blood Diamond could guard it, and it still didn't succeed. Blood Diamond tosses the sword away, picks up the bow. New weapon spawn. Noel finally manages to find himself a sword. Blood Diamond's trying to get these side airs, falling with his airs. Once again, nothing's connecting with Noel, but Noel decides to opt towards the Mammoth Fortress platform. That mobile platform isn't going to indicate any sort of wall slip or anything, so he can hold on to it for a while and know that if Blood Diamond approaches, he can turn it around in his favor.
Yup, exactly. But they're back here, moved away from the platform. Blood Diamond now here. You see the platform moving. The Sig comes out and does confirm the KO. Blood Diamond taking the lead again in game number 3. This is how it's gone each game so far, with Blood Diamond taking a not an early lead, but taking a lead, taking that first stock. Double recovery, unarmed from Noel into the Qatar pickup. Weapon throw, sword pickup into the sidelight from Blood Diamond. Looking for maybe, I don't know, an edge guard here, something or another. Sidelight, building up that damage. Noel already in the yellow. Throws the Qatars on, but does get some unarmed play into that sword.
Okay, I like that down air recovery from Blood Diamond, and Blood Diamond's put Noel so close into orange. And each game that we're seeing the same beginning. Blood Diamond taking the first stock, but it's getting less and less close for Noel. That D-Light Sarah was not even enough, and I doubt he's going to be able to go for this edge guard. But the ground pound, as I say it, finally, some offstage options being selected by Noel there as he goes for the ground pound and it connects with Blood Diamond, having to recover low. Excellent choice, but he's even more behind than he was in the previous stock.
However, he has the weapon advantage, but it's not a problem for Blood Diamond. He pushes him away with one side air, unarmed, and gets the sword. Neutral air comes out. Noel in the red. Blood Diamond moving forward, waiting for Noel to appear over the left so he can pick up a downlight side air. Noel has none of it. Two neutral lights in a row
to be able to punish that aggressive approach from Blood Diamond. Blood Diamond's definitely going to think twice before he tries to approach with the side lights, and the neutral so he just barely dodged out of the way. Blood Diamond's low, but he waits. The weapon went up so high, he goes for the dive kick, gets the jumps back, Sarah into the side of the stage. He's unarmed, but he manages to win out on that exchange despite not having a weapon, and now Noel is unarmed. Down air spot dodged into a downlight to get the mobility to follow up away from Blood Diamond's approaches, and such a close game on the side there. Blood Diamond manages the equalizing strike, goes for a down sig, side sig from Noel, punished by the downer into the weapon toss, dodged out of the way, but Blood Diamond's got that ground pound, he stops it a second early. Noel going for the side of the ground pound, hits again. Blood Diamond has to recover the other side of the stage. Will he hit his head? No. Unlike Noel, he manages to make that recovery under the side of the stage, but Noel's got control. D-Light side air, isn't going to do it. Will he go for the weapon toss? Down air,
no,
ground pound, finds it. Noel takes the lead in game number 3, and Blood Diamond was looking so good until he dropped that weapon. That bow had to hit Noel there, and Noel completely capitalized on Blood Diamond going unarmed.
Now Noel, even though super damage already has Blood Diamond in the yellow, the down air confirms the KO for Blood Diamond. Blood Diamond wants to bring this into the next game, wants to take this game, swapping out the weapons really aggressively, really fast into the sword pick. Noel will get that sword, and Noel's sword is quite frankly terrifying.
And these players are very much prioritizing weapon priming and denying weapons from each other, more so than we've seen in any other matches. There's no favorite weapon here. It's definitely just, once I disarm my opponent, keep them disarmed as long as I can, because that's how my advantages are coming, because otherwise they're trading evenly, and that could be at a deficit for both players, because it only takes one really good string. 2 nairs from Blood Diamond there. Will Noel try to switch over to Qatars, or will he just try to disarm Blood Diamond? Okay, nairs from Noel himself.
Into that bow pickup for Blood Diamond. Noel going in for the signature. Blood Diamond pick up in the air. Goes to the gravity cancel and Sig. Coming around the right side. Gets caught up by the side from Noel.
Okay, dodge out of the way of the neutral light.
He's alive. And he has bow off
gravity cancel down Sig. The bow stops Noel from being able to get anything else, but that sidelight sends Blood Diamond off the stage. Noel is definitely looking for this game 3 win, but Blood Diamond, gravity cancel downlight, not punished. The nair, not going to kill off the top just yet. He goes for a gravity cancel side sig in a different direction. Unarmed recovery. Noel and Blood Diamond have so many moves that could KO here, but Blood Diamond's on the back foot. He needs to pick up that weapon. Stopped by the sidelight. They are so close here in this game number 3, and the game number 3 could be the decider. That puts the other opponent on their tournament stock. Noel not willing to approach Blood Diamond. That down sig so risky. Okay, recovery just barely survives getting hit by that nair from sword. Another nair at that height would definitely KO, and Noel knows it. Wall slip will be activating. Weapon toss to be able to touch the ground. Blood Diamond goes high for the recovery, goes for the weapon toss, and he disarms himself. The weapon toss from Noel. They're going to fight unarmed. The haymaker comes out! At the very end, both players unarmed say, screw it, I don't want a weapon anymore. Just hits him, clocks him right in the side of the face.
That's as close as they come right there, going into game number 4 right now.
Okay. And Noel has got to be feeling the pressure. Are we going to go back to Mammoth Fortress again? Could he be forwarding going to that stage? Because let's face it,
they banned it out.
Noel has been clutch, but Blood Diamond has been consistently ahead in every single one of their matches, except for when Noel's able to pull it out just barely at the end.
But Noel pulls it out on that final stock every single time. Blackguard Keep is an interesting choice. You've got that floating platform on the left. You've got that rising platform, or not rising, that stationary platform on the top in the middle there.
And we're going right into it. Weapon spawn in favor of Blood Diamond, but he decides to Sare and neutralite Noel instead. Noel going in for that recovery, doesn't quite find it. Falling down there into downlight, puts a little bit more damage onto them, but I'm just waiting to see who takes enough damage to disarm their opponent or go for the weapon throw that doesn't work. Noel goes for the weapon throw and immediately punished. Gets that return sider. Luckily, there was a weapon spawn in his favor, trying to find those falling stairs, but Blood Diamond's so great at being able to spot dodge out of the way. Down here, punished by a sidelight, Noel finds the nairs. If Blood Diamond's above Noel, the benefit on Blackguard as opposed to Mammoth is that he has the platform to escape to.
Yes, which is huge. That's a crucial, critical piece that you're going to see in play so many times in this game. Blood Diamond avoids the ground pound, comes back here, gets that sword, goes to the nair, not going to connect though. Down air, turns it immediately into a neutral light with the weapon throw into the pickup. Noel turns it around though, damage high, ground pound into the signature, and then gets KO!
Okay, that only works on Blackguard Keep. That only works there. That ground pound bounced him off the stage. There's no like teching mechanic. He just gets bounced, and I think if Noel was absolutely aware of that combo even existing, maybe he could have dodged, but Blood Diamond was so ready, he preemptively side-sticked and just sent Noel flying off of the ground pound. An excellent conversion. Now Noel is trying to do his own little work here, but that ground pound comes super close to hitting Noel really early on. Blood Diamond expenses dodge, but covers his head with that weapon toss, disarms himself in exchange for being able to touch the platform, has a little bit of safety, but Noel is back into that weapon-starved game, and he wants that falling Sare. He wants that D-Light recovery to be able to get this KO. Blood Diamond fighting him off stage, the recovery almost kills on its own.
Blood Diamond looking to do a little bit of damage here, gives himself a little bit of a step up before potentially losing the stock. Weapon throw going to do it, has a little tiny damage on Noel. Down air going to connect, no neutral air connection there, goes up again. On the right side, Noel spot dodging, looking for the way in. Recovery comes up. Blood Diamond goes underneath. Side air going to hit Blood Diamond. Blood Diamond should be able to come back from this. Should have the moon. Has a recovery left.
Nope.
Oh,
I guess he decided that he couldn't make it back.
No, I guess
he goes
not.
to the side stick.
Okay.
It would have been cool if Noel fell down to go for an edge guard there and got shot by the side stick and activated the chase dodge. But Blood Diamond appropriately recognizes that he can't make it back to the stage. Noel is back against Blood Diamond here on the neutral on the stage. But Blood Diamond, as per usual, in every single one of these games, even the game that Noel won, is slightly in the lead here on the second stop.
And Blood Diamond has sword, which has so far has a little bit more of a track record of doing more damage against Noel, just as raw damage output goes.
Noel trying to jump for a Sare, forces Blood Diamond high. He's been keeping him more unarmed, but that weapon spawn so lucky for Blood Diamond once again, but immediately punished by a nice weapon toss combo, and Blood Diamond throws the bow away. Maybe he meant to throw it towards Noel, but instead he threw it upwards, doesn't get the correct read, and Noel continues to weapon starve him. Down sig reads the spot dodge. He has an opportunity for a ground pound. Weapon toss hits Blood Diamond, goes to get the sword. D-Light Sare puts Blood Diamond off stage. Once again, the weapon toss. Dashed. He could go for the dive kicks, but he just lets Blood Diamond touch. He's happy with the damage that he got. Blood Diamond finally finds himself a sword, and Noel is now the one in the armed position, and they're both deciding to go at it. I wouldn't expect a haymaker. The disco comes out from Blood Diamond, doesn't quite connect, and Noel has an opportunity to get the stock, but the platform saves Blood Diamond, gives him the little bounce, but the ground pound gives Noel that lead for the first time in all three of these games on the second stop.
Blood Diamond on the back foot here. This is exactly like the last game. Noel was up 2 stock to Blood Diamond's 1, and Blood Diamond brought it back. That is exactly what happened in game number 3. We are in game number 4 right now, but Noel again edge guarding and weapon starving so well right now. Nair recovery into that bow pickup from Blood Diamond now. Going to try and find a way to break through Noel's defense, but Noel is untouchable right now. Not even in the red on stock number 2. Has even the damage with a stock difference. Noel gets that downlight recovery into that Nair. Blood Diamond in the red, almost in that KO zone. Downlight side air. Blood Diamond coming back here. Noel has the edge guard. Does not connect with the side air. Blood Diamond avoids it. Sees it coming. Moves a little bit above it. There's the bow to the Nair.
And the neutral sig, that is what I'm looking for. That's the dodge read that we're seeing. That signature rarely kills, and it is so unique in where it hits, considering that it's completely vertical, but Blood Diamond was able to close it out, because I was just looking like a 2-stock for Noel. I was getting I'm like, maybe Blood Diamond's thinking about the next match. Noel, now fighting off stage, finds the recovery, but it drops because he connects with the side of the stage here, and Blood Diamond is just trying to find some sort of nair, something to be able to get his walls jumped back. Nice neutral light. The Sare hits him into the stage, so it doesn't quite KO just yet. Noel exchanging weapons with Blood Diamond here, does not want to risk any ground pounder down air. She's like, the only way that I can lose this is if I go deep off the side of the stage, and the recovery gets the KO off the top. We are going to a game 5, the last match of the night. Noel versus Blood Diamond, game number 5, to find out who gets in the loser's top 8 and a chance to continue their way forwards of the potential of being the BCX World Champion.
It's game 5, the teammates. It's a team kill.
what stage are we going to? Blackguard Keep was very clearly in favor of Noel there. Blood Diamond did not work very well with the platform on the side, and when he was on the platform on the top, I was thinking it would help him more, but Noel found more nairs on that map than he did on any of the previous games that we've watched so far, and that definitely decided that last stop.
Especially that.
Was that a Hattori pick?
Was that a Hattori pick?
I believe it was.
It is a Hattori pick. This could be it.
Blood Diamond switching things up.
This Hattori is something that Blood Diamond has played many, many times for a long, long time. Has a lot of experience with. Coming in here, same map choice. Well, no, different.
Mammoth Fortress is where he's been performing
best. Exactly. Thank you. Coming in here right off the bat, gets the first weapon, gets the first strike. Coming out, going for those neutral airs. Denying this weapon into that spear, and that spear is the crucial piece right here. It's got a little bit more range. It's in a good place right now, and it can do a lot of damage. A great spot dodge from Noel. Avoids that neutral air. Side air coming out from Blood Diamond. Goes into the down air. Noel was a little bit too far back. That was intentional by Noel. Neutral air from Blood Diamond coming up.
Those neutral airs on spear are so great, being able to read people that are trying to dodge through an opponent. Good down air, being able to poke through the Mammoth Fortress platform, and now those nairs have actually been covering so much of Noel's movement that Noel has to rethink how he's going to play neutral against Blood Diamond. Where previously the bow and the sword don't function in the same way that the spear does while it's in midair. Neutral light connects, side light exchanges. Blood Diamond wasn't expecting such a quick response, but those stairs come out. We go for a weapon toss edge guard. No, they're perfectly content with allowing the exclamation points to appear, and the side stick connects, and Blood Diamond is solidly in the lead here in game number 5.
Blood Diamond is not even halfway through his first stock right now. Has that spear, which is the key piece. The recovery comes out. The side air comes out. Noel into the guitar pickup, looking for a way to engage. The nair coming out on Blood Diamond. Such a strong zoning option. Downlight side air from Blood Diamond, building the damage. Damage even across the stocks, even though there's a stock disparity right now. Noel hanging down underneath, looking for a way to use that platform to his advantage. Blood Diamond moving up. Nair into ground touch there, because that soft platform gives him that ability, allows him to stay up top. The down air comes out. Noel staying down low. Edge weapon starving so well against Blood Diamond.
Gravity cancel downlight from Blood Diamond, trying to catch Noel in the middle of the air. Noel is taking so much damage here, and Blood Diamond's not even close to kill percent. Down air comes out. But he gets stopped by that down air. Can he go for the ground pound? He does get it, and Blood Diamond's recovery does it. He uses it way too early. He gravity canceled neutral SIGs. I guess that gave him a little bit more hit range, but there definitely was no way. If all he had left was a dodge, there was no way he could touch the stage from that point. No. So that was the best idea that he had. I like
Plus,
that.
If it had hit even a little bit,
Noel. Okay. Guitar string double recovery, putting Blood Diamond into yellow. Blood Diamond was in such a huge lead, and it almost looks like Noel has been in the lead the entire time.
Down air, side light from Noel. Noel pushing it out, trying to keep this even. Has to make up a little bit of damage on the stock to bring it back to parity.
There's one Sair. Finds another falling Sair, perhaps. When Noel finds these fleeting hits, he definitely likes to look for them in quick succession. Maybe Blood Diamond, he hasn't been above him too much. No nair strings, but there's that down air, puts Blood Diamond off the side of the stage. Nice punch with the side light, just trying to find whatever he can. Noel still at a slight deficit, but it seems as though momentum is in his favor from that last stock that he took. Dashes back, Blood Diamond trying to follow with these nairs. No D-light stairs being connected. Another nair, but no recovery follow-up, and Noel doesn't even go for the nairs. Noel's found so little here against Blood Diamond, and these downers are starting to add up.
That side air is huge. Throwing him out. Blood Diamond switching over to the sword. Gives him the downer. Gives him the ground pound. Goes for the charge down SIG as he falls down and recovers out to the right side. Noel right there with the downer.
Hits.
Blood Diamond should be able to get back. Has the wall to the ground pound. That's it. Noel taking another stock.
Noel taking another stock at such a huge deficit, and now 2 stocks to 1. Blood Diamond on his tournament life. He cannot lose this stock or else he is out, and Noel is feeling okay here in the second stock. Finds a nice neutral lane to recovery, tries to go for the double recovery. Blood Diamond respects it this time. Haymaker does not connect, interrupted by the point blank weapon toss. Holds onto the spear. He's trying to find that side stick. He goes up for a fully charged down stick, and Noel takes him off the side of the stage, has to throw the weapon up to be able to cover his head so they can come back. The spear taking a lot of ground, but the weapon toss forward into neutral light. Once again, Noel very comfortable with just being able to toss the guitars forward, having Blood Diamond catch them and giving him a face full of fists as Noel is waiting here patiently with the sword. He's perfectly fine with just getting one aerial hit at a time because he has the stock advantage. He doesn't need almost riding that side sig.
Unbelievable. This is Blood Diamond's tournament stock right now. And Noel building up the damage. Has him in the orange. Blood Diamond gets a neutral light there. Unarmed, pushing Noel out there. Goes for the side air. Noel very, very patient. Saves the recovery. The down air hits. A ground pound. Blood Diamond sees it coming. Not going to get hit by another.
Weapon tosses. Blood Diamond goes so low.
The down air
hits. Will he go for another ground pound?
No, he's going to go to the left side.
Okay.
No ground pound. Noel waiting, being very patient. He has that extra stock. He has that room to play with and to grow. He's not going to be super aggressive. The side air comes out. Noel uses that momentum to stop with that dodge.
The down air.
And Blood Diamond can't.
Okay, down air hits. Blood Diamond. Can he make it back? He has all of his jumps. Dodge barely touches the edge of the stage with the D-Light Stair.
It drops!
He gets the side stick. It does not quite connect. The weapon toss goes out. He goes low to be able to dodge it. Weapon toss avoided again. Recovery kills on the top. Blood Diamond has a chance. Final stock for both players here, and Blood Diamond is in the red.
Diamond with a weapon lead, has that spear, has a little bit of a rage advantage, but right now the Qatar's coming out from Noel doing some good damage.
Okay,
neutral air.
Finds some damage to the
Slap.
stairs, slaps him. Can he make it back?
Diamond get back?
He uses the dodge early for the
Yes!
He makes it back. Okay, Blood Diamond manages to touch the side of the stage, but the recovery does not
He's
kill
still
up the top.
alive.
Another sword recovery will definitely do it. Weapon toss at the pogo stick. Cider connects. Noel hits the sidelight, but that's not going to KO at any point soon. Okay, recovery dodge all the way. Nair comes out, delayed Sarah. Is that going to do it? It does it. Noel makes it into top 8. Such a close match between these teammates, and I am totally expecting them to hug it out after that. Oh, the handshake comes out. Blood Diamond. Whew. Game number 5 is finished off, and Noel blinking. He's kind of like, wow, I did it. I got into the top 8, and he's probably not expecting to be this hard because Noel has always been a tournament favorite in all of these lands.
Yes.
But to be that close on the cusp of being knocked out at 9th at BCX was not what Noel was expecting, and he must be breathing a sigh of relief being able to take out Blood Diamond in such a close final set to close off the Saturday here at the Brawlhalla World Championship at DreamHack Atlanta.
That was so tense. Game 5, final stock. Unbelievable. Let's recap real quick who is going into our top 8. Up in the winner's side, you've got Boomy, LDZ, Isidru, Sandstorm. And the lower side, we have Noel, Little Capped, Wrenched, and Kosalix.
Who did Little Cap beat to be able to get into
Phazon, his teammate.
So another team kill to decide the top 8.
Yes.
Unfortunate, but I know Little Cap was really looking for that top 8 because of how many great placements he's had in the lands over the year.
He's on it.
That is an incredible singles top 8. And if you're thinking like, oh, well, it's kind of missing out on a lot of European players, don't worry. We have almost all of them over in the 2v2. We got the graphic coming up to recap on what Toast just presented for you. Booming and LDZ is going to be the first winners quarters or the winners semis match here in the final in the top 8. Flashpoint Isidru versus Sandstorm. Sandstorm, the up-and-coming Mordex main Scythe, hasn't dropped a set yet. Wrenched and Kosalix, previous teammates. I remember that to be, I think that was the
for only 2 or 3 months.
Finals,
yeah,
actually.
Not very long that they were teammates, but it was Austin
Yeah,
Finals.
DreamHack Austin Finals was Wrenched and Kosalix. They're going to be fighting off in losers. Losers. One of them has to go out in top 8 there. Somebody's going to get 7th. What was previously a match for for first and second, and then Noel versus Little Cap, an excellent match where it's going to be an Asuri versus a Bodvar for sure.
That's going to be an incredible top 8. The games, any of those matches, again, could be a grand finals after a grand finals. Just like what we've seen today. It's insane. But that's it for tonight.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow,
what a long day of
Sunday, that's tomorrow. You're going to see the culmination of 1v1, of 2v2. Who will be your 1v1 world champion? Who will be your 2v2 world champions out here in Atlanta, Georgia?
Tomorrow. You do not want to miss it. Top 8 for 1s comes first, and top 6 for 2s comes directly after.
You're right. It's going to be good. We'll be here. We hope that you will be too.
See you guys tomorrow.
Stay crispy.
Think of something else to say afterward.